Chapter 261. After Wei Han received the ticket from the icon system interface, the first thing he had to do was to check the ticket instructions. The method of using this ticket is similar to that of the ticket for the dungeon transfer portal, but the information that needs to be filled in on the ticket is different. This ticket has an additional dungeon address that needs to be filled in, which is also the biggest function of this ticket. Wei Han has not touched some special ticket props, and he is also thinking that he will use the ticket more reasonably after knowing more information. Now this ticket is the most suitable time to use it. After reading the instructions, there are the black and bold notes. The notes are mainly to remind players who use tickets that even if they use the ticket to enter the exact dungeon address, they still need to do dungeon tasks after arriving at the dungeon. However, this ticket can be used in combination with other tickets, so if the player finds that the task is too difficult to complete after going to the dungeon, he can use other tickets to leave the dungeon. After the two finished reading the text on the ticket, Wei Han took out a pen from the skill space and filled in the information on the ticket. After filling in the form, tear the ticket stub along the dotted line, and then a ball of black fire will ignite in the air. As the black fire burns out, an elliptical portal is suspended in the air 10 centimeters above the ground. The frame of the portal is shaped like clouds and fire, but these are not strange. The strange thing is that this portal is like an elliptical jade door frame, and the middle seems to be empty, with nothing. Wei Han and Rong Qi can stand on the desk and see the bookshelf on the opposite wall. Seeing this, Wei Han used the skill, Eye of Truth, the next moment to conduct a visual inspection of the portal. After all, they had never used this ticket before, and they didn't know if this was a normal situation. They couldn't risk their lives to enter rashly. They also had to confirm whether the ticket was really effective. I use the skill to check now. Wait a minute. She told Rong Qi while watching. Rong Qi knew that she was already using the skill, and was quietly waiting for her result. After a while, Wei Han released the skill and felt relieved. Facing Rong Qi's inquiring eyes, she thought about it and explained, the middle is not empty, but the formula of the teleportation material of this portal may be different, so our naked eyes can't see it directly. But using the skill can see that there is some kind of substance in this oval decorative frame. That's good, that should mean that the ticket is effective, not a waste ticket. Rong Qi also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they still have a second option, if the ticket to the universal portal cannot be used, they can still go to the place called Bilong Star by the way of the ring match. But the ring match has more uncertainties. Well, we can go directly through this portal now. At the same time? Wei Han asked. Rong Qi thought it would be safer to go through the portal at the same time, but the size of the portal did not allow them to walk in side by side. He pointed at the portal and said, this portal is not that wide. So I hold you? Rong Qi asked hesitantly, and felt that he seemed to have said the wrong thing after asking, but he did not expect Wei Han to answer very straightforwardly. That's okay. She didn't mind these things very much, and analyzed them very seriously. You need to carry him on your back or bear hug. You can't use a princess hug, which is too wide. Bear hug is not good. You can carry me on your back, or I can carry you on my back. I carry you. Rong Qi didn't think twice. Okay. Wei Han responded, pointing in front of him, motioning Rong Qi to come over and squat. Rong Qi cooperated very well, and walked over, squatting with his back to her. Wei Han lay on Rong Qi's back very straightforwardly, and put his arms around Rong Qi's neck from behind. Let's go. Rong Qi carried him very calmly, walked to the suspended portal, and notified Wei Han before taking a step. Let's go. Then the two of them passed through the portal in this state, as if they were eaten by air. The two did not close their eyes throughout the whole process, allowing some wonderful and abstract pictures to flash quickly, and soon their vision returned to normal. Before Rong Qi looked around, he informed Wei Han and put her down. They stood on a flat ground, which was a dark red soil that was neither soft nor hard. The surrounding walls were erected, forming a circle around the place where they stood, as if they were locked in a high wall. Wei Han had already started to observe the surroundings as soon as his vision returned to normal. The first feeling he had when he came to this copy was the dim red. He looked up and found that he didn't know whether it was because they came here at the wrong time, or this was the environment here, or the high walls around blocked too much light. At this time, the sky was a burning red, just like the sky at dusk on the blue star, but the light was a little darker than at dusk, and the colorful clouds were more red. This kind of environment makes people feel very depressed, and they feel like they can't breathe, as if the civilized world is about to collapse and turn into a wasteland without any vitality. In this depressing light environment, Wei Han once again carefully observed the surroundings and found that those things that looked like high walls at first glance actually seemed to be some buildings that he had never seen before. These buildings looked like hexagonal prisms, each of which was densely leaning against each other. There were no doors or windows around, and it was unknown whether the top was also sealed tightly. Thinking of this, Wei Han said something to Rong-Chi and used the flying skill to fly into the air. While Rong-Chi was observing the surroundings, he was also on guard and observing. After seeing the specific shape of those walls, he also thought of the same thing as Wei Han, and immediately used the flying skill after Wei Han and flew into the air together. In order to catch up with Wei Han's height, Rong-Chi rushed into the sky almost like an arrow, and soon came to Wei Han's side, but neither of them had flown above the building. Wei Han used the skill to transmit sound to Rong-Chi and said, "It is much higher than what the naked eye can see." Rong-Chi answered irrelevantly and reminded, "The mission notification has come. We may have to fly up for a while. Should we check the mission first?" Wei Han replied, "Okay." So, the two of them poked the blue star icon that was beating in the palm of their hands to check the mission of this copy. After Wei Han clicked on the notification interface, he decided to check it with his naked eyes first, and then check it again with the Eye of Truth. At this time, the content of the notification on the interface that can be seen by the naked eye is as follows. Copy address: Bilong Star S44 area. Mission: arrive at Bilong Star 3S00 area, no time limit. Warm reminder: don't get caught by them. The warm reminder here is the same as what she saw in Bai Qingchuan's historical copy records. She used the Eye of Truth directly, and the content she saw changed. Copy address: Laboratory Center Number 1, Area S44, Bilong Star. Task: arrive at Area 3S00, Bilong Star, Bailong's living area, not the experimental area, with no time limit. Warm reminder: don't be caught by them, otherwise, you will become an experimental subject. Wei Han used the Eye of Truth to look carefully several times, and was a little disgusted that the skill did not see enough, but this was the effect after the upgrade. If you use the Eye of Truth, you will see nothing. Aware of Rong-Chi's eyes beside him, Wei Han came back to his senses, and immediately discussed and analyzed his findings with Rong-Chi, while flying higher. In the new content that can be seen through the Eye of Truth, the keyword seems to be experiment. When checking the historical records of Bai Qingchuan, they already knew that this copy was the original world of a creature called Bailongs, which means that this is also a planet. The current overlord of this planet is Bailongs, and Bailong seems to have divided the planet they live on into experimental areas and non-experimental areas. So what experiments is Bailongs doing? Recalling the information seen in the simulation cabin, this kind of monster pursues immortality, wants to be immortal and stronger. So are their experiments also closely related to this? They are now in the experimental area, and want to escape to the non-experimental area, which is the area where Bailongs lives. At present, it is unknown how many experimental areas there are on this planet, and whether there are any barriers between the experimental area and the non-experimental area. So it can be analyzed that the copy they received this time may be a bit difficult. It was not possible to deduce further based on this information, so they all planned to take a bird's-eye view of this area from above first. At this time, Wei Han and Rong-Chi discovered a new anomaly. The time on their icon system was running very fast. It was like time was fast-forwarded. Rong-Chi frowned and looked at the rapidly jumping time. What's going on? It's impossible that the icon system is broken. I think that just as you and I first thought, the time flow on Bilong Star is much faster than that on Blue Star. We have to go back before November 10th, and time is very tight. Speed up. According to this time flow difference, they can only act here for 1 day at most. Fortunately, before they came, they thought of a quick battle and a quick decision, and strive to finish it as soon as possible. They cannot do the task. The key point is to find out what happened to Bai Qingchuan in this copy. Anyway, if they don't do the task, they can use the ticket to leave the copy directly. After talking about this topic, the two had already flown above the building. They looked down while continuing to fly up. Looking down at this time, I found that this place was like a huge honeycomb, stretching far away. The top of each hexagonal building was made of a material similar to a transparent glass window. From a distance, it looked very similar to the white film coming out of the honeycomb seal. As I thought, this experimental area has a honeycomb-like structure. Wei Han immediately sent a message to Rong-Chi. I thought so just now. While sending the message, he looked around. The light was still very dim. So it's not because the surroundings are blocked that the environment is like that. Fly a little higher and take a look, Wei Han suggested. If we go a little higher, we can see farther away and know whether this experimental area is sealed in a certain range. The two flew up to a higher altitude. The things that the naked eye can see below are getting smaller and smaller, but the field of vision is larger. They finally saw the boundary of the huge honeycomb-shaped building complex, but after the boundary, there is another new honeycomb-shaped building complex, one after another, and there are so many that they can't count them at all. If these are all different, experimental areas, then the number of these experimental areas is really terrifying. It makes people wonder if creatures like Bylongs have turned their entire living planet into an experimental field. What kind of experiment is it that is worth them to do this? After watching this scene, Wei Han and Rong-Chi were silent for a moment, and then flew a little higher, and both stopped at the same time. There should be a protective shield on it. Wei Han said this while using the Eye of Truth again. Sure enough, Wei Han saw a red protective shield very clearly. This protective shield looked very thin, and there were some light red waves on it like ripples. Through this protective shield, I finally saw the real light on this planet, which was very similar to the sunlight on the blue planet. The weather on this planet today seemed to be very good. This place is covered by a red protective shield. Although we can't see it with our naked eyes, this dim dark red environment here should be due to the color of this protective shield. After reading it, Wei Han released the Eye of Truth and secretly complained, "It seems a bit troublesome. But now even if it is troublesome, we must calm down and seriously find a way." In fact, before coming here, Wei Han had considered various feasible plans. She could actually use words come true directly to make the truth of Bai Qingchuan's experience appear directly in her mind. But there are many problems here. First of all, she doesn't know the vitality required for each command. She has consumed too much vitality during this period. The vitality has been in a state of scarcity. Although it can't be said that the vitality is residual, it has indeed not been replenished. Until now, it is not in a state of full blood. The recovery of vitality is very slow, which is completely different from the recovery of mental power. This is because she has the assistance of the mini perpetual motion machine, which has improved the recovery speed. She can't rely on words come true to solve everything and become dependent on this skill. If she really needs to use this skill at a critical moment, but she doesn't have enough vitality, that would be really troublesome. In addition, she and Rong-Chi also need to enter the dungeon to complete tasks and get rewards, so as to strive to upgrade all the skills that need to be upgraded in a shorter time. She has seen before that the skill, words come true, can also be upgraded. Now they have to work hard to earn skill upgrade points. The last concern is that maybe they come to the dungeon to find the truth themselves, and they may get some unexpected gains. Rong-Chi heard Wei Han complain about the trouble, and immediately comforted him. "It's okay, no matter how troublesome it is, we will calm down and analyze it carefully. Now we know that we are in a test area with a protective shield, and our first goal is to find the truth about Bai Qingchuan's appearance, and then the mission. Rong-Chi, then we can choose to find the entrance to the test area and enter the test area to see. We can also try to crack the protective shield and leave the test area directly. Or, do you have any other ideas?" Speaking of cracking the shield, Wei Han really has some ideas. "I can use the skill of particle reorganization to change the material of the shield and make it ineffective. But doing so will allow Bylongs to discover us. Wei Han, if we continue to act, we will be discovered by Bylong sooner or later, but I still don't want to be noticed so soon. So wait for me to use the Eye of Truth to take a serious look at these experimental areas, and then we will decide whether to find the entrances to these experimental buildings." Eye of Truth consumes more mental energy, so Wei Han will not open it all the time. Basically, it will be opened when needed, and it will be closed immediately after use. It cannot be as generous as using Eye of Truth, which will be open for a long time. Just now, I just checked it with my naked eyes. Now, the key is to check it again with Eye of Truth. Just now, I used Eye of Truth to look up, and now I use Eye of Truth to look down with the perspective skill superimposed. The scene under the Eye of Truth is different from the scene that can be seen with the naked eye, but there is only one thing more, that is, the portals they have never seen in the dungeon. Some are white portals, and some are red portals. These portals are randomly distributed, and the settings are exactly the same as the red and white portals on the blue planet. And this is what Wei Han wanted to see when he upgraded the Eye of Truth. Because it was expected, when Wei Han really saw the red and white portals in the dungeon, he was not too surprised, but felt a kind of it's true. This also shows that some speculations on the forum about the true nature of the dungeon are indeed correct. In addition to the confirmation of this guess, there is an additional gain. Through the thick outer wall of the building, Wei Han saw the interior of these hexagonal buildings and what was inside. Each hexagonal prism is a separate laboratory, which holds some monsters that Wei Han has seen and not seen before, and the number is very large. Inside these buildings, there are some monsters that look like the Grim Reaper patrolling or doing some experiments. Some simple-shaped machines should be robots in their world, assisting them. These monsters that move inside the building as masters must be the residents of this planet, the creatures called Bylans. They look very much like the silhouette of the Grim Reaper, and look like a black cloak and a sickle, but in fact, they have grown into this appearance, and there is no cloak, which is all their body tissue. Another difference between them and the Grim Reaper is that they have 3 pointed legs, like long inverted cones, and they look like they are standing very steadily. This is what Wei Han and others thought when they saw the projection of this creature in the simulation cabin, but now seeing this creature move, Wei Han discovered that one of the pointed cones is their hand, and the sickle-shaped tissue is their other hand. A very strange way of moving. Based on the situation inside the experimental building, it can be inferred that they may be capturing all the players who came to their planet and conducting some kind of experiment. During the observation process, Wei Han happened to see a red portal opened on the top of the honeycomb building complex, and a total of 5 monsters walked out of it. After the 5 monsters came through the portal, they also began to observe the surrounding environment. If you ignore their monster appearance and look at them as a player, you will find that their behavior after coming out of the red portal is very similar to that of humans entering the dungeon. Both of them are vigilantly observing the surrounding environment. After confirming the safety of the surrounding environment, they will click the icon system reminder and start to check the task. When Wei Han uses the Eye of Truth, she can see the icon system of other monsters by stacking the skill of Far View. Now that she is using the Eye of Truth, it is even easier to see the content of the monster's icon interface. She clearly saw that the monsters were also checking the task panel. The task of these 5 monsters to come to this dungeon is to steal a potion. There is also the same warm reminder on their task panel, which is also don't be caught by them. Wei Han watched and reported to Rong Qi in real time. In fact, Rong Qi is also watching those monsters now. He does not have a skill like Eye of Truth, but he also has the skill of Far View. There is no problem just observing the actions of those monsters. The two used their invisibility skills to hide their auras, hovering in the air, and began to track and observe the monsters. The monsters did not notice that there were 2 pairs of eyes staring at them from high in the sky, because they landed on the roof of the building complex after coming out of the portal, and they could not see the scenery below through the glass, so they did not seem to realize that they were not walking on the ground, but on the roof. Moreover, they seemed to have no idea of using flying tools to fly high in the sky and have a bird's-eye view of the scene. They just kept walking on the roof. Later, they seemed to have some disagreements and had a small quarrel. Wei Han listened very carefully and vaguely heard that the monsters seemed to be arguing about whether to continue moving forward or smash the ground, even if they used flying tools to fly up, to see how far they would go. In the end, the monsters that smashed the ground won. They thought that the ground was frozen. After breaking the ice, there might be some clues, so they began to attack the ground and use various attack skills. As a result, they attracted the enemy before they broke the ice successfully. A circular hole opened on a roof, and then a group of Bylans climbed up and surrounded the monsters very quickly. Then the 2 sides started fighting. Wei Han and Rong Qi were like watching a play, and they also made a small bet on which side would win. But both of them thought that Bylans would win, so they couldn't bet at all. After all, this is Bylans' base camp. Just look at how many monsters are locked up in those laboratories. They may fail once, but as long as the players have not completed the task and left here, they will have a chance to capture the players alive. In just 3 minutes, the battle was over. The 5 monsters were put on a strange kind of luminous handcuffs by Bylans, and then they lost their resistance and were taken away and returned to the laboratory building. Wei Han continued to observe, wanting to see where these Bylans would take the monsters. Following the route they walked, Bylans finally brought the monsters to a place that should be the inspection center, because after the 5 monsters arrived at the spacious building, they were taken to do various things like blood draws. After that, the monsters were assigned to laboratories, but it seemed that Bylans had too many experimental subjects and did not plan to experiment on these monsters so quickly, so Wei Han stopped reading here. During the observation, Wei Han found that by using the perspective skill and looking down from the air, he could see all of Bylans' actions in the laboratory building clearly, and it also reduced the risk of being discovered. He immediately decided to observe quietly in the air for the time being. Only by observing more can we know what actions should be taken. Wei Han turned his sight and looked for the next observation object. He soon locked onto a grayish Bylans, which looked a little faded and lighter in color than other Bizzers. It first prepared some colorless medicine in a laboratory with many instruments, then handed the medicine to the robot assistant beside it, and told the robot to go to the holding cabin of the so-and-so experimental subject, inject the medicine into the so-and-so experimental subject, and record the picture after the injection. Then, Bailan's robot assistant set off alone with the medicine. Chapter 262. With this handover, Wei Han's sight also shifted to the robot assistant, following the robot assistant. Although the robot assistant moved very fast, and may have automatically chosen the fastest route, the honeycomb structure building complex laboratory building was really too big. Even if the 6 directions of each hexagonal laboratory building were open, it was very difficult for the assistant to walk to the designated experimental location. No wonder Bailangs asked the robot to do it for him. The robot assistant had not yet reached the destination, and Wei Han was bored just watching, so she just freed up her mind to summarize and analyze with Rong-Chi. Wei Han first had a question. She had observed all the monsters locked in the laboratory so far, and she did not see any monsters with the same performance as Bai Qingchuan. Some monsters did look very strange, but she could not be sure whether the monsters looked like this or were transformed during the experiment. After all, there are all kinds of monsters, and it is difficult to distinguish between these two situations. After hearing Wei Han's question, Rong-Chi thought that experimental areas with different numbers might have different functions. The experimental area they have observed so far may only be used to hold spare experimental subjects, and only these experimental subjects are inspected and classified, and simple analysis is performed. Considering that they have not yet seen what the experimental area beyond is like, Wei Han also agreed with Rong-Chi's guess. To verify this guess, they can continue to observe after they move. Another problem is that this is not the address of the Minesweeper copy. It looks like a completely different place from the Minesweeper copy. Did Bai Qingchuan really encounter something here to become like that? Then how did he get to the Minesweeper dungeon? Or is the Minesweeper dungeon related to this Bilong star? When the two discussed this issue, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Did they really come to the wrong place? There is still a question mark here. Wei Han seemed to comfort himself and said to Rong-Chi, "Forget it, why bother with these? I'm here now." Rong-Chi, you are right. Besides, even if Bai Qingchuan's experience has nothing to do with this place, based on our observations so far, there may be some new discoveries here. This is the first time we have personally experienced the civilization of monsters except for the simulation cabin dungeon. Wei Han, indeed. This place even looks like a civilization with a higher level of technology than humans. If we can find their network or information center, there is indeed a great possibility of obtaining more information. Rong-Chi immediately suggested, after the observation is over, we can reconsider the action plan. I think so too. While Wei Han was talking to Rong-Chi, he never took his eyes off the object of observation, and then he found that the robot assistant was always walking towards the outer edge. The experimental object that the robot assistant was looking for did not seem to be in this experimental area. It is now almost at the edge of the protective shield of this experimental area. While Wei Han was observing just now, he also found that the scope of a large protective shield was an experimental area. The protective shield was very well protected. The complete shape of the protective shield was a very complete sphere, which also blocked the road under the ground. So if they want to go to other experimental areas, they will probably have to pass through one protective shield after another. It is not difficult to pass through the protective shield itself, but the trouble is that they are not very clear about the strength of these monsters. This is in the territory of monsters like Bailangs. No one can guarantee whether there will be Bailangs players who are as strong as them or even crush them. They need to have a certain understanding of the strength of their opponents before they can make bold moves. Wei Han and Rong-Chi have always been cautious, maintaining a humble attitude. Without knowing the ability of their opponents, they will never be arrogant and think that they are invincible just because they think they are strong enough. When they are sure that their strength is enough to crush the opponent, they will not play dumb. They will take action when they should and end the battle neatly. They are also considering maximizing the efficiency of their actions, so they need to observe and determine the experimental areas they need to visit on the spot, such as the experimental areas where humans are imprisoned, and they must act. However, Wei Han has not seen any imprisoned human players in his field of vision for the time being. The robot assistant, carrying the discolored potion given by Bailangs, has already reached the edge of experimental area number 1. Because it is a honeycomb structure, it can directly pass through the thin protective shield by opening the door in front and enter another experimental area protected by a protective shield. In Wei Han's estimation, the protective shield will generally be set to prevent certain objects from entering and exiting freely, and certain objects can pass through unimpeded. People like her and Rong-Chi will be stopped whether they leave or enter the protective shield, but partners, like Bailangs, can enter and exit any protective shield freely. However, to Wei Han's surprise, The robot assistant stopped at the edge of the protective cover, and then the mechanical arm raised a small round card. After being scanned by a setting on the door opened automatically, and at the same time, the two layers of protective covers opened a hole of the same size as the door. At this time, the robot assistant continued to move forward, passed through the door with confidence, and entered the next experimental area. In order to have a better visual angle, Wei Han would also adjust the position and distance appropriately in the air. As the robot assistant moved, Wei Han and Rongqi also moved towards the edge of the protective cover. After entering the new experimental area, the robot assistant was still moving forward along a certain route. It seemed to just pass by this experimental area, walked a short arc in the circular range of this experimental area, and went to another experimental area. When entering the third experimental area, the robot assistant did the same thing, and needed to scan the door at the junction of the protective cover, doing an operation similar to identity verification. From this point, it can be inferred that the protective shield set up by Bylongs may not include group traffic and traffic restrictions in order to maximize the effect. In order to verify this, Wei Han also did two things at the same time and observed a Bylongs at the same time. When Bylongs crossed the experimental area, it did exactly the same thing as the robot assistant. They also took out a small card from somewhere in their all-black bodies. It was triangular. Wei Han speculated that this difference in shape might be to distinguish it from the robot. In this way, she and Rongqi would have more room for maneuver. The robot assistant passed through 4 experimental areas in a row. If it didn't reach its destination, it would be out of Wei Han's sight. It finally stopped in front of an experimental cabin where a creature that looked like a plant and an animal was imprisoned. This monster looked like a living vine plant. After that, the robot assistant performed some operations on an operating table in the experimental cabin, and then some machines appeared in the huge experimental cabin, restrained the monster in the experimental cabin, and pressed a vine of the vine monster to the outside of the experimental cabin. Then some mechanical hands stretched out from nowhere, peeled the vine, disinfected it, and the robot assistant put the medicine into the syringe, calculated the dosage, and finally injected the medicine into the vine. During this process, through the transparent experimental cabin, it can be seen very intuitively that the monster has been struggling frantically, and later even tried to break its own vine, but failed. After the potion was successfully injected into the vine monster's body, the monster's struggle gradually slowed down, as if it had been injected with poison, and was slowly losing its vitality. The strangely shaped leaves on its body also began to wither and fall off. After a while, something seemed to be wriggling under the withered vines of the plant-type monster, and the outer skin fell off bit by bit like an old wall. It didn't seem to be withering, but it felt like a snake shedding its skin. Wei Han continued to observe for a while, and found that after the outer skin fell off, the inside was actually flesh pink, which was clearly blue-brown just now. What originally looked like a vine now looked like a tentacle, as if it had suddenly evolved from a plant into an animal. There is no doubt that it was caused by the drug injected by the robot assistant. I don't know what it is, but it has directly transformed the monster. After the robot assistant finished the injection, it began its recording and filming work, and filmed meticulously on the side. Soon, the dancing vine branches turned into flesh-pink tentacles, and the plant-like vine monster turned into a mollusk-like tentacle monster. But the tentacle did not last long. In less than 2 minutes, the tentacles also withered rapidly. After this molting, they turned from tentacles back into vines. In the next 10 minutes, the monster basically switched between these two states. In the middle, it seemed that because the monster consumed too much energy and heat, it detected that the monster was in a hungry state. Some kind of machine that detects the monster's physical energy intervened and injected the monster with nutrients to provide energy to ensure that the monster can continuously switch between these two states. Wei Han basically stopped reading after seeing this, but the robot assistant continued to record. In fact, after observing the monster's several transformations, one can feel that the results of the experiment suffered by the monster and by Qingchuan's state are subtly similar. The only difference is that the monster is transformed in form, while Bai Qingchuan is already transforming between life and death, and the degree is much deeper than the monster they are currently observing. This vine monster may have just been tested for the first time, while Bai Qingchuan may have become like that after countless experiments. Whether this is really the case, they need to take action and verify it by observing more experimental areas. Since both Bylongs and the robot need to swipe the card to pass the protective shield, Wei Han and Rongqi also plan to randomly kidnap a Bylongs or robot to act as a pathbreaker, and they will remain invisible and follow behind. However, they also consider that with Bylong's technology, there will be equipment such as thermal imaging, and the stealth skill will probably not protect them for long, but it has not been completely confirmed yet, so they can take a gamble first. After making the decision, the two of them remained invisible, and slowly landed back to the circular open space when they first came to the copy. Standing on this circular open space, looking at the high walls around, you can see that there is no reserved door on each wall, and it is a completely sealed wall. However, Wei Han and Rongqi did not intend to enter through the door. They wanted to go through the wall directly, so they just used skills. Wei Han used the perspective skill to select a relatively remote corner, and then used the particle reorganization skill to turn a small piece of the wall into air. The two quickly passed through and entered the interior of the experimental area. After that, the wall returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. They quietly sneaked into the monster's laboratory building. The light inside the laboratory building was very bright, and the ground was covered with something similar to tiles. The decoration style was like the style of sexual indifference in the human world. Inside the building complex, the doors between each hexagonal building were free to pass through. Wei Han used the perspective skill and took Rongqi to capture a lucky Bailongs or lucky robot. The so-called capture was actually just using the skill of mind control to secretly control the other party. It was completely silent, and there would definitely not be any disturbance. After searching for a while, the two chose a patrol robot, and Wei Han used his mind control skill to make the patrol robot walk to the edge of the experimental area. They kept their stealth skills, and had been moving in experimental area number 1 for a while, but they did not hear any alarms. Whether it was Bailongs or various robots in the experimental area, they were unaware, and had been doing their own things. Wei Han and Rongqi had brushed past some Bailongs a few times, but they did not react at all, and did not notice their existence at all. Of course, after seeing these monsters up close, they found that the skin of these monsters looked like they were wearing black tight leather pants, and their facial organs were all black, perfectly blending with their pure black skin. If you don't get close, you can't find that they also have eyes and noses. In this way, Wei Han and Rongqi also temporarily confirmed that there were no detection instruments such as thermal imaging in the current experimental area, but it was not certain in other experimental areas and the boundaries of the protective shield. The two did not let down their guard because of this. Using skills to control the robot to walk in front, and not to make the robot's behavior look abnormal, they arrived at the border of experimental area number 1 at the fastest speed. Wei Han did not dare to take it lightly, and carefully controlled the robot to swipe the small round card. The door in front of her opened very smoothly, and she and Rongqi followed the robot, and walked over very carefully. The first thing to pay attention to when arriving at the new experimental area is whether their operation was discovered by Bailongs this time, and whether it attracted attention. After Wei Han controlled the robot to walk in this new experimental area for nearly 5 minutes, they basically confirmed that they could move freely in this experimental area, and there would not be too high a risk of being discovered for the time being, and Bailong's protective shield would not record the number of individuals passing through. Bailongs was really bold when setting up this protective shield. Maybe he only cared about increasing the strength and range, and failed to add any reconnaissance-related functions. It may also be because Bailongs thought that this was their territory. As long as they were in the experimental area, no matter where the enemy escaped, they would eventually be discovered and caught by them. Wei Han and Rongqi maintained a cautious attitude and successfully passed through one experimental area after another by controlling the robot. They did not always catch one robot, but changed many robots in the middle. When they passed enough experimental areas, they also received a task notification to remind them of the change of the copy address. From the beginning, the center of the number 1 experimental area in the S44 area belonged to the southeast corner of the number 4 experimental area in the S43 area belongs to. It can be seen how many experimental areas Bailongs has created. Such a change in the location of the copy is also accompanied by a change in the status of the imprisoned monsters. When they first came to the dungeon, the monsters in the experimental area were all captured not long ago and had not been put into the experiment yet. Basically, they were just locked up and occasionally put into some experiments. Going all the way in, you will enter the monsters that have just been put into the experiment. The monsters at this stage may have fewer experiments. There will be relevant introductions on the monster information panel of the experimental cabin, mainly within 3 times. The monsters at these stages mainly have various changes in form. Wei Han and Rongqi also started from here. Inexplicably, they felt like they were back in the Minesweeper dungeon. This is definitely not a Minesweeper dungeon, but some of the monsters they saw in the Minesweeper dungeon have many similarities with the monsters imprisoned in the experimental cabin, such as 2 monsters being embedded together. After the monsters in the experimental stage within 3 times, they came to the area of 3 to 7 experiments. The monsters in these areas had a more obvious feeling of being fused, giving people a feeling of genetics too. This reminded Wei Han and Rong Qi not only of the Minesweeper copy, but also some monsters in the Beach Kite copy. Because there would be corresponding information about the monsters outside the different experimental chambers, including the monster's number, the monster's original appearance, how many experiments the monster had been subjected to, the changes after each experiment, and what medicine was injected in each experiment. Wei Han would also observe and record these information panels. After observation and recording, Wei Han found that Bailong's purpose did not seem to want the monsters to fuse more and more genes into some kind of fusion monster, but they wanted to find something in this way. For example, some monsters with strong regeneration ability would be the focus of their attention, such as the medicine they made seemed to be essentially a virus mixed with certain genes, and they seemed to be refining certain genes. The only thing Wei Han and Rong Qi were thankful for was that they had not seen any human experimental subjects along the way. They also didn't know how difficult this dungeon was for humans, because Bai Qingchuan came here through the ring match ticket, and they had never encountered this dungeon in their initial world. Perhaps because this dungeon was very difficult, there were not many worlds in human civilization that could produce this dungeon. They kept going deeper and deeper, and there were all kinds of experimental subjects along the way. When Wei Han and Rong Qi were almost numb, they suddenly found that in the experimental area of the 30th experiment, some robots that could clean up monsters began to appear. These robots will go directly to a certain laboratory, confirm the information on the monster panel in front of the laboratory, and then enter the laboratory and perform some operations on the operating table. What Wei Han could see was that the robots seemed to be uploading some data. The 3 words failed product above the data were very conspicuous. Finally, the robot clicked the button to confirm the cleanup. Then the monster in the experimental cabin was detained by some equipment made of strange materials, and was pushed out of the experimental cabin motionlessly, and then dragged out of the laboratory by the robot. Wei Han and Rong Qi were very concerned about this. In other words, this monster was judged as a failed product, so it will be cleaned up. What is the way to clean it up? Drag it to a unified place to kill it? They suddenly thought of the Minesweeper copy, and had a vague premonition in their hearts. They have caught up with the robot that handles failed products, and the robot that was hijacked by the skill before let it go free. The route taken by the robot that handles failed products is completely different from the route taken by the patrol robot, but fortunately Wei Han and Rong Qi were in stealth mode and followed the whole process without any signs of being discovered. After walking along the winding route for a long time, they finally arrived at a very empty hall, which was several times larger than the other hexagonal experimental buildings. In this hall, there were many robots dragging failed products from the gates in the other 5 directions. They seemed to line up in front of the huge oval frame in the middle of the hall according to the order of arrival. Wei Han and Rong Qi felt familiar with this oval frame as soon as they saw it. Isn't this an enlarged version of the universal portal? Before the two could be surprised, they saw the robot at the front throw the monster dragged by its mechanical arm into the portal, and in an instant, the failed product disappeared. After the first robot finished processing, the second robot did the same thing, one after another, just like throwing away garbage, throwing the monsters judged as failed products through the portal. Where is the other end of this universal portal connected? Is that where they discard the failed products? Could it be a Minesweeper copy? Wei Han and Rong Qi both had this idea at the first time. They really wanted to go through this portal directly to verify, but they suppressed this idea with reason. First of all, whether they can pass through this portal is still a question. If they can't pass through, they will die if they act rashly. Secondly, they finally came here, and now they can be said to be about to discover the most critical information. Even if they can pass through this portal, they must figure out everything before considering passing through this portal. Wei Han and Rong Qi stood by the door and watched for a while, then stopped. What she saw and heard along the way gave Wei Han a rough idea of where she would go next. Wei Han, see that robot will upload the information of the failed products before cleaning them. If Bai Qingchuan was also an experimental product here, then we should be able to search for relevant information on the terminal server. Let's find the map of the experimental area and find the core of the entire experimental area. Chapter 263. To find the core area of the experimental area, the two of them have to think carefully and come up with a solution. In all the areas that Wei Han and Rong Qi have walked through so far, they have not seen any road signs or area diagrams, which means that neither Bailong's nor the robot needs to look at the signs to confirm the location and route. In Wei Han and Rong Qi's observations, they found that the robots active in the experimental area should have built-in maps, and when they need to go to a certain place, they will automatically generate routes. Bailong's rarely moves, and when they need to move, They will also use their mobile phone-like devices to choose routes. So there is no need to use road signs or maps inside these buildings. After a discussion using the skill of voice transmission, Wei Han and Rong Qi initially summarized several directions. First, they can choose a laboratory and search for the map of the experimental area on the computer-like operating device in the laboratory, but there is a great risk of being discovered. There is also the same risk of randomly catching a robot and querying the map through the robot's network system. So it is basically impossible to query directly through Bailong's network. So they discussed the second method. They could use the skill, words follow the law, to control a robot or a Bailancer to go to the core of the experimental area. This method is somewhat different from what they have always done. When they let the robot lead the way, they use the skill of mind control to directly control it. But there is also a disadvantage to this method. A robot or Bailancer that originally had no plan to go to the core of the experimental area suddenly changed its original plan and headed towards the core of the experimental area, which would look suspicious no matter how you look at it. So based on this idea, we need to make a small change and use the skill, words follow, to find a robot or Bailongs who is going to the core of the experimental area, and they just need to follow each other. Moreover, the command of this method should be easier than directly controlling a robot or Bailongs to go to the central area of the experimental area, and the vitality consumed will be much less. After deciding to take this approach, Wei Han simulated, words follow, used an invisible and soundproof bubble, and said the command, "A green arrow will appear in my field of vision pointing to a robot or Bailongs who is going to the core area of the Bailongs experimental area." This command did not consume much vitality. After the skill was successfully performed, a virtual green arrow appeared in Wei Han's field of vision, making her field of vision look like the interface of a holographic game. In terms of hiding their bodies, Wei Han and Rong Qi also made some upgrades, not just simple invisibility. They have been cautious, mainly because they don't know the detection principle of Bailongs. When a green arrow appeared in Wei Han's vision, they immediately took action again and used the mind control skill to find a robot to clear the way. The time flow in this copy is faster than the time flow on Blue Star. They felt that they had been here for only 5 or 6 hours, but the time on their icon system had passed for nearly half a month. This made Wei Han and Rong Qi a little worried. If they could not find the truth within the time limit, they might have no choice but to give up. Fortunately, the robot led the way for only half an hour, and they arrived at the experimental building where the target was heading to the central area of the experimental area. The target they were looking for just came out of the laboratory. Just as Wei Han and Rong Qi thought, the target that needed to go to the core area was a relatively tall Bailongs, whose eyes were not black but golden, which seemed to be because he was wearing glasses. Wei Han and Rong Qi's disguise was very perfect, and did not attract the attention of Golden-Eye Bailongs. Golden-Eye Bailongs walked in one direction completely unconsciously, and from time to time, he would take out some equipment, as if he was busy working. Rong Qi could not understand the text on those equipment, but Wei Han had no problem reading it. She also explained to Rong Qi while looking at it, "It's just some information, making reports and statistical charts. It seems that this Bailongs is going to report work or something? Maybe he is going to a meeting?" Rong Qi couldn't help but complain, "How do these Bailongs in this copy live? They have set up such a large area as an experimental area. Will their society really not collapse?" Wei Han has not used absolute zero to detect this Bailong star, so she thinks that this Bailong star may be very large, or it may be that this planet is really very large. It seems that such a large area of the experimental area actually does not occupy much of the entire planet. Wei Han did not talk much about this topic and quickly changed the subject, but what I care more about now is that huge universal portal. Where does it lead to? Those failed products. The sense of déjà vu is really strong. Could it be that the Minesweeper copy is essentially the place where these Bailongs deal with failed products? Rong Qi has actually been thinking about this problem. He guessed, many monsters we see in the Minesweeper copy do meet the characteristics of these experimental products and failed products. For example, strong regeneration ability, strong self-healing ability, or super parasitic ability. Rong Qi, if that portal really leads to the Minesweeper world, and we can pass through it, it would be a good thing for us. But it is also possible that the Minesweeper copy is just one of the places where Bailongs deals with monsters. Maybe there is more than one portal used to deal with failed items. There are the same portals in other locations, leading to different addresses? Wei Han listened carefully and agreed, "I feel the same way." But she paused for a while, and stopped struggling. She said with some sudden relief, "Forget it. No matter how much discussion there is now, making a lot of speculations will only add to the trouble. Let's follow this monster carefully. If we can really use their terminal equipment to query all the relevant information, the truth will naturally come out. But at that point, we must be prepared to be discovered at any time. Rongqi reminded. Wei Han understood. This golden-eyed Bailong seems to be really busy. He walks hurriedly while constantly using his equipment to perform various operations. While Wei Han was following it with Rongqi, he would occasionally use the Eye of Truth to check the other party's planet icon. As early as the first time he used the Eye of Truth to observe Bailongs, Wei Han officially confirmed that the icon on Bailongs was indeed the other icon on Bai Qingchuan's palm. At the same time, they also found that some experimental subjects had new icons on their bodies after being injected with drugs, but these icons were not the same as those on Bailongs, and most of them were unfamiliar icons. In fact, through this discovery, they can basically guess the source of the icon on Bai Qingchuan's palm. There is a 90% chance that he was injected with some kind of medicine, so there will be an icon of Bailongs on his palm. Now they just want to find the exact evidence to confirm these speculations, and dig out more truths. Although the golden-eyed Bailongs has been handling its work, its direction is very clear. Wei Han and Rongqi followed it for nearly an hour, and came to a wider hall. This hall is still in the shape of a hexagonal prism. The height is the same as that of other experimental buildings, but the floor area has increased several times. It is much more spacious than the hall, where the portals for processing failed products are placed. There is a hexagonal light column in the middle of the hall, which displays some content. Wei Han checked the translated content, and felt like a subway or train station announcement, and how much time it is expected to arrive at this station. There are many robots and Bailongs gathered in this hall. They should all be waiting for the train to arrive. There are still 15 minutes left, 15 minutes on Bilong Star. Wei Han and Rongqi were also waiting patiently. Occasionally, Rongqi would distract himself to check what other robots or Bailongs were doing, and observe the differences between each Bailongs. Wei Han was trying to listen to the conversations between Bailongses, and was able to obtain some information from their conversations. Although it was very limited, the fragmented information might become a key breakthrough at some point. Wei Han had been following the Bailongses all the way here, and the conversations he heard were basically about various experimental products. For example, which experimental subject has been tested more than 30 times and still failed, which is really a pity, because it can be sent to the next stage of the experimental area soon. Another example is that the quasi-experimental subject imprisoned in a certain experimental chamber seems to have great potential, and may allow them to make new breakthroughs. Sometimes, they will make very subjective comments on the newly captured monsters, and bet with each other to see whose favorite monster can go further, that is, how many times the corresponding monster has been tested before being judged as a failure. The Bailongs as seen in the experimental area basically talked about this topic. She was a little curious. After coming to this hall, would the topics discussed by these Bailongs change? The golden-eyed Bailongs they had been following did not meet many of their kind on the road. They knew that golden-eyed Bailongs was wearing golden glasses, and they also heard it talking about this topic with a certain kind of person, and was teased by the same kind to change a pair of beautiful colored glasses. Wei Han now pricked up his ears, and tried very hard to catch the sound of Bailongs chatting. Just as she expected, the topics that the Bailongs gathered here talked about were indeed broader. They were no longer just about the experimental subjects. They also complained about their work, what to eat, and what to do after work, and some even talked about love. Wei Han paid more attention to several Bailongs discussing their destinations. She listened carefully for a while, and finally realized that this hall was a station to leave the experimental area. If you want to leave the experimental area and return to the living area, you can only go through this station. Such stations are called super transfer stations by Bailongs, and they are distributed among several experimental areas in a certain pattern. Each super transfer station has a number. The numbering method is very simple and crude, which is to collect the numbers of the surrounding experimental areas, remove the middle, and leave only the head and tail. In other words, the core area of the experimental area is actually in Bailong's living area, not in the experimental area. And most of the robots and Bailongs gathered here are to return to the living area, not to go to the core area of the experiment. Soon, 15 minutes passed, and the hexagonal light column in the center of the hall suddenly disappeared like an extinguished flame, replaced by a hexagonal shadow cast from above. The robots and Bailongs also stopped their original movements at this time, and looked up in a very uniform and neat manner. Wei Han and Rongqi were also watching, and the glass-like ceiling above the hall opened automatically. Some football-shaped aircraft hovering above were automatically changing their shapes, becoming short and thick hexagonal prisms, and then, they were put together one by one in a certain order, facing the hexagonal opening on the roof, and descending like an elevator. A corresponding hexagonal deep pit was also opened on the ground, like a vertical hexagonal tunnel. One after another, like a section of a hexagonal prism, the carriages slowly descended and fell into the vertical tunnel, until the last section of the carriage was just completed and exposed on the surface. At this time, some robots and bylongs began to move, and soon the 6 vertical faces of the first floor of the elevator section lit up some bylongs' text descriptions, which explained the destination of this section of the elevator and the aircraft. The destination number here is in the form of numbers, letters, and numbers. For example, the destination number of the first carriage is 2A00 area. The robots and bylongs who need to go to the corresponding destination will be ready to board the car. After all the passengers who need to go to the area get on the car, the carriage will rise like an elevator, leave the hull, and after going outside, it will return to a rugby-shaped aircraft and fly away directly. At this time, the second carriage will rise from the ground 1 level, and the 6 sides will display the destination, waiting for new passengers to get on the car. Seeing this, Wei Han also understood that this is actually another form of bus or train subway. The difference is that passengers with different destinations will take different carriages. Wei Han asked Rong Qi to keep an eye on the golden-eyed bylongs, who was going to lead them. She wanted to see if the destinations of these carriages went to 3S00 area, which was the area they were required to reach in this mission. Wei Han saw the last section of the carriage, but did not see the area number they were required to arrive at. He only saw that the destination of the last section of the carriage was the center of the experimental area. There were only a few bylongs going to the center of the experimental area, and each bylong seemed to be in a bad mood, perhaps because for them, going to the center of the experimental area meant working overtime. When Wei Han and Rong Qi followed the golden-eyed bylongs into the carriage, they were also very careful, worried that they would be detected by bylongs' technology. But bylongs seemed to be more careless in this regard. There was no security check in their boarding process, and they would not detect whether there were several creatures passing through the door and staying in the car. Of course, if bylongs was only testing in this area, Wei Han and Rong Qi's concealment methods would be enough to deal with it, and it would not be so easy to be discovered. In short, the two got on the car very smoothly. The space inside the car is very spacious. It can be seen from the outside that these aircraft are basically equivalent to small spaceships. The aircraft switches between the two shapes without affecting the passengers inside. After they boarded the aircraft, they found that there were other passengers on the aircraft. These passengers should have boarded at other super transfer stations. The super transfer station they were at was already the last station on the aircraft route, so after the passengers at this station boarded, the aircraft set off directly. After getting on the car, GoldenEye Bylongs found a place to continue working. He seemed to be worried that his work could not be completed in time, and would be criticized, so he worked more seriously on the aircraft. Wei Han wanted to look around inside the aircraft, so he asked Rong Qi to stare at GoldenEye Bylongs in place. Wei Han first went to the viewing area and looked at the scenery outside through the transparent window. She found that in a short time, the aircraft had flown directly above the protective shields of all the experimental areas. It can be seen that the aircraft has a very high level of technology. Wei Han used the eye of truth to look down and saw that one after another protective shields of different colors were like huge circular vegetable greenhouses, densely packed, everywhere, and stretching to a far distance. As the aircraft rose, Wei Han could almost see half of Bilong Star completely, and the range she could see was all experimental areas. Soon, Wei Han suddenly realized that these flying devices had flown out of Bylong's atmosphere, if there was one, and arrived in Bylong's outer space. Wei Han followed the direction of the flying device, and saw that there seemed to be some asteroids in the distance. Looking sideways, he could also see other flying devices flying to different asteroids. Seeing this, Wei Han had a vague guess in his mind. Could it be that Bylongs didn't live in Bilong and turned the mother planet into an experimental field, and they all moved to the asteroids orbiting the mother planet? Analogous to the blue planet, it is equivalent to humans leaving the blue planet and settling on the moon instead. Why do they do this? Is it because there will be no red portals on asteroids? If this is the case, no wonder you can only leave the experimental area by boarding these flying devices. If you don't have special skills, it is almost impossible to leave a planet. In this way, the difficulty of their mission is much higher than they expected. A very critical point is that they need to find a flying device to the mission destination. Almost as Wei Han thought, the aircraft did land on an asteroid. When the aircraft approached the asteroid, Wei Han focused on using the eye of truth to observe whether there was a portal on the asteroid. It turned out that although there was a portal here, it seemed that there was only a white portal, and no red portal was found for the time being. After observing the situation of the portal, Wei Han began to observe the architectural style here. The architectural style here is similar to that of the experimental area, except that each hexagonal prism is no longer of uniform size, nor is it densely spliced together one after another, but is staggered in size, inconsistent in height, and some decorative styles are also different. It can be clearly seen that the buildings here are built by different individuals according to their own preferences. The largest building on this asteroid is also in the shape of a hexagonal prism. This building is the central building of the experimental area. As soon as the GoldenEye Bylongs that Wei Han and Rong-Chi were following got off the aircraft, he called for a shared aircraft and rushed to the largest building. Wei Han and Rong-Chi secretly used their flying skills to keep up with each other and entered the central building of the experimental area very smoothly. The layout of the central building of the experimental area is different from that of the experimental area. There are signs here with the text of the Bylong civilization. Wei Han easily cracked it using his translation skills. It took them several hours just to get here. The time displayed on the icon system has reached the end of October. They must hurry. After passing the road sign here, Wei Han and Rong-Chi did not continue to follow GoldenEye Bylongs, but moved to the terminal control center. I don't know if it's because Bylongs is very confident about the place where they are hiding or what. The security system here seems to be almost non-existent, and Wei Han and Rong-Chi came here very smoothly. Even when they found the terminal control center, they just followed a Bylongs and got in very smoothly. The terminal control center is also a huge hexagonal hall, where many instruments and equipment that Wei Han and Rong-Chi can't understand are placed. If they want to operate these equipment, they can only watch the operation of Bylongs first. There are more than a dozen Bylongs working here. Wei Han and Rong-Chi have made plans. After finding the Bylongs who is doing the data query, Wei Han will use his skills to control the Bylongs, so that it can input the data she wants to query without making any sound, which can reduce the risk of them being discovered. While Wei Han was searching for information, Rong-Chi was ready to use the ticket to leave the dungeon. After all, low risk does not mean no risk. Wei Han was now hiding his figure, quickly wandering around these Bylongses, observing what they were doing. Some were analyzing certain data, some were exporting some records, and some were using equipment to conduct some experimental simulations. These were non-operations that Wei Han needed to be familiar with. Until she saw a Bylong searching for information, she secretly memorized the steps of the query, every operation of the query, and carefully entered the password. At this time, the advanced translation skill really helped a lot. Soon, Wei Han sent a voice message to Rong-Chi. "I'm ready here. In 3 seconds, I will use my skills to control the Bylongs next to me to help me search for information. You prepare the tickets and other things. If I find other ways to check the information, I will notify you immediately." "Okay," Rong-Chi replied, and the tone of the voice transmission sounded a little nervous. Wei Han used the skill, Words Come True, again, mainly to block Bylong's voice, because mind control can only control the opponent's body, and cannot control the opponent to not make a sound. Then use the skill of mind control to change the opponent's actions, and let the opponent enter the content she wants to enter. The search interface of Bylong's database is different from that of the human world, but Wei Han was familiar with it in advance, so she controlled Bylongs to enter the player number of Bai Qingchuan in the Minesweeper copy in the search box very smoothly. She remembered that when they entered information, the only identity was also the player's number, not the player's race or the player's name, which meant that Bylongs also had the skill to see the icons on all monsters. After entering the number, she controlled Bylongs to press the search button. After the interface was refreshed, a document about the experimental subject with the number really appeared. Wei Han only took a glance and immediately controlled Bylongs to click on the document. Entering the information page, the first thing that caught my eye was a full-body photo of Bai Qingchuan. In addition to the full-body photo, there were some detailed photos, including photos of the face, limbs, and palm icons. Pulling down the photo, you can see the specific information of the experimental subject. The experimental subject number is directly the number on the icon system player interface, followed by the initial physical data of the experimental subject. The data units here are calculated according to Bylong's units. Further down, there is a detailed introduction of the experimental subject, telling when and where the experimental subject was captured and locked up in a certain experimental cabin. Because all the records here are the time and place of Bylongs, Wei Han has no reference and no way to compare, so he really doesn't know when Bai Qingchuan was captured when converted into human time. He can only speculate based on Bai Qingchuan's historical copy records. He and the Wei Han he knew were captured by Bylongs before they had time to leave the copy after completing the task of this copy. Wei Han browsed quickly and continued to scroll down to the first experiment of the experimental subject. Here, it was recorded in detail what drug the experimental subject was injected with, when it was injected, what the purpose of the injection was, what kind of reaction the experimental subject had after the injection, whether it achieved the expected result, and attached photos of the experimental subject before and after the experiment to compare the changes in appearance. Every experiment after that basically recorded the same information. Wei Han mechanically memorized this information in his mind, and turned to the end of the long record. The last content recorded that the experimental product was judged as a failure and had been processed at a certain failure product delivery point on a certain day. It only took 5 minutes for Wei Han to read everything that Bai Qingchuan had suffered here, but it was not over yet. In addition to Bai Qingchuan, there was also a Wei Han in a parallel universe. It was so coincidental that Wei Han turned out the player number of the Wei Han, who also cycled between life and death in the initial copy, controlled Bailongs to input the query, and actually found the corresponding information. In the initial copy, it was because that Wei Han wanted to be killed by her that she happened to see the other party's player number. Having had experience in reading experimental product information, Wei Han was faster when checking the information of Wei Han in a parallel universe. The information of this Wei Han is different from that of Bai Qingchuan. Her record is that the experimental subject miraculously broke free from the restraints on a certain day and escaped successfully from the portal she summoned. Regarding this experimental subject, the recorder's tone is very regretful. For Bailongs, this experimental subject is very much to their liking. Specifically, this experimental subject is the experimental subject with the most experiments, but it can still maintain its original appearance, stay awake, and the icon on its body has not been contaminated. After browsing the information, Wei Han did not linger, quickly closed the page, and immediately controlled Bailongs to enter a keyword that she was very concerned about after reading the information, Eternal Life Plan. Chapter 264. The search for the keyword, Eternal Life Plan, was also very smooth. Wei Han was about to quickly browse when Rong Qi's voice suddenly came into her mind. Wei Han! At the door. Bailongs. Rong Qi had already begun to prepare his skills while speaking, but it took time for his skill to be activated, so he could only give Wei Han a reminder first. Wei Han did not make any movements to turn back, but narrowed her eyes and directly used absolute zero to freeze all the Bailongs around indiscriminately. Since they have been discovered, there is no need to be restrained, and they should act directly when they should. Then she scrolled down the information to quickly browse, and took pictures with her camera in the other hand. She had not used the camera before because she was worried that the camera would increase the risk of being discovered, and she was also worried that Bailongs had corresponding anti-peeping technology, which was also a concern in this regard. Wei Han was taking pictures now just in case, and she mainly relied on her eyes and memory. After using skills to block the actions of many Bailongs around, Wei Han bought some time. He read the long document in the shortest time and quickly searched for some other keywords. This time, he only read half of it, and another group of Bailongs came and rushed to the gate. One of the red-eyed Bailongs pointed very accurately in the direction where Wei Han and Rong Qi were standing. From this, it can be seen that the red-eyed Bailongs has skills similar to Eye of Truth, or Eye of Truth, and all hidden means cannot escape the opponent's eyes. Following the red-eyed Bailongs are two Bailongs carrying weapons. The weapons are shaped like snail shells, just like they are brewing some kind of attack, and the snail shells are gradually expanding. As soon as Wei Han saw this weapon, he immediately sent a voice message to Rong Qi, log in from another location, giant universal portal. Quick! When a small ball of light was about to burst out of the snail shell and rush towards the two people were no longer there. The next moment, the two remained hidden and appeared in the hall where they had been before, where there was a giant universal portal. Because they remained invisible throughout the process, the robots queuing here to deal with failed products did not detect them. Wei Han said nothing, directly took Rong Qi's hand, and rushed towards the huge universal portal. Rong Qi also cooperated very well, did not ask a word throughout the process, just followed her actions with his head down, and did not cause her any trouble. After successfully passing through the huge universal portal, Rong Qi looked around after her vision returned to normal. There was no portal behind her. She could only see that this was a square room with a door on each wall, and huge numbers on the floor. Minesweeper copy? Rong Qi subconsciously said a few words, with some doubts and confusion in his eyes. He regained his senses and looked at Wei Han, and found that Wei Han was very calm, as if he had known that he would come here after passing through the huge universal portal. Wei Han noticed his gaze, looked back at him, and suddenly raised her hand and pointed at her palm. Check the new tasks first. I will explain everything to you later. I just read the information about Bai Qingchuan and Bailong's experiment. I basically understand it. Okay. Rongqi clicked on the icon that was beating on the palm of his right hand. Before entering the task notification interface, he also paid special attention to the time. It's already November 4th. After coming to this copy, it seems that there is no difference in the flow of time. Wei Han nodded, but the Minesweeper dungeon. This place is in the same space and time as Bilong Star, the same universe. In our current exploration, it seems that only in different space and time can there be a difference in the speed of time? So I am not sure why the speed of time on Bilong Star is so fast, while the speed of time here is the same as our blue star. Wei Han tried to analyze. Maybe it's because the difficulty of this dungeon is not high. There may be other reasons that we don't know yet. Rongqi has finished reading the content of his task. I need to mark 500 grids and open 1,500 grids. Isn't it a bit too outrageous? After all, our strength has been greatly improved, and the amount of tasks has only increased by this much. This dungeon is already very generous. Wei Han didn't think there was anything wrong. Wei Han also checked the task notification she received. The task notification of the Minesweeper dungeon only had a few words, but she stared at it for a long time. Rongqi quickly realized that she was using the Eye of Truth to conduct an in-depth review of the task notification and swallowed back the question that was about to come out. Wei Han didn't let Rongqi wait for long. After a while, she pointed to the dungeon address on the task notification interface and explained seriously. The dungeon address we see with our naked eyes is Lattice Cage Prison, and what I see with Eye of Truth is also Lattice Cage Prison. Wei Han rubbed his temples, as if carefully sorting out the information in his mind. Many people think that this name is because there are rooms connected to each other here, endlessly, like a prison cell. But in the beginning, this is a planet-level prison similar to exiling criminals. This explanation was a bit incoherent. Even though Rongqi did not show any confusion, Wei Han still paused. Let's put this topic aside for now. Let me start from the beginning. Then I listen to you while I'm doing the task, so I can do both. Rongqi was worried that they would run out of time. Wei Han actually thought so too, so after Rongqi took action, she also began her explanation. According to the chronological order, it is necessary to start from Bailong's formulation of the Eternal Life Plan. Bailong's Eternal Life Plan originated from a prophecy and a warning in their history. In the warning or prophecy handed down by Bailongs for who knows how many generations ago, they had long known that one day there would be a huge change on the planet where they lived that might subvert their world. And they had to take precautions in advance and use this huge change to advance their scientific and technological civilization. They wanted the whole people to evolve, so that the entire race would become stronger and gain the ability to be immortal. This great change is the arrival of the replica, so they started to prepare for the arrival of the replica before the arrival of the replica, such as early space migration and early selection of satellites in the orbit of Bilong Star. Bilong Star has many natural satellites, which provide a lot of convenience for their transfer. For example, they have long transformed the planet they live on into a huge experimental field, turning all the monsters that come here through the portal into experimental subjects to contribute to their Eternal Life Plan. Therefore, unlike the panic of humans facing the arrival of the replica, when Bailongs encountered the arrival of the replica, they were very leisurely and relaxed on the satellite of Bilong Star, as if they had finally waited for a long-awaited feast. It was also through prophecy and warning that their research direction was very clear from the beginning, mainly gene editing and gene fusion, to create genes that can make them immortal. All the monsters that came to Bilong Star through the portal were considered by them to enrich their gene pool. In addition to waiting for monsters to come on Bilong Star, they would also enter the dungeon to collect genes from dungeon monsters. For Bailongs, they entered the dungeon mainly to collect genes from various monsters, and getting props rewards was just a side benefit. With their advanced technology, weapons with lethality that is no less than some attack skills, and potions with healing effects that are no less than some healing skills, they are almost invincible in the dungeon. After discovering that some skill props rewards obtained through the dungeon can also play a positive role in their experiments, they became more active in breaking into the dungeon, so they gradually accumulated some more powerful special props. For example, the skill that can see the invisible state, and the two snail shell-shaped weapons. That is not a real weapon, but a form of skill. If you are hit by that skill, all skills and props will be unusable within a certain period of time, so Wei Han immediately called Rongqi to escape together. The above actions can be regarded as the first step in Bailong's immortality plan. The second step is the long experimental stage, which is divided into several stages. Each stage is advanced layer by layer, and has different purposes. At the beginning, Bailong's first extracted some experimental products for sampling and testing, and first made a basic fusion agent. Then they began to collect and analyze the genes of all the experimental subjects, and selected the genes they needed from them. Then, the selected genes were added to the fusion agent to make a primary genetic modification agent. Most of the genetic modification agents that Wei Han and Rongqi saw Bailong's injecting into the experimental subjects were made in this way. This agent will be injected into the body of the experimental subject, and it will modify the body of the experimental subject at the genetic level. Some experimental subjects will not be able to withstand the modification and will die directly, and when they die, their appearance will become unrecognizable. The surviving experimental subjects will also be screened in the next step. The most important criterion for screening is the degree of change in the appearance of the experimental subject. Some experimental subjects are alive, but have become completely different from the original, and even cannot maintain their original sanity. Such experimental subjects will also be eliminated. Bailong's will keep those experimental subjects whose appearance has not changed at all or has changed relatively little. Usually, such experimental subjects can also maintain a very clear consciousness. Only in this way can they accept more genetic modification and fusion experiments. At the same time, Bailong's will also collect and analyze the genes of this batch of qualified experimental products for a second time and keep them for backup. After Bailong's obtains the skill of being able to see the planet icons of other monsters, there is one more criterion for judgment. The Bailong's with a skill similar to Eye of Truth will observe whether the planet icon on the monster is polluted. The polluted here refers to whether new icons appear on the monster, and how easy it is to see these new icons. As long as the monster has other planet icons that can be seen with skills, it means that it has begun to be polluted. It was also from here that Bailong's modified the entry number of the experimental items, changing it to the string of numbers on the experimental item icon. Originally, they had not been able to find a unified marking method. For their plan, the main directions of their gene screening were basically regeneration, super self-healing, hard epidermis, longevity, etc. This is why the monsters they encountered were basically outstanding in these aspects. Bailong's planned some directions for their immortality plan. The first direction was the ability to be strong and infinitely regenerate, combined with the ability of super self-healing. Even if it was fatally injured, it could recover quickly. The second direction was the ability to withstand any attack and any damage, plus a very long lifespan. Later, combining these two directions, a new direction emerged, which was considered by Bailong's to be the optimal solution, that is, combining all the advantages, and then finding a gene that can die and revive an unlimited number of times, or creating this gene through various gene screening and fusion methods. Then they will get the perfect immortality gene, or immortality potion. This gene can give them all the abilities they want, including strong regeneration, super self-healing, long lifespan, strong defense and attack, and unlimited resurrection. With all these combined, they can become beings that are difficult to die. Even if they really encounter something that kills them, they can still be resurrected infinitely. Isn't this eternal life? After finding this new direction, Bailong's basically gathered all the genes they wanted, including the resurrection gene, which they also made, but the problem is that after these genes are fused together, they cannot function perfectly and will restrain each other. Either they lack the ability to regenerate and heal themselves, or they lack the ability to revive from the dead, or their attack and defense power are very low, and they have almost no ability to regenerate and heal themselves, let alone the ability to revive from the dead. The only advantage is the long lifespan. After many improvements, Bailong's chose a combination with the ability to revive from the dead, even if the interval between the two is very short as a few minutes of life and a few minutes of death. This is not a big problem. Even if the current experimental subjects can only survive for a few minutes, then die, then revive, and then die again, at least they have achieved an unlimited number of resurrections from the dead, which is already a major breakthrough. They are thinking that in repeated experiments, by extending the survival time and shortening the death time, they can always achieve the effect they want. After all, the only thing left is to extend the lifespan and shorten the cooling time. Therefore, Bai Qingchuan, who Wei Han picked up in the minesweeping copy, and the parallel Wei Han encountered in the initial copy, are the first generation of Bailong's experimental subjects in this experiment. In the experimental records of the two people, these two experimental subjects deeply impressed Bailong's because they maintained their original appearance from beginning to end, and the icons in the palm of their hands did not show any signs of contamination. So these two people entered the later stage of the Eternal Life Plan, and were injected with gene fusion drugs that could allow them to revive from the dead. Therefore, both of them gained the so-called resurrection from the dead ability, but in fact they could only survive for a few minutes before dying, then resurrecting from death, and surviving for a few more minutes, and this cycle repeated. After seeing this result, Bailongs did not give up and began to conduct different experiments on the two. Bailongs began to inject Bai Qingchuan with a genetic modification agent of Bailong's gene, with the purpose of testing the changes caused by different gene ratios on the experimental subject. If they injected enough Bailong's genes into the experimental subject, could they directly transform this experimental subject into a genuine Bailongs? If injecting more other genes could not change his appearance and affect his mind, then Bailongs could extract his genes for analysis and research, and make a drug that would allow Bailongs to maintain his original appearance. This is also the reason why Bailongs has been able to keep the experimental subject intact all the way through the experiment. Bailongs is trying to find this powerful gene that can dominate no matter how many times it is washed away by other genes, so that when they take the genetic modification agent, they can also maintain their original appearance, original sobriety and rationality. Back to Bai Qingchuan's last experiment, as the proportion of genes increased, Bai Qingchuan's icon began to be polluted, and he began to lose his mind as a human being, falling into a state of confusion. He never changed in shape in a way that was closer to Bailong's, and he still looked like a human being. The Bilong star icon that gradually appeared in the palm of his hand could not replace the blue star icon, but only became a state where two icons overlapped. No matter which icon, it could no longer be used normally. Bailongs conducted some more tests on him, trying to make up for it. After all, there were not many experimental subjects who could reach this point, and losing one would be a huge loss for Bailongs. But Bailongs tried a lot, but couldn't reverse the situation. In the end, he had no choice but to judge that the experimental product had become a failure, and put it in the Exile Star Prison. The Exile Star Prison here is the Minesweeper copy, with the copy address, Grid Cage Prison. Bai Qingchuan went to the Minesweeper copy in this way, and all the monsters in the Minesweeper copy came in this way. In the early stage of Bailong's experiment, some failed products were directly destroyed, but this method of treatment was too costly for Bailongs. Later, they obtained tickets to the Universal Portal, and found the barren planet where their ancestors used to exile criminals in their ancient books. It was a planet built as a prison. There were only grid rooms connected like boxes on the entire planet. This planet is very far away from the Bilong star where they are currently located, and the failed products will definitely not have any impact on their living planet. In order to expand the Universal Portal and increase the number of portals that can be passed and the duration of existence, Bailongs restricted Bailongs from passing through the portal when he activated the Universal Portal ticket. Any other existence except Bailongs can pass through this portal. It was when Wei Han learned this that he immediately thought of using the skill, Remote Login, to transfer to the Minesweeper dungeon through the Universal Portal. In this way, they can get rid of Bailong's pursuit and no longer have to do the Bilong Star dungeon mission. If they are discovered by Bailongs, it will be even more difficult to do that dungeon again. It is almost impossible for them to return to Blue Star within the deadline. But if they transfer to the Minesweeper dungeon, the difficulty will be reduced a lot instantly. Completing the Minesweeper dungeon task is just a piece of cake for them. Here, the information about Bai Qingchuan is finished. Finally, it is Wei Han who was caught in this dungeon with Bai Qingchuan. The experiments she accepted later were different from Bai Qingchuan. Bailongs wanted to try to increase her survival time, so he was basically looking for various genes that increase lifespan. These methods had some effect, allowing her to survive from a few minutes to more than 10 minutes while maintaining basic sanity, but the problem was that the time of death would also increase. This made Bailongs very uncomfortable, and they began to think of ways to shorten the time of death. At this time, Wei Han in the parallel time and space was also taken out of the experimental cabin for a special inspection. He found the right opportunity and summoned the clearance portal to leave the dungeon. Bailongs was also very upset and regretful about the escape of this experimental subject, especially since they never met such good experimental subjects like these two again. After Wei Han escaped from the Bilong Star experimental field in the parallel universe, she returned to the initial copy where she was. What happened to her? How did she enter the Black Vortex portal copy? Wei Han had no idea about all these things. So far, all the mysteries related to Bai Qingchuan encountered in the Minesweeper copy have been revealed. Wei Han was so thirsty that she drank water several times in the middle, while Rongqi marked the grids and opened the grids, listening quietly throughout the whole process. After listening, he was silent for a long time. Wei Han could understand his silence because she was speechless for a while after she finished explaining. This is a truth beyond their imagination. No one expected that so many things would be involved, and no one expected that the truth would be like this. They finally figured out a puzzle that had been weighing on their hearts for a long time, but when they thought about it carefully, they found that there were still some problems. For example, why did Bylans have the prophecy and warning about the advent of the copy passed down by their ancestors? For Bylans, there is also the advent of the copy, which is almost the same as what they learned about Anti in the simulation cabin. If you compare it carefully, you can even find that different races and different civilizations have different measures to deal with the advent of the copy, and different countermeasures will produce different copies. The two of them were silent for an unknown amount of time before Rong-Chi finally seemed to have recovered. He let out a long breath from his chest, and as if he was gritting his teeth, he squeezed out a sentence, "What a crazy, beastly race." This sentence completely opened up his desire to complain. Our experiments on some monsters can be called gentle compared to these Bylans. I don't know how to judge this kind of creature. This is a real monster. The entire race is a monster that will do anything to achieve its goals. If we are caught, we will be the next Bai Qingchuan. Damn! What's going on? If I had met Bai Qingchuan for the first time, I wouldn't have thought it would be like this. He was getting more and more excited. Although Wei Han was not as excited as her, his expression was always solemn and serious. Listening to Rong-Chi's excited roar, Wei Han patted his shoulder. At least now I understand. I also roughly know how to use less vitality to make Bai Qingchuan recover. Let's try to complete the task of this copy as soon as possible. After going out, let Bai Qingchuan recover, and we can almost set out to enter the transparent portal copy. After that, Wei Han did not forget to take out his mobile phone. It's time to report to Shirley and others that we are safe. For them, we will be gone for more than a month, right? After being patted on the shoulder by Wei Han, Rong-Chi calmed down a little and nodded. Well, maybe after a trip to the transparent portal copy, there will be no more doubts. Because he still had to complete the task first, he didn't distract himself to look at the phone. Let Wei Han handle the things on the phone. When Wei Han replied to Shirley and others' messages, he would also ask if there was any news worth paying attention to in the real world. Shirley and others said that except for the increasing number of viewers urging Teacher Wei to start live broadcasts every day, there was no abnormal news worth paying attention to for the time being. Wei Han, Wei Han took some time to search for it, paying special attention to the news from Beidou Xingyue, and found that Beidou Xingyue was a little too quiet, and the live broadcast activities of the players there had decreased a lot. This made Wei Han feel that this was like the calm before the storm. Zhao Ying escaped from the Yumian dungeon. He must be brewing something in secret. After contacting the outside world, Wei Han and Rong-Chi concentrated on rewalking the Minesweeper dungeon. Wei Han would use the Eye of Truth from time to time, and found that there were also various portals in this dungeon that could not be seen or touched by the naked eye, which were exactly the kind of portals that Bai Qingchuan had mentioned. Now when they walked the Minesweeper dungeon again, their moods were completely different from before. As a newbie, they knew nothing at the beginning, and only regarded this place as a game, relaxed and happy. But now that they have learned all the truth about this dungeon, they also realized that this might not be a game, and it was a bit more heavy. They completed the task of the Minesweeper dungeon at the fastest speed, and it took less than a day. This time when they returned to Blue Star, the first thing they did was not to have dinner with the trio, but to go straight to Bai Qingchuan's room, first to restore Bai Qingchuan to his original state, and then to take Bai Qingchuan to eat together. Chapter 265. The 5 people were divided into 2 groups, surrounding the bed where Bai Qingchuan was lying. On one side were Wei Han and Rong-Chi, sitting on 2 chairs respectively. On the other side were Shirley, Zhang Xian and Wu Shan, standing close together, with curious eyes shifting back and forth between Wei Han, Rong-Chi and Bai Qingchuan. Because Teacher Wei and Rong-Chi came out of the dungeon more than a month later, they rejected their enthusiastic invitation to dinner, and went directly to the room where Bai Qingchuan was placed, which made the 3 of them a little confused, mainly because Teacher Wei and Rong-Chi had an expression that they had something important to do the whole time. They are not only curious about what Teacher Wei and Rong-Chi are going to do to Bai Qingchuan, but also curious about what dungeons Teacher Wei and Rong-Chi have been to in the past month. How are they doing in the dungeons? Are there any new discoveries? If there are new discoveries, are these discoveries related to Bai Qingchuan? So they went straight to Bai Qingchuan as soon as they came back? Is the situation in the dungeon very tense? Otherwise, why would they reply to report safety after so long? Teacher Wei and Rong-Chi did not reveal what dungeon they went to, and the trio could only guess. At this time, Wei Han was silently thinking about the best way to make Bai Qingchuan recover. She had 2 ways. The first was to use the skill, Words Come True, and the second was to use the skill, particle reorganization. Since she now knew the reason why Bai Qingchuan became like this, if she used words come true, she could adjust the difficulty of the command and reduce the consumption of vitality. The particle reorganization can also come in handy because she now knows that there are extra substances in Bai Qingchuan's body that should not exist in his body. If she wants to transform those substances, she has a definite direction instead of groping in the dark. After thinking for a while, Wei Han decided to use the upgraded particle reorganization to perform a reversal transformation on some of the genetic states in Bai Qingchuan's body, which should be able to restore Bai Qingchuan to a certain optimal state before the resurrection experiment. After making a quick choice, it is necessary to upgrade the skills first. Rong Qi, check the rewards and see the skill upgrade points this time. If the skill upgrade points are enough, we will continue to upgrade particle reorganization. Wei Han glanced at Rong Qi and pointed to the palm of his hand. Rong Qi immediately understood. In fact, he was waiting for Wei Han to say this. He also understood why Wei Han was worried about insufficient skill upgrade points. They did not complete the task of the Bilong Star copy. They went from the universal portal on Bilong Star to the less difficult minesweeping copy. After completing the task of the minesweeping copy, they returned to Blue Star. In this case, the reward for the task may not be much. The result was indeed as he thought. Because they did not complete the task of Bilong Star, it was invalidated because of the transfer to the minesweeping copy, so there was no reward for the Bilong Star copy. However, the minesweeper copy still received special extra rewards because it created a record-breaking achievement, including skill upgrade points. After discovering this, Rong Qi immediately used her skills to transmit to Wei Han, so that Wei Han could prepare for the upgrade. After Wei Han called Rong Qi, when she looked back, she noticed the three people standing together opposite the bed. Looking at the confused and curious eyes of the three people, Wei Han silently used her skills to split an avatar and let the avatar give some simple explanations to the three people, so that they would not stare at her and Rong Qi like curious babies. The clone led the trio out of the room, and Wei Han could safely add the skill upgrade points to particle reorganization. Rong Qi's skill upgrade points just happened to arrive. After giving away the skill upgrade points last time, he seemed to have secretly memorized Wei Han's player number. Without Wei Han showing her number again, he had already completed the entire transfer process. After receiving the skill upgrade points, Wei Han also used them to upgrade the skills very straightforwardly. This time, without using the Eye of Truth to check, you can very intuitively see that the name of the skill has changed because of the upgrade, from particle reorganization to particle reconstruction. After this skill was upgraded, the effect was expanded, and the conversion between different substances and the material conversion no longer obeyed the law of conservation of matter, but supported the reduction type of material conversion. To a certain extent, it can produce an effect similar to time reversal, such as restoring a blooming flower to the time before it bloomed. Because there was a vase of flowers on Bai Qingchuan's bedside, Wei Han actually tried it on the spot. After confirming the effect, Wei Han directly used the skill, particle reconstruction, on Bai Qingchuan. She stretched out her hand and hovered above Bai Qingchuan's abdomen. As the skill was performed, she closed her eyes to increase her concentration. The power of the skill traveled through Bai Qingchuan's body, inch by inch, and repaired it very carefully. A few minutes later, Wei Han slowly withdrew his hand and opened his eyes. When he looked at Bai Qingchuan on the bed, he happened to meet Bai Qingchuan's eyes, which had just opened and were still blank, and then he blinked hard. Seeing that Wei Han had stopped, Rong Qi also came over curiously to watch. So, it became a scene of three people staring at each other. Finding that Bai Qingchuan stared at the two of them for nearly 10 seconds without saying anything, Rong Qi secretly used his skills to transmit his voice to Wei Han. Is he already well now? Wei Han guessed. My skills are already in place. Maybe he still needs a little reaction time? If not, we can count the time and see whether he is dead or alive. Rong Qi, rather than counting the time, it is more appropriate to try to talk to him, right? If he is recovered, then his memory should have recovered as well? Wei Han pondered for a while. How about I use that fishing rod skill to see what he is thinking now? Rong Qi, this is not good. I need his consent. Wei Han, I'm kidding, Rong Qi. Actually, we can check the icons on his palm, right? But to do so, we need to turn over his palm, so why not just talk to him directly? Wei Han, he kept staring at us, without blinking, and I don't know if he still remembers to use the skill. The two of them chatted back and forth in their minds using the voice transmission skill, and Bai Qingchuan still kept lying on the bed, looking at them with his eyes open, and he hadn't blinked since he opened his eyes. Wei Han wanted to know when he would blink for the first time. After about 2 minutes, Bai Qingchuan seemed to finally remember that he still had the function of blinking, and he slowly blinked his eyes, as if in slow motion. It was also after he blinked that he seemed to see a different picture. His eyes widened instantly, and his expression changed from confusion to excitement. Then he directly sat up with his hands on the edge of the bed, and his eyes never moved away from Wei Han's face. Wei Han calmly speculated he should have used his eye of truth when he blinked. Rongqi also guessed this when he found that Bai Qingchuan suddenly started to stare at Wei Han. And Bai Qingchuan should have finally come to his senses now. His expression changes became very exciting, sometimes suspicious, sometimes excited, and after a while, he was either full of nostalgia or full of worry and sadness. Rongqi felt as if he was watching a TV series on this person's face. I don't know how many memories Bai Qingchuan has now, whether he has any memories after being thrown into the Minesweeper copy. Wei Han and Rongqi didn't move, and watched Bai Qingchuan's reaction quietly. After Bai Qingchuan sat up, he kept staring at Wei Han and slowly stretched out his hand to Wei Han, but when his hand was raised to halfway, he took it back. He finally retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and then unexpectedly took the initiative to say, "Thank you." Wei Han and Rongqi looked at each other with a little surprise when they heard his thanks. "Have you recovered? No lost or confused memories?" Wei Han asked curiously. Bai Qingchuan nodded without hesitation. He kept his head down and took a deep breath. "It's just that my thoughts are still a little confused. It's all like a dream. I didn't expect that I would really recover one day." "Thank you, I know. You are not the Wei Han I know." He paused, his tone even lower, "But I don't know how the Wei Han I know is now. Am I in a parallel world now? How can I return to my original world?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and turned over his palm. Now there was only one visible icon on Bai Qingchuan's palm, which was the blue star icon. He stared at the icon for a while, and then gently touched it. The corresponding virtual screen interface popped up immediately, with Bai Qingchuan's player information recorded in very complete human text. Wei Han did not forget to use the Eye of Truth to check Bai Qingchuan's palm, and finally confirmed that there was only the blue star icon on Bai Qingchuan's palm, and the planet icon of Bilong Star no longer existed. Bai Qingchuan now lamented that everything was like a dream. Wei Han and Rongqi had similar ideas. When they picked up Bai Qingchuan, they didn't expect that they would restore him to his original state in this way. Facing Bai Qingchuan's questions, the most difficult one to answer was about the other Wei Han. But Wei Han didn't want to hide anything. After thinking about it, she decided to tell the truth. First, regarding the question about the world, Wei Han nodded and replied, "I didn't expect you to think of parallel time and space at the first time. This is indeed a parallel time and space for you. If you want to go back to your original world, you just need to find a copy you want to enter in our world, complete the tasks in the copy, click the clearance portal, and you can go back directly." Seeing that Bai Qingchuan seemed a little confused, Wei Han also explained, because the clearance portal connects to the player's original world. No matter where the player enters the copy, as long as the copy task is completed and the clearance portal is opened, they can return to the player's original world. The more Wei Han talked, the more confused Bai Qingchuan looked. Rongqi couldn't help but add, "You may not understand what the initial world means? The initial world is the world where the player is before entering the initial copy when the copy comes. You should not be confused about the initial copy, right?" He lit up his palm and pointed to the blue star icon on his palm. "Then this icon on our palm represents our original world. We don't know whether it still represents our initial world." After this explanation, Bai Qingchuan nodded suddenly. "I know. It turns out that this is the only way to return to the original world. In the copy you picked up from me, did you meet the Wei Han I know?" The topic still went back to Wei Han, who he cared about. Faced with this question, Wei Han was still silent. Bai Qingchuan didn't notice her silence, and was still muttering, "If she was also thrown into that copy, then I can go to that copy from the entrance of your world, and I should be able to find her." "She escaped successfully?" Wei Han stopped being silent, and gave an answer, "We just came out of the copy of Bilong Star. In order to find out what happened to you, and why you became like that before, we also learned about her information by the way." These few short sentences were a bit too much information for Bai Qingchuan, and he took a full 30 seconds to digest this information. After that, he relaxed completely, the corners of his mouth curled up wildly, and he happily muttered to himself, "Did you escape successfully? That's great. That's great, then I'm relieved. With her ability, as long as she can escape, she will definitely be able to return to the original world. Then I just need to be able to return to the original world." At this time, Wei Han interrupted his relief almost unkindly, "But she is now trapped in another copy, and her life and death are unknown. In addition, I regret to tell you that her condition is not much better than yours before. Or, maybe it is this state that allows her to survive in that copy. But she herself seems to no longer want to live like that. Bai Qingchuan found that he seemed to not understand what this big guy Wei Han said again. Through this Wei Han's great magical powers, Bai Qingchuan had already given him a name of Big Guy Wei Han in his heart after regaining consciousness. In his chaotic memories, he remembered that someone called this Wei Han Teacher Wei, but he still felt that Big Guy Wei Han was more appropriate. I don't understand it a little bit. Bai Qingchuan answered honestly, but it seems not a good thing. That? How do you know she is trapped in a copy? Bai Qingchuan was sleeping most of the time, and he didn't know a lot about Wei Han and Rong Qi. He is basically out of touch with society now. Wei Han explained very patiently, because I was also trapped in that copy, and that copy is quite complicated. It is a copy customized only for Wei Han. So Wei Han was fighting in that copy. The mission was to be the only survivor. I was trapped there for more than half a year, and finally I escaped by finding a portal opened by an unknown person. It would take too long to tell the details, but it was a special copy. Not only the Wei Han you know, but almost every Wei Han in the parallel universe is in it. Bai Qingchuan was at a loss again, and he slowly asked, "Can I enter that copy?" Wei Han replied decisively, "I don't know either. First of all, the entrance to that copy is not easy to find. Secondly, I think you better not go, because you just die if you go." This reply was too harsh, and Rong Qi secretly poked Wei Han's elbow. "Isn't your statement a bit too direct? If it's not direct, what if he really wants to die?" Wei Han was still helpless. Bai Qingchuan fell silent. After a while he whispered, "Thank you. I understand." Wei Han softened his tone and persuaded, "You finally regained consciousness. Don't overload your brain for the time being. Try to get out of bed and walk around to see if your body can function normally." Rong Qi invited warmly, "If you are not seriously ill, you can have dinner with us. We just came out of the dungeon and are planning to have dinner with everyone. You can also formally introduce yourself to everyone. My name is Rong Qi." Bai Qingchuan was still very obedient. After hearing the suggestions of the two, he thanked them a few more times, then moved his legs, turned to the bed, and sat along the bed. Before standing up, he moved his toes first, and then slowly stood up. At first, his body was a little shaky, but he soon stood firm, took a few steps steadily, and looked fine. Seeing this, Wei Han said with relief, "I didn't change the genetic material that has a positive effect on your body. So your self-healing and regeneration abilities should be pretty good." Bai Qingchuan did have a very obvious feeling. He thanked Wei Han again, and accepted the invitation to have dinner with them. It can be seen that he was looking forward to having dinner with everyone. "Teacher Wei, you are really amazing." At this moment, Shirley suddenly opened the door and exclaimed excitedly, but her voice suddenly fell silent after she saw Bai Qingchuan standing by the bed. After realizing what she was looking at, Shirley raised her voice, "Hey! Bai Qingchuan! You can actually get out of bed? What is this, Teacher Wei? A miracle cure? Didn't I just tell you that we are going to try to make Bai Qingchuan sober again?" Wei Han was a little helpless. "We should have said that if things go well, Bai Qingchuan will be on the dinner table this time." This? Shirley scratched her hair. "I didn't expect it to be so smooth." Zhang Xian followed behind, and half of his head was exposed. He also took a look at Bai Qingchuan, and then said calmly, "It seems that everything went well. That's great. Congratulations, Mr. Bai." Bai Qingchuan nodded politely to Zhang Xian, looking a little shy. "I go down and heat up the food. You can come down to eat when it's almost time." Wu Shan's voice came from outside the house, followed by his footsteps downstairs. After Wu Shan's footsteps drifted away, Shirley still stared at Bai Qingchuan with a very surprised look. "It's really amazing. It seems that nothing has happened." "Mr. Bai, do you know me? My name is Shirley. I change your flowers every day. Do you know that?" Bai Qingchuan nodded. "When I am asleep, I can sometimes hear the outside world." "You climb through the window every time you change the flowers?" Shirley said with a chuckle, and said seriously, "Isn't it more exciting this way?" Zhang Xian couldn't help but chuckled and asked, "What does it feel like to be a thief?" "Sister Xian?" Shirley stretched out her tone, turned her head, and glared at her with great resentment. Wei Han and Rong Qi also laughed at the side, and Bai Qingchuan's eyes full of sorrow also had a little more smile. After a commotion, everyone moved to the living room and dining room on the first floor. On the way down, Bai Qingchuan kept looking at the decoration inside the villa with restraint, as if he wanted to see what the house he had been lying in for so long looked like. He didn't participate much in the conversations of the players. The things in his skill space were also emptied. He had no mobile phone to use, and was silent most of the time. Some dishes were already on the table, which were just heated up by Wu Shan and the two monsters. Now Wu Shan was heating the dishes in the kitchen, and the two monsters helped to serve the dishes. When Bai Qingchuan saw the two monsters, he was also a little absent-minded, and smiled at the monsters very friendly. Then the two monsters put all the dishes in front of him, which made Shirley and Zhang Xian look so angry. Soon, all the dishes were served, and everyone sat around the table, ready to eat. Because of Bai Qingchuan's recovery, in order to celebrate this event, Wu Shan also specially prepared some drinks and a small cake for Bai Qingchuan. Bai Qingchuan originally had a kind of indifference, but he was gradually moved, and unknowingly became a member of their small group. He also revealed some of his thoughts to everyone at the dinner table. He felt very confused and didn't know what to do next. He didn't know if he could really go back to the other world. He didn't know how to repay the great kindness of Teacher Wei and Mr. Rong to him. He also didn't know what he should do to help Wei Han, whom he knew. Wei Han and Rong Qi suggested that he could stay in this world for a while to get his body back in shape. After they were busy for a while, maybe he wouldn't be confused anymore. Shirley and others also welcomed Bai Qingchuan to stay for a while, but they feel that things are not peaceful recently. Teacher Wei and Rong Qi are about to do something big, which may lead to some turmoil in the world. After everyone's persuasion, Bai Qingchuan was persuaded and decided to stay and wait for a while. He didn't know what he could do to repay the kindness of the big boss Wei Han, but at least he couldn't cause trouble for the big boss Wei Han. After the dinner, Wei Han and Rong Qi went to rest. They couldn't say they were very tired, but they would use the transparent portal copy experience ticket in a few days, so they had to conserve their energy and ensure their condition. Bai Qingchuan was left to the trio to entertain. The trio was eager to take care of Bai Qingchuan. After they got a little familiar with Bai Qingchuan, they chose to teach Bai Qingchuan how to play mahjong. When they were teaching Bai Qingchuan how to play mahjong, they realized that there was no such game as mahjong in Bai Qingchuan's world. This made the trio unbelievable that there was a world without mahjong. They thought that they must teach Bai Qingchuan mahjong and make Bai Qingchuan addicted to mahjong. When Bai Qingchuan returned to his world, they must make mahjong popular all over the world. Bai Qingchuan didn't quite understand their strange ideas, but mahjong was indeed a little addictive. When Wei Han and Rong Qi slept for a few days and went downstairs, Bai Qingchuan had been completely conquered by mahjong. When Wei Han and Rong Qi went downstairs, they heard the sound of mahjong like firecrackers, and they could also hear Bai Qingchuan's slightly excited question, "How could no one in our world invent such a fun game? I can't believe how much happiness people in my native world have missed. I must bring this game back, and let people all over the world know about this happiness." Wei Han, Rong Qi, the two of them came down from upstairs for a long time, and the four people who were addicted to mahjong finally noticed them. "Teacher Wei? Are you awake?" Shirley greeted Wei Han while touching the cards. "Do you and Mr. Rong need something to eat? I asked Sijou to make some?" Wu Shan didn't even take his eyes off his cards. "No. Rong Qi and I are about to enter the dungeon again." Wei Han glanced at the time. It was already November 10th, 210 at 11:30. There was still half an hour before the ticket was used. "Then you and Mr. Rong can go without worry. We will get along well with Bai Qingchuan and take good care of him," Zhang Xian promised seriously. "Well, I can see that your relationship has indeed improved a lot." Wei Han nodded. "Be careful. Don't leave this area if you have nothing to do." "Let's go." Several people watched the two leave the villa and come to the yard. Wei Han and Rong Qi took out the hovercraft, set the destination, and set off directly. The time on the road was just enough for them to eat and replenish energy. 30 minutes later, the hovercraft stopped at a misty mountaintop, where there was a pavilion in the style of an ancient building. The two got off the hovercraft. Rong Qi put the hovercraft back into the skill space, and Wei Han took out the ticket for the transparent portal from the prop library. Chapter 266. The transparent portal ticket looks different from other tickets. All tickets have some information on the ticket, but the transparent portal ticket is blank, without any text. The dotted line used to tear the ticket stub is very clear. Wei Han used the Eye of Truth to check, but found nothing. Rong Qi put away the hovercraft, and with his hair messed up by the mountain wind, he also came over to look at the ticket. The ticket is actually blank. I just used the skill to check it, and there is still no information on the ticket. Wei Han made a very straightforward decision. Never mind, just use it. There are only 10 minutes, and we can't miss it. According to the description of this ticket on the system, the ticket leads to a hidden copy, so it is possible that the copy the ticket leads to is different when it is used at different times. After listening, Rongqi also gave his own opinion, although it is not clear what the hidden copy means now. But we should really seize the time. After missing it, I don't know when I will have this opportunity again. Wei Han tore open the ticket of the transparent portal against the wind on the top of the mountain, and the familiar black fire appeared out of thin air again. This ball of black fire burned on its own, completely unaffected by the surrounding environment. As the black fire appeared and disappeared, a faint portal appeared. This portal was in a translucent state, without color, and its shape looked like a large vertical crack. It was indeed different from the portals they had seen. The two of them held each other's hands in perfect tacit understanding, and decided to step into the portal at the same time. Seeing that there were 5 people passing through the portal at that time, Wei Han thought about finding an opportunity to take Shirley, and the other 2 with her, and take a group trip with the sightseeing tickets. But she didn't expect that this idea had never been realized, and now she should be thankful that she didn't use up these special tickets casually. And now only she and Rongqi have passed through this portal. Wei Han was thinking a lot, and she and Rongqi walked into the crack-shaped portal together. The figures of the 2 disappeared in front of the pavilion, and the portal was blown away by the wind like clouds and mist after the 2 passed through, and no longer existed. After Wei Han and Rongqi passed through the portal, they used the sightseeing tickets as soon as their vision returned to normal, and they were not in a hurry to see the surrounding scenery. Because they didn't know what kind of copy it would be, they needed to have the option of leaving at any time, and the skills they wanted to upgrade had been upgraded, so they didn't have to be as passive as the balancing copy. Soon, the sightseeing tickets of the 2 were used successfully, and the palms of their hands received notifications at the same time. Copy address: Parasitic Star B-Type Parasitic Area. Congratulations! The copy sightseeing ticket was used successfully. Welcome to the Parasitic Star B-Type Parasitic Area. Because of the sightseeing ticket, you have a 10-minute protection period. I wish you a happy trip. Warm reminder: all creatures in this copy can be parasitic in various ways. After reading the first notification with the naked eye, Wei Han used the Eye of Truth, as usual, for a second check. After using the Eye of Truth, the content Wei Han saw became like this: copy address: Parasitic Star B-Type Parasitic Area, Physical Contact Parasitic Area. Congratulations! The copy sightseeing ticket was used successfully. Welcome to the Parasitic Star B-Type Parasitic Area, Contact Parasitic Area. Because of the use of the sightseeing ticket, and the use of the transparent portal ticket to come to the unopened copy, the sightseeing ticket benefits will be deducted at a certain proportion. You have a 10-minute protection period. I wish you a happy trip. The warm reminder has not changed, indicating that the warm reminder does not have other hidden intelligence information. After reading the notification on the panel, the 2 began to discuss. Considering that they only had a 10-minute protection period, Wei Han simply simulated the bubble skill, and made a bubble that could isolate her and Rongqi from outside touch. In this way, they could interpret and analyze the current task notification with peace of mind. First of all, the time flow rate in this copy is different from the time flow rate on their Blue Star. The time flow rate is also faster than on Blue Star, but not as exaggerated as Bailong's. Then it can be confirmed that this is a copy that cannot find an entrance on Blue Star. From the information seen by the Eye of Truth, this seems to be an unopened copy. In order to make it clearer, Wei Han immediately used the Eye of Truth to check the situation in the copy. The light in this copy was very dim, and the sky seemed very low, as if a rainstorm was about to fall, and the thick clouds could squeeze out water. There were some strange-shaped plants around the place where they landed, but the distance between each plant was very far, as if the plants were very polite and kept their distance from each other. No moving creatures were seen for the time being. In this field of vision, she could not see any portal, whether red or white. In other words, the creatures in this copy could not go to other copies, and the players of other copies could not come to this copy. No wonder they needed to use special tickets to come here. So there were only native creatures of the copy in this copy, and no monsters from other copies. In this way, they roughly understood what an unopened copy was, but the question came immediately: why was this copy an unopened copy? Since there is no solution to this problem for the time being, we will skip it and proceed to the next analysis. Looking through the entire notice, we can see a very obvious keyword: parasitism. The warm reminder is even more straightforward, saying that all creatures in this copy can parasitize in any way. The area they are currently in is divided into Class B Parasitic Area, also called Physical Contact Parasitic Area. From the name, it can be inferred that the parasitic method of the creatures in this area may be parasitism through physical contact. So those plants grow strangely, and are far apart, right? Those plants that are close to each other may have already died in the process of mutual parasitism. The remaining ones are the plants that finally rolled out and were pulled away by a certain distance, waiting to evolve new parasitic methods. To be honest, even with such a speculation, Wei Han and Rongqi are still very confused about the way creatures survive in this world. This place looks like a planet that has not yet evolved into civilized and intelligent species. All creatures are just growing wildly, and everything is very primitive. It feels to them that it is completely opposite to Bailong's. So in such a dungeon world, how can they find the truth about the dungeon's arrival? Does the truth about the dungeon's arrival really exist here? During their analysis and discussion, the 10-minute protection period of the sightseeing ticket has ended, but because Wei Han used a bubble that isolates the two from all external contact, they can now float in the air in the bubble, like sitting in a hot air balloon, and visit the scene below from a god's perspective. They also decided to observe and understand the operation of this copy carefully. Maybe this is the backward area in this copy? Maybe if they float in the air for a while, they will enter the interstellar sound society from the primitive tribe? When passing by a tree-like plant with a strange shape, Wei Han found that the leaves of this thing seemed very light and easy to fall. Only a slight breeze could take its thin thread-like leaves away. This makes people feel like the wind blows and blows up dandelions, but the dandelions are blown away to allow the seeds to fly to other places and take root. But in this copy, the thin threads that are blown away are to take root in other plants. When these thin threads are blown away and fall to the ground, they will turn into powder, but if they fall deep into other plants, the thin threads will develop rapidly and grow dense roots, completing the parasitic process at a speed visible to the naked eye, and grow into a bud that looks like a grafted bud, but the style is completely different from other parts of the plant. There are many different kinds of parasites on a plant. If you don't know that this is a parasite, you might think that a tree has been grafted with so many different species of plants. After carefully observing the process, Wei Han finally understood why the plants he saw were full of strong splicing style, as if a giant broccoli had fungi growing on it, and roses blooming. So Wei Han looked for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. If all the creatures here can parasitize, where do the hosts come from? She also seriously discussed this issue with Rongqi. Just like those trees that have grown into big trees now, aren't they growing well in the soil? Do they really need to parasitize other plants? Rongqi thought for a moment. Maybe they have to live on other plants when they are young? When they are not grown up, they can't survive if they come into direct contact with the soil of this planet? So they have to go through this stage of parasitism when they are young? You have a point. The seedlings grow up by parasitizing other adults, and when they grow up, they are parasitized by other seedlings until they die. Is that what it feels like? It's another way of survival that we can't understand. Wei Han said he didn't understand, while taking pictures with his camera. Rongqi used the skill of looking far away to see if there were any creatures that could run and jump. Unknowingly, the flying bubble with isolation function had flown out of the B-type parasitic area, and came to a new area called the A-type parasitic area. Using the Eye of Truth to check, it was seen that the A-type parasitic area refers to the area where parasitism is carried out by eating. They also saw creatures that can run and jump here. According to human habits, let's call them animals. The appearance of these animals is also strange. After seeing those strange-looking plants, Wei Han was no longer surprised to see the messy animals. Either these copies of the creatures really looked like this, or of course, the more likely possibility was that these copies of the creatures had been parasitized countless times. During their observation, they saw with their own eyes a bird-like monster that walked on 4 legs and looked like an ostrich, and fell to the ground after eating a glowing mushroom-shaped plant. Then its body rotted quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then various animals ran or crawled out of its body. These things include but are not limited to frog-like creatures with 5 claws, unknown creatures shaped like bird heads, and a bunch of hemp rope-like creatures that crawled away and left a trail of mucus. There are so many species that it is hard to imagine how many things have parasitized this fallen monster, and these may only be part of the successful parasitism process. After all these creatures that can run away, some plants grew on its body, and these newly grown plants also showed symptoms of being parasitized. Among the animals that ran out of the ostrich monster's corpse just now, there must be many that were parasitized when they were parasitizing the ostrich monster, right? It's like a nesting doll, you know? Wei Han felt a little sick, and tried to divert her attention by talking to Rongqi. She has a high tolerance, but thinking carefully about the parasitism here one after another, her scalp is still a little numb. Well, I roughly understand. It's quite disgusting. This way of survival is still too advanced for humans. Rongqi understood very well. It doesn't look like there will be any gains here. Let's keep going forward. Wei Han really didn't want to land in this area. Rongqi also supported it very much. Unless there was no gain from exploring other areas, they might come back to carefully investigate these areas. In order to see farther, Wei Han controlled Bubble to fly higher. In the higher field of vision, they looked around and locked onto a direction at the same time. Rongqi, what is that? It looks like a very big tree, but it's already dried up? Wei Han was also looking. It was in another direction, a little far from here. They didn't see it at the height just now, but now that they have risen a little, they can see it. She stared at it and replied, "It's a very huge, dried up tree, with only some very thick branches left. After we got closer, I used the Eye of Truth to take a look. The area around the dead tree seems to be barren, without even a blade of grass." Rongqi looked at the area around the huge dead tree and found something unusual. The area radiating outward from the huge dead tree is desolate, and it looks like it is a forbidden area for life, and no life can survive there. Wei Han felt even more strange. Even if lethal weapons were dropped here, there wouldn't be no grass left, right? "Get ready, I'm going to speed up the bubble." Rongqi just replied with a "hm," and the bubble suddenly accelerated. Rongqi also experienced the feeling of flying in front and chasing behind. When he came to his senses, the distance between him and the huge dead tree had shortened a lot. Turning his head to look at Wei Han, he found that Wei Han had used skills to observe the dead tree. He didn't know what she saw. She frowned when she first looked at it, and the bubble carrying them was still rising a little bit. After a while, Wei Han retracted his gaze, and did not explain to Rongqi immediately. Instead, he immediately used Absolute Zero to detect the entire dungeon. After doing this, Wei Han let out a long breath, pointed to the huge dead tree and said, "The tree looks like it is withered to the naked eye, but in fact, the tree is alive and well, and it keeps emitting symbiotic particles. Those barren areas where nothing grows are where its roots reach, and they are filled with rich symbiotic particles." So I surveyed the map of this copy. The pattern of this parasitic star is the same as the hidden planet icon on Zhao Ying's palm. We can preliminarily conclude that this is the home of the symbiotic particles. When I was observing just now, those symbiotic particles were spreading towards us, so I let the bubbles fly higher. While Wei Han was explaining, he was also letting the bubbles retreat a little bit to avoid the spreading symbiotic particles. This is a very important discovery, finding the source of the symbiotic particles, but the question is, what does this have to do with their desire to find out the truth about the advent of the copy? And if this is an unopened copy, how did the symbiotic particles get to the blue planet? Both of them thought of this, and found that their thoughts seemed to be stuck, and they fell into silence. Do they need to observe other places? This is not the key area to find the truth of the dungeon, but Wei Han just tried it with his skills. In the entire dungeon, only this place is special. Other areas are disgusting. You parasitize me, I parasitize you, and we parasitize each other. The two stayed in the bubble, floating in the sky, thinking hard for a long time, constantly making guesses and rejecting them. Wei Han used the perspective skill to see if there were any secrets inside or underground the tree, but found nothing. Rongqi guessed again. Could it be that the symbiotic particles know something? But with such a life form, it doesn't look like this kind of thing has any civilization technology or something like that. It's impossible to have any information to show us like Bailong's. When Wei Han heard this guess, her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she was enlightened. She followed Rongqi's thoughts and speculated, yes, maybe the symbiotic particles actually carry some information, but if you want to know this information, you may have to be symbiotic with the symbiotic particles? But if you are symbiotic with the symbiotic particles, you may not be able to get rid of it. Don't take risks, let me try. Rongqi was willing to take the initiative to be a test subject. It doesn't matter. I have particle reconstruction now, so I can take a gamble. I can do it myself. I walked out of the initial copy in human form. I probably won't be parasitized so easily. Wei Han thought it would be better for her to try it herself. Rongqi still strongly opposed it. With a sullen face, this is too risky. To put it in a bigger picture, you still have a mission to complete, and you can't get into trouble. I think I came with you just to prevent you from taking risks yourself. This is not an adventure. Rongqi, you have to believe me. Wei Han also insisted on her own ideas, holding Rongqi's hand seriously, and looking straight into his eyes. She solemnly stated, I think we came together because we trust each other. After hearing what she said, Rongqi couldn't say anything even if he wanted to insist. He complained in a self-destructive way, muttering softly, if something happens to you, I don't need to live anymore. Wei Han smiled and said, of course, if I am parasitized, do you think you can escape? So you have to believe me. Rong-chi, I don't know where she got this twisted logic. After convincing Rong-chi, Wei Han didn't waste time and directly remotely controlled a small bubble to get the symbiotic particles. While the small bubble was taking the symbiotic particles, she created 2 bubbles in the big bubble where she and Rong were currently, isolating her and Rong-chi, and then removing the big bubble. Soon, the isolation work was completed, and then the bubble wrapped with a group of symbiotic particles also came back. Wei Han opened her mouth and swallowed the bubble in one gulp, accepting the symbiotic particles very actively. Rong-chi watched nervously through a bubble, watching her swallow the symbiotic particles, and immediately used the skill to transmit the voice. How is it? How do you feel? Are you okay? Wei Han did not reply, sat cross-legged in the bubble, and slowly closed her eyes. Her lack of response made Rong-chi more worried, but he did not dare to ask more questions, and could only stare at her intently. Wei Han really didn't have any special feelings. According to the introduction of symbiotic particles, this thing requires the symbiont to accept being symbiotic, and this kind of temptation will unfold through hallucinations, hearing, dreams, and the like. She didn't hear any sounds or see any hallucinations now. As for dreams, she was trying to fall asleep. Or maybe the symbiotic particles hadn't reached the surface of her brain yet. Wei Han waited patiently until she fell asleep. She didn't know how long she slept, maybe just a moment, because she seemed to have blacked out in the middle. She felt that she had just fallen asleep and woke up immediately, and there was no trace of dreaming in the middle. When she opened her eyes, she even felt a trance. She didn't know where she was, what she was doing, what she should do, and in that moment, her mind was blank. Rong-chi's voice suddenly came from the side. Wei Han? Are you awake? This sound seemed to pull her up from the deep sea. Suddenly, many complicated images flooded into her emptied brain like a tide, squeezing her head, and causing her to have a splitting headache. This also scared Rong-chi in the bubble next to her. She didn't expect that she only shouted, and Wei Han seemed to be in great pain, curled up into a ball, and covered her head tightly. With Wei Han's strength, a normal headache would never make her react like this. In this copy of the time flow rate, she slept for nearly a day. What happened during her sleep? What will happen now when she wakes up? Rong-chi wanted to rush to the bubble where Wei Han was immediately, hoping to help her with her healing skills. When Wei Han created the bubble that separated the two of them, he added many functions to the bubble. For example, he could not use healing skills on Wei Han in the bubble. Wei Han, remove the bubble skills. Let me help you with my skills. He slapped the thin wall of the bubble anxiously, and shouted loudly. But Wei Han curled up, covering her head with both hands, and did not respond to his shouting. When Rong-chi tried to use his props to violently break the bubble, Wei Han seemed to be relieved, and her originally tense body suddenly stretched out. She loosened her hands covering her head, and spread her limbs as if she was very tired, leaning lazily on the inner wall of the bubble. This made Rong-chi even more worried. He tried and called out carefully, Wei Han. Wei Han turned her head and blinked at him with bright eyes. Don't worry, I'm fine. The symbiotic particles failed, probably because they were swallowed by me, probably the effect of swallowing fusion. Listen to me, the symbiotic particles do carry some information. Thanks to swallowing fusion, I don't need to be symbiotic to unlock that information. She said solemnly, I already know what the copy is about. Chapter 267. Wei Han's words made Rong-chi stand there in a daze, as if he was a little confused. He looked at Wei Han's slightly excited eyes with concern, and moved his mouth. What? Wei Han thought he was asking a question about her words, and she controlled the two bubbles to approach and merge into a big bubble, and replied in a more determined tone. This is a battle royale with planes and civilizations as contestants. Rong-chi didn't fully understand what Wei Han said before, and now he became even more confused. Rong-chi took a deep breath and listed the questions one by one. First, Wei Han, are you really okay? Then, can you tell me the truth you know? I still don't quite understand it. Wei Han promised seriously, I am very sure and guarantee that I am really okay. Like I said at the beginning, if I was controlled by the symbiotic particles, you wouldn't even have time to escape. I was just about to explain it to you. But it's a long story. This giant tree is the mother of the symbiotic particles, and I can't leave it. I plan to kill it with devouring heart. As soon as she finished speaking, she started to upgrade the bubble. While operating, she explained, I want to perform devouring heart at the root of the tree, so I have to upgrade the bubble. By unlocking the information carried by the symbiotic particles, I already know how to use the bubble to prevent the invasion and escape of the symbiotic particles. I also have to make a super large bubble to trap all the symbiotic particles. I am not afraid of symbiotic particles, but it may be more dangerous for you. She paused and glanced at Rongqi. You will definitely not be willing to let me act alone this time, so let's go together. If you really feel bad, you can also use Devouring Heart with me, and you can also contribute. Rongqi didn't say anything yet, but she arranged everything for him. But it was because of this that Rongqi was completely relieved. This was still the Wei Han he knew. She always had some operations that made him wonder what to say. She was so thoughtful, and all he could do was cooperate. Okay. Let me be the main force of Devouring Heart. You've worked hard to deal with those symbiotic particles. Wei Han thought about it, but didn't object. He nodded and said, okay. This surprised Rongqi a little. He was ready to fight back and forth with Wei Han. The bubble was set up quickly, and then the bubble, driven by Wei Han, slowly approached the giant tree that looked withered to the naked eye. Whether it was the clustered symbiotic particles or the single symbiotic particles, they could not be seen directly by the naked eye. Wei Han used the Eye of Truth to report the situation outside the bubble to Rongqi in real time. In fact, it is difficult for the Eye of Truth to see a single symbiotic particle, but the symbiotic particles are basically gathered in groups. In the field of vision of the Eye of Truth, the gathered symbiotic particles will appear as some dense black dots. The higher the density of the symbiotic particles, the denser the black dots will be. When they are dense to a certain extent, they will become a dark mass. So the situation reported by Wei Han is like this. After we stayed in the bubble and got close, those symbiotic particles surrounded the bubble in 3 layers inside and outside. It's a terrible number. Now I use the Eye of Truth, and basically everything in front of me is dark. I can't see outside without using the perspective skill. Even you can't see clearly. But because Rongqi didn't have the relevant visual skills, it seemed to him that they were approaching the roots of the giant tree unimpeded. The closer they got, the more they could feel the hugeness of the tree. Compared with its main trunk, people were as small as ants. It was hard to imagine how long the tree had lived to grow so big. Rongqi didn't just watch the whole time. When he saw that the time was almost up, he began to brew Devouring Heart. If you want to use this skill in a controlled way, instead of letting this skill spread and attack without distinction until your mental power is exhausted, you need to preheat this skill in advance, which is equivalent to having a skill pre-swing. When preheating the skill, a ball of black mist will condense in the palm of the user's hand and grow a little bit. When the black mist condenses to a certain extent and transforms into a ball of black fire, you can release the skill. When they arrived at the root of the giant tree, Wei Han sighed. If there was no bubble, we would probably have been eaten alive by the symbiotic particles now. The black mist condensed and Rongqi's palm shook twice, and suddenly turned into jumping black flames. He whispered, I'm going to use my skills. Wei Han also had a growing black mist on his palm. Hearing his voice, he made a gesture of invitation to him with his other empty hand. You kill the first one. I be responsible for dealing with the fish that slipped through the net. Rongqi's mouth curled up at her words, but when he turned to face the black fire in his palm, he immediately became serious and concentrated on using the mental power externalization skill. The jumping black fire in his hand suddenly spread out in all directions and instantly became invisible. An invisible force swept outward. While Wei Han was warming up her skills, she continued to broadcast live. The bubbles surrounding the bubble were annihilated in an instant and died very cleanly. Basically, wherever your skills spread, the symbiotic particles will die there. They also began to flee everywhere. Fortunately, we made a big bubble to trap them in advance. Rongqi focused on expanding the range of the skill and eliminating all the symbiotic particles within the range of the huge bubble. The active range occupied by the symbiotic particles is really very large. Rongqi supports the skills, and the consumption of mental power is also very huge. After nearly 10 minutes, Rongqi eliminated all the symbiotic particles, leaving no fish that slipped through the net for Wei Han. But Wei Han still threw her preheated, Devouring Heart backhand at the roots of the giant tree. At that moment, both of them clearly felt the ground shaking. Looking closely, it turned out that it was the giant tree that was shaking. Looking at the shaking of the trunk, Rongqi was inexplicably a little worried that the giant tree would suddenly uproot and fight with them. But Wei Han was very calm, and was not surprised by the reaction of the giant tree. After a while, the shaking of the giant tree ended, and the giant tree began to shatter bit by bit, with some debris falling from above. Wei Han controlled the bubble to dodge the debris flexibly, and then flew away from the giant tree bit by bit. After flying a little further, Rongqi found that the huge tree was now turning into dust bit by bit. It was now half collapsed, and a layer of debris piled up on the ground. It was like watching a huge building being demolished. The scene was quite spectacular. When Rongqi couldn't take his eyes off, Wei Han also began to record leisurely with a camera. By controlling the flight path of the bubble, he could adjust the shooting angle. While filming, she was also explaining to Rongqi, in fact, the tree has indeed died a long time ago, but the symbiotic particles are not dead, and a matrix that continuously produces symbiotic particles has formed inside the tree, which maintains the main shape of the tree. But now all the symbiotic particles, and the core of the symbiotic particle matrix have been removed, and the giant tree has only restored its original appearance. To put it in an analogy, it's like a person relying on a gem to stay alive and look young, but after getting this gem, this person may be directly wiped out. Rongqi probably understood, but he had a question: symbiotic particles. Did they come from this copy? According to what you said, this huge tree was actually a tree, but it was completely symbiotic with the symbiotic particles, and became a symbiont, right? Wei Han nodded. Well, strictly speaking, the giant tree is indeed a super large symbiotic organism that has been transformed into a mother body. The origin copy of the symbiotic particles is indeed not on the planet of this copy. She thought about it with a little distress, but according to the characteristics of symbiotic particles, tracing their origin is almost impossible. I did not find their original source in the information carried by the symbiotic particles. I only know that this line of symbiotic particles came to this copy through the portal a long time ago and took root here. Speaking of this, Wei Han found it even more difficult to explain. How should I put it? This line of symbiotic particles is actually left over from the previous plain battle royale. Rongqi didn't understand it very well, and now he was full of question marks. The previous plain battle royale? Is this thing divided into the previous and this session? It's better to say. I don't even know what the plain battle royale is. Speaking of this, all of them are unfamiliar words. Wei Han sighed. Don't worry, now that the symbiotic particles have been solved, I will start from the beginning. According to the information carried and recorded by the symbiotic particles, when two different one-way portals appear in the world, it means that a new, plain battle royale, has begun. Plain battle royale is a cosmic battle royale game with each different civilization world as a contestant, and different parallel time and space of the same civilization are regarded as the same contestant. For example, a human player is not a contestant, Blue Star is the contestant, and Blue Star in different parallel time and space are regarded as a whole. Human players are civilized individuals participating in the competition on behalf of Blue Star, so there will be a Blue Star icon on the palm of the human player's hand. This icon represents the player's belonging and is a system that provides various upgrade services for the player. Therefore, the victory or defeat of plain battle royale should also be judged from a macro perspective. It is not that if a player on Blue Star challenges a bunch of dungeons alone, this player can represent Blue Star to win. The winning standard of the last session was which civilization expanded the most territory before the end of the battle royale time, which was equal to the total number of dungeons passed by all players. The civilization with the most territory was the final winner. Under normal circumstances, until the moment when the winner is revealed, all civilizations participating in the battle royale will know the truth of plain battle royale. Before that, all civilizations pulled into the battle royale will speculate on the appearance of the portal based on their own understanding. For example, in this escape, the human civilization on the blue planet speculated that this was an unknown game that came to reality, and for another example, the anti-civilization believed that this was a crack in time and space. According to the information provided by the symbiotic particles, the winner of the last escape was a race called Babra, a race that looked fragile but very intelligent. Although the symbiotic particles were losers, due to their biological characteristics, they successfully survived from the last plain battle to the present. Their biological characteristics also allowed them to retain this information completely for such a long time. So although they unfortunately became losers in the last escape, they retained everything they knew about the last plain battle. They did not know who organized this huge event, and could only speculate that it might be a way for advanced civilizations and high-dimensional life forms to pass the boring life, or it might be for some other purpose. In short, no matter what the organizer's purpose is, what else can be a being that can achieve this level, except for a life form that can directly crush them in the dimension? No matter what, they will definitely be able to gain an advantage in the new plain battle royale with their information advantage. They can't be losers this time. As a result, unexpectedly, the copy they are in was set as an unopened copy in this battle royale. But this is not a problem for the symbiotic particles. When the new battle royale started, some randomly open white vortex portals brought some players from other planes. After these players come here, they are immediately coexisted by the symbiotic particles. After that, they will become symbiotes and leave the copy, returning to their respective original worlds. Then, as time goes by, they will gradually be replaced by the symbiotic particles, and the symbiotic particles can begin their plan to steal the home. Wei Han saw many human players in the memories provided by the symbiotic particles. These human players came to this dungeon at the beginning of the dungeon, were symbiotically affected by the symbiotic particles, but were unaware of it, and opened the portal to return to the real world. After the symbiotic particles were brought back to the real world, what happened caused Zhao Ying to become a symbiote, and even became the leader of all symbiotic particles on the blue planet. She didn't know these things yet, but through these, she had roughly known the purpose of all Zhao Ying's actions. The huge organization controlled by Zhao Ying killed all the players who entered the Mushroom Forest dungeon, strictly guarded the Mushroom Forest dungeon, and asked the prop company to produce skill blind boxes. All these actions were not for making money, and they were definitely not capital actions. All this is just the symbiotic particles curbing the growth of the strength of all human players, so that the symbiotic particles can easily occupy the blue planet and rule the human race with a great advantage, turning all humans into symbiotes, and spreading to other copies through the portal copy entrance on the blue planet. Now the symbiotic particles have not been able to parasitize all humans, not because they don't want to, but because they can't do it yet. Therefore, everything planned by the behind-the-scenes organizations headed by Zhao Ying on the blue planet is essentially just a part of the symbiotic particles' plan to win the plane battle royale. Wei Han suspected that Zhao Ying might be trying to find a way to quickly coexist with all humans in the human copy. The information carried by the symbiotic particles naturally includes the basic process of the plane battle royale. On each civilized planet that is pulled into the battle royale, some white vortex-shaped portals will appear randomly, which is a small warm-up, just like shuffling the cards before shuffling. Then two different portals will appear randomly on the planets participating in the battle royale. These two types of portals can only be seen by individual players on that planet. Individual players cannot see the two types of portals on other planets when they go to other planets, but can only see the relevant portals of the world. One is the offensive portal, which is a white portal in the eyes of humans. Only individual players on this planet can actively pass through this portal. Individual players go to other participating planets through this portal to complete tasks and capture the opponent's territory. The other is the defensive portal, which is a red portal in the eyes of humans. Individual players from other civilized planets will come through this portal to attack the planet, and individual players on the planet need to defend. This is the real purpose of the white and red portals. In the last battle royale, after players entered the dungeon and completed the dungeon mission, they could not only leave the dungeon, but also include the dungeon area in the territory of Blue Star. From then on, a new portal would appear in the dungeon, which was a two-way portal, and individual players could freely travel between this dungeon and the mother planet. At the beginning of the battle royale, all civilizations were relatively inexperienced, so the dungeon difficulty would be relatively low, but as the battle royale progressed, the strength of individual players improved, and the dungeon difficulty would also increase. It is also for this reason that every time the dungeon portal is refreshed, some low difficulty dungeons will be wiped out, and the overall difficulty of the dungeon will increase little by little, until later, the portals of some dungeons completely disappear, which means that this civilization has been eliminated. Because this is such a huge battle, it lasts for a very long time, and some special dungeons will appear in the middle. In the memory of the symbiotic particles, they suspect that those special dungeons were made by the advanced civilization that hosted this battle because of boredom. Completing these special dungeons can also expand the territory and give more special rewards. The last battle lasted for a very long time, and it may have lasted for tens of thousands of years in human time. Because the last battle was a long time ago, when human civilization had not yet been born, there was no player, Blue Star, in the last battle. After the process, it is the setting of rewards and penalties. In this battle, only the only winner can get rewards, and the others are losers. The winner can keep the icon system, all the expanded territories, and the portals to other worlds, which is equivalent to unifying every universe. The loser will become a subordinate territory of the winner, and the loser cannot keep the system, all skills and power will be recovered, and can no longer go to other worlds. This is the basic situation of the last battle royale. Wei Han said it briefly, and many details were not elaborated. Now the main thing is to let Rongqi know the general situation first. Rongqi was confused throughout the whole process, and almost only the words, plain battle royale, were left in his mind. Wei Han understood that he needed some time to digest, so she didn't say much. She also needed to sort out her thoughts, and her own thoughts were still a little messy. They didn't plan to stay in this dungeon any longer. After flying a little further, they planned to summon a portal to leave here first. Because they used the sightseeing ticket in advance, they can now leave the dungeon at any time. The portal to leave the dungeon was open next to the pavilion on the top of the mountain where they came in. After the two returned to Blue Star, it was like returning to reality from a dream. Rongqi leaned against the pillar of the pavilion, covered his face for a while, and then slowly asked a question. So everything is a battle royale, with each civilization as a contestant. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder what? Wei Han sorted out her hair that was messed up by the wind, and didn't understand what Rongqi suddenly thought of. He replied rather anxiously, "Do you remember Bai Qingchuan's ring match record? It says 1-on-1, so it actually refers to the Blue Star civilization, compared with the Lang civilization? Well, I just thought of this. It seems that you almost understand it." Wei Han did think of this point. As early as when she saw Bai Qingchuan's copy record, she paid special attention to it. No, I don't really understand it. It still feels a little unreal now. There are still some problems now. The symbiotic particles know the situation of the last session, but we can compare it carefully. There seem to be many differences between this time and the last time. Rongqi is also thinking frantically now. Yes, there are indeed many differences. It should be that the organizer modified some rules this time. For example, in the last escape, there was no mention of the Black Vortex portal. Wei Han also noticed this. She also secretly compared the differences between the two escape games. For example, after the individual players passed the dungeon this time, there was no two-way portal, as if the setting of expanding territory was cancelled. There were also some special dungeon settings that did not appear this time. I don't know if it was because they hadn't encountered them yet, or they were changed. In general, the last escape game can be used as a reference, but it cannot be fully trusted. Through the last escape game, many of their doubts were also answered, such as knowing the logic behind the refresh of the dungeon portal, and the true meaning of the red and white portals. For example, they knew that it turned out that all this was not a game, and it was not a copy of an unknown game that came to reality. It turned out that everywhere they went was real, and every monster they met was real. It turned out that they thought it was monsters invading their world, but in fact, for the monsters, they were also invading their planet. This kind of two-way nature turned out to be derived from this. They felt that they were breaking into dungeons, and for the monsters were also breaking into dungeons. For the monsters, their blue planet was also a dungeon. The warnings and prophecies of Bilong Star seem to have traces. It is probably because Bilong Star is also a race civilization that has existed for a long time. They have also survived from the last failure. However, because the inheritance was interrupted in the middle, everything about the escape has become blurred, leaving only a few words, which cause misunderstandings. Their obsession with immortality may also come from this. If they can be strong and immortal, they can deal with any situation. Players can also adapt to the environment of other planets, because their basic physiques were transformed as soon as they became players. Only in this way can this escape continue. It's just that the final rewards and punishments may be similar. The winning civilization can get the greatest benefits. This time, it is still unknown what kind of punishment the losing civilization will receive. It may be worse than the loser of the last session. So, Blue Star must win and must become the final winner. Chapter 268. After Wei Han and Rongqi finished the first wave of analysis, they sat at the table in the pavilion, blowing the strong mountaintop wind, and tried to calm down. They had been mentally prepared for the truth of the dungeon. After all, they began to suspect that it was not some unknown game dungeon that descended into reality a long time ago. They also began to suspect that all the monsters they encountered and all the dungeon addresses they went to were real. But even so, they are still a little confused by all the truth. They never thought that the appearance of the portal was essentially a plain escape between planetary civilizations. There are really too many things involved in this truth, and it is impossible to summarize them in a short time. Wei Han has not mentioned that the symbiotic particles were not in their current form at the beginning. Over a long period of time, they have also undergone some evolution and gradually chose to become what they are now. They actually have some other characteristics that can be elaborated. However, their purpose has not changed. The evolutionary trend is to enable the dungeon truth they know to be passed down completely. Symbiotic particles symbiotically live in some human players, then go to Blue Star and replace human players. What kind of plans have they made to destroy the player, Blue Star, and to what extent has it spread? How many other dungeons has it spread to in this way? Based on the truth we know so far, if we review all the dungeons we have walked through so far, we may find some new discoveries. There are so many details worth talking about. In addition, what happened to the final winner of the last plane battle royale? Did he participate in this battle royale? In the last plane battle royale, all civilizations that were pulled into the game, including all parallel time and space, started the battle royale at the same time, so all worlds in the last session encountered the arrival of the copy at the same time. But this session also has different rules in this regard. It seems that different civilizations join the battle at different times, and the arrival time of the copy of the same civilization in parallel time and space is different. For example, the time when the copy of Wei Han's original world arrived was very early, while the time when the copy of the initial world arrived was very late. Also, the Black Vortex portal copy that appeared in this session, with the term Final Competition and Finals, what exactly does it mean? What is the winning standard for this session? Will there be overlap with the conditions of the previous session? Or is it completely different? It all comes down to a big question: how much difference is there between the two plane battle royales? They haven't even bothered to figure out what kind of existence started this huge battle royale. Perhaps it is indeed, as the symbiotic particles speculated, that is some kind of advanced life form that is higher than any current cosmic dimension and cosmic civilization, which is incomprehensible to any life form in this universe, similar to the omnipotent God who held this big game. It is meaningless to worry about these things now. How to make the planetary civilization you represent win in this escape is the most practical, but it is also the most difficult. The two of them calmed down in silence for 3 minutes while blowing the wind, and then looked at each other at the same time. When their eyes met, they saw the same idea from each other. The more they thought about it, the more confused they were. Wei Han smiled and said, "Forget it, let's think about it slowly. Anyway, we have already answered the most basic doubts." However, Rongqi was still digging into a dead end, and kept asking various questions. Actually, I am a little suspicious. Are the skills and props of the last session different from this session? Also, are there rules or standards for the organizers to open each plane escape? Or do they just want to open it? Wei Han persuaded him seriously. When the winning civilization appears, everything we want to know should be revealed. So the only thing we have to think about is, what is the standard for judging the winner this time? What should we do to promote Blue Star to win? Rongqi was already thinking frantically, and Wei Han's persuasion brought questions, so he thought about it along with the questions. If we don't know the judgment standard this time, it will be difficult to find a way to act. The first thing I thought of was whether we need to tell the truth to the players in our original world through live broadcast, but there are many problems with this. He frowned and thought deeply. After a while, he looked at Wei Han as if he had been enlightened. "Wait, Wei Han, do you remember when you read the will scroll, you asked what you had to do to make the red portal disappear?" His expression gradually became excited and a little anxious. "What was the answer the scroll gave you at that time?" Wei Han recalled, qualified for the finals, and won the finals. After Wei Han answered himself, his eyes lit up immediately. "I think I have thought of something." Rongqi nodded vigorously. "We may have thought of the same thing." Wei Han took a deep breath. "Wait a minute, I will sort it out." Through the information about the rules of the previous plane escape carried by the symbiotic particles, it can be learned that only the planetary civilization that finally wins can retain the portal to other copy planets, which is to make the red portal, the channel for monsters to come to the blue planet, disappear and close, leaving only the white portal. The condition of, only make the red portal disappear, is a reward that can only be obtained by the only winner in the escape. The answer given by the scroll to this question is that if Wei Han is qualified for the finals, and wins the finals, he can only make the red portal disappear. Doesn't that mean that Wei Han's victory is equivalent to Blue Star winning the escape? Even if they don't know the reason yet, isn't this a way for Blue Star to win? If Wei Han can end the escape as long as he wins the finals, then this is definitely their best approach at the moment. In this way, they don't have to bother to explain the truth of the dungeon to everyone now. When the results come out, the truth will naturally appear in front of all players. After sorting out this point, both of them felt a lot more relaxed and more determined in the direction of action. They would not be a little confused and at a loss, as they did just now when faced with the truth that suddenly hit them. Wei Han stretched his body comfortably and joked to himself. "When I saw the answer on the scroll, I felt that the answer was not answered at all. It turns out that this answer is useful here." Rongqi finally had the mood to take out his mobile phone to check. The first thing he did was to check his mobile phone. During the time we went to the parasitic planet, we have spent 7 days on the blue planet. Now it is November 17th. Wei Han also took out his mobile phone. The time flow over there is also quite fast. I will see if there is any news this week. By the way, since we have a deeper understanding of symbiotic particles, we can discuss how to deal with Xiaoying. Her voice suddenly stopped, and a news headline that suddenly popped up on the virtual screen of her mobile phone instantly attracted all her attention. Hashtag legendary cosmic beauty Wei Han appeared in Beidou Xingyue live broadcast room. Hashtag. When Rongqi found that Wei Han's voice suddenly stopped, he also turned his head to look over, and then his eyes were fixed on the news headline on the screen. The next moment, the sudden ringing of the mobile phone broke the stagnant atmosphere. It was Wei Han's phone that rang. The virtual screen showed that the incoming caller was Li. This was a call from Shirley, and Shirley would not call them casually unless there was something urgent. She usually sent messages online. Wei Han combined the headline they had just seen and had already figured out why Shirley called, so she answered the call immediately. As soon as the call was connected, Shirley asked anxiously, "Teacher Wei, have you come out of the dungeon?" The live broadcast of Beidou Xingyue. They actually used the disguise skill to become your appearance. They broadcast it openly. Netizens have all gone to watch the live broadcast, and now the whole network is discussing this news. Everyone is going to be deceived. What should we do? What should we do? Shirley just wanted to know if they could help Teacher Wei. Wei Han didn't expect that she and Rongqi had just come out of the dungeon and just ran into Xiaoying starting to make trouble. Xiaoying would not do this for no reason. This live broadcast must be for a certain purpose. Fortunately, they now have a deeper understanding of symbiotic particles, so they don't have to worry about not understanding the opponent's strength like before, and they are always tied up. Now she has to calm Shirley and others down. Rongqi and I have come out of the dungeon. When you called, we just saw the relevant push news. Wei Han, did you watch Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast? Hearing Teacher Wei's voice, Shirley seemed to be relieved instantly. When she replied, her tone became calmer, and she was no longer panicked. Shirley, great. It's good that you and Rongqi have come out. We also called you as soon as we saw the news. As for the live broadcast, the three of us are watching it now. In addition to seeing that Beidou Xingyue may want to create a fake Wei Han, we haven't seen any other problems yet. As soon as Shirley's voice fell, Zhang Xian's voice came over. We also want to confirm whether the Wei Han in Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast is really you. We are also worried that Beidou Xingyue deliberately started the live broadcast and ran to the dungeon to find you and Mr. Rong. Wu Shan also interrupted, MS. Wei, your name is really too appealing. Now the number of online viewers has been skyrocketing. It can be said that the entire network has fallen, and many people have been fascinated by the fake Ms. Wei. Beidou Xingyue, is this because the top star over there is gone, and you want to create a new top star? Bai Qingchuan's voice also came over, Miss Wei, I haven't left yet. I hope I can help you and repay your kindness. He finally chose to call this Wei Han Miss Wei among the names of Big Brother Wei Han, Teacher Wei, and Miss Wei. Let's discuss it in detail when we meet later. Rongqi and I will be there soon. Are you at home? Wei Han did not give a direct answer to the words of the four of them, and raised a new question. Shirley, well, we have always listened to you and stayed in the villa area, and so did the other partners. They are also watching the live broadcast now. They just discussed it in the group and shared the link of the live broadcast. Well, we will be there soon. Wei Han didn't even hang up the phone, and said to Rongqi with the skill, we will use remote login to return to Shirley and her friends now. Rongqi nodded to her to show that he understood. The next moment, both of them used skills, and their figures disappeared instantly. They were instantly transferred to the villa hall of Shirley and others, standing directly behind the sofa where the three of them were sitting. We are back. I suspect that Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast is not to create some top stream. Wei Han hung up the call while talking, and used Eye of Truth at the same time. She needed to see who was disguising herself as her real appearance in front of the live camera. Just when she was trying to open Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast room here, she caught a glimpse of some light purple dots floating over Shirley and her friends. This made Wei Han temporarily stop the idea of opening the Beidou Xingyue live broadcast room, and turned to carefully observe the situation of Shirley and others, and also stacked other visual assistant skills. Shirley and the other four did not expect that Teacher Wei would suddenly stare at them closely after returning. Teacher Wei's eyes were very serious, which made the four of them feel uneasy. Teacher Wei, is there anything strange about me, us? Shirley couldn't help asking, feeling uneasy. Wei Han did not reply, and his eyes shifted from the four people to the virtual screen where they were playing the live broadcast. During the time Bai Qingchuan stayed here, Shirley and others prepared various electronic devices for him, and he was able to watch the live broadcast and participate in the network of this world. Although live broadcasts are copyrighted and cannot be viewed through other people's devices under normal circumstances, the authority of the Eye of Truth seems to be above everything else. Through the eye of truth, she can now see the images presented in the live broadcast room very clearly. The first thing that came into view was Zhao Ying's true appearance. He should be in a beautiful copy at this time. You can see that there are patches of flowers in the background, and he is picking flowers and making wreaths in a very artificial way. So, the person who used the disguise skill to impersonate her was actually Zhao Ying himself. Wei Han suppressed his complicated feelings and looked at the light purple dots emanating from Zhao Ying with a gloomy face. These small dots of light floated randomly, approaching the screen little by little, and finally floated out of the screen, just like a horror movie a long time ago, where a female ghost named Sadako actually crawled out of the TV screen. It turned out that the small dots of light floating around Shirley and others that she saw just now were floating out of the live broadcast screen. After these small light spots floated out from the virtual screen as if breaking through the dimensional wall, they immediately gathered on the four people's bodies, and were absorbed into their bodies with their breathing, entered the blood circulation, and then followed the blood circulation to approach the brain. The surface of the four people's brains has been attached to some sparse small light spots, but the four of them are still unaware of it. Wei Han silently made a transparent bubble for everyone to isolate more small light spots, and then calmly told Rong-Chi about the situation through skill transmission, and then whether Rong-Chi could see those small light spots. She remembered that in the Yumian copy, the purple small light spots that overflowed from Yumian could be seen by Rong-Chi with the naked eye. But this time, whether it was Rong-Chi, the three-person team, or by Qingchuan, they didn't seem to see it, and didn't take the initiative to mention it. When Rong-Chi was asked this question, she was very surprised. What little light spots? I didn't see anything. Those little light spots, aren't they the symbiotic particles trying to ask the symbiont to accept the state of being symbiotic? And when I was in Yumian, I could see those little light spots directly with my naked eyes. After being surprised, Rong-Chi quickly pointed out, some properties of the symbiotic particles seem to have changed. Wei Han was very sure, not only changed, but also a qualitative leap. I don't know how Zhao Ying did it. He probably found a way to improve the symbiotic particles. Let the symbiotic particles spread to every viewer through the live broadcast screen, and can also penetrate the human body more quickly through breathing. Wei Han quickly concluded, he disguised himself as me to broadcast live this time, not to create a top stream, but just to use my popularity to spread the symbiotic particles to the greatest extent. He did this not to deceive all the humans on the blue planet, but to turn all humans into parasites of symbiotic particles. Rong-Chi immediately understood Wei Han's meaning, and couldn't help cursing inwardly, despicable and shameless. At this time, the trio and Bai Qingchuan knew that they were having a meeting in secret, but they couldn't wait any longer. Shirley couldn't help but ask, Wei, Teacher Wei, how is the situation? The expressions of Teacher Wei and Rong-Chi made them really scared, and they always felt that the situation seemed very serious. This made the four of them worry that they had become terminally ill without knowing it, and were about to die. After Shirley spoke, Wei Han's attention was drawn back. She looked at the phones of several people. When she made bubbles just now, she deliberately excluded their phones from the bubbles. You should exit Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast first, and don't continue watching. This is the first thing. The four people cooperated very well, and immediately exited the live broadcast room. After exiting, they asked curiously, is there any problem with Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast? Can't we watch it? It's a bit complicated to say. Wei Han raised her hand, and made a bubble to collect these upgraded symbiotic particles made by Zhao Ying. She was a little troubled, there is too much information we didn't mention to you, so it's not easy to explain. Facing the confused expressions of the four people, Wei Han looked at the bubbles, and saw that it would take some time to collect the symbiotic particles, so she gave a simple introduction. Wei Han, to put it simply, the person in front of the live broadcast is Zhao Ying, and Zhao Ying has been parasitized by a parasite called symbiotic particles a long time ago, becoming a so-called symbiont. He is no longer a pure human, or even a copy monster with a human appearance. Everything he does is to curb the development of human players, and bring down human players. So they will monopolize the mushroom forest copy that is very suitable for human novices, and let their symbionts enjoy so many skills and props resources. Now Zhao Ying has found a way from somewhere to make the strange parasitic species of symbiotic particles evolve. The original parasitic process of symbiotic particles was relatively tortuous, and the transmission method was relatively limited. But now Zhao Ying can live broadcast others in front of the camera, and the symbiotic particles directly break through the virtual screen and float directly in front of every audience. Now the symbiotic particles can be inhaled into the body through breathing, and reach the surface of the human brain more quickly. In other words, through this live broadcast, taking advantage of everyone's attention to Wei Han, Zhao Ying could almost spread the symbiotic particles directly throughout the blue planet. Rongqi helped to make some supplements on the side. Wei Han and I already know the truth about the advent of the copy. It would be easier to understand if we explain it together with the truth about the advent of the copy, but now there is really not so much time to explain. We need to find a way to solve this crisis first. The four people nodded stupidly. Shirley scratched her head. Although I still don't understand it very well, the basic meaning is that Zhao Ying, this shameless thing, is now using the popularity of Teacher Wei's true identity to spread something similar to a virus through live broadcast to attack all mankind. Is this understanding okay? Wei Han, yes, you can understand it this way first. After basically understanding the seriousness of Beiti Xingyue's live broadcast, Shirley also became anxious. What should we do? Is there any way we can stop Beiti Xingyue's live broadcast? If we post a message to call on everyone not to watch Beiti Xingyue's live broadcast, it probably won't have any effect. Netizens are very emotional now. Zhang Xian immediately offered a suggestion. Isn't the most direct way to find a copy of Beiti Xingyue's live broadcast and take down their photographer? Wu Shan, you can also find someone to see if they can hack into Beiti Xingyue's live broadcast room? Bai Qingchuan, can we expose their scam? Wei Han didn't say anything. Rongqi had a gloomy face and a serious tone. The live broadcast has been going on for a while, and the symbiotic particles have begun to spread. The method of interrupting Beiti Xingyue's live broadcast is only a temporary solution. But we can't just sit there and watch. If everyone is symbiotically infected by that symbiotic particle, what will everyone become? Will everyone become humanoid monsters? Shirley was very anxious. What can we do? What is our current situation? Is this place already full of symbiotic particles? Rongqi glanced at Wei Han and found that Wei Han's attention was not here, so he helped explain. When Wei Han discovered this just now, he had already made bubbles for us to isolate the symbiotic particles. Now there should be only a small amount of symbiotic particles on your body, so it's not a big problem for the time being. This made the four people look at Wei Han very gratefully, and it was at this time that they realized that Wei Han's attention was not on them. Wei Han's eyes were only following a small translucent bubble, which was only the size of a pigeon egg. It was very busy running around, and its movements were very fast. If it weren't for Teacher Wei's eyes falling on it, they wouldn't have noticed the bubble. After noticing the four people's gazes, Wei Han explained, because of the effect of devouring fusion, I won't be symbiotic with this kind of thing, and I can also obtain some key information they carry by devouring them. I want to see what new information these symbiotic particles carry. Then I see what action to take. This bubble I made is collecting the symbiotic particles here. The symbiotic particles in the parasite star copy cannot synchronously obtain new information from the symbiotic particles in other copies. So Wei Han can only learn from the symbiotic particles in the parasite star that some symbiotic particles have successfully lurked in human players and went to some blue planets. He doesn't know what new inheritance information these symbiotic particles have on the blue planets in parallel time and space after leaving the parasite star. Rongqi said with fear, Wei Han learned the truth about the advent of the copy through this method, but how to say it, it's still worrying. After all, Zhao Ying has optimized the symbiotic particles, and I don't know if Wei Han's skills can suppress it. Wei Han controlled the small bubble to collect all the symbiotic particles in the room, and then started the next operation without stopping. While using her skills, she explained, because there is no guarantee that there will be any accidents, I will make a bubble and a protective shield to trap me, and also make some bubbles and protective shields to ensure your safety. The four people became more and more nervous as they listened, and they leaned together tightly, looking at Wei Han worriedly. Shirley, Teacher Wei, come on. When you need our help, please call us at any time. Zhang Xian and Wu Shan did not speak, but nodded vigorously in agreement. Bai Qingchuan, Miss Wei, be careful. Wei Han set up the bubbles and protective shields. Considering that she might fall asleep after swallowing new symbiotic particles, she directly set her bubbles and protective shields on the single sofa. She sat on a soft single sofa, holding a bubble that collected symbiotic particles in her hand, and turned to say to the others, I should sleep for a while. During this period, don't leave the bubble and the protective shield. Don't open Beiti Xingyue's live broadcast. You can go online to watch some news or play games. Just wait for me to wake up. She pointed at Rongqi and said, if you are worried about anything, just ask Rongqi. He has experience. Rongqi also nodded to the four people very cooperatively and patted his chest, as if to make a promise. After that, Wei Han swallowed the small bubble very simply, and then laid down slowly with his eyes open. After a while, Wei Han's even breathing sound came. The others looked at Wei Han's sleeping face eagerly for a long time, before finally looking away. The few people looked at each other, and finally picked up their phones in tacit understanding, opened various forums, and checked what discussions Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast using Wei Han as a gimmick had caused. They were not in the mood to play games or do other things. It would be better to follow the discussion of the live broadcast in real time and observe whether the netizens had obvious changes because of watching the live broadcast. When several people opened their mobile phones, they did not need to search for anything. The news and discussions about Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast would be pushed directly to their eyes, and the entrance to the live broadcast room could be seen everywhere. Of course, they could not click on Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast, so they basically went to major forum platforms to check the discussion trend of netizens on this live broadcast. When they opened the forum, the titles that came into view were basically like this: Wei Han. Wei Han. The Wei Han, with a stunning appearance, was actually found by Beidou Xingyue. So beautiful, 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 beautiful. She is so beautiful. Can I watch this for free? Basically, they were praising Wei Han's soul-stirring and peerless appearance in this live broadcast. However, some titles were a little different in style. For example, am I the only one who thinks that, although she is indeed very pretty, her temperament is a little strange? She is a little greasy for some reason. Another example, Beidou Xingyue really spent a lot of money this time. Is it to redeem herself? And this, although Wei Han is beautiful, I choose Teacher Wei. I am not a superficial person. Beidou Xingyue has started live streaming again. When will Teacher Wei start live streaming again? It has been so long. Perhaps it is because these titles have different styles, and are slightly rebellious, so the posts with these titles have also built high buildings. Even the 5 people who are scrolling through their phones are attracted by these posts. A few people looked up and looked at each other, and then clicked on these posts in tacit understanding, thinking that there must be many people in these posts who refuted the original poster, but they did not expect that the situation was exactly the opposite of what they expected. Chapter 269. They first clicked on the post that said Wei Han's temperament was a little greasy. This post received a lot of replies. Just from the number of replies, one can imagine that the battle in the post would be fierce. It goes without saying that the poster must have been criticized. But when they clicked in, they saw that the most popular comments that were pushed to the front were like this: "Say something I like to hear. To be honest, I actually feel the same way, and I also think that this Wei Han is probably someone pretending to be someone with skills. Wei Han has been beautiful since she was a child. I think she should be very accustomed to her appearance, and will never give people a temperament that says I kill you if I don't look beautiful. Say something I like to hear. Perhaps I have some expectations for Wei Han without authorization, which makes me always feel that this person's temperament and that face are full of a very strong sense of disharmony. Please call me a surfing expert. Original poster, you are really bold and said what I dare not say. Actually, I thought Wei Han looked weird the first time I saw her. The possibility of her pretending is actually very high, right? Don't love her too much. Frowny face during Beidou Xingyue's intermittent live broadcast in Yumian. Didn't Xiaomin mention that someone might use a skill that can achieve a disguise effect to pretend to be Wei Han? If she is really pretending, then Beidou Xingyue is really shameless. Unfortunately, she is always one step behind me. Frowny face, and I think she is very pretentious and artificial. I feel that Wei Han's image has collapsed in my heart, and I feel like she has fallen from the altar. I don't deny that her face is really very beautiful, but it is only limited to being beautiful. Maybe many people think that good looks are enough, but you can't deny that temperament can have a finishing touch. I sincerely hope that this is a fake. Is there anyone who can expose it? The trend of this post can be seen from the most popular comments in the front row with the most likes. This surprised the 5 people, and they continued to scroll down to see more replies. There are also some shorter comments, such as "I feel the same way, I agree, if Wei Han is really like this, then I am really disappointed," and so on. Of course, there are also some rebuttal comments. For the post to be so popular, there still needs to be some controversy. The rebuttal comments are basically like this: "Don't force it if the horoscopes are not compatible. Wei Han hasn't said anything yet, and you are already dissatisfied? Please, can you not be so self-conscious? Still here and disappointed, did they ask you to look forward to it? Mengqin frowny face when you are complaining about Wei Han for having only a face, but no temperament. Please look at yourselves in the mirror. Don't be ugly and have the nerve to complain about the girl's graduation project. Who gave you the face? This dumpling is stuffed with sesame." Frowny face. Yes, OP, you are the only one who feels this way. We don't think so. There are always some people who think that everyone is drunk and I am the only one who is sober, but in fact you are just sensationalizing, and you don't even know you have become a clown. Don't drink alcohol carelessly, frowny face. Oh my god, you have no basis, just based on your feelings, and you start to think that people are pretending? Who are you? If it doesn't meet your expectations, it's pretending. Don't be so funny, okay? There is a button to exit the live broadcast. You can exit the live broadcast at any time if you don't want to watch it. Eating snails without toothpicks. You are professional blacklisters of Beidou Xingyue, right? It seems like you are questioning Wei Han, but in fact, you are questioning Beidou Xingyue and leading the trend to point the finger at Beidou Xingyue. Be honest, are you in the same group as the poster next door, who said he chose Teacher Wei? Of course, most netizens' comments are relatively mild, not so aggressive, and they essentially want to discuss. Seedless dragon fruit. I didn't feel anything at first, but after the poster said that, it seems to be a little interesting. Little heart and little kidney. What I find strange is why she seems to be deliberately showing off her beauty in this copy. She doesn't plan to do anything else? Winter is for warming up by the fire. I'm not relying on feelings or anything like that, but from the performance of Wei Han since she appeared in the live broadcast until now. If you observe carefully, you will find that her behavior reveals a kind of deliberateness everywhere. Secondhand human, slightly fat and slightly socially phobic. It just feels like something is strange. I can't tell specifically. But since there is indeed the possibility of a fake, then we can remain skeptical, right? There are already many posts on the forum homepage praising Wei Han's appearance, and some netizens don't need to click on this post specifically to output or something like that. 9 bowls of rice. The problem now is that this is difficult to verify. Whether it is real or fake, there is no standard to distinguish the authenticity, right? Nosy and worried. In fact, from the mouths of the 5 people who are looking for Wei Han, we can know that the possibility of Wei Han in our world is very low. Teacher Wei's last live broadcast directly amazed the entire Blue Star. If Wei Han is really in our world, then she should have recognized those 5 people and returned to her original world long ago, right? Of course, these netizens were not so gentle and calm when they were accused of being the black spots of Beidou Xingyue. People die for money. Whether Wei Han is real or not, I will not comment. I am only targeting those who always talk about what profession to blacken what water army. With Beidou Xingyue's current situation, does it still need others to blacken it? Isn't it all Beidou Xingyue's own fault? Beidou Xingyue's times have changed. Beidou Xingyue is suspected, essentially because of Beidou Xingyue's dark history. This is the favor of the gods. Wake up, Beidou Xingyue still thinks that you can treat Teacher Wei as an opponent? Teacher Wei has long since stopped caring about you, Beidou Xingyue. Even your Beidou Xingyue's small turnaround in live broadcast this time is based on the information provided by Teacher Wei's live broadcast, okay? I am very curious, in order to get the relevant information about Wei Han, did your Beidou Xingyue's contracted players really receive punishment for breach of contract? Romantic intolerance. If you want others not to doubt, you have to provide evidence to prove that she is the Wei Han. Teacher Wei's last live broadcast let everyone know about the existence of such a person. Her relatives and friends have been looking for her for more than 20 years, but still can't find her. How come you, Beidou Xingyue, suddenly found her in just 2 months? Is it really such a coincidence? Most of the comments in the post were in line with the 5 people's wishes. The 5 people were very happy to read them, and they liked the comments they agreed with very much while reading them. The eyes of the masses are sharp. In this post, more and more netizens said that they found the organization. They dared not say it outside, but in this post, they boldly said that they also felt that Wei Han in Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast room gave people a feeling of having only appearance. Some people also said that they went there because of the fame, but returned disappointed. When they first saw Wei Han's photos, they were amazed and astonished. However, the Wei Han in front of the Beidou Xingyue live broadcast camera made them feel that he was just like everyone else. He was good looking, but it was easy to get tired of him. Some people also seriously analyzed whether it was because of the synthesized photo that Wei Han was beautified a lot. However, this analysis was quickly refuted, because Wei Han in the live broadcast looked exactly the same as the synthesized photo. But it was precisely this exact similarity that became a suspicious point and was analyzed by netizens. Blind Monk has a brilliant point here. The problem seems to be here. Shirley and others in the parallel universe said that the photo was synthesized, and it can only be guaranteed to be very similar to Wei Han as an adult, not completely the same. Teacher Wei, live broadcast. The Wei Han in the camera is exactly the same as the synthesized photo. Does this mean that Beidou Xingyue has not found the real Wei Han at all? Beidou Xingyue does not know what the real Wei Han looks like, so even if he disguises himself, he can only follow the synthesized photo, and make it look exactly the same as the fake synthesized photo? This kind of inferences that are very close to the truth can be drawn based on some clues, which also makes the 5 people who read the post very addicted. They did not have much time to turn the entire post outside. They only read the main remarks of the host, and then exited the interface very neatly, returned to the homepage, and poked the one who said that they should choose Teacher Wei between Wei Han and Teacher Wei. Facing the post of this host, the 5 people actually had a complaint in their hearts. This choice is meaningless. This host is really a true love of Teacher Wei. At this time when everyone is about to be bewitched by Wei Han, he is still thinking about Teacher Wei's live broadcast. After clicking into this post, except for a few sarcastic comments, most netizens were crying and begging Teacher Wei to start live streaming. Eating hot pot in summer and popsicles in winter. Wow, Teacher Wei, look, Beidou Xingyue is almost bullying you. How can you tolerate this? Start live streaming immediately. Be content and smile. I'm not greedy. Teacher Wei doesn't have to start live streaming immediately. Just start a live streaming preview. Rebellious. Teacher Wei hasn't started live streaming for such a long time. What is he busy with? Has Teacher Wei forgotten that he is a copy live streaming photographer? Maintaining the moon, sun and stars. Before Wei Han appeared in Beidou Xingyue's live streaming room, I actually hesitated between Wei Han and Teacher Wei, but now I firmly choose Teacher Wei. Beautiful skins are all the same, but interesting souls are rare. Teacher Wei is the eternal god in my heart. Wild Rose frowny face. How can this woman resist not to start a live broadcast? Doesn't she miss her fans at all? Old people trying to surf the internet frowny face. Even if Teacher Wei wants to start a live broadcast, it is impossible for her to start at this point. Don't expect it. Although everyone in this post will choose Teacher Wei, to be honest, if Teacher Wei starts a live broadcast at this point, he will only be crushed by the data of Beidou Xingyue. After all, the attraction of the 2 words Wei Han is really too strong. All of the above are relatively harmonious, like the yin and yang, and the weird ones are like this. Remember your identity frowny face. How can Teacher Wei be compared with Wei Han? Are you looking down on Wei Han, or are you looking up to that Teacher Wei too much? He is just a third-rate photographer who hides behind the scenes, dares not show his face, and deliberately markets a sense of mystery. Gambler of fate frowny face. Yo yo yo, this is even selected, as if you have a choice, as if your Teacher Wei has shown her face. Wei Han is famous for her looks. If you want to compare the 2 of them, let your Teacher Wei show her face first before you talk, okay? Coffee and milk tea, thank you. Why do you only mention Teacher Wei, Teacher Ming, and Teacher Xiaowei? You can't be so partial, they are obviously very good. Why do you only mention Teacher Wei, and not others? Oh, it's because Teacher Wei has never appeared on camera. You don't think that Teacher Wei is prettier than Wei Han, right? You will only hurt yourself. First, the former top star of Beidou Xingyue, and our recognized mysterious master, the hope of all mankind, followed by Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Xiaoding, and then Teacher Meng and Brother Hua, Teacher Wei's followers. Why don't you touch each other? It will only hurt your Teacher Wei. Faced with this kind of weirdness, the 5 people who read the post couldn't get angry, and even wanted to laugh, and found a little fun when they saw fans arguing about who was the best among Teacher Wei's several vests. Shirley felt a little more relaxed, and looked at Teacher Wei lying on the sofa with worry. I don't know what Teacher Wei will know, and what actions he will take after waking up. Zhang Xian couldn't help but sigh. Netizens are really eager to discuss this topic every time. If they can argue more like this, it will be good to reduce the number of people watching the live broadcast. Bai Qingchuan skillfully exited the post, and turned to a post recording data. He said with some regret, the audience data recorded in this post has been increasing. The discussion and dispute here can't affect the advancement of the live broadcast at all. Unless some marketing account sees this topic, and actively pushes it to the public. Wu Shan read the post while calling other people he knew, wanting to start with himself, and persuade them not to watch the live broadcast. Rong Qi spent the least time looking at his phone. Most of the time, he was looking at Wei Han, and when no one knew, he used a skill in advance. As Bai Qingchuan said, even if there were discussions in the forum questioning the authenticity of Wei Han, it would not affect most viewers at present. Most netizens who saw the live broadcast push would click into the live broadcast room as soon as possible. As long as they clicked into the live broadcast room, a modified version of the symbiotic particles would overflow from the live broadcast screen. They don't know what effect this improved symbiotic particle will have for the time being. When it reaches a certain number, it can directly affect the audience's judgment, and whether it will directly form a bewitching effect on the audience. If there is really a similar effect, it will be even more difficult to make the audience question Wei Han in the live broadcast screen. It's good that the audience doesn't desperately defend the fake Wei Han in Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast. Nearly an hour had passed, and Wei Han still showed no signs of waking up. After Rong Chi's explanation, Shirley and the other four gradually put down their worries. At this time, the question about the authenticity of Wei Han in Beidi Xingyue's live broadcast unexpectedly became a hot search on all platforms on the internet. This surprised the 5 people who were waiting for Wei Han to wake up. They didn't expect that some marketing accounts would see this topic and push it to the public so quickly. Hashtag netizens question whether the person in Beidi Xingyue's live broadcast room is a fake Wei Han hashtag. This topic stood out among all the hot search topics praising Wei Han, and instantly attracted the attention of a large number of netizens, setting off a bloody storm. The topic became popular rapidly and spread very quickly. A few people curiously clicked into these related discussions and found that netizens were debating. The number of pros and cons seemed to be evenly matched. There are also many netizens who are skeptical of Wei Han in Beidi Xingyue's live broadcast. Now that the topic has exploded, they immediately came and said that they had found the organization and put forward various brain-opening speculations. Listen to the melon sound. I thought I was the only one who thought so. No wonder I always feel that this Wei Han in Beidi Xingyue's live broadcast room is so pretentious and seems to do everything deliberately. Don't listen to random words. My thoughts are different from yours. I think that if the real Wei Han saw Teacher Wei's live broadcast and had any doubts about her life experience, then she should not go to Beidi Xingyue. She should go to Teacher Wei, right? It's better to eat grass. Seeing other friends' discussions, I also think it is more reasonable for the real Wei Han to go to Teacher Wei. Teacher Ming asked Teacher Xiaowei to send out a free portal maze strategy. Who doesn't know that you can go to a parallel universe through the portal maze? Wei Han is not from our world, so she must want to return to her original world, right? I'm on the 3-season website frowny face. There is another possibility. The person may be real, but because she was threatened by Beidi Xingyue, she appeared on the screen, and she behaved so awkwardly in front of the camera. Go pick wild vegetables frowny face. I think Wei Han does not exist in our world at all. Beidi Xingyue dared to use such a strategy just because she is not in our world. In this way, they can easily create a new top stream. I eat what the pig eats frowny face. Beidi Xingyue still has many flaws. The fact that Wei Han in the live broadcast room looks like a synthesized photo is enough to explain the problem. I don't believe that the real Wei Han would really look like the composite photo hidden on the internet. So now the question is, how to judge the authenticity of the other party. In Teacher Wei's live broadcast at that time, the 5 people only provided a composite photo, and no other information was revealed, or it was only revealed to Teacher Ming. Oh gee, sure, see, that's right. Teacher Ming. Teacher Ming must know how to judge whether this Wei Han is real or fake. Summon Teacher Ming. Is Teacher Ming surfing the internet now? So netizens who found some kind of breakthrough began to call Teacher Ming, and even created a new topic, hashtag the whole network is looking for Teacher Ming hashtag. This made the 5 onlookers a little stunned. How to say? They didn't expect such a development. But now, whether it is Teacher Wei or Teacher Ming, it is impossible for them to appear on the internet to respond to the calls of netizens. After all, she is still asleep. Teacher Ming did not appear, and netizens who believed that the person in the Beidi Xingyue live broadcast room was the real Wei Han were also arguing. Please calm down. People with dark minds think everything is a conspiracy and inside story. People like you deserve not to be able to appreciate beauty. I won't tell you who broke the defense. No, you don't have any basis for this. You can take a random guess without basis as a conclusion? As for why Wei Han didn't go to find Teacher Wei or Teacher Ming, isn't the reason obvious? The players in your Teacher Wei's camp are elusive. How can you let them find them? You can't find Teacher Ming even if you want to? Life is full of ups and downs. Beidi Xingyue is not as bad as you say, right? In the last live broadcast, there were indeed many accidents, but can't people make some mistakes occasionally? Can your Teacher Wei always be at the peak? Bottom-up rebound. If you feel that Wei Han in the live broadcast room is out of place, or feels deliberate, I sincerely suggest that you go to the ophthalmologist to check your eyes, and don't delay the disease. Who taught you to say that? No way, she is so pretty. How can you find fault with her? Her appearance is impeccable, so you start to talk about her illusory temperament. Sorry, I think her temperament is pretty good. She is so pretty, is it hard to understand that she has some idle baggage? If this face grows on me, I will be more artificial than anyone else. Endless love words. Have you forgotten the existence of parallel universes? You still ask Mr. Ming to identify it. It's really funny. Maybe the Wei Han who appears in front of the camera now is not the one those 5 people are looking for? But from another parallel universe? Professional repair of broken hearts. What's going on? Those people who talk about her temperament, are they some water army from Mr. Wei? It seems that your Mr. Wei really made a lot of money in the last live broadcast. The number of water army he hired is increasing. Hong Lu, I want to say, Mr. Wei, it is useless to hire more internet users to slander Wei Han's appearance. The public has a sharp eye. Everyone is tolerant of real beauties. Please stop making a fuss about ugly people. It can be seen that these netizens labeled those who disagreed with them as internet users as soon as they disagreed with them, and in turn threw the suspicion on Mr. Wei. Unexpectedly, this statement made some netizens who originally supported the real Wei Han theory turn against him. Because most netizens have a good impression of Teacher Wei, and like Teacher Wei very much. Professional fish farming for 18 years. I found some remarks very strange. Teacher Wei has never marketed his appearance or anything, or we don't know whether Teacher Wei has done any marketing or publicity. I also support that Wei Han in the live broadcast room is real, but I really can't stand you pointing the finger at Teacher Wei. I will spray whoever steps on Teacher Wei. I can't stand being called a water army by you. You can praise that Wei Han, but don't step on Teacher Wei, okay? Teacher Wei is always the first. Although I think that Wei Han in the Beijing Yue live broadcast room is very likely to be real, but you can't say that about Teacher Wei. Those who want to lead the rhythm to Teacher Wei, I think you are the water army. Just like this, the topic of is Wei Han in the Beijing Yue live broadcast room real or fake was directly pushed to the top of the hot search on major platforms, directly suppressing all the topics related to live broadcasting. Several different opinions also made more netizens start to take sides, and some people launched a vote to do some statistics, wanting to see how many people think that Wei Han in the live broadcast room is real, and how many people think she is a fake. This also caused a fundamental shift in the focus of all netizens. What everyone cares about is no longer Wei Han in Beijing Yue's live broadcast room, or whether Wei Han actually appeared. The focus of everyone's concern has become whether Wei Han in Beijing Yue's live broadcast room is real or fake. How can we know if she is impersonated by someone? The audience gradually calmed down from the initial enthusiasm and excitement. They would not blindly believe whatever they saw, but would examine it with a skeptical attitude. Only when Wei Han in Beijing Yue's live broadcast room produced evidence that could prove her identity, would everyone be willing to believe it. The change in the trend on the internet also led to a change in the style of the bullet comments in Beijing Yue's live broadcast room. Now the whole network is only concerned about one thing. Is this Wei Han real? Can Beijing Yue let her produce some evidence to prove it? The style of the bullet comments in the live broadcast room has also changed from praising beauty at the beginning to questioning and asking questions now. The audience's doubts prevailed, as if Wei Han's beautiful appearance did not work. The audience, who returned to the live broadcast room, were no longer distracted by the other party's appearance, but just wanted the other party to respond. Although the attitude of netizens made the 5 onlookers feel relieved, the popularity of Beijing Yue's live broadcast room was greatly improved. The number of online people in the live broadcast room did not decrease but increased, and the number of people increased even faster now. Because this true and false controversy has attracted some people who originally don't care about appearance. Some people don't care about appearance, but when they see controversial topics, they immediately run to the scene to eat melons. It can be said that the star internet is now almost a mess, and everyone is eating melons. Looking at the post recording the changes in the data of the Beijing Yue live broadcast room, the 5 people are particularly worried. There are more and more people watching the live broadcast. According to what Wei Han said, the symbiotic particles are now all over the blue planet. The 5 people prayed that Teacher Wei would wake up soon, hoping that Teacher Wei would bring good news after waking up, and they would also know how to solve the current problem. No one dared to think about it, nor did they know what the world would become if 99% of the people on the blue star were parasitized by symbiotic particles. It would not make any difference if humans in their original world were extinct. Seeing the end, Rongqi had already put down his phone, clasped his hands in front of his forehead, and only focused on Wei Han. Others could not be as indifferent as him, so most of the time, they would still pick up their phones to pay attention to the changes in the trend on the internet. About half a day later, 5 hours had passed, and Wei Han, who was lying on the single sofa, slowly opened his eyes. Rongqi noticed that her eyelashes moved, and immediately stood up. Wei Han. Others heard the sound and movement, and immediately looked over, and found that Teacher Wei had really woken up. Wei Han turned his head and looked over, blinked twice, and before speaking, he first exhaled a long breath. Her eyes swept through the people present, and finally locked onto Rongqi. She said the first sentence after waking up, with a slightly helpless tone, "Rongqi, did you use the skill of transferring pain?" Rongqi forced a smile, which was equivalent to acquiescence. He expected that after Wei Han woke up, she might have a splitting headache again because of the huge amount of information and memory that squeezed into her mind. So he used pain transfer in advance, hoping that this time he could share her pain. The result was just as he thought. The intense pain that was almost like being stirred by an electric drill suddenly appeared when Wei Han exhaled. It was not appropriate to describe it as physical pain. It was like cutting his soul directly. Facing Wei Han's question, it was not that he didn't want to talk, but that he was in so much pain that he couldn't talk. Just maintaining the original posture had exhausted all his concentration. The more painful it was, the more fortunate he was that he had used his skills this time, so that Wei Han would not have to endure such pain again. If he did not want to be too embarrassed in front of Wei Han and everyone, he would have immediately huddled up with his head in his arms, like Wei Han did last time. The other 4 people did not understand the secret interaction between the two, but they felt that Rongqi's face suddenly turned pale, which was worrying. "Teacher Wei, are you okay? What happened to Rongqi?" Shirley looked at Teacher Wei, and then at Rongqi, with question marks all over her head. Zhang Xian asked nervously, "Did you gain anything? Is your body in any serious condition?" Bai Qingchuan tried to explain the current situation. "Miss Wei, you have been asleep for more than 5 hours. During these hours, the situation has changed a lot. Now the audience has doubts about the fake Wei Han in Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast room. But Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast data has been rising." Wu Shan was worried. "What can we do?" Wei Han did not answer the questions of several people immediately. She first looked at Rongqi for a while to confirm that he had survived the severe headache, and then lowered her head as if thinking. When she raised her head again, she looked at the 5 people steadily and suggested very seriously, "I think it's time for us to revive." Except for Bai Qingchuan, the other 4 people thought about it, and widened their eyes in disbelief. Wei Han is still making plans. We also want to broadcast live, and we want to broadcast live in the Mushroom Forest. We will broadcast live in the names of Wei Han, Rongqi, Shirley, Zhang Xian and Wu Shan, and resume the live broadcast that we interrupted at the beginning. Wei Han explained more after finding that the expressions of several people were still confused and surprised. "I have successfully unlocked the new information carried by this batch of symbiotic particles headed by Zhao. It's a bit complicated to explain in detail, so I keep it short. In the information carried by this batch of symbiotic particles, Wei Han has learned how the symbiotic particles came to Blue Star, how they found Zhao, and what plans the symbiotic particles made along the way to curb the growth of human players, etc. But these are not the focus of this explanation. The focus is on some of Zhao Ying's actions. In fact, Zhao Ying's degree of symbiosis is already very high. He has been acting with the consciousness of symbiotic particles since a long time ago. In order to capture Blue Star, he has been looking for a way to quickly spread symbiotic particles throughout the entire Blue Star. In the Yumian copy, he was inspired by Yumian's characteristics, and wanted to add similar characteristics to the symbiotic particles. After many experiments, attempts, and adjustments, and the fact that he was completely symbiotic, truly becoming a group of humanoid symbiotic particles, he unlocked the method of setting certain settings for symbiotic particles. In one of his dreams, he completed the thorough improvement of symbiotic particles. In the depths of Zhao Ying's dream, Zhao Ying's limited personal consciousness was controlled by symbiotic particles, and he used his mental power to carve some conditions in the depths of his dream. And this condition happened to have a lot to do with Wei Han. Perhaps it was because Wei Han's beautiful face left a great shock to Zhao Ying's already weak personal consciousness, or it could be because the name Wei Han was extremely popular, or it could be a hodgepodge of various reasons. The conditions for the spread of symbiotic particles somehow became like this. If Zhao Ying disguised himself as Wei Han and appeared in front of the camera for a live broadcast, the upgraded symbiotic particles emitted from Zhao Ying could overflow to every viewer through the live broadcast screen. This is the truth behind why Zhao Ying would disguise himself as Wei Han to broadcast live, and why symbiotic particles could be spread through live broadcasts. The upgraded symbiotic particles can enter the blood directly through breathing, shortening the time to reach the surface of the brain, but the upgraded symbiotic particles can only be guided through dreams to work. Before the symbiotic object falls asleep, they can only temporarily exist on the surface of the other party's brain. When the other party starts to dream, they will intervene in the dream and guide the other party to open a door. This door is the embodiment of the symbiotic object's signal to receive the symbiotic object in the dream. If the door is opened, it is the channel to receive the symbiotic particles, and then it will become a symbiont, and then be replaced by the symbiotic particles little by little. The symbiotic particles have achieved this transformation, not without cost. After making this upgrade and improvement, all symbiotic particles are equivalent to 1. The transmission condition is effective for all symbiotic particles, and the death condition will also take effect on all symbiotic particles. Coincidentally, when the transmission condition is set, it is immediately accompanied by the death condition. This is not what the symbiotic particles want to set, nor is it something that the symbiotic particles can choose. The death condition appears automatically, and the symbiotic particles are also aware of it, but cannot change it. This death condition is when the real Weihan broadcasts live and appears in front of the camera. The moment the live broadcast reaches 30 minutes, all upgraded symbiotic particles from the secondary mother body on the blue planet will be annihilated immediately regardless of their state. It can be seen that this death condition is in correspondence with the propagation condition. The symbiotic particles realize that this is the price of evolution, but they are lucky enough to think that there is no such person as Weihan on this blue planet, and they can rest easy. Moreover, they also believe that even if Weihan really existed, she might not even know the existence of the symbiotic particles. Weihan unilaterally read the information of all symbiotic particles, but the symbiotic particles were completely unaware of this. This is because the symbiotic particles will have some information memory when they leave the factory, which is uniformly provided by the mother body, but the experience information of the symbiotic particles after leaving the factory will not be synchronized or uploaded to any mother body. The mother body here refers to the boss, leader, etc. of all symbiotic particles. After the boss, there will be some second in command, etc. These are secondary mother bodies. The second in command help the boss to lead the younger brothers to conquer the world, so there are many secondary mother bodies, basically distributed on different planetary civilizations. The mother body of the symbiotic particles they know now is the huge dead tree on the parasitic star, which has now been killed by them. The secondary mother body of the symbiotic particles on the blue star is undoubtedly Zhao Ying, and Zhao Ying's ability of mental control also comes from this. It is also because the information of the symbiotic particles is not shared and synchronized after leaving the factory, so the symbiotic particles on the blue planet do not know that their mother body is gone, which means that they have been stolen by Weihan and Rongqi. They also do not know that all their secrets have been known by Weihan, let alone that they are about to die. Weihan and Rongqi were originally thinking about how to deal with Zhao Ying. Now that they know this, they can kill 2 birds with 1 stone with just 1 live broadcast. After learning this, Weihan immediately had a complete idea in her mind. She wanted to continue the Mushroom Forest live broadcast that had been interrupted. This is the best time for them to resurrect and reappear in front of the audience with their true identities. Chapter 270. At this point in Weihan's explanation, the other 4 people except Bai Qingchuan all nodded slowly, with a little excitement on their faces. Bai Qingchuan didn't know much about the Mushroom Forest live broadcast, so he didn't quite understand the live broadcast plan mentioned by Weihan, as well as the resurrection. However, Weihan's explanation of Zhao Ying, symbiotic particles, Beidou Xingyue live broadcast and other related issues was still very clear, so Bai Qingchuan was not confused throughout the whole process. After the trio and Rongqi calmed down, they thought of another very critical issue. Shirley asked hesitantly, in this case, Teacher Wei, do you have to appear on camera? The death condition of the symbiotic particle. Will this be difficult for Teacher Wei? Zhang Xian also added, Teacher Wei, you have always been reluctant to appear in front of the camera, right? Wu Shan joined the discussion and gave a long analysis. I think the key question is, does Ms. Wei need to appear in her real appearance, or keep her disguised appearance? Is this also very important? There is no problem with appearing on camera. Ms. Wei's vest has appeared in front of the camera many times. The key is what stage should she appear in? Bai Qingchuan remained silent tactfully, just listening to everyone's discussion. Rongqi did not speak either, just silently looking at Weihan. Weihan did not have the kind of embarrassment or resistance they thought. You should know from the fact that my vest will also appear in front of the camera that I am not resistant to standing in front of the camera. I just think I am a behind-the-scenes staff, and there is no need to stand on the stage. She analyzed calmly, but now that this is necessary, I can't have any entanglement in this matter. Wu Shan's analysis is correct. I will try to use the vest clone first to see if it can also meet the death conditions of the symbiotic particles. If not, I will use the real body, the real appearance, stand in front of the camera, and introduce myself to everyone openly. Others didn't expect Weihan to be so calm about this matter, but if you think about it carefully, this is exactly Weihan's style. She has always been very upright and open, and rarely has any time to be shy and entangled. As she said herself, she has always felt that she is a behind-the-scenes staff, and there is no need to stand in front of the camera to grab the spotlight. It's not that she wants to maintain a sense of mystery and deliberately hang the audience. As for not showing her true face, since she has the disguise skill, it is also due to various reasons. Now that there is a reason to stand in front of the camera, Wei Han certainly won't have any entanglement and hesitation. After listening to Wei Han's words, after the initial astonishment, several people began to be inexplicably nervous and expectant. This is probably the appearance of Teacher Wei that all the audiences are looking forward to the most, and Teacher Wei is likely to stand in front of the camera with his real identity and real face as Wei Han. This expectation even exceeds their expectation of their resurrection. Wei Han did not continue to talk about this topic, took out her mobile phone, and began to search for the location of the nearest entrance to the Mushroom Forest dungeon. After finding the entrance, the arrival time was estimated, and some preparation time of the players was added. After calculating the time, the live broadcast notice was issued using the account of Camera is My Destiny. Camera is My Destiny. Dear audience friends, long time no see, I will start live broadcast in 45 minutes, but not on this account. I will announce the live broadcast account before the broadcast. A little reveal, the address of this live broadcast is the Mushroom Forest copy. Stay tuned. In the preview of this live broadcast, Wei Han deliberately revealed some fragmentary information. The purpose is to stir up the heat and arouse the speculation and attention of netizens. The death condition of the symbiotic particle did not mention the popularity of the live broadcast. Even if there is no one in her live broadcast room, as long as she appears on camera for 30 minutes, the symbiotic particle will die directly. But Wei Han hopes that this live broadcast can have unprecedented popularity. If possible, she hopes that all players on Blue Star can see this live broadcast and know how to get strength improvement from the Mushroom Forest. After many upgrades, the server of Comet Live will no longer crash easily due to excessive traffic. Wei Han does not need to consider multi-platform simultaneous live broadcast, as long as she broadcasts on Comet Live. After sending out the notice, Wei Han simply stood up from the single sofa, waved her hand, and both the bubble and the protective shield were lifted. She looked at Shirley and the others. I have just sent out the live broadcast notice. We will be broadcasting in the Mushroom Forest dungeon next, with our true identities. We will set off in 10 minutes, and you can see what preparations you need to make. I will wait for you here. The three of them nodded seriously, and then turned to their respective rooms. Rongqi and Bai Qingchuan stood there without moving. Rongqi just didn't have any preparations to make, and Bai Qingchuan didn't know whether he could participate in this live broadcast, and didn't know what he could do when everyone was going to participate in the live broadcast. What should I do? Bai Qingchuan found that Wei Han and Rongqi had no intention of making arrangements for him, so he took the initiative to ask. While taking out the camera from the skill space to check, Wei Han replied, It depends on your idea. You have recovered now, and can pass through the dungeon portal entrance on our side, but if you want to go to the dungeon with us and do a live broadcast, when you come back, you will return to your original world. Wei Han, if you don't want to return to the original world yet, and want to wait here for the situation here, I suggest you wait a little longer. Rongqi and I already know the truth about the dungeon's arrival, and perhaps we will be able to solve many problems soon. When everything is settled, it won't be too late for you to go back. If you go back now, you will probably not see the Wei Han you want to see. This is Wei Han's advice to him. Rongqi also helped persuade them. It's still quite safe here. You can watch our live broadcast here. You just recovered not long ago, and you need to continue to recuperate before you can enter the dungeon. Bai Qingchuan is a person who listens to advice very readily. He accepted the two people's proposal very readily, and decided that he would stay to look after the house. 10 minutes later, the trio came out of their room very punctually. Everyone changed their clothes, which were exactly what they had dressed in the live broadcast of the Mushroom Forest, but their disguise skills had not been removed. Wei Han and Rongqi had not shown their faces in that live broadcast, so they were not prepared in this regard. Teacher Wei, we are ready and can set off. Shirley said a little nervously. Zhang Xian found that Teacher Wei was looking at them thoughtfully, and thought she was wondering why they were still using the disguise skill, so she explained without authorization, we decided to wait until the live broadcast to remove the disguise skill. Wu Shan seemed a little embarrassed. Although I am wearing the same clothes as then, my mental outlook is completely different from that time. In terms of changes in mental outlook, Wu Shan's change is indeed the biggest. Wei Han smiled, very good. Go outside the yard and get on the hovercraft. Rongqi said, and took the initiative to walk in front. Before Shirley took a step, she noticed Bai Qingchuan and asked, What should I do with Bai Qingchuan? I stay here and wait for you to come back. Bai Qingchuan answered immediately. Is that so? Zhang Xian thought for a moment, yes, If you enter the dungeon with us, you will return directly to your original world when the mission is over. Bai Qingchuan nodded. That's right. So keep up the good work. I will cheer for you in the barrage. Shirley waved to him with a smile. Zhang Xian and Wu Shan also nodded and said goodbye to him one after another, and also told the two housekeeper monsters to take good care of Bai Qingchuan. Bai Qingchuan also followed them all the way out, watching them get on the hover car in the yard one by one, and then watched the hover car take off and leave. Sitting in the hover car, on the way to the dungeon, the trio hesitated for a while, and still took out their mobile phones to see the response on the internet after Teacher Wei issued a live broadcast preview. Wei Han was retrieving the password for the account. Camera is my true love. Rong Qi was responsible for driving, and always paid attention to emergencies on the road. When he was free, he turned around to see what Wei Han was doing. Teacher Wei actually released a live broadcast preview. This news was only released for 10 minutes, but it has spread all over the internet and directly rushed to the hot search of Xinguang, right next to the related topics of Wei Han. Teacher Wei now has a large number of fans, and the copy of the preview will be analyzed by fans with a magnifying glass from the punctuation marks, so there are also many discussions and analyses about the live broadcast preview. Netizens are all in a mood to watch a good show, excited and expectant. When the trio opened the forum, they found that the posts discussing Teacher Wei's live broadcast preview and the posts discussing Wei Han in the Beidou Xingyue live broadcast were almost half and half. Many posts discussing Teacher Wei's live broadcast preview are newly opened, but there are many replies. A few people just glanced at the title of the post. Teacher Wei has released a live broadcast preview. Is this Teacher Wei's counterattack against Beidou Xingyue's last disgusting operation? Ah, it's been so long. Teacher Wei is finally going to live broadcast again. 45 minutes later, is it counted from the time Teacher Wei released the preview? Teacher Wei said in the preview that he will not be on that account. Is it because of some cooperation? I am looking forward to it. Teacher Wei is really awesome. What do you think the data of Teacher Wei's live broadcast will be like this time? Now everyone is paying attention to Wei Han in Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast room. Mushroom Forest Dungeon. Do you have any impression of this dungeon? Since it was banned from entering, have you forgotten that it exists? I don't know what others think, but I'm really looking forward to Teacher Wei's live broadcast. I'm so excited and looking forward to it. Do you think there is a possibility that Wei Han's live broadcast on Beidou Xingyue is really not as good as Teacher Wei's live broadcast? Fight! What a good day today is. This is too exciting. After reading the title, the three of them clicked on some posts according to their preferences to further check the reactions of netizens. Netizens speculated that Teacher Wei decided to start the live broadcast at the last minute, and it was probably because of the live broadcast on Beidou Xingyue. In addition, there are many speculations. For example, Teacher Wei suddenly decided to start the live broadcast at this time. Is it because Teacher Wei wants to criticize Wei Han from Beidou Xingyue as a fake? Does that mean that there will be Teacher Ming among the players participating in the live broadcast this time? Some people don't understand. Teacher Wei publicly wants to enter the Mushroom Forest dungeon for live broadcast. Isn't he afraid of being stopped by the government? Of course, some people want to know whether the Mushroom Forest dungeon is really so weird. It is obviously not a very difficult dungeon, but it is difficult to break through. Because Teacher Wei mentioned the Mushroom Forest dungeon in the preview, many netizens also dug up information about the Mushroom Forest. In this way, naturally, some people mentioned the live broadcast that lasted the longest in the Mushroom Forest dungeon, and the popularity of that unfinished live broadcast increased slightly. In addition to speculation about the dungeon, there are also the most speculations about the players participating in the live broadcast. Many netizens believe that if Teacher Wei wants to grab traffic from Beidou Xingyue this time, then the lineup participating in the live broadcast this time must be similar to the lineup of the simulation cabin. There is also a wave of netizens who urge Teacher Wei to appear on the screen and shout for Teacher Wei to show his face. As long as Teacher Wei appears on the screen, it will not be difficult to grab traffic from Beidou Xingyue. But this view was immediately refuted. Some people are very pessimistic about Teacher Wei's live broadcast this time, and believe that even if Teacher Wei appears on the screen, he will not be able to grab much traffic from Beidou Xingyue. Beauty is still more attractive to people. No matter how many people think that Wei Han's temperament is not good, there will still be a steady stream of viewers rushing to the live broadcast room for the novelty. Some comments are more sharp, thinking that Teacher Wei is really overestimating her own abilities this time. Netizens are just talking casually. Teacher Wei really thinks that her live broadcast can crush the traffic of Beidou Xingyue? Teacher Wei was really fooled by some netizens this time. When the real broadcast starts, Teacher Wei will know what it means to humiliate herself. These sarcastic remarks made the three people grit their teeth and feel very unhappy. They also raised their fingers to the virtual screen of the mobile phone with a grin. When they exited the forum and came to other platforms, they saw other articles about Teacher Wei's live broadcast preview. Teacher Wei's last live broadcast revealed a secret that subverted the whole world. Will Teacher Wei's live broadcast this time bring new shocks? Rationally analyze the chances of Teacher Wei's live broadcast this time. With so many dungeons, why did Teacher Wei choose the Mushroom Forest dungeon for this live broadcast? Is this related to the strange difficulty of the Mushroom Forest? Will Teacher Wei fall from grace if he blindly broadcasts without considering the consequences? What exactly caused Teacher Wei to choose to go head-to-head with Beta Xingyu at this time? Several people took a quick look at the content of the article, then switched to other platforms, and found that no matter where they went, they were always talking about the same two topics. Several people were busy on the internet, and before they knew it, the hovercraft had stopped. Wei Han's voice came, "We're at the entrance, get off." This time, the entrance to the portal was at the edge of a broken bridge, and passing through the portal was like jumping off a broken bridge. There are still 5 minutes left before the broadcast time that Wei Han previewed, which is just enough time for them to enter the dungeon and make some preparations. Standing in front of the entrance of the Mushroom Forest dungeon again, looking at the giant mushroom-shaped portal, the three of them were full of emotion. Shirley looked up at the portal, removed the disguise skill, revealed her true appearance, and sighed, "I didn't expect this day to really come. Finally, we can restore our original identities." Zhang Xian reached out and touched the relief on the portal. Wu Shan carefully calculated the time. In fact, the time in between is much shorter than we originally expected, thanks to Ms. Wei. Wei Han simply nodded, and then asked the three of them to enter the dungeon first, and she and Rongqi followed behind. The three of them cooperated very well, and immediately entered the portal at the same time, and Wei Han and Rongqi followed immediately. When the vision returned to normal, they saw the giant mushroom that the five of them were very familiar with. The trio even felt like they had returned to their second home. "Ah, I miss you so much." Shirley's eyes were red with emotion. She was about to go forward and hug a giant mushroom, but all the giant mushrooms suddenly retreated away from them, retreating more than 10 meters in unison. A small giant mushroom in the middle fell down with a thump. 5 people, No, it's been so long, and these mushrooms still remember us. Shirley wiped the sweat from her forehead, and was a little speechless. If we say we are not here to eat them this time, will they still avoid us? Zhang Xian asked seriously. Wu Shan was much smarter. He looked directly at Wei Han. "Ms. Wei, maybe you can use the advanced translation skill to listen to what these giant mushrooms are saying?" This is indeed a good suggestion, but it is important to start the live broadcast now. Wei Han glanced at the time and carried the camera. "I will try it later, but the live broadcast is about to start. You guys get ready, I will send an announcement here first." After that, she glanced at Rongqi again. "Rongqi, don't enter the camera yet, stand next to me, and enter the camera after the three of them have introduced themselves." Rongqi immediately came over and watched her editing the announcement to be issued on her mobile phone. "Please go to a camera is my true love. This account to watch the live broadcast. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you for your trouble." After the announcement was issued, Wei Han put the phone back into the skill space, fished out another phone from the skill space, and then logged in to the account camera is my true love on the second phone. After some operations, the picture on the camera side was connected to the live broadcast room, and the live broadcast was officially started. As soon as the live broadcast started, the number of online viewers in the upper right corner kept skyrocketing, and at the same time, there were crazy comments of various styles. Hatred rises and falls. Shock. This account. What's going on? Oh, what's going on? Don't eat fish. Oh my god, I can't speak anymore. Is this true? Is this true? Not allergic to flowers. Didn't they say the owner of this account is gone? I didn't search the wrong account or anything? This is the account that Teacher Wei mentioned, right? Dogs are better at breaking into dungeons than me. The live broadcast has started, and the background seems to be in the Mushroom Forest dungeon, but why? How did Teacher Wei connect to this account? Dreaming while awake, I really don't know what to say. We made so many guesses before the live broadcast started, and we didn't expect Teacher Wei to give us such a... I don't know whether to say it's a surprise or a shock. Teacher Wei really grasped our curiosity this time. Strawberry Fried Galaxy frowny face turned the camera to the players. I really want to know what is going on. Could it be? Is it what I thought? Could this Teacher Wei be the other Teacher Wei? I will sleep from today. Frowny face. I began to understand why Teacher Wei had the confidence to start this live broadcast. This is a big news right at the beginning. People will die if they don't drink water. Frowny face. If it is really what we thought, then could this be the reason why Teacher Wei chose the dungeon here? The dead cannot be resurrected. Frowny face. I am so nervous. What will we see next? This live broadcast account brought a huge shock to the audience. No audience in the live broadcast room expected this development. The live broadcast had just begun, and all the viewers were in the barrage or on the forum to speculate, and their emotions were extremely excited. Wei Han did not deliberately whet the audience's appetite, but the audience came too quickly. The camera lens did not have time to cut to the three players, and only shot the background into the live broadcast room, which triggered all kinds of speculations from the audience. Soon, Wei Han adjusted the lens, and when she saw Shirley send a signal that she was ready, she turned the lens very straightforwardly. As soon as the lens turned, three faces that were unfamiliar to most viewers suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Most viewers thought that these were new players found by Teacher Wei, and a small number of viewers almost shed tears in front of the virtual screen when they saw these faces. What's wrong with Dog Repair? Who are these three people? Players I haven't seen before. Did Teacher Wei find new players this time and plan to promote new players? I am mortal enemies with the dog party. Teacher Wei really gave us a lot of surprises, so looking forward to it. 9-pound giant rat. Although these players are new faces, their temperaments seem familiar. Black and white balls knock on the a cute girl, a cool sister, and a calm uncle. They all seem to have personality. Dungeon Tourism Ambassador, have you noticed? The giant mushrooms in the mushroom forest seem to be far away from the players? Is it my illusion? Or are the giant mushrooms in the mushroom forest so distant? I don't know much about the mushroom forest dungeon, so I don't understand. At this time, a barrage with a different style suddenly appeared. Dungeon expert, no. It's Lily and the others. It's really Lily. Sister Xian, Uncle Wu. Oh my god. Are they still alive? Then, there were more similar comments. Tian Kian buying vegetables. Oh my god. Someone pinch my philtrum. I'm about to faint. What did I see? It's really Lily and the others. They're not dead. They're still alive and well. How did Teacher Wei find them? Did Teacher Wei save them? Shoot catching expert. I cried. I really cried. I really never thought that there would be such a day. Am I dreaming? It's still that dungeon. It's still those people. It's still that live broadcast room. Am I traveling through time and space and going back to the past? Even monks have to go through dungeons. This must be a miracle. Why can't humans hibernate? So after the dungeon live broadcast was interrupted, what exactly happened in the dungeon afterwards? Lily, can you tell us? We really miss you. Shirley and the others smiled at the camera for a while, and then introduced themselves one by one in order, and then greeted the old friends in the audience. The first one was Shirley. She had a refreshing smile, and was very lively. Hi, everyone, my name is Shirley. For some viewers, I may be a new face, and it's the first time I meet you. But for a small number of viewers, it may be a long time since we last met. In short, thank you all for coming to watch our live broadcast. Zhang Xian followed behind Shirley and saluted. Hello, I'm Zhang Xian. I'm very happy to see the audience friends again through the live broadcast. If there are old friends, I want to say, long time no see. Wu Shan was at the end. He said slowly, hello, audience friends, I am Wu Shan. Maybe for some audiences, my change may be the biggest. A lot of things have happened in these days, and I have gradually walked out of the shadow of the past. I hope this live broadcast can bring you joy. As soon as several people started to introduce themselves, the barrage became even crazier, and the number of online viewers increased again and again. I don't know how many viewers came here because of his reputation. The player who once entered the Mushroom Forest dungeon for live broadcast, and was judged dead, because the live broadcast was interrupted and no one could be found, is actually still alive. And they also found Teacher Wei to start a new live broadcast that continued the previous live broadcast. This news is full of gimmicks. Netizens are afraid of missing the first-hand news. While rushing to the live broadcast room, they admire Teacher Wei on various platforms and forums. Who would have thought that Teacher Wei could give everyone such a surprise? How many surprises does Teacher Wei have that they don't know about? Is this the confidence that Teacher Wei has to fight against Wei Han? Facing the three players who have come back from the dead, the audience has countless questions in the barrage, and Shirley and others are also very clear about this. According to Teacher Wei's instructions, after introducing their true identities, they continue to introduce the second level, bringing the audience a second level of surprise. Because they don't need to deal with the giant mushrooms yet, they are standing in a row in front of the camera, occasionally taking a few steps. Well, If I say my name is Shirley, many viewers may feel unfamiliar, but if I tell you that my name is also Li Shur, many viewers should be familiar with it. Li Shur is the fake identity we registered after we encountered an accident here and returned to the real world. In other words, the disguise skill really exists. We got the skill in the Mushroom Forest dungeon. Shirley took out her mobile phone, worried that the audience would not believe her and wanted to prove her identity. It is also because of the existence of the disguise skill that I plan to show you my account, so that I can better prove that my real identity is Shirley. This account is the account I signed in when I first participated in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. I will sign in again now. After Shirley's original account signed in successfully, it set off a huge wave among the audience. Then Zhang Xian and Wu Shan's account signed in successfully. They both revealed their fake identities. One was Xian Ling, and the other was Lu Yi. In fact, after Shirley's example, some viewers had guessed the disguised identities of Zhang Xian and Wu Shan, but when the facts were laid out, the audience was still collectively dumbfounded. The various twists and turns in it almost burned their brains. This operation of revealing their identities also made the popularity of this live broadcast soar again, and the curiosity of the audience was also pulled to the peak. So what exactly did they encounter in the first place? Why did they do this? And why did they do it in? Coming out to expose yourself now, someone looked through the recording of that live broadcast and found that the live broadcast was suddenly interrupted after they ate the giant mushroom. When they were eating the giant mushroom, they also talked about the legendary handsome man Rong Qi. At the time of the live broadcast, Rong Qi had long been judged to have died in the dungeon, but Shirley said that Rong Qi was still alive. So, the audience had several more questions. What would happen if they ate the giant mushroom? Judging from the fact that they are still alive now, it shouldn't be fatal? What is the secret of the mushroom forest? What about Rong Qi? Is Rong Qi actually dead or alive? According to the setting of the new live broadcast with the original team, the photographer, who is currently shooting, is also the original Teacher Wei, right? Some viewers are concerned about the real existence of the disguise skill. Since the disguise skill really exists, the Wei Han in the Beidi Xingyue live broadcast room is even more suspicious. Chapter 271. Just as the audience was tangled up in their curiosity about various questions, a new figure joined the live broadcast screen. When they saw the person clearly, the audience found that it was a familiar face, that is, Teacher Wei's assistant, the player named Wei Wei. In fact, this is Wei Han's real body after the disguise, and the one filming outside the camera now is her clone. There is another clone staying in a special bubble, watching the live broadcast of Beidi Xingyue in silence, which is to test whether her real body can meet the death condition of symbiotic particles after the live broadcast time is met after the real body appears in disguise in front of the camera. If the death condition is met, then the symbiotic particles overflowing from Beidi Xingyue's live broadcast room will disappear completely at a certain point. Otherwise, she needs to remove all disguises and appear in front of the live broadcast camera in her true original appearance. The appearance of Wei Han's real body after the disguise is not only to test the death condition of symbiotic particles, but also to provide some answers to the audience who are now full of doubts. Now there is no need to worry about Beidi Xingyue. Wei Han has enough confidence. Even if Zhao Ying leads a team to hunt them down, they can still fight back. After unlocking the information carried by the symbiotic particles on Blue Star, Wei Han has a clear understanding of Zhao Ying's strength. He will no longer be overly cautious as before because he does not know the opponent's trump card. Or, Wei Han really hopes that Zhao Ying will really lead a team to come and cause trouble for them in front of the live camera. However, Zhao Ying is now busy pretending to be her live broadcast and spreading symbiotic particles, and probably cannot get away to come and cause trouble. Considering that the initial live broadcast was interrupted due to the platform being attacked, Wei Han also specifically told the webmaster Shigui before starting the live broadcast, asking him to be prepared, and that this live broadcast must be broadcast smoothly to the end. As a result, the webmaster had already strengthened this aspect a long time ago. When being reminded by Teacher Wei, the webmaster took the initiative to guarantee with his own life that there would be absolutely no problem this time. If there is still a problem, he will die to apologize. This makes Wei Han still a little speechless when she thinks about it now. She didn't ask him to guarantee with his life. The audience in the live broadcast room saw familiar faces appear on the screen, and then they felt the reality of what Shirley, Zhang Xian and Wu Shan said. This is really the original team. Wei Han appeared under the familiar Wei Wei vest, and before he said a word, the audience had already started discussing it in the barrage. Inspired by the original team, some viewers now focus on the handsome guy named Ding Lu who appeared in the Minesweeper copy in Teacher Wei's team. As you wish. Although there are still many questions that I don't know what's going on, I believe that Lily and the others will explain it clearly later. The question I am most concerned about now is, in Teacher Wei's live broadcast, Li Shi corresponds to Shirley, Xian Ing corresponds to Zhang Xian, Lui corresponds to Wu Shan, Teacher Wei is the photographer, and Wei Weiwei occasionally appears on camera as Teacher Wei's assistant. Then, what about the handsome guy named Ding Lu? Xiao Xiang sweeping fallen leaves. Ah, I almost forgot about this handsome guy, because he seems to have appeared in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room quite rarely. Remember the most impressive thing about him was that he said he could carry 100 people? Social thug. I think I understand what you mean. Do you think that the man named Ding Lu is probably Rongqi's disguised identity? In other words, Rongqi is very likely still alive, and has been staying with Teacher Wei and the others? Orange juice. Oh my god, friends, your imagination is really big, I love it. If Rongqi is really still alive, it would be great. Such a beautiful man, it's a pity to die quietly like that. Hardmouth, I'm really excited. Ah, I don't know how to describe my feelings. It turns out that Lily and the others have always been there. They have always been there. Stir-fried galaxy. What a magical feeling, really, seeing Wei Weiwei standing with them. It's indescribable. Wonderful. Every hair is precious. Ah, tell us quickly, what did you go through after the live broadcast was interrupted? Why did you adopt such a strategy and change your identity directly? How did you make sure that everyone has the ability to disguise themselves? Damn it, there are so many things I want to know. I can't ask them all. The players in the camera didn't look at the bullet screen in the live broadcast room. Only Rongqi outside the camera was trying to see clearly what the bullet screen was discussing, thinking that Wei Han could understand the thoughts of the audience in the live broadcast room by transmitting the sound through the skill. But Rongqi was very serious, and even used the skill of visual assistance, staring at the dense bullet screen floating on the screen, and finally chose to give up. Can't see clearly, not a single word. There are too many online viewers, and the enthusiasm of the viewers to post comments is too high. It is impossible to interact with the viewers through comments. Wei Han had anticipated this situation a long time ago, and in fact, he could roughly estimate the issues that the viewers are concerned about without looking at the comments. Wei Weiwei's appearance is to play a role similar to the host, so that the audience will not be confused about the current situation. Wei Han, who plays Wei Weiwei, looks at the camera very calmly, first with a very polite smile, and then like Shirley and others, greets the audience. Hello everyone, I am Wei Weiwei. As you can see, the players in the picture are Li Shi, Xian Ing, and Lu Yi, who often appear in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. The current live broadcast room is also Teacher Wei's former account. Wei Han's explanation is also very direct, without any dragging, no beating around the bush, and absolutely does not whet the appetite of the audience. We are very aware that the audience must have many questions now. I appeared in front of the camera to answer them. First, it is a question that everyone is very concerned about. What did the players encounter in the dungeon after the live broadcast was interrupted? While talking, Wei Han took out a small single sofa from the skill space and distributed it to the other 3 players. While setting it up, she explained, "It's a long story. It's safe around here. Let's sit down and talk slowly." A good dungeon adventure turned into an outdoor interview program after these small single sofas appeared. The careful audience noticed that Wei Weiwei took out 5 small sofas from the skill space. Now 4 people are sitting, and there is 1 empty. Therefore, the audience can't wait to start guessing that there must be someone who has not yet played. And this person, who has not yet appeared, maybe it is Rongqi. The audience's expectations began to be raised, and many netizens rushed to the live broadcast room, fearing that they would miss it accidentally. Many netizens chose to open both sides and watch the live broadcast at the same time. After the scene was set up, the 4 players in the live broadcast screen sat on the small sofa in a very relaxed posture. Shirley and others began to do their own things. Only Wei Weiwei was still looking at the camera and officially began to explain. Then let's start from the players eating the giant mushrooms in the Mushroom Forest dungeon through some means. Wei Han's explanation was very detailed and comprehensive. Considering that some viewers were unclear about the situation before the live broadcast was interrupted, she also reviewed the situation at that time. This operation was not considered by the audience to be a delay. Old viewers listened to the plot review with full of nostalgia, and new viewers understood the course of events more clearly through this previous situation review. After the review, Wei Weiwei naturally talked about the players' subsequent experiences, from the secrets in the Mushroom Forest dungeon, to confirming that Rongqi was still alive, and successfully reuniting with Rongqi. They used the characteristics of the giant mushroom to fake their death and temporarily escape the pursuit. After making some plans, they trained in the mushroom forest for more than half a year, and then completely changed their identities and returned to the real world. At this point, Wei Weiwei temporarily made a simple summary, then the development is what old fans know. Everyone used the disguise skill to change their identity. From that day on, they appeared in front of the camera with a fake identity and reappeared in front of the audience from the Minesweeper live broadcast. She specifically mentioned, regarding the various ways to eat giant mushrooms, what kind of mushrooms can generally get what kind of skills. These details will be demonstrated by the player anchors in the next live broadcast. So don't worry about this. In Wei Han's explanation, she didn't say everything. When it comes to information that is inconvenient to tell the audience, she will be vague as appropriate. For example, the organization behind the scenes that hunted them, she didn't directly mention that it was Beidou Xingyue, let alone the names of Zhaoying or Zhaomin. Now Teacher Wei and Rong Qi are strong enough, so Teacher Wei thinks it's time to let the players stand in front of the camera again with their true identities, and also as report safety to everyone. Wei Weiwei chose this statement, and she smiled after she finished speaking. Wei Weiwei's clear and concise explanation made many new and old viewers cry. The audience who followed the live broadcast before were the most emotional. They didn't say anything, but just kept rewarding to express their support for the live broadcast. Rose and Moon. This is why this instance is so weird. It's not difficult, but players never come back. It turns out that there are bad guys waiting in the instance to kill all the players. Later, the ban on players entering the mushroom forest was also intentional, right? Hanging on the crooked tree. Wow, so that's how it is. So many things happened. Damn it, what is the organization behind it? Why are they targeting their own kind? You want the stars, I give you the moon. I thought Teacher Wei had given us enough surprises, but I didn't expect Lily and the others to be resurrected. The surprise is just the beginning. It turns out that the purpose of the Mushroom Forest dungeon is to help everyone find skills. But this dungeon is actually monopolized by some unknown organization. A day of a sixth old man, Rong Qi. He is still alive. He is really still alive. Let him appear on the screen, please. Please. Strawberry stir-fried beef. I was really surprised. I didn't expect Rong Qi to be such a strongman, so. Some of the scandals about him in the past are actually not true, right? Dungeon expert. Actually, I think Monopoly. The culprit is very obvious. Think about it carefully. What company did Rong Qi fall out with? As long as you cook giant mushrooms in a special way and then eat them, you can get some skills. Isn't this the kind of skill blind box props that can open skills? Girl, wait for me. And the most hateful thing is that the so-called blind box props sold to us by the Wanjie Props company at a high price are only made of the lowest level giant mushrooms. Obviously, as long as we enter the Mushroom Forest dungeon, we can get those very basic skills at will. We are really deceived. I need to grow my brain. My brain is almost unable to turn. The only thought is that Teacher Wei is so awesome. Teacher Wei is really amazing. How can there be such a perfect person as Teacher Wei? Please don't borrow money everywhere. Wait, I noticed a key point, so the dungeon. Can it actually be entered repeatedly? Teacher Wei and his friends have indeed entered the Mushroom Forest dungeon for the second time, right? But the Unknown Game Mutual Aid Center said that the dungeon cannot be entered repeatedly? So the Unknown Game Mutual Aid Center, Beidou Xingyue, and Wanjie Props Company are in cahoots? Ice Dog, I guessed right. That handsome Ding Liu is really Rong Qi. To be honest, when I think about Rong Qi actually knowing Teacher Wei and the others, I also feel like some kind of dimensional wall has been broken, ha ha ha. But it's really great that Rong Qi is still alive. Please turn off the lights for me. So now we can form a group to enter the Mushroom Forest dungeon? Or should we wait a little longer, until Teacher Wei and the others finish this live broadcast? Can we also enter the dungeon? Will the dream come true one day? I'm so looking forward to it. It turns out that if you want to get some skills, you just need to enter the Mushroom Forest dungeon and walk around. I said, we shouldn't have no gold fingers at all. Daydreaming at night. The entrance portals to the Mushroom Forest dungeon are all over Blue Star. I can't imagine how huge the organization behind the scenes is. Thinking about it this way, it is very understandable that Teacher Wei and the others made the choice at the beginning. However, Teacher Wei is no longer afraid of that powerful organization, and it is hard to imagine how strong Teacher Wei is now. Puzzled, I really can't figure out what's going on with that behind-the-scenes force. Why are they fighting each other when it comes to the survival of mankind? The little fan shakes. The Mushroom Forest dungeon seems to be used to quickly improve the strength of new players. Isn't that what the behind-the-scenes organization is doing to curb the development of human strength? Isn't it good for all mankind? Is it for money? Can you do this for money? Regarding the information that Wei talked about, all major platforms on the Star Network are also discussing it enthusiastically, making various analyses from every aspect and angle. Unconsciously, the popularity of Beidou Xingyue's Weihan live broadcast has been squeezed by the popularity of Teacher Wei's live broadcast. On Xinghua's hot search, the topic entries of Teacher Wei's live broadcast are also increasing. But Teacher Wei's fans are now focusing on Teacher Wei's live broadcast, and they are not in the mood to care about the data of the live broadcast room. Now everyone is calling for Rongqi to appear on camera. After all, Wei has explained the previous situation, but Rongqi has not appeared yet. Wei originally wanted to let Rongqi appear after she finished her speech, so she used her skills to send a signal to Rongqi outside the camera amid the audience's calls. Rongqi has also removed all his disguises at this time, allowing his true appearance to be seen again. He is still wearing the same casual clothes, and he stands quietly outside the camera, like a god who has fallen into the mortal world. After receiving Wei Han's signal, he walked slowly into the camera's shooting range. Shirley and the other three looked at him unconsciously, their eyes falling on his face. Shirley sighed softly. I haven't seen Rongqi's face for a long time. He's still so handsome. Zhang Xian also whispered back. It's been a long time since I last saw him. Although I don't care about appearance, I can understand why you were a fan of his appearance before. Shirley secretly gave a thumbs up and winked at Zhang Xian. Rongqi slowly walked to the single sofa next to Wei. Before sitting down, he bowed slightly to the camera, and then sat on the sofa in a slightly relaxed posture, looking at the camera with a happy expression. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned, and the number of barrages decreased a lot at this moment, because everyone was staring blankly and didn't care about typing and sending barrages. It wasn't until a while later that everyone slowed down a little, and the barrages began to explode. Nyo, he grasped quickly. Ah, is this the legendary handsome Rongqi? He is so stunning. I want to start digging for a stunning machine. So handsome, the last time I was stunned by someone was when I saw the composite photo of Wei Han. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the male version of Wei Han. Is this a stove? Oh my god, he and Wei Han are both girls' graduation projects, right? I think he and Wei Han are a perfect match. Don't talk, kneel down. Amazing, mom, can I watch this for free? Are my eyes really worthy of seeing such a beautiful person? Don't bow your head or your wig will fall off. Teacher Wei will really give us surprises. We really can't help but accept Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Even if Beidou Xingyue finds Wei Han, so what? Teacher Wei is still not inferior. It was very windy that day. I am an old fan of Rongqi. Now he is more stable than before, and looks more reliable. This live broadcast really made me cry many times. I was really moved. Really, I was more moved than the secrets revealed by Teacher Wei in this live broadcast. Rongqi also greeted the audience, and then he took out his mobile phone to log into some accounts to prove his identity. He took out his mobile phone to prove that I am indeed Rongqi, and not disguised by the disguise skill. I will now log into the previous account and post some dynamics. What dynamics do you want to post? He had already opened the account interface, noticed the time, and turned to look at Wei beside him. He quietly sent out a skill transmission. The live broadcast time has reached 30 minutes. See what the result is over there. What do you think of the dynamics I posted here? The clone who stayed in this special bubble to watch the live broadcast of Beidou Xingyue is now almost surrounded by symbiotic particles. Her body has appeared in front of the live camera for 30 minutes, but the symbiotic particles have not changed at all. This won't work. The death condition of the symbiotic particles has not been met. Wei Han replied. Rongqi was a little surprised and worried. That means you are needed. Wei Han thought for a while and said to Rongqi, if you really don't know what to post, then post that Teacher Wei will be live on the scene. Rongqi didn't expect her to be so straightforward. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, okay. Then he smiled gently at the camera, gave the audience a meaningful look, and then started typing mysteriously, which really aroused the curiosity of the audience. What did his look just now mean? Could it be that the dynamic he was going to send was some heavy news? Sent. Everyone can check it out. After Rongqi finished the operation, he raised his head and reminded the audience in a gentle voice. In fact, some viewers had been waiting under his Xinghua account and constantly refreshing the interface. As soon as Rongqi's voice sounded, some viewers had already seen the content sent by his account. Rongqi has been strengthened. Teacher Wei will appear in this live broadcast. When the audience saw the line of text for the first time, they did not dare to believe it directly. They all doubted their eyes and wondered if they were dreaming. It was also because of this unbelievable that the audience did not dare to comment at the first time. It was not until a while later that some messages appeared under Rongqi Xingbo dynamic. Hello, is anyone there? Am I seeing this correctly? Z, by the way, did you see that Teacher Wei will appear in this live broadcast? I suspect that my old eyesight is blurry, and I am seeing this incorrectly, or maybe I am dreaming. Tao Xiaoxing. Is this the meaning of the appearance preview? Is it what I think? This Teacher Wei is the Teacher Wei we know, right? It is my nature to get tired of the old and love the new. Rongqi, you better be telling the truth. Don't lie to us. Is Teacher Wei finally going to pamper his fans? Beautiful Xiaogo, look here. Is this what Teacher Wei meant? Is Teacher Wei going to appear? Is Teacher Wei's mysterious veil going to be taken off? These discussions were quickly transferred to the live broadcast room barrage, and some viewers, who had not yet had time to run to Rongqi's blog, also saw the news and had various questions. I don't understand. No, what? What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly talking about Teacher Wei's appearance? Don't step on the shift on the side of the road. Did Rongqi mention something in the dynamic? Why are you all talking about Teacher Wei's appearance? The sky is vast. Teacher Wei is going to appear? Is it true? Teacher Wei is finally going to show his face? The Emperor is far away. We don't know either. Rongqi's dynamic is written like this. Rongqi shouldn't lie to us, right? He seems to have a good relationship with Teacher Wei. What he said should represent Teacher Wei's meaning, right? It must be true. In my lifetime series, I actually waited for this day. I'm not dreaming, am I? Many fans couldn't believe it. They were afraid that their expectations would be dashed, so they all ran to the live broadcast room to get a more accurate answer. Only a few minutes after Rongqi posted the dynamic, the news that Teacher Wei would appear on the screen had spread directly throughout the entire Star Network, and the popularity on all platforms directly surpassed Beidou Xingyue's Weihan live broadcast. Chapter 272. The live broadcast was watched not only by Teacher Wei's fans and passers-by, but also by the symbiotic particles that had completely replaced the host. As the live broadcast progressed, Shirley and others appeared in front of the camera using their real identities, telling about their experiences in the Mushroom Forest dungeon. The symbiotic particles also realized the seriousness of the matter and were taking action simultaneously. At this time, some symbiotic particles lurking in the Mushroom Forest were already rushing to Teacher Wei's live broadcast location. Until they received the news that Teacher Wei would appear on the screen, the fear of the symbiotic particles was pushed to the peak, and a guess that they were unwilling to accept seemed to be becoming a fact. After Zhao Ying, the secondary mother body, discovered that the passerby man who had disguised himself in the Yumian dungeon was Rongqi, he began to doubt the identity of the unfathomable woman next to him. But because Rongqi already had the ability to disguise himself, it was impossible to lock his identity after leaving the dungeon, so the clues to track Rongqi were forced to be interrupted, not to mention finding the information of the passerby woman. But based on the fact that Rongqi was still alive, and had used the skill of disguise, Zhao Ying immediately suspected that Teacher Wei was the one, and because of Teacher Wei's mysteriousness, he couldn't help but connect him with Wei Han. But later, Zhao Ying watched Teacher Wei's simulation cabin live broadcast involving Wei Han again, and really couldn't see any doubts. In the end, he overturned the inference that Teacher Wei was probably Wei Han, and believed that there could be no such person as Wei Han on this blue star. As long as there is no such person as Wei Han on this blue star, then after their plan is successfully completed, the blue star civilization has become their puppet, and they can spread to other copy worlds at will, and continue to evolve and optimize. It is only a matter of time before the death condition is lifted. But now, several people who should have died for more than a year are alive, and kicking again, and they are still the same people as before. Everyone can correspond to the players in Wei Bushi's live broadcast room. After changing their identities, everyone has a new name. Even Rongqi has a fake identity and pseudonym called Ding Lu. So, what is the real name of the photographer Wei Bushi? In the information Zhao Ying collected at the beginning, there was no information about the photographer. Whether it was photos or names, the only information was that the players called him Teacher Wei, and he was a photographer. At that time, he didn't take this unknown little photographer seriously at all, thinking that he was just a small fry, and the focus was on Rongqi. Never expected. They were all alive, and they changed their appearances, and were active in front of the live broadcast camera. When Beidou Xingyue noticed Teacher Wei again, the information they could collect was all hidden intelligence. Now it is very certain that the name Wei Bushi is fake, and the face is also fake. Except for the fact that she is a photographer who follows the copy, everything else may be fake. She concealed her true identity to such an extent, which is suspicious in itself. The second-level Mother Zhao Ing had finally overturned the speculation in her heart that she might be Wei Han. Now after receiving the news that Teacher Wei will appear in the live broadcast, this speculation came to her mind again. What's more terrible is that the more you think about it and reverse it, you find that it makes perfect sense logically. For example, if Wei Bushi is Wei Han, she has unfathomable strength, and it is very likely that she has obtained all their plans through some special means without their knowledge. So she suddenly started the live broadcast at this juncture. Otherwise, it is really impossible to explain why Wei Bushi suddenly started the live broadcast at this time, and deliberately chose the Mushroom Forest dungeon for the live broadcast. It is also difficult to explain why Wei Bushi, who has always been reluctant to appear in front of the camera, suddenly announced that he would appear on camera. Zhao Ing does not believe that Teacher Wei is trying to grab some superficial reasons such as traffic. If it is for traffic, the traffic of her live broadcast has already crushed the traffic of their symbiotic particles, and she has no need to add fuel to the fire. But whether it is or not, as long as there is that sign, as long as there is such a possibility, they will stop it by any means. As expected, they should rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. They should have attacked Teacher Wei and his group long ago. In the Beidou Xingyue live broadcast room, Wei Han slowly turned an angle, facing away from the live camera, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. At this time, even with Wei Han's face, Zhao Ing looked very scary. He maintained a ferocious expression, and conveyed the order to the lower-level symbiotic particles through the special communication method of the symbiotic particles, asking them to take action first, and stop Teacher Wei from appearing in front of the camera by all means, especially to make sure that the total time Teacher Wei appeared in front of the camera did not reach 30 minutes. If Teacher Wei could be killed directly, that would be the best. And he will immediately end Wei Han's live broadcast, and try to get to the Mushroom Forest dungeon as soon as possible. Now they may all be wiped out. All plans must be put aside first, and the life and death crisis must be overcome first. So, while people were enthusiastically discussing the good news that Teacher Wei would appear on the screen, the symbiotic particle killers lurking in the Mushroom Forest directly came out in full force, gathered together like an army, and moved at full speed towards Teacher Wei's live broadcast location. Some of the symbiotic particle hosts on the Blue Star went to find humans who could serve as hostages, while others tried to attack the live broadcast platform or directly attack the headquarters of Comet Live, causing the live broadcast to be interrupted again. The first to be affected on the Blue Star were the players, who had appeared in Teacher Wei's live broadcast room. After lunch, Jiang and Meng Luo lay on the wooden reclining chair and watched Teacher Wei's live broadcast beautifully, reading the excited messages from netizens that almost overflowed the screen. As players who have seen Teacher Wei's true face, they were not excited about Teacher Wei's appearance. Instead, they were very keen to watch the excitement of netizens who were about to see Teacher Wei, and they also imagined and looked forward to other reactions of netizens after Teacher Wei appeared. Everything was fine, but suddenly a murderous aura surged up, and the originally warm temperature seemed to drop a few degrees, which made the two of them sit up suddenly and look out from the balcony with great vigilance. They lived in a single-family villa, and the whole house belonged to them. Looking down from the large balcony, they found that there were several people around the villa. They continued to look outside, and it seemed that there were more people approaching this side. At such a distance, they could feel the unfriendly, malicious emanation from these people. They didn't even feel like humans, but more like zombies. What's going on? Jiang looked at his girlfriend. Meng Luo also shook her head in confusion, but signaled with her eyes that Jiang should be ready for a fight. Jiang understood, nodded seriously, and then continued to observe those who continued to approach their house. As these people got closer and closer, they had made a decision. When these people approached the wall, they would stop them. If these people didn't listen, they would use force to stop them. But as these people walked, they seemed to be blocked by something invisible. They didn't stop, but they couldn't move forward half a step. These people stepped on the spot for a while, as if they didn't believe in evil, and began to use some skills to attack the air in front of them. Jiang and Meng Luo also saw very clearly that the attacks of these people were also blocked by an invisible wall, and could not penetrate to the other side of the wall. Soon the two of them saw the clues. Jiang said with a little doubt, "There should be a protective shield around our house." Meng Luo paused for a moment, took out her phone and zoomed in on the virtual screen. Did Teacher Wei do it? Before she started the live broadcast, She told us not to run around and just stay at home. Jiang nodded. No one else can do this except Teacher Wei. Teacher Wei and the others may have some plans. Unfortunately, we don't know. I think she was able to set up this protective shield in advance because she expected this situation to happen. The question is, what do these people want to do? Do they want to catch us? What's the use of catching us? Meng Luo typed the question in a tangled way. Should we call Teacher Wei to ask? Jiang pondered for a few seconds and replied in a deep voice. The only thing I can think of is that those people want to take us as hostages and threaten Teacher Wei and others. Teacher Wei may have thought of this, so he used the protective shield to protect us in advance. Hearing her boyfriend's analysis, Meng Luo became even more worried. Meng Luo, I feel that those people are not like human beings. If they can't catch us, they may attack other unrelated people regardless of the consequences. Jiang made a very straightforward decision. Let's call Teacher Wei now. Meng Luo nodded vigorously. You call, I keep an eye on those people. When Jiang and Meng Luo decided to call Teacher Wei, Yang Yuetong encountered the same situation. Yang Yuetong's house is right next to Shirley and others, and has always been within the protection range of Wei Han's protective shield, and this protective shield is larger, so Yang Yuetong only discovered a large group of people with very strange behaviors outside the protective shield when she heard the noise of those people bombarding the protective shield. Qian Yueqiang also lives with Yang Yuetong. When she found that the protective shield was bombarded by a group of strange people, she just received a call from Han Qi and Kai Liming, and they were also besieged by unknown people. Their thoughts were similar to Jiang's speculation, and they all chose to report the situation to Teacher Wei as soon as possible. Therefore, in the live broadcast room, Shirley received a call from Qian Yueqiang, and Wei Han's clone outside the camera took out the phone that was showing Jiang's call from the skill space. Shirley said sorry to the camera, took the phone and walked out of the camera, staying with Teacher Wei's clone who was also answering the phone. It's Qian Yueqiang's call. I answer it and see? I'm worried that she has something urgent to find us. Shirley whispered, pointing to the distance, meaning that she would go a little further to answer the call without affecting the live broadcast. Wei Han's clone nodded, and she also directly handed the phone to the clone in the bubble, letting the second clone answer the call. In fact, without answering the call, Wei Han could guess why Jiang called. As expected, as soon as the call was answered, Jiang said anxiously, Teacher Wei, we encountered some strange people here, who deliberately approached our house, but fortunately they were stopped by your protective shield. Do those people want to take us hostage and threaten you? Is there anything we can do? Jiang probably wanted to save time, so he got straight to the point. Wei Han's second clone replied sincerely, You called me as soon as possible, which helped me a lot. They really took such a despicable means. Jiang didn't quite understand, and he asked in a daze, Then what should we do now? They turned around and walked towards other houses. Will they attack other people? Wei Han's second clone, Don't do anything, just wait, don't worry about those strange people, just protect yourself. No more talking, the phone is hung up. Jiang didn't have time to say a few more words, and he could only hear the busy tone after the line was disconnected. Wei Han's second clone just hung up Jiang's phone, turned around and saw Shirley also holding a mobile phone, with an expression asking for advice. Before Shirley spoke, her voice transmission was sent first, Just let them stay at home. After you have spoken to them, go back to the camera. Shirley was stunned and blinked. She didn't say anything yet. And how did Teacher Wei know what she was going to ask? She had no idea what Teacher Wei was going to do, but she chose to listen to Teacher Wei and cooperate with Teacher Wei's arrangements. After arranging Shirley, Wei in front of the camera suddenly stood up and explained to the audience, Teacher Wei is going to prepare for the camera, so I have to leave for a while and prepare to take over Teacher Wei's shooting work. The audience was immersed in the joy of Teacher Wei's upcoming appearance, and was unaware of the potential crisis, especially when they heard Assistant Wei say that, and then walk out of the camera. Doesn't this mean that Teacher Wei will appear in the live broadcast room next? In fact, after Wei walked out of the camera, she immediately made a special time bubble to install the camera, allowing the camera to fly in the air like a drone. The clone that was originally carrying the camera merged with the main body again. The clone in the special bubble watched the live broadcast of Beidou Xingyue end, put the phone back into the skill space, and then used the skill to remove the symbiotic particles in the bubble before walking out of the bubble and returning to the main body. In this way, only Wei Han was left outside the camera. The four people in front of the camera lens all looked at her at the same time, and the trio all looked expectant. It seemed that Teacher Wei was really going to step in front of the camera. Now all that was left was to remove the disguise skill. Only Rongqi knew that she was not really going to appear on camera now. On the contrary, her current plan was, Wei Han, Rongqi, I leave this to you for the time being. I deal with the symbiotic particles on Blue Star that will threaten other humans. I'm going back to Blue Star to do a live broadcast. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be back in 40 minutes. If you encounter symbiotic particles in the mushroom forest, hold on, it will be over soon. That's right, Wei Han not only did not plan to stand in front of the live camera, but also used the exit dungeon ticket to leave the dungeon and return to Blue Star. The purpose was to nip the threat plan of symbiotic particles in the bud and directly complete the death conditions of symbiotic particles on Blue Star. This is also the reason why Wei Han made a special preview. If they did not make a preview, it might be difficult to carry out the live broadcast due to the continuous interference of the symbiotic particles, and they would be more passive in dealing with the attacks launched by the symbiotic particles. Now that they have made a preview, they can take appropriate measures to deal with the actions of the symbiotic particles, avoiding unnecessary preparations and wasting mental energy. In fact, there is another reason. From the time they knew the plan of the symbiotic particles to the time they found a solution, the time in between was too short, and it was not enough to support them to make too many adequate preparations. In this time-sensitive situation, they can only supplement and improve the plan while taking action. After starting the live broadcast, Wei Han thought that the symbiotic particles might attack humans on the blue planet, and the first to be targeted were the players who were invited to participate in her live broadcast. After the symbiotic particles found that they could not do anything to those people, they might get angry and attack all humans indiscriminately. The best result is that the symbiotic particles will not be so despicable. But now it seems that the symbiotic particles are so despicable that they can kidnap all humans. Since the symbiotic particles can do this, Wei Han will also be ruthless and choose to fight quickly. Under the gaze of the trio and Rongqi, Wei Han took out a ticket for exit the dungeon from the prop library. After using the ticket, she only nodded to Rongqi, and then she passed through the portal very simply. The other three looked confused and stunned. The uninformed audience thought that the trio's expressions were because the true appearance revealed by Teacher Wei was too amazing, and they started a heated discussion in the barrage. My world is now winter. Since the trio and Rongqi have the skill of disguise, then Teacher Wei must also have the skill of changing her appearance. Teacher Wei prepares, perhaps by removing the skill, and then puts on beautiful makeup and wears nice clothes. Ah, I'm so looking forward to it. What will Teacher Wei be like? Shrimp and pigcore. From the few remarks made by Teacher Wei should be a gentle lady. More indifferent and calm? She must give people a very reliable feeling. Do. Although it is indeed worth looking forward to, I am so worried that the live broadcast will not go smoothly. Do you think that powerful organization will just watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast and do nothing? Ko Raijing, I'm ready, Teacher Wei. Please appear in front of the camera soon. Saying goodbye yesterday, to be honest, I am also worried about Beidou Xingyue. And do you know that the live broadcast of Beidou Xingyue has ended? It is really unsettling to end the live broadcast without any signs at this time. Is it really that far away? I will definitely have concerns, but I believe in Mr. Wei's ability. Since Mr. Wei is confident in starting a live broadcast, he must have already thought of a strategy to deal with it. Teacher Wei is such a reliable person. Coming to the forum, we can see that netizens are also speculating what Teacher Wei will be like. Some netizens even said that they were so excited that they went downstairs and ran a few laps. Other netizens also showed their excitement, such as feeding the dog half a bag of dog food, which made the dog doubt its life. There was also singing in someone's house, but the sound insulation was not good, and the neighbor even sang the lyrics. There were also many people who took cold showers several times because they were too excited and wanted to cool down. There were also some people who asked friends to squat together and wait for Teacher Wei to appear on the screen. The atmosphere was more lively than the new year. In these lively moments, some expressionless people shuttled through the crowd, randomly selected some people who were alone, and tied them up without attracting attention. The symbiotic particles have already started their action of kidnapping a large number of humans to threaten Wei Han. But this action was suspended in the physical sense after a subtle chill. Wei Han acted very quickly. After she returned to the Blue Star through the portal that exited the dungeon, she used the Absolute Zero, with the largest range and the greatest intensity to cover the entire Blue Star at the fastest speed. Whether it was symbiotic particles, humans, or other animals, after Wei Han's skills covered them, it was as if time had been suspended, and all movement stopped. People who were originally walking stopped moving their feet, and netizens who were watching live broadcasts or forums kept looking at the virtual screen. Even the scrolling bullet screen on the virtual screen suddenly became empty, and only the picture was not affected and continued to move. This time, Absolute Zero will also take effect on Zhao Ying, who just returned to Blue Star. After he used the props with rebound effect in Yumian, he no longer had the means to invalidate the skill. It can be said that Zhao Ying's strength was almost at its peak in the Yumian copy. After that, Zhao Ying was completely untouchable to Wei Han. Zhao Ying had just come out of the copy where he pretended to be Wei Han for live broadcast, and was on his way to the Mushroom Forest copy when he was caught off guard and frozen. At the moment when his body suddenly became unable to move, his eyes instantly turned to horror, and his expression just turned to hideous distortion, and his whole body showed disbelief. After Wei Han confirmed that the skill had taken effect, he took out the live broadcast equipment from the skill space very quickly, and connected it to another mobile phone. The account on this mobile phone was the one that the audience knew well. Camera is my destiny. She will complete a 30-minute live broadcast here, first meet the death conditions of the symbiotic particles, and quickly solve all these upgraded symbiotic particles. In this way, their live broadcast in the Mushroom Forest can proceed normally. If she wants to appear on camera, the time she appears in front of the camera will not give the audience a bad viewing experience. Players can do live broadcasts with peace of mind, and the audience can watch live broadcasts with peace of mind, without so many worries and concerns, and there will be no accidents or emergencies. After adjusting the camera and other equipment, Wei Han still used a bubble to put the camera in for filming, and she removed the disguise skill to show her real face in front of the camera. With all the people on the Blue Star being fixed by her skills, her live broadcast had no audience this time, and she was happy and free. She made a new bubble, and put herself in the floating bubble, floating in the air, floating around casually. She came out of the portal in a valley. Maybe it had just rained here. There was a long waterfall in the mountains, and the top of the mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist. From a distance, it looked like a fairyland. Wei Han leaned in the bubble, admiring the beautiful scenery below. He felt very calm, and felt that the skill he had stealthily learned from Yu Mingchen was really useful. After a while, the number of people online in the live broadcast room suddenly became 4, and then there were a few more bullet comments. Yes, I am Rongqi. Is everything going well over there? The people I follow are already top streamers. We were scared to death, and thought Teacher Wei was going to abandon us. Teacher Wei, that. You are so beautiful. I dare not look directly at you, so dazzling. Teacher Wei is the light I yearn for. It was Rongqi who said that you might live broadcast here, so we came here. I hope we won't disturb you. Say goodbye to the past, and live a good life, Ms. Wei. Now that you have completed the death conditions of the symbiotic particles, will you appear on camera again? Wei Han was actually planning to send them a message on her mobile phone, but she didn't expect them to come to the live broadcast room on their own initiative. She waved at the camera and curled her lips in a good mood. Don't bother me. I still want to send you a message. As you can see, it went very smoothly. After Zhao Ying didn't have the props that were immune to skills, Absolute Zero was enough. To be honest, it was much easier than I thought. I think I should have used this skill directly at the beginning. Now it seems that I have wasted a lot of time and taken a long detour. It is certain that I will appear on camera. I have already made a notice of appearing on camera, and I can't do such a thing as going back on my word. Wei Han's smile made the trio's minds go blank, and they couldn't hear what she said next. Only Rongqi still had some self-control, and was able to continue interacting with her in the live broadcast room. Yes, I am Rongqi. If you smile a few more times, the 3 of them might faint from your beauty. Wei Han, eh? Yes, I am Rongqi. That can't be said. You can never relax until the last moment. Now I feel relaxed, which can be said to be the result of my previous caution. After all, before our live broadcast, we were not sure what the symbiotic particles would do. In my opinion, it can't be considered a waste of time. At most it can be considered as gaining experience. Wei Han thought about it carefully, and it was indeed the case. If the symbiotic particles chose to rush into the Mushroom Forest to besiege them, then she wouldn't have to go back to Blue Star again. Who made the symbiotic particles deliberately use Blue Star as the main battlefield? They seemed to be planning to do whatever they wanted on Blue Star, because she and the players were not on Blue Star. Perhaps the symbiotic particles had never expected that she would have the courage to use the ticket prop to exit the dungeon directly, and settle accounts with them decisively. How are you doing? Can you feel the symbiotic particles approaching? Wei Han accepted Rongqi's comfort, and led the topic to Rongqi. There is no problem on her side for the time being, so it depends on Rongqi. Yes, I am Rongqi. I haven't heard any movement yet, don't worry, I can use attack skills now. I won't lose to those symbiotic particles. The trio was still dizzy, and didn't follow the conversation between Wei Han and Rongqi at all. Rongqi turned around and looked at the three people, feeling somewhat embarrassed for no reason. 10 minutes left. Wei Han glanced at the time. She had been floating in the sky in a bubble for most of the time, and now she had floated from the mountains and forests to the sky above the human city. The sun was temporarily blocked by dark clouds, and Wei Han used her skills to look down and easily saw the small light spots of symbiotic particles that permeated the city. If you ignore the nature of this thing, at first glance, it looks like fireflies on a summer night, with stars floating in the night, and the sense of fantasy is directly pulled to the maximum. It is obviously a very beautiful scene, but in fact it represents a crisis that humans are unaware of. Wei Han was staring at the scene below in a trance, and Rongqi was silently staring at her face through the live broadcast screen, and at the same time, he was wary of any creatures around him approaching. 30 minutes was not long, but not short either, and it passed in the blink of an eye. When the time came, Wei Han saw that the small light spots seemed to have suddenly lost power, and they all went dark in an instant. In an instant, all the symbiotic particle light spots that could be seen in the field of vision disappeared. This process was very fast, so fast that it was shorter than the time it takes to blink. It happened that at this point in time, the symbiotic particles in the mushroom forest had already come over. Rongqi and his friends just turned their heads and saw that these people suddenly collapsed to the ground. After that, they seemed to have their lifespan or vitality sucked away in an instant, and they quickly dried up and aged, and then they died and turned into a pile of dust. The whole process was also very fast, so fast that the four people didn't even react to what happened. The voice of Wei Han in the live broadcast room came from the headset. It's over. All the symbiotic particles that were upgraded by Zhao Ying, the secondary mother, disappeared. I didn't expect it to be smoother than expected. Rongqi listened to her words, and thought to herself, that's because of her strength. If it were someone else, I really don't know what would happen. Only she can directly cut off the crisis in the budding stage, so that all crises end before they even begin. Wei Han was floating in the air while observing the changes in the symbionts on the ground. It seems that depending on the degree of symbiosis, the situation of the symbionts is different after the symbiotic particles disappear. Some are directly reduced to ashes, and some seem to be able to live again. But a symbiont of Zhao Ying's level must have no residue left, so there should be no problem. I'm almost at the entrance of the mushroom forest. Wait for me for a while, I'll be there soon. After saying this, Wei Han directly exited the live broadcast. After the live broadcast ended, she also recorded and deleted it, because she didn't want to leave such a live broadcast screen recording, which looked weird. After the live broadcast of the mushroom forest ended, she would also remember to edit out the part in the recorded playback where Rongqi and others watched the live broadcast and interacted with her. The crisis on Blue Star was resolved, and Wei Han easily came to the entrance of the mushroom forest dungeon again, which was still by the broken bridge. Before entering the dungeon, she had to remove the skill Absolute Zero first. After Absolute Zero was removed, it was as if time was flowing again and the world started to move again, but in fact, during the more than half an hour when people could not move, time was passing normally, and people's consciousness was also very clear. So when people found that they could move again, they only had one thought. What happened just now? How could they suddenly be unable to move? Who used a skill? What skill was this? The effect was a bit too amazing, wasn't it? Although there were many mysteries and questions in their minds, most viewers were concerned about Teacher Wei's appearance on the screen, and they didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, they hurried to check the time on their phones. Seeing that more than half an hour had passed, and looking at the same players in the live broadcast room, some viewers couldn't help but worry. Could it be that during the time they were frozen, Teacher Wei had already appeared on the screen and showed his face, and then retreated behind the scenes again? Soon, the barrage that had been stagnant because the audience was frozen in action began to roll wildly again. I cried like crazy. Don't tell me that Teacher Wei's appearance time is over. I didn't see it. Is there anyone who was frozen while watching the live broadcast? Best at letting go. What happened? Did everyone seem to be frozen just now, and couldn't move for more than half an hour? Oh my god, what's going on? Why are there so many people sleeping on the street? Why are there some things like mummies? It's a bit scary. Oh my god, I have no idea what happened. How could it be at such a critical moment, when Teacher Wei is about to show his face? Homophonic puns are not funny. Brothers and sisters, don't worry, I was frozen while staring at the virtual screen. I tell you responsibly that during the more than half an hour we were frozen, Teacher Wei did not appear. I only saw the 4 players on the screen looking at their phones with their backs to the camera, wearing headphones, and I don't know. What are they looking at? Lie down and sleep. Nothing can stop me from waiting for Teacher Wei to appear on camera now. I hope there won't be any more accidents. Phone. Although I am really curious about what kind of person can do what just now, it is still Teacher Wei's appearance that attracts me more. Teacher Wei, please come out soon. Xuanji's love brain. I am so anxious and nervous. I dare not imagine. Is Teacher Wei tall or short? Is she sweet, pure, or cold? What will Teacher Wei's hairstyle be like? What kind of clothes will Teacher Wei wear? No matter which point, I am super looking forward to it. Guaki, have you noticed that the camera seems a little crooked now? Is Teacher Wei still preparing to appear on camera? In the barrage in the live broadcast room, most people are looking forward to Teacher Wei's appearance, and in the forum, many people are discussing the anomaly just now, but they basically have no idea, and they can't even find a point of entry for speculation. When Wei Han returned to the mushroom forest through the portal, the place she landed was not the place where she had lived broadcasted before, and she had to use absolute zero to find the way. Later, she found that the distance had reached the conditions of remote login, so she used the skill to instantly transfer there. Wei Han came at the right time, and the timer bubble she used to temporarily place the camera happened to expire, just catching the camera that was about to fall. This should be the reason why some viewers mentioned that the camera was a little crooked. The moment she appeared, the 4 people in the camera screen all looked over at the same time. The performance of the trio was the most exaggerated. They didn't even blink their eyes, just staring at her stupidly. Wei Han was busy with the camera. Now that the crisis of the symbiotic particles has been resolved, her operation on camera has become much freer and easier. For example, before, she had to consider whether it would affect the death conditions of the symbiotic particles if she split a clone to control the camera outside the camera screen. But now she no longer needs to have such concerns, and she can even face the audience without her real appearance. However, Wei Han did not want to deceive the audience like this again, and did not want to disappoint all the audience's expectations. More importantly, this live broadcast might be a farewell, and she was not sure whether she would start live broadcasting in this world again in the future. Wei Han split into 2 clones, and asked them to take charge of the filming. She took out a mirror, and slightly adjusted her clothes and hair. She felt that there was nothing inappropriate, so she walked into the camera very decisively. The performance of the trio and Rong Chi was very honest. From beginning to end, the 4 of them followed Wei Han's eyes closely. Not to mention moving their eyes away, they were reluctant to even blink their eyes. In the live broadcast room, Wei Han was filmed walking out from a close distance. First, a touch of long black hair was seen, followed by a straight back. This back walked towards the single sofa little by little, and gradually the whole body could be seen. And the 4 players sitting on the single sofa, facing the camera, all stared at the man. Without any explanation, all the audience realized that it was Teacher Wei's back. Some people even took out the back view during the Minesweeper dungeon for comparison. At this moment, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room also reached its peak. The audience was so nervous that their heartbeats accelerated and their breathing became rapid. The back in the picture slowly turned around. It was a face that no one expected. In just a moment, it brought an unimaginable shock to everyone. Wei Han raised his dreamy light purple eyes, stared at the camera quietly, and calmly and gently introduced himself in a very ordinary way. Hello, everyone. I am Wei Han, a Dungeon Live broadcast photographer. Chapter 273. No one in the audience could have imagined such a development. Some netizens had made a joking assumption that maybe Teacher Wei was Wei Han, or something like that, but no one had ever taken such a joke seriously, because such speculation was groundless. However, no one in the audience could spare any time to think rationally. They were suddenly struck by the beauty of the world, and their minds were blank at this moment, and they could not think at all. Therefore, whether in the live broadcast room or in major forums, there was a very strange silence. No one spoke in the barrage, and no one sent a message on major platforms. The entire network fell into a state of silence, and this silence even spread from the internet to reality. After Wei Han turned around and introduced himself, some viewers who were watching the live broadcast outside stopped all their actions and stopped making any sounds, as if Absolute Zero had made a comeback, and the world seemed to have become pin-drop audible again. In the live broadcast room, Wei Han calmly made a brief self-introduction, bowed politely to the audience in front of the camera, and then sat on the empty single sofa. Even the three people and Rong-chi at the live broadcast site found it difficult to take their eyes off her face, and their eyes followed her movements. After not seeing her true appearance for a long time, Rong-chi's resistance, which she had built up with great difficulty, collapsed in an instant. The three people had no resistance to Wei Han's appearance in the first place. When Teacher Wei took off her disguise on the spot, and saw her true appearance with their own eyes, they found that Teacher Wei was even more beautiful in reality than in the camera, and Teacher Wei did not seem to be very photogenic. They had only seen Teacher Wei's true appearance through live broadcasts before, and they were all dizzy the whole time. Now they could see Teacher Wei's peerless appearance up close with their own eyes, and they were lucky not to faint directly. Now it seems that the only person who can still maintain his sanity is Wei Han herself. Wei Han looked at the unreliable performance of the people around her, and was very glad that she had the splitting skill. She didn't need their assistance in the filming work, otherwise she might not be able to continue the live broadcast normally. Because her clone is now taking over the filming work, the clone can check the barrage in the live broadcast room at any time, so Wei Han knows that the internet is now quiet. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room is in the hundreds of millions, and the number is still rising. But it is very strange that there is no barrage at this time. She also asked the clone to check the situation of other platforms on the Star Network, and found that other platforms are also very quiet. If Wei Han was not sure that there was no problem with the network, she would have suspected that the whole world was disconnected at this moment. Judging from the reactions of the people around her, combined with the silence on the internet, it is reasonable to infer that the audience is probably just staring at her like the trio and Rong-chi. This made Wei Han a little embarrassed. She didn't know whether she should continue to speak or wait a little longer. Under such entanglement, Wei Han chose to stop speaking and sit quietly. Whether it was the players or the audience, they should be able to come back to their senses soon after they have seen enough, and regain their rationality, right? As a result, a few minutes passed, and Wei Han glanced at the people around him, only to find that the obsession in their eyes was more serious. Not only did they not come back to their senses, but they seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. Looking at their expressions, I wonder if she used some psychedelic skills. Even Wei Han herself was about to doubt herself. Everyone was staring at her so obsessed. Was it really because of her appearance? Wei Han waited patiently for a few minutes, and found that it was still the same. She reluctantly took out a round fan from the skill space to block it in front of her. When she covered her face, it was like putting away a peerless treasure that exuded a soul-stirring charm. The players and viewers who had been absent-minded for nearly 10 minutes slowly came back to their senses, and it felt like their reaction arc lasted for 10 minutes. The trio turned their heads back slowly, as if in slow motion. Their expressions had not yet adjusted, and they looked a little dull, and no one took the initiative to make any sound. Rong-chi seemed to feel very embarrassed. He lowered his head a little embarrassedly, pressed his temple with one hand, and his neck was red to the tip of his ears. One or two uncertain questions began to emerge from the stagnant barrage in the live broadcast room. Dishwibazen, just now. Was it a miracle that I saw? Kamikami, then, is that Teacher Wei? Teacher Wei said. She is Wei Han? Wei Han. Shame to outer space. I was absent-minded for nearly 10 minutes. No wonder my eyes are dry, so uncomfortable. But what I saw just now. Was that Teacher Wei? Was it Wei Han? Teacher Wei is Wei Han. Is that what you mean? Money can make me push the mill. I seem to have just come back to my senses. There is such a thing in the world. Is this what it feels like to be shocked by absolute beauty? Is this Teacher Wei? After these intermittent comments, there was a gap for a while, and the comments began to explode rapidly, and there were either exclamation marks or question marks, and various facial expressions expressing shock. Because the barrage also supports sending picture emoticons, even various shocking expressions filled the screen. With the barrage in the live broadcast room as the outbreak point, it spread to the outside network world little by little. Soon, various shocking discussions on major platforms also broke out in a blowout. Everyone was shocked by the news that Teacher Wei's real identity was Wei Han, and everyone was fascinated by Wei Han's appearance. Many netizens expressed their thoughts in the barrage in the live broadcast room or in major forums. Probably on major platforms, the titles of various dynamics that can be seen are basically related to Teacher Wei's appearance. The titles on the forums are basically like this. I was really stunned just now, and I am now putting in my eye drops like crazy. I didn't realize that I was staring at her without even blinking. There is no other language to express my feelings at this moment except awe. Wei Han is actually in our world, and is actually the Teacher Wei that we all like very much. Am I really not dreaming? Is it really not my delusion? Who would have thought that Teacher Wei is actually Wei Han? The first time I saw Teacher Wei, my mind went blank. I couldn't have imagined that Teacher Wei is actually Wei Han. This is the real Wei Han. It's not like I haven't seen this face before, but I don't know how to say it. When Teacher Wei appeared, she really immediately surpassed the Wei Han on the Beidou Xingyue's side. As long as she stands there, everyone knows that she must be the real Wei Han. Teacher Wei must have covered her face on purpose, otherwise, I would still be staring at Teacher Wei shamelessly, not realizing the passage of time at all. I understand. This is why Teacher Wei doesn't want to appear on camera. She's so beautiful. If she broadcasts it live, the whole world will be paralyzed. No wonder Beidou Xingyue's live broadcast ended immediately. Beidou Xingyue really used disguise skills to create a fake. The headlines of the press releases and articles published by other media were all shocking. Hashtag Teacher Wei is on camera. Her true identity shocked the entire Blue Star. Hashtag. Hashtag as soon as she appeared in front of the camera, she amazed the world. Hashtag. Hashtag after much anticipation, Teacher Wei finally unveiled her mysterious veil, but unexpectedly. Hashtag. Hashtag the reason why Teacher Wei has not appeared on camera has been found. Hashtag. Hashtag who would have thought that a photographer has such a beautiful face that the entire Blue Star would fall for. Hashtag. It is not an exaggeration to say that the entire Blue Star is watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast. Whether online or offline, everyone is discussing topics related to Teacher Wei. Back in the live broadcast room, after the audience gradually came back to their senses, the barrage has become even crazier than before. The little fan blows. I am really dumbfounded. I never thought that Teacher Wei could be Wei Han. That is Wei Han. That is Teacher Wei. The pain is in your heart. I am really curious. When Teacher Wei was shooting the live broadcast of the simulation cabin and saw those 5 people looking for Wei Han, what kind of mood did Teacher Wei feel? Would Teacher Wei have recognized those 5 people behind the scenes? Grand and dignified. If Teacher Wei hadn't covered his face, I would definitely still be staring at Teacher Wei with a blank mind. Did Teacher Wei also realize this, so he covered his face? Mildly slacking. It's so funny, people usually use the disguise skill to make themselves look better, right? But Teacher Wei used the disguise skill to make himself look more ordinary. The difference between the original Wei Han and the pirated Wei Han is really huge. It's really easy to recognize. I don't think anyone would doubt that Teacher Wei used the disguise skill to become Wei Han's appearance, right? This is Wei Han. Teacher Wei turned out to be the legendary cosmic beauty. I'm so excited that I'm going to faint. One night without rain. Frowny face. Those who think that Teacher Wei is not good looking and therefore dare not appear on camera. Do you feel pain in your face now? You didn't expect it, did you? Teacher Wei is not on camera precisely because she is too good looking. Berry memories. Frowny face. Too exaggerated. I didn't know before that I would really be hit by the beauty filter, and then my mind would go blank. Is it the same for you? As some viewers said, they never thought that Teacher Wei would actually be Wei Han, including some players who participated in the live broadcast and thought they had seen Teacher Wei's true appearance, and they were so shocked in front of the screen that their jaws were almost dislocated. Some people also began to call for Teacher Wei to take off the fan covering his face, and let them watch for a while longer. What's wrong with being able to eat and sleep? Although I know that Teacher Wei uses the fan to cover his face, so that we can concentrate on watching the live broadcast, but I really want to watch it. This is Teacher Wei's eyes. I don't want to watch the live broadcast anymore. I just want to see Teacher Wei. The wind blows in my direction. The live broadcast is not as good as Teacher Wei. Teacher Wei, please take the fan away. I think if I look at Teacher Wei a few more times, maybe I can live a few more years. Eating ice. It's so funny. Teacher Wei must have anticipated this situation in advance, so he refused to appear on the screen? Look at your appearance. What do you look like? Asking for help should be done with pleading. People's attitude. Learn from it. I'm already giving rewards while kneeling. Teacher Wei, look at me. My child has already kneeled down for you. Please let me look at him again. So Weijian frowny face. Fake fans are still begging in the live broadcast room, and real fans have already set off for the Mushroom Forest dungeon. I'm kidding. Hate is just one word. Frowny face. Teacher Wei just showed his true face. Stood quietly, without doing any action, without saying a word, he directly beat the fake Beidou Xingyue. Don't force the CPU. Frowny face. Obviously they have the same face, but the temperament is really one world apart. Beidou Xingyue, you really did all the bad things. You almost ruined Wei Han's image. Are you stupid? I didn't expect Teacher Wei as Wei Han. Change life in another universe. How can I be so worthy to watch such a beautiful woman live broadcasting for me? I have to burn incense and kneel to watch this live broadcast to avoid shortening my life, right? Tion Yujioshin. I suggest other players to carry cameras and just take good pictures of Teacher Wei. Free flying. So cool, so cool, so cool, ha ha ha. So cool in every sense. What else can the people from Beidouxing USA? Does your face hurt now? LV. I dare not open my mind so much. The person who has been filming us is actually Wei Han. That is Wei Han. KLT. Don't forget Teacher Wei's terrifying strength. So this is a perfect existence with both beauty and strength. Dungeon Assistant. I will make emoticons now. When someone says that no one is perfect, me, Teacher Wei. Seeing that the players and the audience had come to their senses, Wei Han could continue with the lines he had prepared. As for the audience's call for her to continue showing her face, Wei Han ignored it. After she slowly took off the round fan, she had already put on another face. Everyone was full of expectations when they found out that she was going to take the fan away, but they didn't expect that Teacher Wei had used the disguise skill again. I'm very sorry, if I don't use the disguise skill, everyone won't be able to concentrate on watching the live broadcast. The live broadcast can't go on, so I used the disguise skill again and put on a face that can calm everyone down. Wei Han also made a special explanation. This made the audience feel a little disappointed, but thinking about it carefully, what Teacher Wei said was indeed right. If Teacher Wei didn't use the disguise skill, no one would have the heart to watch the players' adventures in the live dungeon, and would only chase Teacher Wei without blinking. They had seen Teacher Wei's appearance just now, and they liked Teacher Wei very much and had a very deep filter for Teacher Wei. Even though Teacher Wei had changed to a face that could only be regarded as pretty, they still couldn't take their eyes off Teacher Wei. Some viewers also began to discover that Teacher Wei had a special extraordinary temperament, which made her quickly become the center of the crowd even with an ordinary face. Once you noticed her, you couldn't ignore her. Those words that sounded very narcissistic, when spoken by Teacher Wei, did not make people feel disgusted at all, but only made people feel very reasonable. But this did not affect many viewers, who cried and howled in the barrage, crying and hoping that Teacher Wei could restore her true appearance before the end of the live broadcast so that everyone could take a good look. Ever since Wei Han removed her disguise skills and appeared in front of the camera with her true appearance, the focus of all the audience has shifted to her appearance, her true identity, and some of the mysteries surrounding her. All other previous doubts have been temporarily thrown behind. And Wei Han used the disguise skills to pull back the audience's rationality. She did this live broadcast not for the audience to appreciate her appearance, but the focus was on the special nature of the mushroom forest. Players need to know how to quickly improve their strength in the mushroom forest. After Wei Han disguised her true appearance and continued to speak, the three people at the live broadcast site also suppressed their heartbeats a little, calmer than before, and spoke one after another. Shirley stumbled and said, "It's too dangerous. I was stunned just by looking at it, Teacher Wei. I didn't expect you standing in front of me. Compared with the video and photos, the impact is directly doubled exponentially. It's really wow." As if she was worried that she would lose her composure again, Shirley didn't dare to look directly at Wei Han when she spoke, even though she knew that Teacher Wei had used the disguise skills now. Zhang Xian's eyes were also evasive. It felt like Wei Han was a light source emitting strong light. She could only look at him for a while, but not all the time. She apologized sincerely. "Sorry, we lost our composure just now. We kept staring at you, which was too rude. I'm really sorry." Wu Shan was the oldest, but at this time, he lowered his head deeply like a child who had done something wrong. "I'm really sorry, Ms. Wei. I will try my best to reflect, and will not let the live broadcast go wrong again." The heat on Rong Qi's face gradually faded. He glanced at Wei Han, but he didn't expect Wei Han to be looking at him. For a moment, their eyes met, and he almost choked on his own saliva. Wei Han was speechless about the reactions of several people. They were all old acquaintances. How could they be so exaggerated? No need to keep apologizing. I don't think your reaction just now offended me in any way. Wei Han was a little helpless. Don't waste time. Continue the live broadcast. Where was the process just now? Shirley immediately counted on her fingers and said, "We have basically finished the cause and effect of changing identities. Rong Qi appeared on the screen to prove his identity, and then it was you who appeared on the screen, and now you are hiding your true appearance again with the disguise skill." Zhang Xian said with some embarrassment, "I don't know if the audience has any questions, but there should be a lot of viewers for this live broadcast. We can't answer every question of the audience." Wu Shan said very affirmatively, "The audience may now be full of various questions about the fact that Ms. Wei is Wei Han. These all need Ms. Wei to decide whether to answer them." Wei Han didn't want to talk too much about herself. She started the live broadcast to teach the audience how to survive in the mushroom forest, and how to make good use of the mushroom forest copy to improve their strength. If it becomes a program like Wei Han's personal interview, it will be meaningless. Wei Han made a quick decision and said seriously, "If necessary, I will open a personal live broadcast to answer some of the audience's questions. But now we should demonstrate the way to eat mushrooms and acquire skills. This is not only to answer the trio's questions, but also to tell the audience about the next live broadcast arrangement." Rongqi nodded in agreement. Don't forget the business. The audience should not forget the important things because of the beauty. In response to Rongqi's words, the audience refuted wildly in the barrage with a teasing tone. Saliva 9,000 feet. Rongqi, even if you are very beautiful, I will not allow you to make decisions for me. That's Wei Han. It's human nature to be obsessed with Wei Han's beauty, and forget about the main things. Pata Pata, what are you talking about? Please don't get the point wrong. Seeing Teacher Wei is the main thing, everything else is secondary. The world cannot be without kittens. Rongqi, you are very close to Wei Han, right? From now on, you are the love rival of all mankind. Some people noticed the personal live broadcast mentioned by Wei Han, and now all kinds of questions have emerged. The cute and obedient me. Teacher Wei must start a personal live broadcast. I want to watch it so much. When will it start? On which account? Teacher Wei, we have a lot to say to you. Name has been cancelled. I am a good student. I took out paper and pen and took notes, seriously. Teacher Wei and her team will start the class, right? I am looking forward to it. How to cook and eat giant mushrooms. Escape from heaven. Does anyone still feel like a dream? Who understands that Wei Han is actually Teacher Wei, the feeling of being far away, and yet so close. A pot of chili oil. I understand. I am still confused now. I am really completely stunned. Teacher Wei and Wei Han, someone put these two names together before. I thought it was nonsense, but I didn't expect it. 16 flowers. Did Teacher Wei recognize the 5 people in the parallel universe? Teacher Wei must know that her family has been looking for her, right? I don't want to understand in seconds. Teacher Wei is not from this world. So will Teacher Wei leave here and return to her original world in the future? Don't call me Gooden. Ah no, we just officially met Teacher Wei. Is Teacher Wei going to leave us? Woohoo! Is this the reason why Teacher Wei is willing to appear on the screen? Regardless of the audience's wishes, the players in the live broadcast room ended their comfortable life after Wei Han made his decision. During the question and answer session, everyone put away the small sofas one by one and entered the formal adventure session. In the live broadcast room, after the players put away the single sofa, they stretched one after another and then looked around. The camera also moved with the players' gazes and captured the surrounding scenes. So the audience found that, with the players as the center of the circle, there was a large open space around them. Some giant mushrooms were slowly moving away with their roots, and when they were swept by the players' gazes, they shrank a little. Seeing this situation, the audience's previous questions about the density of giant mushrooms were finally answered. It turned out that the players were able to find such an open place not because the giant mushrooms were socially phobic and looked more distant, but because these giant mushrooms had an inexplicable fear of the players, and were actively hiding from the players. Now that the players are taking action, those giant mushrooms are like frightened birds, and they are ready to run away at any time. Seeing this scene, Shirley held her forehead and whispered, "These giant mushrooms really remember us. Why are they just mushrooms? But their memory is so long." Zhang Xian explained to the audience seriously, "Well, to avoid misunderstandings, we will explain it here. Generally speaking, after entering the mushroom forest dungeon, the giant mushrooms will not move at first. They will pretend that they are not aggressive and lure players into the mushroom forest. When the time is right, the giant mushrooms will start to move. Zhang Xian, under normal circumstances, the giant mushrooms will not hide when they see the players, and sometimes they may even chase the players. Now you see these giant mushrooms start to tremble when we look at them, probably because we have been doing this and that research on the giant mushrooms during the time we stayed in the mushroom forest, and then," Shirley said without thinking, "then, maybe we left a little shadow on the giant mushrooms?" She also gestured with her hands as she spoke, trying to make the audience understand more intuitively. The audience watched the distance between the giant mushrooms and them, and watched a football field empty around them, and they all complained, "This is not just a little bit, it's 100 million points, right?" Seeing them move, the giant mushrooms collectively retreated more than 10 meters. Wushan also had a headache. Originally, the giant mushrooms should be chasing the players, or at least the players, and the giant mushrooms are fighting each other, but now the situation is special. It seems that we still have to chase the giant mushrooms. This statement also caused crazy complaints from the audience. Listen, is this human language? What do you mean we still have to chase the giant mushrooms? Why are they so proficient? Just when everyone was a little embarrassed, Wei-Han suddenly said, I will use advanced translation skills to talk to them. Is it really okay? Teacher Wei, you are really good. Shirley was very surprised, looking at her with sparkling eyes, full of admiration. After a while of calm, they all recovered, and they were no longer as nervous as before, even talking to Teacher Wei. Zhang Xian looked at the giant mushrooms, and found that they retreated a few meters when she looked at them. She was a little speechless. They couldn't outrun us before. Do they think they can outrun us now? Wu Shan said with interest while doing warm-up. I haven't chased giant mushrooms for a long time. I missed this activity. Rong Qi, The audience laughed, and were curious about the advanced translation skills that Teacher Wei mentioned. 300 months baby. What is the advanced translation skill? Does this skill allow Teacher Wei to talk to monsters? This is not a no man's land. Maybe I'm overthinking. I always feel that Teacher Wei has many secrets that we don't know. How should I put it? Teacher Wei can really be called a treasure player. No return date. Maybe Teacher Wei does have some other surprises, but I don't know what can be more shocking than the fact that Teacher Wei is Wei-Han. No, if Teacher Wei can really talk to mushrooms with that advanced translation skill, can I beg Teacher Wei to broadcast the giant mushroom's response? I'm really crazy curious. At this time in the mushroom forest copy, Wei-Han quietly used absolute zero, making those giant mushrooms unable to retreat, and then flashed towards the nearest giant mushroom. The speed was very fast, which also amazed the audience. This is the first time that the audience has seen Teacher Wei's skills on camera. In the past, they could only guess Teacher Wei's actions through the eyes and expressions of the players in the camera. Now they can finally see Teacher Wei's style. Some people wonder why the giant mushrooms don't retreat now. Are they afraid to retreat, or can't retreat? Some people speculate that Teacher Wei used some skills that can make the giant mushrooms unable to move. Skills with similar effects are generally ice skills. Wei-Han quickly came to a group of giant mushrooms, and directly used the translation skill to communicate with them. There is indeed a language between giant mushrooms, but what Wei-Han doesn't understand is why as soon as the translation skill is turned on, she hears the giant mushrooms screaming something like Mushroom Hero and Mushroom Sorrow? Could this be a nickname given to her by the giant mushrooms? Wei-Han was calm and gentle, trying to calm the giant mushrooms down, but she didn't expect that the giant mushrooms became excited again because she found that she could understand and talk to them. For a while, Wei-Han's ears were filled with the shouts of the giant mushrooms, saying things like Mushroom Hero can speak mushroom language. Mushroom Hero is back again. God wants to kill my mushrooms. Wei-Han. I didn't realize they were so dramatic. Very good. She is now sure that Mushroom Hero really refers to her. Wei-Han, be quiet, answer my questions first, or I will kill you all right now. The first question is, why do you call me a Mushroom Hero? What does your hero mean? After the giant mushroom was ordered to shut up, it uttered a short ah again, and then immediately stopped talking, sending a blue giant mushroom with a silly voice to answer as a representative. Blue giant mushroom, because wherever you go, no mushroom is left alive. You are the cold-blooded giant mushroom killer. In the dictionary of our mushrooms, the word hero has always meant something like the god of death, the king of hell, death, etc. If you are not a mushroom hero, what are you? Okay, it turns out that there are cultural differences here. In the culture of giant mushrooms, the meaning of hero is completely different from that in the human world. Wei-Han asked again, what does that mushroom seeing sorrow mean? The blue giant mushroom complained angrily, it's your companion. He kills mushrooms without blinking an eye. He kills mushrooms like flies. Which mushroom wouldn't be worried when seeing him? Wei-Han was amused. She didn't waste words with these giant mushrooms, and only gave them two choices, either to cooperate with their live broadcast or to die immediately. This move can be said to be very consistent with the giant mushroom's evaluation of her, cold-blooded, ruthless and cruel. The giant mushroom had no backbone, and slid directly to his knees without a second of hesitation, and chose to cooperate with their actions very straightforwardly. After Wei-Han finished talking to the giant mushroom, the players and the audience found that the giant mushrooms did not dare to retreat anymore, but began to slowly move closer again. This really greatly facilitated the players' on-site demonstration of cooking giant mushrooms, and the trio quickly devoted themselves to explaining the cooking methods of different giant mushrooms. The three of them were standing still around a giant mushroom, and Shirley was explaining, Look at this giant mushroom. It looks like a giant umbrella, with a huge lace fungus ring. Surely, it feels like jelly, with a blue color scheme. This giant mushroom usually has ice skills, understand? If you want to have a delicious and useful ice skill, how should you deal with it? You watch me operate it. We will roast it with fire first. Players without fire skills can use flamethrowers instead. A ball of fire appeared in her hand, and she approached the trembling giant mushroom. We don't have to really roast it, because when it finds fire approaching, it will be scared and lose color. If we really roast it, it may scare them to death, and the gain will outweigh the loss. This kind of mushroom is quite timid. Or, the common point of mushrooms is that they only bully the weak and fear the strong? As the sparks in her hand approached, the giant mushroom was really scared and turned pale. Shirley nodded with satisfaction. After it fades, we can see that it has become translucent. See, inside the stem, there are some large crystal particles of different colors piled up in a certain position, which looks like the fruit particles in a large jelly. This is what we want to eat. Seeing the trio's popular science explanation, the audience all made comments such as, "Wow, I learned something, I learned a lot, haha, my imagination has been opened up." Wei Han and Rong Qi did not participate in these explanations, and basically left it to the trio to play, which was considered to be maintaining order on the scene. Seeing that the trio was getting better and better, Wei Han was relieved and had the leisure to use the sound transmission skill to whisper and chat with Rong Qi. "Wei Han, I just learned something very interesting." Rong Qi, "What is it?" Wei Han, "Those giant mushrooms call me the mushroom hero, and you the mushroom sorrow." Rong Qi, Wei Han, hero. In the dictionary of giant mushrooms, it means something like the god of death or the king of hell. They say that one of us is cold-blooded and ruthless, leaving no mushrooms alive wherever we go. The other is ruthless and kills mushrooms without blinking an eye, and the mushrooms are worried when they see us. Rong Qi was silent for a long time, and then he said, "Then I thank them for their praise?" Wei Han, 2 thumbs up symbols. Facing the string of symbols drawn by Wei Han using the sound transmission skill, Rong Qi pondered for a while before realizing that she was giving him a thumbs up with both hands. After realizing this, Rong Qi secretly curled her lips. This really fits her style, and it seems that she is in a good mood now. Wei Han is in a good mood now. After all, a big thing has been solved. After all, everything has finally returned to the right track after a big circle. The live broadcast is currently proceeding in an orderly manner. There will be no accidents next, and this live broadcast will have a perfect ending. During the course of this live broadcast, the impact caused by the disappearance of the symbiotic particles has also attracted attention because of the large number of people involved. No one knows why some people have turned into ashes directly, and some people have fallen into an inexplicable coma. There are too many people who are in a coma and have been sent to the hospital. The wards in the hospital are full. After more than a week, some of the comatose people woke up, but they looked very dull after waking up, and they seemed to be in a bad mental state. They would mumble some incomprehensible words. After a few days, more people woke up, and the new batch of people who woke up seemed particularly silent, as if something was weighing on their hearts. Teacher Wei's live broadcast had already found the secret research institutes hidden in the mushroom forest, and live broadcasted the situation of these research institutes. In these research institutes, the audience saw many human-shaped piles of dust inside, and also saw some information and confidential documents in the internal data room. The documents revealed some plans conspired by several large companies, which directly killed Beidou Xingyue, Unknown Game Mutual Aid Center, Wanjia Props Company, and some other forces. The people who woke up saw these things in Teacher Wei's live broadcast, as if they were stimulated by something, and they told people bigger secrets one after another. After the symbiotic particles disappeared, the self-consciousness of these people who were not highly symbiotic gradually recovered, and the whole plan of the symbiotic particles to secretly parasitize all mankind was retained. They did not know the fundamental reason why the symbiotic particles did this. They only knew that shortly after the dungeon came, a group of players came back from a white vortex initial dungeon, carrying this strange parasite on their bodies. After that, this parasite began to spread secretly like a virus and infiltrate human society. This parasite will regard the strongest host at present as the boss. After several twists and turns, Zhao Ying, the son of the boss of Beidou Xingyue, also became a parasite, and quickly became the boss of this parasite. Later, under Zhao Ying's operation, Beidou Xingyue was just a very normal company that trained player anchors on the surface, but it launched various actions behind the scenes. For example, while expanding the parasitic range to make more people become parasites, it secretly pitted humans, including lurking in the dungeon to attack human players who entered the dungeon, suppressing new human players, publishing wrong dungeon rules, and secretly obstructing or assassinating the guards when encountering red portals, etc. When they found out that someone had built a solid shield to prevent the monsters from the red portal from escaping, they also tried to destroy the shield, and they succeeded once. Finally, Zhao Ying used the disguise skill to impersonate Wei Han to broadcast live. This behavior had nothing to do with Beidou Xingyue's desire to win back a game. Instead, Zhao Ying found a faster way to spread the message, using the popularity of the live broadcast and Wei Han to spread the parasite. The disclosure of these truths made all netizens terrified and very scared. This parasite is cunning and can hide. They have been in such a crisis without realizing it. They have been deceived all the time. It turns out that when they were watching the live broadcast, they had already fallen into the trap of the parasite. At the same time, netizens were also very nervous. What happened to those things now? Do they still exist? When they continued to read, they suddenly learned something that shocked them even more. When this parasite was improved to the point where it could be spread through live broadcast, it had a very fatal weakness, which was that Wei Han himself had to show his face in a 30-minute live broadcast. As long as this condition was met, all the parasites that were improved and upgraded by Zhao Ying would die instantly. As for what happened afterwards, they were originally confused and didn't quite understand what was going on. They only knew that the parasite's consciousness was to stop Teacher Wei's live broadcast at all costs. But now that they woke up, they learned that Teacher Wei was Wei Han, and the parasites had all died, and they found that everything made sense. So, this is the real reason why Teacher Wei revealed his identity, and showed his true appearance for live broadcast. All this is not a coincidence, nor is it for superficial things like popularity and traffic. When they didn't know, Teacher Wei prevented a crisis that affected all mankind. And they were completely unaware of this, and Teacher Wei didn't take the initiative to mention a word. If it weren't for those who were parasitized and not fully recovered their consciousness to tell the truth, they would never know that Teacher Wei had done such a great thing silently. This truth quickly spread throughout the entire Blue Star, and everyone knew about the potential crisis, and despised the disgusting parasites, and also despised the several groups that became the parasite's nest. Everyone also knew the deep meaning behind Teacher Wei's live broadcast, and their admiration for Teacher Wei reached a new level. On Blue Star, Teacher Wei was already known to everyone. In Teacher Wei's live broadcast of the Mushroom Forest, the number of online viewers has remained stable, and many viewers are reluctant to exit the live broadcast even when they are asleep. It was a 2-week live broadcast, but everyone felt that it was far from enough, and they simply couldn't watch enough. When the day of the end of the live broadcast came, many viewers really shed tears in front of the screen. In the 2-week live broadcast, because of the cooperation of the giant mushroom, the trio talked about all the knowledge about giant mushrooms that could be taught. It can be said that it was full of dry goods, enough for the audience to digest for a while. After receiving the notice that the live broadcast was about to end, the 3 people sitting outside the small tent began to say goodbye to the audience one after another. Shirley smiled and waved at the camera. Thank you for watching for the past 2 weeks. We have basically covered everything we can say. I hope that when you enter this dungeon to explore, you can try to refer to the various knowledge points mentioned in this live broadcast. This can improve efficiency and reduce danger. Zhang Xian was still the second one in line. She played with a short dagger in her hand, with a cool tone. Thank you for your company for the past 2 weeks. I hope our live broadcast will be helpful to everyone. When you come here to explore, don't be careless just because we can easily deal with giant mushrooms. You should still be careful and stay alert. Wu Shan was very pleased. A lot of things have happened recently. Fortunately, the live broadcast went smoothly. From now on, there will be no more skills that are difficult to find. After obtaining enough basic skills here, the dungeon will no longer be as difficult as before. Wei Han and Rongqi also walked over from the camera. Both of them used the disguise skills again, and ignored the barrage of the audience, who wanted to see their true appearance. The live broadcast is about to end. Thank you for watching. Wei Han thought for a moment and said, I don't know if there will be another live broadcast. I have something important to do next. So everyone should just treat this as the last live broadcast. Don't look forward to the next one. Wei Han's words broke the hearts of all the audience. For a while, the barrage was full of tears. Human gentleness, wow, so sad. I didn't see Teacher Wei's beauty again, and I was told such bad news. Teacher Wei YYDS. Is Teacher Wei going back to the original world? I really can't imagine how I will live in the future when I can't see Teacher Wei's live broadcast anymore. Love is letting go. It turns out that this is really a farewell live broadcast. Teacher Wei, you can rest assured to do important things. If you need help, please come to us, okay? Ever since we knew that Teacher Wei was Wei Han, everyone had this bad premonition in their hearts. Wei Han is not a native of this world. She will leave one day, Rongqi said in a very relaxed tone. Anyway, this live broadcast was very smooth and perfect. Finally, everyone knows the real role of the Mushroom Forest dungeon. Everyone must review well, get powerful skills, and keep working hard to improve themselves. Then audience, bye. After Rongqi finished speaking, Wei Han asked the clone to press the button to end the live broadcast, and the screen in the live broadcast room instantly went black. The Mushroom Forest Dungeon live broadcast was finally broadcasted completely this time, and ended smoothly. After the live broadcast ended, Wei Han asked the clone to pack up the filming equipment and put it back into the skill space. The trio packed up their camping tents and other things. Everyone moved quickly and finished the job quickly. After that, they clicked on the clearance portals one by one to leave the dungeon and return to the entrance of the Blue Star dungeon together. Here, Wei Han and Rongqi separated from the trio. The trio returned to the villa area to rest, while Wei Han and Rongqi went directly to find the entrance to the portal maze. Wei Han needed to return to the native world before December 20th, find the Black Vortex portal, and enter her initial dungeon for the third time through this portal. It was already December 2nd, and because there was a portal maze dungeon in between, they didn't know if there would be any accidents. They couldn't delay any longer, and would rather return to the native world half a month earlier than miss the time. Anyway, they weren't tired. With their current physical condition, being in a dungeon like the Mushroom Forest was like playing. It could be said that they had rested for nearly half a month. Soon, the two of them took a hover car to the entrance of the portal maze. This was their third time entering this dungeon. This time, they would not use the ticket props, and would enter the dungeon as normal players. Wei Han would use her skills to make an arrow pointing to the exit of her native world appear in her vision, as originally planned, and they would just follow the route. This time, they did not have the good luck as last time, probably because they were heading to the exit of Wei Han's native world. The route became very complicated and tortuous, and they walked directly for more than 10 days. When they finally reached the exit leading to Wei Han's native world, it was already the early morning of December 17th. The two of them walked out of the exit together very tacitly, and before their vision just returned to normal, they first felt the ground under their feet shaking bang bang bang, as if an earthquake was about to happen. The two were wondering, and then they heard a heartbreaking cry from a distance, "Run! The protective shield is broken." The disaster-level monster ran out. Chapter 274. Wei Han and Rongqi looked over and found that they were surrounded by an abandoned city. The place where they stood looked like an obsolete train platform, with some well-arranged tracks in sight. The man who had just shouted at them was flying crookedly in an open-top hovercraft, passing over the old and rusty rails at low altitude, and behind him was a huge monster chasing after him, like a mountain, full of oppression. They couldn't see the huge monster chasing after that person clearly at the first time, but could only see that the ground was shaking, as if some strange changes were still happening, and the land seemed to become soft, and people standing on it would not only be unstable, but might also sink into it. As soon as she felt something was wrong, Wei Han used the bubble skill directly, wrapping her and Rongqi in a bubble that could float in the air. And when they floated up with the bubble, the man driving the open-top hovercraft accidentally hit their bubble in order to avoid the attack of the huge monster. Fortunately, Wei Han had already added a strength feature to the bubble that was no less than that of the protective shield. Even if the man's car hit her bubble, it would not cause any problems to the bubble, but only to himself. After the convertible hovercraft hit the seemingly soft, but actually very solid bubble, it suddenly turned several circles in the air. The person driving the hovercraft was also thrown dizzy, and completely lost control of the hovercraft. Seeing that the car and the person were about to fall to the ground, Wei Han had no choice but to make a bubble to encircle the man. The man did not faint again until he was encircled by the bubble. Instead, he began to look at Wei Han and Rongqi in confusion and surprise. But now Wei Han and Rongqi's attention is not on him. Wei Han is adjusting the height of the bubble, trying to see the whole picture of the huge monster. The monster looks like a surging wave, forming a huge wall that covers the sky and the sun, rolling over in a dark mass. Wherever this huge wave rolls over, it seems to become a part of it, growing its size, and the ground will become soft, which should be a part of this monster. The monster looks like a mollusk, like a jellyfish, with a soft body, but at the same time it seems to have taken into account the characteristics of quicksand, and can lock the prey to a certain extent. Wei Han and Rongqi inexplicably feel that this ability of this monster is somewhat similar to that of Yumian. But now is not the time to sigh or analyze. Since they just happened to encounter a monster messing around when they came out, they just cleaned it up. After speculating on some of the possible characteristics of this monster, Wei Han has already thought of what skills to use to deal with it, and then he broke away from the bubble, spread his wings of flying skills, and flew directly towards the monster that looked like a mountain. The young man they rescued was so frightened by her action that he shouted, "Hey! What are you doing? Do you want to die? That's a disaster-level monster. Don't mess around. Hey! That male player, why don't you persuade your companions? How can you let your companions mess around? They will lose their lives if they are not careful." Maybe this person was too anxious. After finding that shouting at the female player had no effect, he turned around and yelled at the female player's companions. Just dealing with such a monster, Rongqi really doesn't have to worry about Wei Han making any mistakes. Now it seems that the young man who is shouting needs help more. Rongqi hesitated for a while, and said, "She will be fine. But your face is covered with blood, do you want to deal with it?" The man wiped his face, and touched the bubble that surrounded him. "It's just a superficial wound, it's not a problem." "What skill is this? It doesn't look like a protective shield. I haven't heard that a protective shield can be so flexible. I don't know much about my companion's skills." Rongqi chose a conservative answer. The man didn't seem to be obsessed with this, and began to persuade Rongqi, "You should call your companions back quickly. You know how difficult this monster is to deal with, don't you?" He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number while muttering, "This is a monster that can turn everything it touches into part of its body. It was not so big originally, but because it broke through the protective shield and gained freedom, it began to grow bigger and bigger like a snowball." His tone became heavier unconsciously. "You should run away first, don't drag your feet. I have just contacted the strong people in the protection department, and they will arrive to reset the protective shield. I will call the guard team now to cover the evacuation of the surrounding residents." Rongqi didn't listen to him seriously, but let his eyes follow Wei Han. The young male player called but no one answered. He found that the other party was not paying attention to his earnest words, and didn't know what he was looking at. He immediately got angry and shouted angrily, "Are you so disobedient that you want to die? What on earth are your companions trying to do?" The young male players turned their heads impatiently, and then their eyes widened. He was horrified to find that the female player was actually reaching out to touch the huge monster that was as big as a mountain. In front of the huge monster body, the female player's figure was just a tiny dot, and he had to use the long-distance vision skill to see it clearly. This scene scared him, and he shouted immediately, "Don't touch. If you touch it, you will become a part of the monster." Wei Han did not fail to hear what this person said. The improvement of her physical fitness made her hearing very sensitive. She even heard the conversation between Rongqi and the male player clearly. It turned out that the characteristic of this monster was to turn the objects it touched into a part of its body, which was indeed somewhat similar to human. Then using particle reconstruction was just right. When Wei Han touched the monster, she was not transformed into a part of his body by the monster, but the monster suddenly stopped moving. The male player was also stunned by this turn, and stared blankly at the changes that happened to the monster next. After the monster stopped moving, some thin mist began to appear with the place where Wei Han touched as the center. In a blink of an eye, the mist began to spread, from light mist to thick fog. In a blink of an eye, it was found that most of the monster's body had turned into mist. These mists were everywhere, some rose into the air, and some sank to the ground, forming a fairy-like heavenly effect. After a while, a mountain in front of me had completely disappeared, leaving only white mist that created a fairyland atmosphere. In just 1 minute, the monster seemed to have never existed. The male player stayed in the bubble, rubbing his eyes hard in disbelief, and didn't care about the blood stains rubbing into his eyes. He murmured, "What is this? How did they do it? Monsters really exist, right? It's impossible that I am dreaming about being chased by monsters and running away in a panic." The crisis created by the monster has been resolved, and Wei Han also flapped his wings and returned to Rongqi. At this time, the young male player's eyes had become very hot, and he stared at them with a strong sense of presence. The male player was very excited and asked questions one after another. "What is your name? How did you do it? Are you interested in joining the guard team?" "No, please join the team. The team needs your strength very much." Wei Han glanced at him and replied lightly, "It's just a chance meeting. There is no need to tell you your name, right? I have no interest in joining any team. Your bubble will be lifted in about 5 minutes. My companions and I have things to do, so we won't stay for long." After leaving these few words, Wei Han retracted the wings of the flying skill, returned to the bubble where Rongqi was, and controlled the bubble to fly away quickly. The male player was forced to stay in the bubble. He could not find a way to break the bubble, nor could he find a way to control the bubble. He could only watch the two people drift away in the bubble like riding a hot air balloon. The episode of encountering the male player was quickly forgotten by Wei Han and Rongqi. The two flew through the sky in the bubble, and looked at her native world from a god's perspective. This world has become devastated decades after the advent of the copy. Whether it is human buildings, wild mountains and forests, or lakes and rivers, all have traces of battle, and are no longer in shape. After seeing these scenes, Wei Han and Rongqi felt that her native world was like a house that was damaged and leaky everywhere. It might collapse with a little disturbance. Before turning on the observation mode, Wei Han did not forget to call her parents to inform them that she had returned to the native world. When Wei Song and Wei Shu received the call from their daughter, they were very surprised. They did not expect that their daughter would really come to them. They wanted to pick up their daughter immediately, but they were strongly rejected by Wei Han. No matter what, Wei Han only accepted the location they provided. The two could not get rid of Wei Han. In the end, although they were very worried, they could only send Wei Han the location information. However, they tried to give a few more instructions, mainly to let Wei Han be careful on the road. This world is much more dangerous than her native world. When Wei Han took Rongqi to observe in the air, he suddenly understood his parents' concerns. They didn't know how many protective shields were sealed with monsters. According to some demarcations in the native world, it seems that monsters also have different levels. Generally, it is necessary to use a protective shield for protection, rather than directly destroying it, which means that the players have no way to deal with the monsters, and can only use the protective shield to lock them up, and delay it for a day. There are already a lot of monsters trapped in the protective shield in this world. The Monster Red Gate has begun to encircle this world. The people in the native world can almost be said to live outside the encirclement of the protective shield, monsters, and the situation is not optimistic. And these protective shields used to imprison various monsters seem to be unable to hold on for long. Wei Han can see that some of the protective shields have obvious cracks, and the monsters inside are ready to move. Seeing this situation, Wei Han naturally couldn't just sit there and watch, so she and Rongqi would fill up the protective shield wherever they floated. Occasionally, if they didn't like a monster, they would study it first, such as understanding the monster's characteristics, then checking the monster's skills, and finally killing it. This also caused the time they spent on the road to double, and double again. Wei Han received several calls from her parents during the journey, worrying that they had been on the road for so long, and if something had gone wrong. Sometimes when Wei Han received a call from her parents, she was just giving the monster the final blow, so Wei Han would twist off the monster's head, while calmly saying to her parents on the other end of the phone, "Just enjoy the scenery on the way. If nothing goes wrong, I'll let you know in advance when we're almost there." Rongqi felt quite complicated every time she saw this scene. It might be okay to say that it was enjoy the scenery. How could the scene of the corpses of the monsters being killed not be a kind of scenery? Later, they dawdled until the afternoon and still hadn't gotten home, and they received another call from Wei Han's parents. This time, the first thing Wei Han's parents asked when she arrived was not to ask her when she arrived, but, "Tell me the truth, are you and Rongqi really just enjoying the scenery along the way?" Wei Han and Rongqi just killed some monsters that wanted to break through the protective shield, and also recreated a protective shield with a higher protection level. After receiving her mother's call, Wei Han looked at the monster corpses that she and Rongqi had neatly arranged, and replied without blushing, "Yeah, just enjoying the scenery." As soon as she finished speaking, her father's voice shouted, "Wei Han, you are still playing dumb. Did you kill those red door monsters trapped in the protective shield? They were all on the news. Didn't you check your phone?" Wei Shu sighed, "Mom and Dad are not blaming you. It's just that you just came back here, and you've been busy fighting monsters without any rest. Aren't you tired?" Wei Song's tone softened. "It's mainly because you have to enter that dungeon again in 2 days. Before that, it's better to rest and conserve your energy, right? Don't be busy for the time being, okay? Some monsters won't come out for the time being, and even if they do, there are players here to deal with them." Hearing what his parents said, Wei Han stopped fooling around and spoke more seriously, "Rongqi and I have indeed been fighting monsters all the way, but for us, this is almost equivalent to warming up. Now it's almost time. We will go directly there next." Getting this response from his daughter, Wei Shu was relieved. "Well, we are still worried that your actions today have caused some sensation on the internet. We don't know whether this is good or bad. I hope it won't affect your entry into the Black Vortex dungeon. It's just today. We will be honest in the next 2 days." Wei Han promised sincerely. Wei Shu, "Okay, we wait for you here. If you can't find the way, call us again. Everyone is looking forward to you. Wei Han replied with a okay, and asked her mother to hang up the phone first. She and Rongqi would go straight on the road after the call, and not mess around on the road. While Wei Han and Rongqi were still on the road, Wei Shu and Wei Song had already prepared the food and kept it warm, so they had nothing else to do, so they basically just checked the online discussions with their mobile phones. After their house was destroyed by monsters again, they decisively moved to the mountains to live. They used their skills to carve out some space on the cliffs, cleaned it up, decorated it a little, and put in ultramodern furniture to meet their living needs. Shirley and others saw them doing this and thought that not only would the house not be easily destroyed by monsters, but it would also be far away from the crowd, quieter, and the network would not be bad, so they followed suit. The final result was that a group of them moved to the cliffs and lived in a mountain view room. This deep mountain forest is too remote, so Wei Shu and Wei Song are worried that their daughter can't find the way. There are already a lot of discussions on the Star Network about the removal of some disaster-level monsters, and some people have mentioned that some protective shields seem to have been strengthened. The final point of all discussions will return to the question of who did these things. Some people think that players who can do this should not belong to their world. After all, if there are such players in their world will not become what it is now. Therefore, the players who can easily deal with so many disaster-level monsters are likely to be players from a parallel universe who came to their world through the portal maze. A member of the guard team may have witnessed the two players and was pulled in for an interview. He revealed that they were two players, a man and a woman, who looked very young and had some skills they had never seen before. It seemed that they could turn the monster into mist with just a touch. In the interview discussion post of this guard team member, netizens were very shocked. The monster is coming. Get off the car quickly. Xiao Song, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? That female player really just touched the devourer, and the devourer turned into mist inexplicably? I don't like to tell the truth. To be honest, I am a resident living near the monster. I was notified to evacuate, but I didn't expect that. I just packed up and put my things in the skill space, and then I received a message saying that the crisis was resolved. Wait, the monster turned into mist or something. Is this why the fog was so thick this morning? Eat durian without spitting out the durian skin. I can't figure it out, really. I haven't seen such a skill. If this person is a player from a parallel universe, this is really a bit confusing. How could other parallel universes have such powerful players grow up? Is that a world where the dungeon has been here for a longer time? He advised me to be kind. People just come here to play. Maybe they will leave soon. So we should hurry up and find some dungeons to move to, and make plans early. Now, looking at the entire blue planet, where else can people live in peace? Little Belly is singing. I don't know if I can find them. I beg them to stay here for a while. If we offer some rewards, they should not refuse to help us deal with more monsters, right? In this way, our blue planet may be able to remain stable for a while. The topic suddenly started to deviate from here, and turned into a quarrel between different factions. Rao Yu, even if it is stable for a while, what does it matter? As long as those red portals appear, there will be a steady stream of monsters coming. It is simply a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. If we don't find a way to make those portals disappear, there will be no peace on Blue Star. Eyes are dirty. What are you looking for? It's been so many years, and there's no clue or idea. Can you think before you speak, you cleansers? Don't mention that girl named Wei Han anymore. We don't know if she's dead or alive. The flat liars are the most disgusting. Haha, do the evolutionists have any good ideas? Facing a monster that can directly destroy Blue Star, what's the point of evolution? I am the cleansers. Why can't you mention Wei Han? Why do you always think that if you can't find her, it means she's gone? Don't forget what skill she disappeared with. Crescent Moon, although I think my guess may be outrageous, I feel that the person who caused a sensation this time may be her. Maybe she found it herself? I hate the Purge Party the most. You Purge Party are really arrogant. You pin your hopes on that ethereal existence. When you see a strong person, you think it is the person you think it is. How many times have you been slapped in the face? You really can't learn to be low-key or shut up. I am the Let It Go Party, don't argue. No matter who those two people are, the most urgent thing is to find them. After finding them, we can talk about the following things. It's not just asking them for help. More importantly, shouldn't we thank them for helping us? Live long and see everything. What you said above is right. If they hadn't taken action this time, I don't know how many casualties would have been caused by the impact of the devourer. In terms of emotion and reason, we should express our gratitude to those two people first. Everyone is getting tired of seeing the quarrels between different factions. They are basically talking about the same things. However, because Wei Han was involved this time, everyone paid more attention to the content of the discussion than usual. As long as they saw a speech that mentioned Wei Han, they would read it carefully. In summary, everyone is now thinking about finding the two people first. Only after finding them can they confirm their identities, and further determine whether they can ask the two people to help them strengthen the protective shield and deal with some monsters. Seeing that many people were praising the strength of the two people, Wei Shu and others were very proud. Alas, if there were no such concerns, I really wanted to tell them that Wei Han, who had been missing for many years, was back. Shirley stared at the virtual screen, slid the screen, and sighed softly. Bai Qingchuan had exited the foreign discussion interface, and came to the interface of other software. This interface counted how many monsters the two mysterious strongmen had dealt with. He also looked at the records above carefully and said, in order not to affect Wei Han's actions after his return, we still have to keep it secret for them now. They made news as soon as they came. Wei Shu complained, but there was a bit of pride on his face. Wei Song was the only one who was not staring at his phone. He stood at the edge, looking out, just wanting to see Wei Han and Rong Qi as soon as possible. Wei Han and Rong Qi really happened to float over at this time. For them, it was not difficult to find them, and they were not worried about not being able to find the way. Wei Song saw that they seemed to be wrapped in a transparent ball and floated over here, which was quite novel. Wei Song waved to them from a distance. Wei Han waved back after seeing this, speeding up the bubble's forward speed. After seeing Wei Song's action, the others immediately put down their phones and gathered together. Shirley laughed at the sight. Ha ha ha, what is that? Is it a skill of Wei Han? It looks very interesting. It feels not only fun, but also very convenient and practical. Zhang Xian commented seriously. While the two were talking, Wei Han and Rong Qi had already floated to the entrance of the cave. After standing, the bubbles gurgled and disappeared little by little. As soon as the skill was lifted, Wei Han said apologetically, "Sorry to have kept everyone waiting. The person next to me is my companion Rong Qi. He came here with me. All this has been known for a long time. Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei said that you and the boy named Rong Qi always stay together." Bai Qingchuan laughed and teased. "I'm glad you're back. Come and eat first. We can talk about other things after eating." Wei Shu looked at his daughter lovingly for a while. "I asked you what you liked to eat in the dungeon last time. This time we cooked all your favorite dishes." Seeing his wife turn around to prepare the meal, Wei Song followed her to help, but did not forget to ask earnestly, "Yes, you two have worked hard on the road. When did you set out? How long did you walk this time? Did you encounter anything there after we last parted?" The couple still remembered the information their daughter obtained through the scroll. If everything went well, their daughter should have used the ticket to go to a hidden dungeon and learned a lot of the truth. In fact, Wei Han and Rong Qi were also planning to tell them all the discoveries about the truth of the dungeon. After saying goodbye to her parents in the portal maze, a lot of things did happen afterwards. Wei Han followed and walked over to the dining table. "Let's talk while we eat. There are quite a lot of things that happened, and it's hard to finish talking about them in a short time." Rong Qi looked at this strange residence curiously. Although it was a space carved out of the cliff, it didn't feel oppressive or dim when walking in. The light was very sufficient, and the temperature was very suitable, cool and dry. Bai Qingchuan noticed that he was observing here, so he whispered to him, "The reason for living here is that it is very unstable in other places. The house that was finally built will be destroyed by monsters. In this case, not to mention the trouble of repairing the house. Even if you don't have to repair the house, it's tiring to keep moving. In fact, living here is also good, very close to nature, a feeling of returning to nature." Wu Shan also joined the discussion. "The air here is also very fresh. I feel that my lungs have been purified." Rong Qi nodded. "I understand." On the way here, he had seen how this world was destroyed by the monsters that appeared one after another because of the advent of the copy. In the hall, Wei Song and Wei Shu specially prepared a large table for them to sit together, eat, drink and chat. The meal took a long time, and Wei Han and Rong Qi told them in detail about the truth of the advent of the copy. They also talked about the crisis caused by the symbiotic particles in their original world. It was to solve these problems, and the journey was long, so they finally came back here until now. Everyone was silent for a long time after hearing the truth. When Wei Han and Rong Qi explained, they also emphasized that this was the relevant information of the last plane battle royale. All the information about the plane battle royale they faced this time will not be announced yet. After the winner appears, and the plane battle royale is declared over, all players will know all the truth. Such a truth took Wei Shu and others a day and a night to digest. If Wei Han hadn't asked them to help see if they could find a prop, they would have been in a trance for a longer time. Wei Han wanted to find a prop that could hold an endless amount of liquid. After receiving Wei Han's request, Wei Shu took everyone to act immediately and began to issue a bounty to collect props at a high price. After the bounty was posted for most of the day, a prop was actually received. This prop was called Klein Bottle, and its effect was that it could hold an endless amount of liquid. This container prop could never be filled. Seeing the name of this item, everyone thought of the symbiotic particles and believed that the one who held the battle royale was probably a high-dimensional advanced civilization, an existence that they could not understand. Perhaps this inference had some basis. Wei Han used a skill to exchange for this item, and made some more preparations in other aspects. He just waited for the time to come, went to the house where he lived when he was a child, and waited for the appearance of the Black Vortex portal. In a blink of an eye, it was December 20th, 210 of the star calendar. On this day, the group got up early in the morning, had breakfast together, and took the hover car to the house where Wei Han lived when he was a child. Now returning to the place where he lived when he was a child, Wei Han found that the scene here was completely different from the scene in the Purple Mist dungeon. This place has been destroyed by monsters countless times. There are ruins everywhere, and the abandoned road is bumpy. The whole appearance of the house can no longer be seen. Wei Han's memory of this place is already very vague. They basically rely on their parents to lead the way in front of them. They came to a house that was almost razed to the ground. The most intact part of this house is probably the garden wall. It is unknown what kind of attack this house has suffered. There is no grass growing around it. It is completely desolate. Standing in front of the half-destroyed courtyard gate, Wei Shu and Wei Song also missed it very much. This place is no longer the same as before. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to live here again in the future. Want to go in and take a look? Wei Shu said while looking at Wei Han, and stretched out his hand to push the broken courtyard door open. At this moment, Wei Han sensed something and pulled his parents standing in front of the courtyard gate away with lightning speed. With a bang, a black vortex portal instantly appeared at the location of the courtyard gate, directly destroying the courtyard gate. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Looking at this black vortex-shaped portal, they always felt as if they would be sucked in at any time. Is this that portal? Wei Shu asked hesitantly. It looks like it's very dangerous. After Wei Han pulled her parents away, she took the initiative to block the portal. She was calmer than others. After all, it was not the first time she saw this portal. Yes, it is this portal that will lead to my initial copy. Wei Han replied softly. It seems that the time is just right. The portal appeared just after we arrived. You stepped back a little. Everyone stepped back a few steps obediently, and looked at Wei Han worriedly. Wei Han turned around and nodded to everyone. Then I won't waste time, and will go directly into the dungeon. Mom and Dad, if you are worried, just use the tickets I gave you. You should be able to see what's going on in the dungeon. She also apologized to the others. Sorry, I only have one ordinary ticket for 2 people. Before Wei Han set off, she thought that she had no place to use the tickets she got in the fishing dungeon, so she simply gave them to her parents. The tickets mean that players can watch other players' clearance process in the dungeon. How could others care about such things? They quickly said that it was fine to give the tickets to her parents, and she didn't have to feel embarrassed. The only thing they told her was that they hoped Wei Han could be careful in the dungeon and return safely. Wei Han nodded honestly, and once again swept her eyes over everyone's faces, and then simply turned around and stepped into the black portal. Chapter 275. The third time she came to this dungeon, Wei Han's mood was completely different from the first and second time she came. The first time she came here, she was still a newbie, and was frightened by everything, which left a shadow for a long time. The second time she came here, she was not as panicked as the first time, but she began to be full of doubts about the dungeon, had doubts, and was troubled by some speculations. Now that she came here for the third time, she has a better understanding of this dungeon to a certain extent, less confused, more determined, and before coming in, she repeatedly pondered what to do this time. This is still an endless empty space, looking at it at a glance, like a silver Gobi desert with no end in sight. If there is any change compared to the last time, it may be that the air has become more smelly, the number of monsters has decreased, but the monsters have become more bizarre. She appeared here in human form, and it seemed that she immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding monsters. They were alert and carefully observing her, and they didn't dare to approach her for the time being. Since she was sure that these monsters were her own parallel universe, Wei Han no longer had any hostility towards them. Her only thought was that she wanted to restore everyone to their original appearance and let them all survive. A burning sensation suddenly came from her palm, and Wei Han secretly withdrew her gaze from observing the surroundings. She did not check the notification immediately, but created a special bubble first. This bubble can filter the virus in the air of the copy. Then she simulated the summoning skill and concentrated on setting the summoning target, Rong Qi. Outside the dungeon, Rong Qi and others were watching the black vortex portal appear and disappear immediately. With a moment of distraction, his figure suddenly disappeared. Wei Shu, Wei Song and others were not prepared and were a little scared. It took them a few seconds to react and remember that Wei Han had told them that she would summon Rong Qi to the dungeon. There was a reason for not allowing Rong Qi to enter the dungeon through the portal like her. First of all, they didn't know whether the black vortex portal would allow Rong Qi to pass through. Wei Han really didn't dare to gamble on this matter. If the black vortex portal actually only allowed Wei Han to pass through, and did not allow other players to pass through, then the best case scenario was that Rong Qi could not touch the portal, and the worst case scenario was that Rong Qi would die directly. Secondly, even if Rong Qi could pass through the portal, Rong Qi might be treated as a contestant. If Rong Qi had any restrictions such as props, then it would be very troublesome for the two of them to stay in the dungeon, when only one person could survive in the competition area. By summoning Rong Qi into the dungeon, it is very likely that the above concerns will be avoided. If Rong Qi is also regarded as a contestant after being summoned, then she can send Rong Qi out as long as she cancels the summoning state. After seeing Rong Qi disappear, Wei Shu and Wei Song did not delay any longer. After saying something to Shirley, Bai Qingchuan and others, they took out the tickets Wei Han gave them. The ticket for watching the game needs to fill in the name of the game they want to watch. Wei Shu and Wei Song filled in the words, "Final Election," according to Wei Han's instructions, and then tore off the ticket stub. A ball of black flame appeared out of thin air, burning, and a blue vortex-shaped portal appeared in the air. I think this blue vortex-shaped portal is connected to the venue for watching the game. After Wei Shu and Wei Song walked into the portal, they also left temporarily. They should go to the live broadcast room mentioned on the tickets. The remaining ones are Shirley, Zhang Xian, Bai Qingchuan and Wu Shan's family, a total of 6 people. They have no other arrangements, so the next step is to go home and wait for them to come back at home. After Wei Shu and Wei Song entered the portal, the picture in front of them changed rapidly, and soon the vision returned to normal, and they found that they were standing in front of a huge building. This building is really huge, located in the depths of a strange dense forest, and looks like a mountain, blocking the sky and the sun. Standing in the shadow of this building, there is a chilly feeling. Looking directly up, it is a very huge door. It is hard to tell what metal it is made of. It is very smooth and has no pattern decoration. There were 2 automatic robots shaped like ticket machines next to the gate. The 2 walked over curiously and found that the robot's eyes popped up a virtual screen with a sentence written on it. "Please check your ticket to enter the live viewing room." There was also a line of small words below. "Players who came here with tickets, please align the planet icon with the scanning port for ticket checking." As soon as the 2 finished reading these 2 sentences, they felt a burning sensation in their palms, which surprised them. Didn't they use the tickets? Could there be tasks to complete? When they raised their hands to look at the notification, they found that this notification only had 1 copy address. Wasteland Frontier as District Event Live Broadcast Hall 0. Both of them seemed to understand, and were still a little confused. If they had experienced the dungeon of the fishing competition, and had the opportunity to go to Intermission, they would find that this place was similar to the place where Intermission went. After reading the dungeon address, the 2 did not delay any longer, and checked their tickets according to the instructions in the small print. After the ticket checking was completed, the huge door slowly rose up. It looked like a lift door, but there was no sound during the rising process of this door. It was very quiet. When the door rose to a certain height, the robot-shaped ticket machine made a gesture of invitation to them with its hand, which should mean that they could pass now. Wei Shu and Wei Song passed through the building very carefully and quickly. After entering, they found that the interior was also very similar to the stadium in the human world, with layers of audience seats. Now, looking at it with the naked eye, these seats are empty. However, the space on the ground is not the stadium for various track and field competitions. A funnel-shaped deep pit was dug from the ground, which was estimated to be more than 10 meters deep. These spaces were divided into layers after layers, and there were different plants in each layer of space. Wei Shu and Wei Song walked to the entrance of the underground space, and saw the introduction above that there was a botanical garden below, and that tickets were required to enter. Tickets were purchased using the Lyoha coins in the player icon system. There was a risk warning for entering the botanical garden because there were plants with a high risk level. The ticket did not include services to protect players. Players were attacked by plants and were not protected by the botanical garden. Wei Shu and Wei Song just looked at the instructions and had no intention of entering the botanical garden. They now had to find a way to see Wei Han's situation in the dungeon. As the two were thinking about this, they felt a burning sensation in their palms again, which meant that there was a new notification. This time, after they clicked on the shaking planet icon, they found that the updated instructions for watching the game were updated, so they began to read carefully. Audience players, who came to the live broadcast hall of the event to watch the live broadcast of the game first need to find an empty seat in the audience and sit down. For them, green seats are empty seats, and red seats are seats with spectators. If you sit in the wrong seat, there may be unimaginable consequences, so audience players must look carefully before choosing a seat. After the audience players find an empty seat and sit down, a virtual screen will automatically appear in front of them. There will be various information on the virtual screen, and the audience players can control the virtual screen with their eyes. The picture on the virtual screen will move with the player's line of sight, which means that the player's eyes move, that is, move the mouse cursor, stare at the option they want to choose, and when the option lights up, blink twice quickly to confirm the choice. When the screen is playing, there are many other operations, and audience players can slowly explore while watching the live broadcast of the game. Wei Shu and Wei Song finished reading at the fastest speed and basically knew how to operate. Then, they walked to the audience and looked for green chairs. There were many seats, mostly green seats, and very few red seats, so they could pick seats at will and choose the ones that looked good to them. Just as the instructions for watching the game said, after the two sat down, a virtual screen appeared in front of them. The virtual screen showed a long row of lists. Each item in the list seemed to be a number. The title above the list was Final Election Region List, and there was a search box in the upper right corner. The two immediately looked at the search box, then silently recited the long prefix of Wei Han's player number in their minds, and then shifted their gaze to the search icon, staring at the search icon, and blinking twice when the search icon became bright. With this operation, the long string of numbers just now disappeared from the interface, leaving only the prefix of Wei Han's player number. They stared at the prefix of the number again, and when the prefix became bright, they blinked twice quickly, and the interface changed again, and many small pictures appeared on it. The small pictures were all monster heads, and it seemed that these small pictures were the avatars of the players who survived in the current competition area. Below the small avatars were different player numbers, and the prefix of each number was M142857E314159, but the suffixes were different. There was also a search box in the upper right corner, which should be able to search for these contestants and choose the one they wanted to see. Wei Shu and Wei Song searched again, and this time, they entered Wei Han's complete player number, and a small avatar of Wei Han's true face came out, and the number below was Wei Han's complete player number. Seeing the little avatar of their daughter's true face, the couple was a little dazed, and then they didn't waste any time staring at the little avatar, and when it lit up, they blinked twice quickly. This time, the screen finally appeared on the interface. The first thing that caught their eyes was a high-altitude aerial photo. In this picture, the sky was gray, and the ground was an endless silver desert. As soon as the two saw the picture clearly, the camera from nowhere began to lock on a certain place, and kept zooming in. It stopped when it was zoomed in to see Wei Han standing in the silver desert. They didn't know what kind of technology this was, but they found that the angle and height of the camera would adjust as their eyes turned and their sidelines changed, a bit like wearing a holographic helmet to immersively play a holographic game. It took them a while to successfully see Wei Han's live broadcast in the dungeon. Unexpectedly, Wei Han was the only one on the screen, and Rong Qi, who was supposed to be summoned to the dungeon by Wei Han, was still nowhere to be seen. Both of them chose to use the front camera, as if they were standing in front of Wei Han at this moment. Wei Han closed her eyes at this time, and her body seemed to be surrounded by invisible energy. There was a transparent bubble next to her, and because of the interference of light, the bubble showed colorful colors. Seeing this scene, Wei Shu and Wei Han immediately realized that their daughter was still summoning Rong Qi, and the summoning had not ended. But Rong Qi had disappeared before they opened the live broadcast room, and now she had not been summoned successfully. Would there be any accidents? The two couldn't help but worry. If it weren't for the thought of not disturbing his daughter, Wei Shu would have wanted to try to contact his daughter in the dungeon through his mobile phone. The two of them were nervous and worried, staring at the bubble closely. They all knew that the bubble was used to hold Rong Qi. Wei Han mentioned that in the space of that copy, the air was filled with genetic viruses beyond human understanding. If she didn't have the skill swallow fusion, she might have died in this copy long ago. Less than a minute later, a figure suddenly emerged from the transparent bubble. Looking closely, it was Rong Qi. He was still standing, and after realizing that he had been successfully summoned to Wei Han's initial copy, he immediately looked for Wei Han's figure. Wei Han also opened her eyes at this time. Seeing him appear intact and successfully summoned, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Rong Qi. She patted her chest lightly, and her voice was full of relief as if she had survived a disaster. It took so long. I almost thought it was going to fail. Wei Han's words caused Rong Qi to be puzzled. A long time? To me, it seems like just a moment. Just now, I was in front of the old house where you were a child, and the next moment, I came here. How long has it been on your side? Maybe almost 10 minutes? Wei Han estimated. Rong Qi nodded after listening, then lowered his head, spread out his right palm, clicked on the player interface, and looked at the time. When he looked at the time, Wei Han also found that he had not received any notification. It may also be that he had just arrived here, and Wei Han thought he could wait and see. After checking the time, Rong Qi was also a little surprised. 10 minutes have passed in the blink of an eye. I don't know what caused it. It feels like 10 minutes of my life have been stolen. After noticing Wei Han's gaze, he asked again, Wei Han, are you also checking the time? To see if you will receive a copy address notification or something like that. Wei Han answered honestly. As soon as Wei Han finished speaking, the blue star icon on Rong Qi's palm began to jump. He raised his eyebrows. I received it now. Wei Han, click it and take a look. When Rong Qi obediently clicked on the notification, Wei Han also clicked on the blue star icon on her palm that had been jumping for a long time. Soon, they put the virtual screens side by side and compared the notifications on both sides. The difference is very obvious. Wei Han's side is still the copy address and selection criteria. Copy address. Final selection no. M1428557E314159, division. Selection criteria. Be the only survivor in the current division. Rong Qi has the copy address and ban reminder. The copy address is the same, but Rong Qi's ban reminder is different from the second time Wei Han came here. His ban reminder is as follows. Because you came to this competition area through an abnormal way, as a warning, you are prohibited from using any props in the current competition area. Chapter 276. The notification from Rong Qi reflected many problems from the side. Without the notification of selection criteria, it can be known that Rong Qi is likely not in the scope of screening, that is, even if he becomes the only survivor in this competition area, he will not be selected for the finals. The reason for this is still unknown. It is not certain whether it is because he came to the competition area through an abnormal way, or because this is the Wei Han competition area, which is used to screen Wei Han and has nothing to do with any other players. Rong Qi's ban reminder also only banned props. Fortunately, only props were banned. If both props and skills were banned, Rong Qi would not have to stay in this competition area, but would increase Wei Han's burden. After reading the notification, the two of them finished another discussion, and could not waste any more time. They needed to take action immediately. After more than 10 minutes of ambush and observation, the few monsters around who were afraid of Wei Han had exhausted their patience, and began to move towards the two of them. And Wei Han did not hesitate. At this moment, he directly used the highest strength, Absolute Zero, to freeze the movements of all the monsters around him. Before, she just left the monsters alone, because she needed to summon Rong Qi first. Now that she has successfully reunited with Rong Qi, she will act according to the plan. After freezing all the movements of the surrounding monsters with skills, the two walked towards the monster closest to them. After determining how to return to the initial copy, Wei Han has been thinking about whether there is any way to restore all the Wei Hans to their original state, so that they don't have to kill each other, and she can still be the only survivor in the competition area. She didn't know whether the item with the domineering monopoly effect that her parents used to prevent her skills from being taken away really had an impact on some Wei Han, causing some Wei Han to no longer be able to obtain the same skills, and thus lose the chance to survive in this copy. She only knew that she would try her best to find an operation that would allow all Wei Han to survive. The past could not be changed, and all she could do was change the future. In order to be the only survivor in the competition area without killing other Wei Han could only think of one way, which was to send all other Wei Han out of the competition area, leaving only her as the only player in the competition area. Sending all other Wei Han out of the competition area was much more difficult for Wei Han now than for her to kill all the monsterized Wei Han. Wei Han combined almost all of her copy experience and the skills she had obtained, and after many discussions with Rong Qi, she finally decided on the whole plan after seeing the skill effects after upgrading the skills. The whole plan is this. After Wei Han successfully passes through the Black Vortex and returns to the initial copy, he will first use the summoning skill to summon Rong Qi to the copy, and use the bubble skill to protect Rong Qi to prevent Rong Qi from being affected by the genetic virus in the copy. Then Wei Han will use the particle reconstruction skill to transform and create a Wei Han Yumian, temporarily transforming all the monsterized Wei Hans into Yumian. Because Wei Han found that if Yumian is used as an intermediary, then using particle reconstruction to restore Wei Hans to their original appearance is not only easier, but also more effective. This was also inspired by the Yumian dungeon. When the plan reached this step, Wei Han's original idea was that if she did not find a container prop that could hold Wei Han Yumian, then Wei Han would use the words come true skill to change the conditions for using the dungeon exit ticket. According to demand, the conditions for using the ticket will be changed to unlimited users and the number of people passing through. In this way, Wei Han Yumian can directly perform a secondary transformation on the spot, restore their original appearance, and then leave here through the portal of exiting the dungeon and return directly to their respective initial dungeons. The advantage of this idea is that it can directly allow the restored Wei Hans to return to their original world, but there are two fatal disadvantages. The first is that the number of Wei Hans is huge. If Wei Han wants to perform a secondary transformation on the spot, she has to use the particle reorganization skill. The permanent transformation of this skill consumes vitality. Even if there is a power bank like Rong Qi by her side, she cannot complete all the transformations of all Wei Hans in a short time. The consumed vitality needs time to be replenished. At the same time, considering the potential dangers in the dungeon, they have to keep enough vitality to deal with the monster Wei Hans, and the vitality that can be mobilized is even less, which means that the time consumed will increase infinitely. It is unknown when all the Wei Hans can be sent out. It is also because such an operation takes too much time. In such a long time, they cannot be sure whether some Wei Hans will return to the dungeon by chance after being sent out. After all, Wei Han himself has been in and out of this dungeon 3 times. If this situation really happens, it will be like a pool that is draining water while filling it, and the amount of water remains basically unchanged, which will become an infinite cycle with no solution. This idea has too many disadvantages, so Wei Han immediately modified the second half of the plan after she found that she could get the container prop. The container prop she got can hold all Wei Han Yumian, so what she has to do is to first make a monsterized Wei Han permanently transform into Yumian, and then put Wei Han Yumian directly into the prop, Klein bottle. With this Wei Han Yumian as a foundation, she will just throw the monsterized Wei Han into the container prop, and they will all be assimilated into Wei Han Yumian. In this way, she should only need to consume vitality once in the copy, and mainly consume mental power, to use skills to deal with monster Wei Hans. When mental power is insufficient, Rong Qi can also replenish her. With her current ability, and with Rong Qi's help, if she wants to catch all the monsterized Wei Hans into the container props, not only can the time be controlled, but the time she stays in the dungeon can also be compressed to the maximum extent. Because the Wei Hans in the dungeon, or all the Wei Hans, are put into the container props, even if other Wei Hans come to the dungeon later, both the number and the position are controllable, and there will be no situation where water is flowing out and entering the pool at the same time. Finally, the props are transferred to Rong Qi. Rong Qi's summoning state is cancelled, and Rong Qi is allowed to leave the election dungeon with the Klein bottle containing Wei Han Yumian. In this way, Wei Han will be the only one left in the competition area. After completing the mission in the competition area and returning to the real world, Wei Han can restore Wei Han Yumian to his original appearance with Rong Qi without rushing. It will be much easier and eliminate many unnecessary concerns. The complete plan is as described above. Wei Han and Rong Qi have not told anyone else about this plan, because they don't know whether it can be successfully implemented. Moreover, it is meaningless to tell others about this plan. After all, the main executors are only Wei Han and Rong Qi. This also led to Wei Shu and Wei Song watching the live broadcast and finding that their daughter used skills to freeze all other monsters. They thought that their daughter walked towards those monsters to give them the final blow. Seeing their daughter seem to be taking heavy steps, the couple were a little worried. When Wei Han talked to her parents about her initial copy, she did not mention that the monsters in the copy were originally Wei Hans in parallel time and space, because she didn't want her parents to think too much, so she deliberately blurred this point. But Wei Shu and Wei Song were quick-witted. They had guessed the key point from the whole process of watching the game. The number prefix was very critical information. Why was the copy address in a certain numbered competition area? Why were the number prefixes of all the players in a certain numbered competition area the same? The only reasonable explanation was that these selected players were the same person from different parallel time and space. In order to verify this guess, Wei Song had just checked the situation in other competition areas. After many comparisons and observations, he saw that many of the avatars of the players in other competition areas were the same. Some of the differences were probably because there were viruses that could monsterize in the competition area. If there is no virus that can turn players into monsters, then players in each zone should look the same. After this guess was confirmed, Wei Shu and Wei Song immediately realized that their daughter was going to kill all the cells in the zone in this copy. With their daughter's intelligence, she must have realized this a long time ago. So they are very worried about their daughter's mental state, and they are also very sad for those Wei Hans who have become monsters. This kind of thing is a tragedy for both parties. Seeing their daughter and Rong Qi step by step approaching a certain monster, Wei Shu and Wei Song both gritted their teeth. Their eyes locked on Wei Han, and carefully observed Wei Han's expression, fearing that she looked calm on the surface, but her heart was on the verge of collapse. At the moment when Wei Han raised her hand to the monster, Wei Shu and Wei Song even closed their eyes directly because they didn't dare to look. Wei Han gently touched the giant sea urchin-like tumor monster in front of him, and used his vitality to activate particle reconstruction, which instantly turned the tumor monster into pure white slime, not the fresh and sweet candy color in the Yumian copy. Because Yumian was transformed through Wei Han's skills, she could have certain permissions on the basic settings of this Yumian. She didn't like messy colors, and wanted to be more unified as a whole. Wei Han didn't remove absolute zero, so after the monster turned into white slime, it didn't melt directly. It looked more like it was turned into a white plaster sculpture by Wei Han's skills. Transforming this monster directly consumed 1/3 of Wei Han's vitality, which was more than expected. Wei Han estimated that it might be because this monster was a collection of many Wei Hans, not just one life, but several lives entangled together. Fortunately, she got the container prop. According to this situation, if it was the original plan, the difficulty of operation would be doubled. After the first Wei Han Yumian is transformed, you can use the container prop to pack it up. The remaining operation is to mechanically and repeatedly throw the monster into the container. When Wei Han took out the prop, Klein bottle, from the prop library with an expressionless face, she found that this prop could not be fully presented in her world, and could only be taken out in the form of a card. The card shows a Klein bottle model that humans can make, a bottle with a peculiar shape, and the bottle mouth is connected to the bottom of the bottle. The operation of putting things in is very simple and rough. The card can be enlarged and reduced. Just scale the card to the required size, and then cover the card from top to bottom with the things you want to put in the bottle, and the things will be swallowed by the card little by little. The only thing to note is that the card must be larger than the object, otherwise it can't be stuffed in. Wei Han guessed that the size of the card may represent the size of the prop bottle mouth. After knowing how to use it, Wei Han visually estimated the size of the Wei Han Yumian in front of him, and then used his mental power to adjust the size of the card. Soon the card became as big as a door. Rong Qi was also amazed when he saw it in the bubble. Wei Han held up the huge card, like waving a huge fan, and slapped it at the sculpture in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the sculpture was no longer at its original place, as if it was eaten by the card. After some psychological adjustments, Wei Shu and Wei Song opened their eyes, and saw that the huge card in their daughter's hand was shrinking little by little, and the monster in front of her had disappeared. After carefully observing her daughter's expression, she only found that she looked unusually calm, and it was impossible to tell her inner thoughts from her expression. Had she killed the monster just now? They knew that the card in their daughter's hand was a container prop, so after their daughter took action. Did she mean to use this container to collect the bodies of other Wei Han? Is this the reason why she specifically looked for this container prop? If so, it would be too cruel. The more the couple thought about it, the heavier their mood became. However, seeing that Wei Han was so calm, they realized that they, as parents, were outdone by their children, and they could not escape reality and dare not look directly at the screen. Originally, they came here to see their daughter's situation in the copy. What if they closed their eyes because they were too worried? Wouldn't that be a waste of their daughter's ticket? After making up their minds, Wei Shu and Wei Song no longer retreated and began to watch Wei Han's every move openly. After Wei Han successfully put Wei Han Yumian into the prop, he also deliberately used his mental power to check the prop for a second confirmation. After confirming, she also let out a long sigh and said to Rong Qi, "No problem, this step has been successfully completed." Rongqi also breathed a sigh of relief and told Wei Han, "Then we can proceed to the next step. Tell me anytime when you need mental strength and vitality." Wei Han was in a good mood and made an okay gesture to him. The next step in Wei Han's plan was to use skills to freeze the monster's movements while putting them all into the container. The props are not limited to inanimate objects. Props can hold anything, so even if living monsters are put in, there is no problem, as long as they can make the monsters be put into the container honestly. This step is also when the first monster is installed. The two are more cautious, worried that unexpected situations may occur. But after this step is completed and the operation is confirmed to be feasible, the two people's actions began to speed up. The picture that Wei Shu and Wei Song saw began to become a little bit weird, mainly because the size of each monster is different, so the card in Wei Han's hand has been changing rapidly. Basically, wherever their figures flash, the card changes to where. They did not judge the position of the two people based on the residual image, but based on the size change of the card to locate the position of the two people. It's just that the operation of these two people began to make Wei Shu and Wei Song confused. Wei Han's actions were fast, but they could still see that Wei Han only used skills to make the monsters unable to move, and he definitely did not kill the monsters. When the monsters were put in the container by Wei Han, they were still alive. So what is Wei Han planning to do? Does she want to use this item to take the monsters out of the competition area? In this way, she can complete the competition area mission without killing herself. But what is the meaning of doing this? Even if these monsters can be allowed to leave the dungeon alive, they have become monsters and may have lost their human consciousness. Taking the monsters out may also bring the highly contagious and destructive virus to Blue Star. Wei Han is thoughtful, and it is impossible that she has not considered this. So what exactly does she want to do? No matter how the two people guess, they dare not guess that Wei Han wants these monsters to return to their original appearance. The most they could think of was that Wei Han might be thinking of pretending to go out first, and then find a way to restore these monsters to their original appearance. Wei Han and Rongqi kept repeating this operation. To be honest, Wei Shu and Wei Song began to feel bored after watching for a while. So they began to split up again, and decided to watch the live broadcast in turns. For example, in the next 20 minutes, Wei Shu would watch Wei Han's situation here, and Wei Song would watch the situation in other competition areas. After 20 minutes, Wei Song would come back to watch the situation in Wei Han's competition area, and Wei Shu would watch other competition areas. They wanted to relieve boredom, and they also wanted to see what the style of other competition areas was, which should be very different from the style of their daughter. The fact was indeed as they thought. If they chose any other competition area, they would be directly covered in blood and flesh in those competition areas. Basically, all the monsters were attacking each other and killing each other non-stop. The flesh and blood and limbs of the monsters were everywhere. This kind of battle scene would make you numb. Therefore, after the two of them looked around, they found that although the situation on Wei Han's side seemed a bit boring, it seemed that Wei Han's side was a rare area that was not fighting each other, but became an outlier, which seemed out of place. The competition area was very large, and there were a lot of players, so even though Wei Han's mental power was very strong, he still needed Rongqi's supply in the middle to be able to use skills continuously. Because Wei Han was invincible in this competition area, no monster could beat her, so the work of putting the monsters into the container was also progressing very smoothly. But even with such a smooth situation, the two stayed in the competition area for nearly 10 days, and they had not yet completely collected all the monsters into the container props, because some monsters hid after hearing about their story, and it was not easy to find them. Wei Shu and Wei Song also watched directly for nearly 10 days. During this period, they took out water and food directly from the skill space when they were thirsty and hungry. To go to the toilet and wash, the two would go to the bathroom provided in the live broadcast room. On the way, Wei Shu and Wei Song also followed up on the situation of some other competition areas. After many records, they found that if a competition area has the last survivor, then the competition area will be closed, and there will be no related viewing entrance on the live broadcast interface. So in these 10 days, the two can see that the competition area list on the live broadcast interface has decreased a little bit, but the number of competition areas is still very large, and the competition area list cannot be seen when it is pulled down. Wei Shu and Wei Song saw the only survivors in some competition areas, and thought about what this was called the finals competition. The only survivors were the players, who were selected for the finals. Does that mean that the finals were for all these players? If so, what would the finals look like? After realizing this, Wei Shu and Wei Song began to record some monsters very seriously, hoping to provide Wei Han with insignificant help. If they could know some of the opponent's abilities in advance, Wei Han could be more fully prepared before the finals began. In a blink of an eye, it was the 13th day when Wei Han entered the initial dungeon for the third time. After Wei Han used the enlarged, Klein bottle card to pack up a shuttle-shaped monster, she then used Absolute Zero to survey the entire competition area, and finally determined that there were only 2 living creatures left in the competition area, her and Rong Qi. No other new Wei Han will be sent in the short term. Wei Han looked at the card that was shrinking to the size of a palm, and whispered to Rong Qi, "I will cancel the summoning state and send you out." Rong Qi's current condition did not look good, and his eyes were dark, because he had emptied his mental power to Wei Han again and again in the past 10 days, and he had not recovered yet. Wei Han only looked decent on the surface, and her mental power was almost exhausted now. "Well, you pay attention to safety. If there is an accident, summon me in at any time." Rong Qi nodded with all her strength. "Okay." Wei Han did not refuse, and agreed generously. After the conversation, Wei Han once again concentrated and held his breath, and seriously cancelled the summoning state. When she opened her eyes again, Rong Qi was no longer in the bubble she prepared for him. The next moment, she suddenly felt a dense needle-like pain in the palm of her right hand, which meant a special notice. Wei Han raised his hand, and clicked the jumping blue star icon, and the notification interface popped up immediately. "Congratulations on becoming the only survivor in the current competition area, qualifying for the finals, and being selected for the finals. The finals ticket bound to your player number has been issued to your prop library. Please check it. The finals ticket is attached with the finals part of the description. Please check it. Please check the rewards for selecting the finals. Note: this competition area will be closed in 10 minutes. Please leave before the competition area is closed." After reading these notifications, Wei Han breathed a sigh of relief, and got all the survivors in the competition area except himself out of the competition area, and it really worked. Chapter 277. Wei Han did not check the tickets or rewards immediately. Seeing that the competition area would be closed in 10 minutes, she decided to leave the dungeon first. She clicked the button to exit the dungeon on the interface for completing the task, but unexpectedly 2 options popped up. One option was Initial World, and the other option was Native World. This was the first time she had seen this situation. Did it mean that she could choose to return to the initial world or the native world? Instead of having to return to the initial world, she was ready to return to the initial world through the portal to exit the dungeon. She also told Rong Qi in advance that Rong Qi would find a dungeon in her native world and enter it. After he completed the dungeon task, they could complete the reunion in the initial world. This saved a lot of trouble. Wei Han clicked the Native World option, and then a purple vortex-shaped portal appeared in front of her. This was also the first time Wei Han had seen a portal. The color had a great impact. The purple vortex-shaped portal seemed to have a bit more mystery. Wei Han complained in his heart, then walked directly into the portal, and left the competition area completely. On the other side, Wei Shu and Wei Song also saw a scene in the live broadcast room of the event, and finally confirmed that their daughter had qualified for the finals, so this competition area would be closed. But they had no plans to leave yet, and wanted to observe the situation in the competition area more. Anyway, they had not been notified when they had to leave. In order not to worry people outside, the 2 planned to send a message later. They have tried it. In this live broadcast room, their mobile phones can contact people on Blue Star, but they cannot contact Wei Han in the competition area. It can be confirmed that the competition area may have a block in this regard. They just contacted Shirley and Bai Qingchuan to see if Rong Qi has returned to the old house. Now Shirley, Bai Qingchuan and others are on the way. In the long-abandoned deserted villa area, a purple vortex portal suddenly appeared on a cracked and dilapidated courtyard wall. This made the person sitting on the rattan chair on the opposite side of the wall stand up immediately. This person is Rong Qi, who was just sent out. He did not leave immediately after he came out, but thought about waiting here. He didn't know whether Wei Han would be smooth in the copy alone, or whether there would be other accidents. With this in mind, he took out the rattan chair and temporarily guarded the periphery of Wei Han's old house, thinking of waiting here for 30 minutes. If there is no other situation, he will leave. It just so happened that Shirley and Bai Qingchuan just sent him a message, asking him to wait for a while, and they will come to pick him up. Unexpectedly, less than 5 minutes after he sat down, a purple vortex-shaped portal suddenly appeared on the wall. Then, Wei Han walked out of the portal very calmly. The purple vortex portal disappeared in the blink of an eye after Wei Han walked out completely. Wei Han didn't expect that he would meet Rong Qi's eyes as soon as he walked out of the portal. Their eyes met. Wei Han slowly moved his eyes down, and saw the chair behind Rongqi. Why didn't he leave quickly after coming out of the dungeon and took a chair to sit here? Rongqi seemed not to sense the doubt in Wei Han's eyes. He turned around, put away the chair, and asked, "Did it succeed? I thought you would go back to the original world. How come you came back here?" Wei Han didn't expect that he would ask her a lot of questions before she asked any questions. She took out the hovercraft from the skill space and said, as she got in the car, "Let's go back to my parents first," she said as she hurried on the road. "But you, after coming out of the dungeon, why didn't you leave quickly? What are you doing here? And why are you holding the chair?" Rongqi was a little entangled, "Because I don't know if you will need to summon me again. I just want to rest here and take care of my spirit." Then I received the news that Bai Qingchuan was coming to pick me up that day. They seem to have received the news from your parents, and should be on their way to pick me up now. Should we wait for them to come or go first? Tell them that they don't need to come. We can go by ourselves. Wei Han made a decisive decision. Okay. Hearing her decision, Rongqi took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Bai Qingchuan. The main explanation is that Wei Han also came out, and if they go together, there is no need for a group of people to come and pick them up. As soon as Rongqi sent the message, Bai Qingchuan called directly. At this time, both of them were already in the hovercraft, and Wei Han was setting the route on the control panel. Rongqi answered the phone and walked to the side of Wei Han in case Bai Qingchuan had any questions for Wei Han. "What's wrong? Calling suddenly?" Rongqi asked curiously. Bai Qingchuan coughed lightly. "I didn't expect Wei Han to come back here. So is this smoother than expected? Are you two okay? Except being a little tired, there are no other problems. As for why Wei Han came back here after exiting the dungeon, she hasn't told me yet. Do you want to talk to her directly? She is setting the automatic route for our hovercraft," Rongqi said, and turned on the hands-free mode. "We are not in a hurry for now. I just want to tell you that Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei decided to stay there for a while, and have no plans to come out yet. They seem to have discovered something. If you are free, you can contact them." Bai Qingchuan's voice was transmitted to the entire car through the speaker. Wei Han had just set up the automatic route. When she heard Bai Qingchuan's words, she took out a mobile phone from her skill space and prepared to contact her parents directly. She also directly replied to Bai Qingchuan, "Okay, we got it, I will contact my parents now. Don't come over, just go back the same way." "That's fine, we can just prepare some good food and fun here." Bai Qingchuan was also very straightforward. "We have heard from Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei that everything is going well, it's worth celebrating." "Okay. Then I trouble you. I hang up first." After Wei Han finished speaking, she heard him from the other end before hanging up the phone. Next, she had to call her parents, both to report safety and to exchange information. After her parents use the viewing tickets, they should be able to directly see her and Rongqi's situation in the competition area copy, and they may also see other things. Otherwise, her parents would not have stayed at the viewing address to continue observing after she had qualified for the finals. As soon as Wei Han dialed, the call was answered. Her mother Wei Shu's slightly happy voice came from the other end. "Your father and I received news from Qingchuan, and we were just about to call you to ask about the situation. Hanin, are you really back to us? You didn't even go back to your original world?" Her father immediately rushed to ask. Wei Han glanced at Rongqi, reminding Rongqi to listen carefully, and began to explain, "Well, after passing the copy this time, I clicked the button to exit the copy, and was given two options. One option is the original world, and the other option is the original world. Wei Han, I chose the original world, and then I came back here. I don't know if this is a special case this time, or if I will have two choices in the future. Let's wait and see. Anyway, I'm back to the original world this time." Wei Shu was relieved, and couldn't help but look forward to it. So that's the case. If there are two choices in the future, it would be even better. Wei Song brought the topic back to the side. "Hanin, the competition area you are in has been closed, and we can no longer see the relevant event live broadcast entrance here. Will there be any special instructions after being selected for the finals? By the way, we have some discoveries here. Wei Han, tell us honestly, in fact, all the contestants in the competition area you are in are Wei Han, right? They are all Wei Han from other parallel universes." Wei Han was not surprised that her parents would guess this. Fortunately, the election is over now, and her plan has been successfully completed for the most part. She replied very calmly, "Yes. You guessed it right. It was a Wei Han battle royale. Wei Han from a parallel universe was sent to that zone, and was required to be the only survivor in the zone. I haven't seen the notification after being selected yet. I will tell you while I read it later. Wei Han also speculated along this line of thought. I think it should not be just me. Some other monster races or civilizations should also have an individual selected, and then all the individuals in this parallel space and time will be sent to the corresponding zone to compete. She directly raised the key question, Mom and Dad, have you seen the situation in other zones? Wei Shu and Wei Song were a little surprised after listening to Wei Han's inference. In fact, they were planning to tell their daughter about this discovery. Unexpectedly, their daughter had already known about it, but just wanted to get confirmation from them. Wei Shu replied with appreciation, It is indeed as you think. Your father and I have indeed seen a lot of situations in other zones here. Because we can choose which division to watch at will, and we can also know from the situation of other divisions that the players in each division are actually the same individual from different parallel time and space. Wei Song explained the reason why they continue to stay in the live broadcast room. Your mother and I suspect that these sole survivors selected from different divisions will become your opponents after entering the finals. So I want to see if we can record the information of your other opponents, so that you can make more adequate preparations. Yes, I guess that you would do this. But there are too many divisions, and it is a huge project to record them. So don't force yourself. It's almost time. Come back when you should. Wei Han was not surprised by her parents' plan. She would not persuade her parents to give up this idea. She just felt that it would not be worthwhile if they invested too much time and energy. Wei Shu did not act like an elder at all. He nodded and listened to the advice. Well, we will do what we can. Wei Song urged her to take a look at the notice after being selected for the finals. Take a look at what you were sent for being selected for the finals. Aren't you in a hurry at all? It doesn't matter if you look at it early or late. What's the hurry? Wei Han was quite calm in this regard. Rongqi listened carefully and couldn't help but smile after hearing what Wei Han said. Only now did Wei Han open his right palm to check all the things that were distributed after being selected for the finals. According to the order of notification, the most important thing is the finals ticket bound to Wei Han's player number. The information on the front of this finals ticket includes Wei Han's name, player number, a blank date, and a stamp that emits a faint blue light. Turning to the back of the ticket, it is the finals part of the description mentioned in the notification. First of all, the finals have not started yet, because the election has not ended. After the election ends, the finals time will appear on the ticket, and the finalists will receive a notification. The finals ticket cannot be transferred out, and can only be used by the corresponding player on the ticket. If the ticket is not used to enter the finals copy when it expires, it will be regarded as a waiver and the consequences will be borne by the player. When the finals begin, players in the same initial world as the finalists will receive a live broadcast notification of the finals, and their icon system will automatically pop up a live broadcast interface that cannot be closed. Before the live broadcast of the finals officially begins, there will be a detailed introduction of the finalists. If players outside the finalists' initial world also want to watch the live broadcast of the finals, they need to obtain a ticket for finals watching the game, and use the ticket to go to the event live broadcast hall to watch the live broadcast of the finals. After reading this explanation, Wei Han finally knew how to use the tickets for watching the finals. It happened to be distributed to some players in her original world, and the distribution work could be mainly handed over to her parents, and surely by Qingchuan and others. After reading the instructions on the ticket, it was time to get the reward for being selected for the finals. The rewards for being selected for the finals were very generous. First of all, it directly expanded Wei Han's mental power and vitality limit, and also allowed her to return to a full health state. Secondly, it also gave a lot of tickets, props and skill upgrade points. There are many types of tickets, and the number is no longer a few or 10, but basically starts at 20. The most of them are the tickets for watching the finals. This time, it was very exaggerated to give 300,000 tickets directly. The props were all very practical, and there were also some small toys. Wei Han did not look at them one by one, but focused on the skill upgrade points. She and Rongqi used the skill upgrade points to upgrade many skills. After upgrading Eye of Truth to Eye of Truth, they could also see which skills could be upgraded and which skills could not be upgraded. If there were enough skill upgrade points, she would have several skills she wanted to upgrade. Absolute Zero was a skill that could not be upgraded, but Swallowing Fusion could be upgraded, Words Come True could also be upgraded, and even Flying skills could be upgraded, but Bubble skills could not be upgraded, and Summoning skills had been upgraded to the highest level. After picking out the skills that could be upgraded, Wei Han upgraded the most important skills first according to their importance, and allocated skill upgrade points reasonably. The first skill that I want to upgrade is Swallow Fusion. Swallow Fusion requires the most upgrade points. After the upgrade is successful, Swallow Fusion becomes Swallow Evolution. Through the Eye of Truth, Wei Han tried to see the skill description of Swallow Evolution, but found that there was no description of this skill hidden in the background, so it was useless to read it. I could only make some speculations based on the changes in the skill names. It was originally Fusion, and now it is Evolution. Maybe it can make her evolve or something like that. Swallow Absorption, and Synthesis Upgrade, seen from Zhao Ying cannot be upgraded, and Rong Qi's Swallowing Heart cannot be upgraded either, but the Synthesis Upgrade reminds her that she can synthesize and upgrade the 3 skills starting with Swallow. Wei Han deliberately used the Eye of Truth to take a look, and he could see what name the 3 skills reminded after the Synthesis Upgrade would be synthesized. After the 3 skills starting with Swallow are synthesized, they will become a skill called Swallowing Peak. Wei Han pondered for a long time, and always felt that the effect of this synthesized skill was not as strong as the effect of the 3 skills used separately. So she didn't combine the skills, and just left it as it is. The second skill she wanted to upgrade was Words Come True, which was shown to be upgradable. The name of the skill did not change after the upgrade, but when using it, the user could know the price of each word, and how much vitality would be consumed when the words he wanted to say became reality. The split skill could also be upgraded, and Wei Han upgraded it without hesitation. After the upgrade, Wei Han's strength has been greatly improved. Wei Shu and Wei Song are so proud that their tails are about to rise to the sky. They are also a little relieved about the finals that their daughter will participate in, which they don't know what form it will take. After completing these, Wei Han did not continue to talk to her parents, because she and Rong Qi had already returned to Shirley by Qingchuan. They were very tired during the time they stayed in the competition area. Wei Han was mentally exhausted, and Rong Qi was physically and mentally exhausted. Therefore, after the two successfully reunited with Shirley by Qingchuan and others, they first participated in a small celebration banquet, and then both of them took a good rest and slept for a day and a night. After the rest was over and their energy was restored, they immediately started to act again. The finals campaign was over, but the most important step in Wei Han's plan was just about to begin. Before the finals started, Wei Han wanted to try to restore the Wei Hans and the container props to their original state, and let them return to their original world. They had not mentioned this plan to Shirley and Bai Qingchuan, but they did not intend to keep it secret. However, there were always some risks in such a bold attempt, so they did not conduct the experiment in their parents' current residence, and asked Shirley and others to recommend an open and quiet place. If it is proven that Wei Han, who was transformed from Yumian, will not have any problems, then they will enter the portal maze in this world and find a stage space with a fast flow of time. Just like what they did before to improve their strength in a short time, they found a stage space with a relatively fast flow of time and spent half a year, or even longer in it, but in reality only a few days passed. In this way, they will have a lot of time to complete the entire plan, and then return to the initial world and wait quietly for the finals. There is no restriction on entering the dungeon in Wei Han's native world. No matter how strong you are, you can enter the low difficulty dungeon, but there are basically no low difficulty dungeons in the native world. Shirley and others didn't know what they were going to do. After they were finally asked, several people were like chicken blood, and quickly recommended a long-abandoned airport to Wei Han and Rong Qi. The area around the airport is very empty and uninhabited. Except for some large and small pits on the ground and some wild weeds, everything else is pretty good. Wei Han and Rong Qi also thought it was okay, so they accepted the recommendation, and the group rushed to the abandoned airport early in the morning. After arriving at the destination, Wei Han and Rong Qi conducted a field investigation, and then Wei Han made a protective cover very simply to prevent being peeped and prevent accidents from causing Yumian to escape. Shirley, Bai Qingchuan and others found that Wei Han and Rong Qi had no intention of letting them leave, so they all stayed. They were really curious. What were Wei Han and Rong Qi trying to do in such a mysterious way? Because they were afraid of disturbing the two people's thoughts, they just hid quietly aside, watching but not making any noise. After Wei Han finished the protective shield, he nodded to Rong Qi, and Rong Qi understood, lowered his head, and operated the skill library on his blue star icon interface, and transferred the prop, Klein bottle, back to Wei Han. After Wei Han received the notification, he took out the prop as soon as he checked it. Soon, a palm-sized rectangular card was pulled out by Wei Han from the virtual screen interface. Shirley, Bai Qingchuan and others had an impression of this card, and knew that this was the prop called Klein bottle. When Uncle Wei and Aunt Wei broadcasted Wei Han's situation in the campaign copy, they mentioned to them that Wei Han had put all the monsters in the competition area into this prop. They also knew that those monsters were actually Wei Han from different parallel time and space. Is Wei Han going to pour out those Wei Han monsters now? That's why she needs an empty place with no one and set up a protective shield in advance? What does she want to do with these monsters? They didn't dare to ask, but just watched quietly. Wei Han first used her mental power to check the inside of the prop and found that all the monsters thrown in had been assimilated into Wei Han Yumian. Then what she had to do next was to pour out Yumian, while reshaping the body of the first Wei Han. To pour out the contents of the bottle, you need to first turn the mouth of the bottle on the card so that the mouth faces outward, then scale the card to the required size, and then turn the mouth down, and the items will be poured out. Wei Han slightly enlarged the container card, almost the same size as a regular envelope. Then she created an opaque bubble, then she put the hand holding the card into the opaque bubble, slowly poured out the pure white Wei Han Yumian mucus, and used the particle reorganization skill to restore and reorganize it. The few people watching on the scene, except Rongqi, did not understand Wei Han's operation. They did not dare to secretly use skills such as perspective to see what was happening in the opaque bubble. Inside the opaque bubble that no one could see, a person who was curled up was slowly taking shape. At first, she looked like a human being was squeezed out of a sticky liquid, but gradually, the white sticky liquid began to turn into a solid, and the color was also changing, from white to light yellow, and then to the color of the skin, and the texture of the skin was also formed synchronously. Nearly 10 minutes passed before Wei Han took his hand back from the bubble. At this time, a living person was curled up in the bubble, her eyes were tightly closed, and her brows were furrowed. This was the parallel time and space that Wei Han had finally converted back from the Yumian state after using her skills. After Wei Han's hand was pulled back from the opaque bubble, he took out a set of clothes and a temporary mobile dressing room from the skill space. After using the temporary dressing room to block the opaque bubble, Wei Han lifted the bubble skill. After the bubble was withdrawn, the person in the bubble immediately opened his eyes, quickly stretched his limbs, and stood in the dressing room. This person is also Wei Han, but Wei Han from a parallel universe. Because she is the first person to be restored by Wei Han calls this self Wei Han number 1. Wei Han number 1's expression is very confused, as if she has not recovered yet and has not figured out what happened. The next moment, a voice came from outside, which made her come back to her senses a little. It was Wei Han's voice. She quietly reminded, "Hello, there are clothes on the hooks in the changing room. Put them on and come out. I may need to check you again. When you turn from the Yumian state back to a human, you don't wear clothes," which is why Wei Han uses opaque bubbles and temporary changing rooms. The clothes she gave to Wei Han number 1 were the ones she usually wore. They were the same person in different parallel time and space, with the same appearance and figure, so there was no need to worry about the wrong size. Wei Han number 1 was in a daze in the dressing room for a few seconds, and then she slowly put on her clothes. She didn't know what was going on, but she subconsciously chose to listen to the female voice outside. Surely, Bai Qingchuan and others were all stunned, and they all had questions written on their faces. What did Wei Han do? Why did she take out a set of clothes and a temporary dressing room? Who was she talking to? Until another Wei Han walked out of the dressing room, still Wei Han, who had not been in a disguised state. Their shock reached the peak, and surely, Bai Qingchuan and others almost stared out of their eyes. Wei Han? Is this the skill of splitting that you mentioned? Is that so? Shirley stared at Wei Han, who walked out of the dressing room. Number 1 Wei Han did not change his appearance, just with a face that made the surroundings pale, looking back at them blankly. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. Only Rongqi reacted normally, as if to him, the appearance of number 1 Wei Han was nothing special. Rongqi really felt so. Number 1 Wei Han did have a beautiful face, but she was very different from the Wei Han he knew in temperament. He would only be amazed by the Wei Han he knew. Shirley became more anxious when she found that no one was talking. What's going on? How did this Wei Han come here? Is there anyone who can say anything? Bai Qingchuan pondered and said, "Wait for Wei Han to explain on his own initiative. Wei Han seems to have something to do first. Wei Han really needs to check Wei Han number 1 first to make sure there is no problem with the skill conversion." She used a variety of skills to carefully observe Wei Han number 1 from head to toe, and also carefully check the planet icon on the palm of Wei Han number 1's hand and her player information. Wei Han number 1 cooperated with her silently throughout the whole process, without struggling or resisting, but with a little confusion and curiosity. After the full body check, Wei Han confirmed that there was no problem with Wei Han number 1's conversion, and then she was completely relieved. "Can I ask you a few questions?" Wei Han found that Wei Han number 1 had not spoken, so she took the initiative to ask. Wei Han number 1 nodded hesitantly. Wei Han, do you have any memory? Do you remember who you are? Wei Han number 1 thought for a while and whispered, I have memory. But it's a little messy. My name is Wei Han. Who are you? I have already. I have become a strange monster and a copy. That copy is too disgusting, and there is no defense at all. If you stay there, you will become a monster. Wei Han is using the disguise skill now. Number 1 Wei Han does not have the skill to see through the disguise, so he did not recognize her. I am also Wei Han. To you, I am another you in a parallel universe. Wei Han replied frankly, not intending to hide his identity. I used the disguise skill. Do you remember your own player number? See if your player number is correct now. Wei Han's few words almost made number 1 Wei Han's brain crash, and the whole person look even more stupid. Me you? Parallel universe? Does parallel universe exist? She stuttered and hurried to check her player panel. I have some impression of the player number. Let me take a look. The number is correct. It is indeed this. I am a little bit. I don't know what is going on now. I should be in that copy of consciousness sinking, and will die soon. But now, is that a dream? Is everything my dream? Or is everything now a dream? Wei Han number 1 began to lose his composure. I must be dreaming. How can there be another me in a parallel world? The existence of parallel time and space has not been confirmed. I am probably going to die soon. It is rare to delay for so long. Is this the last tranquility before death? Wei Han number 1 seemed to be more and more discouraged as he spoke. Looking at Wei Han number 1's bewildered look, Wei Han didn't know where to start explaining for a while. Rongqi saw Wei Han's embarrassment and took the initiative to explain. Everything really happened. Whether it was that disgusting copy, you turned into a monster, or you have recovered now. And what you see in this parallel time and space, it's all real. If you don't mind, I will help Wei Han explain it to you clearly. It may take a little time. Wei Han number 1 thought for a while, and nodded hesitantly. Wei Han naturally couldn't let Rongqi explain a lot of things alone, so after hearing Rongqi start to explain, Wei Han would also make some supplements. The explanation to Wei Han number 1 probably started with introducing the special features of the dungeon in the competition area. During the explanation process of the two, Wei Han number 1 seemed to gradually regain her emotional stability, and she would also mention some of her own experiences to let them know what she encountered in that dungeon. When number 1 Wei Han entered the campaign dungeon, the dungeon was already full of monsters. That was her 5th dungeon, and she was caught off guard. She didn't know how she got into the dungeon as soon as she left the house. Number 1 Wei Han, who had only entered 4 low-level dungeons, naturally had no ability to resist in the campaign dungeon. Facing the strange monsters, the only thing she could do was to keep running away. She was not very strong in combat, but she was very good at running away. Relying on this, she hid for a long time without being caught by the monsters, but her body seemed to begin to change inexplicably. At first, she just felt that her hands and feet were a little swollen, and then they became abnormal little by little, such as her limbs began to deform and no longer looked like human hands. She was very scared of this change, and had no idea what was going on, nor did she know what to do to make herself back to normal. It seemed that the longer she stayed in that dungeon, the more serious the changes in her body became. She lost her human appearance little by little, and became a strange monster. At that time, she knew why there were such monsters in the dungeon. It turned out that all the monsters in this dungeon were originally human players. After that, Wei Han number 1's memory became more confused and vague. It seemed that she met other monsters and fought with them. Then she seemed to be torn into several parts, and then her consciousness became very chaotic. She remained in this chaotic state until just now, when she found that she had regained her clarity, as if life had come into being from nothing, and she had been resurrected from the dead. She didn't know what was going on, and she didn't understand how she recovered. She had become like that. Could she become a normal human again? It can be said that number 1 Wei Han's understanding of the dungeon is still very ignorant. She didn't know that all the human players who turned into monsters in the campaign dungeon were from different parallel universes, and she didn't know the existence of parallel universes. She didn't even know why staying in that dungeon would gradually turn into monsters. Wei Han and Rongqi's patient explanation poured too much information into number 1 Wei Han's brain at once, almost making her head explode. 10 minutes after Wei Han and Rongqi finished explaining, number 1 Wei Han finally sorted out the information. After that, she knelt down in front of Wei Han without saying a word. So you gave me a second life. If it weren't for you, I would have died, right? Number 1 Wei Han recalled carefully, thinking about the requirements of the campaign dungeon, and sighed sincerely. you are really too merciful. With your ability, it would be much easier to kill us than to bring us out. Wei Han didn't expect number 1 Wei Han to kneel down for her, and she didn't know where to stop her. She pulled him up. Hurry up. You just need to understand the whole story now. Don't be so polite to us. And, as she spoke, her tone became heavy. I can stay in human form in the campaign copy because I have 2 powerful skills. These 2 skills were found for me by my parents when I was a child. After they gave me these 2 skills, in order to prevent them from being stolen, they used powerful props to bind the skills to me deeply and monopolize these 2 skills. No one else can get these 2 skills anymore, and those who already have these 2 skills will lose them. So I don't know whether their actions block the survival of other parallel Wei Hans. I just can't do it, and I can't get over the hurdle in my heart. I made this plan purely because I didn't want myself to suffer psychologically, not because I am so compassionate and kind. Wei Han solemnly advised, don't be too moved or too grateful. Even though Wei Han said this, Wei Han number 1 was still very moved, looking at her with moist eyes. Perhaps because Wei Han was too frank, Wei Han number 1 also said very frankly, maybe you really think so. But I want to tell you that if I had these 2 skills, I couldn't do it to your level, and I wouldn't be as strong as you. I could only do it to keep myself alive. I won't want to restore them to their original state. I will kill all the Wei Hans without guilt with the intention of giving them an end. Wei Han number 1 thought seriously, I think it is the most appropriate arrangement for you to have these 2 skills. Of course, the biggest possibility is that I won't get such a skill at all. Because my parents won't do this for me. Wei Han number 1 spread his hands nonchalantly. They don't love me that much. They probably won't be as strong as your parents. Wei Han number 1 didn't know what to say after saying this. She just patted Wei Han number 1's shoulder silently. Surely, Bai Qingchuan and others who witnessed the whole process were also shocked. They didn't know what to say. They didn't expect that everything Wei Han did was for this plan. It was crazy, but it's really cool. When Wei Han talked about the initial copy before, the confusion and struggle in her eyes were vivid in their minds, and they were also very uncomfortable. Now that they see that she has solved this problem, they are all happy for her from the bottom of their hearts. They also hope that they can help. So seeing that the conversation between Wei Han and number 1 Wei Han was basically over, Shirley asked expectantly, Wei Han, do you need to restore more Wei Hans to their original state next? Is there anything we can help with? Zhang Xian also suggested, using the skill that can restore them to their original state must consume a lot of mental energy. Rongqi seems to have a skill that can transfer mental energy, and we can all contribute our mental energy. Even number 1 Wei Han wanted to help a little. Wei Han shook his head and said, no, we will not restore Wei Han for the time being. Rongqi and I will enter the portal maze copy, find a stage space with a fast time flow, and complete the next conversion and recovery in that space. Wei Han, after that, Rongqi and I will see whether to return here or go to the initial world, and finally wait quietly for the finals. So you don't have to follow us, just go home directly. This Wei Han will probably enter the portal maze with us, and we will open a portal to exit the copy there. You can return to your initial world. Worried that Wei Han number 1 didn't know what the initial world meant, Wei Han also explained it specially, the initial world is the world you were in before entering the initial copy to activate your player identity. In addition to the term initial world, there is also the term native world, which is the world where the player is born. Generally speaking, the player's initial world and native world are the same. Number 1 Wei Han was stunned by what he heard, and nodded seriously, well, I roughly understand. Then shall we set off later? I probably need to buy enough clothes first. Wei Han flipped through the skill space and found that she didn't have many clothes, but to restore the Wei Hans, each Wei Han needed a set of clothes, and there must be enough clothes. Number 1 Wei Han looked down at the clothes on her body and agreed, this is indeed very important. Hearing Wei Han mention this, Shirley, Bai Qingchuan and others finally found an opportunity to help. Shirley said enthusiastically, Wei Han, the money you have over there should not be used here, right? We will transfer some money to you, okay? What Shirley said was indeed correct. Wei Han's money in the initial world could not be used in the native world, so if she wanted to purchase supplies here, she had to get funding from Shirley and others. This was a rigid demand, so Wei Han did not shirk it, and directly showed the virtual screen of his mobile phone, then trouble you to borrow some money. It's not a big deal, it's not a big deal, it doesn't matter if we give you all. We give you all, see if it's enough. If it's not enough, call your parents again. Although we live in a place like that, Wei Han, let me tell you, your parents are actually super rich. Shirley transferred the money, while emphasizing it very seriously. Wei Han really didn't care whether her parents were rich or not. And it felt quite novel to hear this from Shirley. Zhang Xian also transferred the money and suddenly thought of a key question. Do you know where you can wholesale clothes? How about we take you there? Then I may need you to lead the way. Wei Han didn't know much about the native world, so he really needed them to lead the way. What's the trouble? We should do it. Bai Qingchuan showed his mobile phone. Brother, I have spent all my life savings. The amount on his transfer interface was indeed quite large. But after a while, Wei Han received nearly 100 million star coins. It seems that each of them is quite rich. Everything was ready, and the group went to the clothing wholesale market first, and bought a lot of clothes according to Wei Han's clothing size until all the money was spent. After buying the clothes, Wei Han and Rongqi took Wei Han number 1 to the portal maze, and Shirley, Bai Qingchuan and others went home directly. After the three entered the entrance of the portal, Wei Han used words follow the law to find a stage space with a very slow flow of time. Wei Han number 1 was a little hesitant about entering the portal maze. She was involved in the campaign dungeon quite early, and she had never even seen a B-level red dungeon. Now she was about to enter an S-level red dungeon. She was worried that she would die as soon as she entered. But this hesitation completely dissipated after seeing the strength of the two people beside her, and she was relieved to be a salted fish pendant. Because of the arrows guiding the route, they did not spend much time to find a stage space where the time flow rate was 100 times that of Blue Star. Spending 100 days here is only 1 day on Blue Star. They stayed here for a year, which was just over 3 days on Blue Star. After finding the place, the plan will be carried out in an orderly manner. First, Wei Han used the skill, words follow the law, to change a ticket for exit the dungeon, to have no restrictions on users and the number of people passing through. This command consumed 1/20th of Wei Han's vitality. Using the improved exit dungeon ticket, a portal that supports any player and unlimited number of people to exit the dungeon appeared. In order to ensure that there was no problem with the portal, Wei Han also split a clone to verify that the clone returned to the original world and was deactivated after safely leaving the dungeon, so that Wei Han number 1 could pass through the portal. Wei Han number 1 had a great admiration and dependence on Wei Han in a short period of time. When she asked her to go back, she was reluctant to let her go and said a lot of cheesy goodbye words, which gave Wei Han goosebumps. After sending Wei Han number 1 away, Wei Han repeated the operation of restoring Wei Han number 1, pouring pure white mucus in the bubble, transforming and reshaping, deactivating the bubble, and handing over clothes. Oh, handing over clothes is the job of the clone, and there is another clone who is sorting the clothes, and there is another clone who is responsible for leading the way for the restored Wei Han. Rongqi's main body is responsible for replenishing Wei Han's vitality. His clone was responsible for counting and handing out flyers. The flyers here were not advertisements, but they were made to take into account that every restored Wei Han might not know what happened, and they needed to explain the cause and effect to them. But it was unrealistic for them to explain one by one, so they directly edited the text that needed to be explained and printed it out. After the new Wei Han was restored, they directly handed the paper to the other party. If they had any questions, they could read the content on the paper first. According to this division of labor, Wei Han number 2, Wei Han number 3, Wei Han number 4. Wei Han no. N. One Wei Han after another was successfully restored and restored to their original appearance. Sometimes these restored Wei Hans would chat with each other, and would not want to leave because they admired Wei Han so much, and even wanted to follow Wei Han and Rongqi back to their world. Some Wei Hans were more ambitious. Faced with the extraordinary strength of the big boss Wei Han, the private name of the Wei Hans for the protagonist Wei Han, they would ask her for some information about the dungeon, hoping to challenge some more difficult dungeons after returning to their world. There was also a small number of Wei Hans, who were so-called scientists, who were particularly curious about the relationship between Wei Han and Rongqi, and always asked some questions that Wei Han and Rongqi didn't know how to answer. In short, because different Wei Hans had different ideas and personalities, although the time they spent restoring the Wei Hans was very long, the process was not boring at all, and sometimes even seemed chaotic. They spent 2 years in this stage space before they finally converted all the Wei Han Yumian in the Klein bottle, that is, all the Wei Hans who were converted to Yumian had been restored. 2 years in this stage of space, converted to the time on Blue Star, only 1 week has passed. Wei Han has not received a reminder of the final date yet, which means she can still move freely. After some discussion, the two decided to return to Wei Han's native world. It is easy to return to the initial world, but it is not easy to go to the native world. Wei Han is still worried about her parents. She doesn't know if they have come out of the live viewing room. If they have come out, she still needs to see what information they brought out from the live viewing room. Still the old way, Wei Han uses the skill, words follow the law, to make an arrow pointing to the native world appear in front of her eyes. Follow the arrow in the field of vision to return to the native world. This time the route is not as complicated and tortuous as the previous one. Wei Han and Rongqi walked for almost 5 days and reached the exit to the native world. As soon as the two came out of the copy and got on the hover car, Wei Han called her parents directly to find out if her parents had come out. As soon as the call was connected, Wei Shu and Wei Song said that they were preparing to leave the live viewing room, but not because all the competition areas had already selected the only survivor, but because the election period had ended. The competition area that did not have the only survivor during the election period was directly eliminated and lost the qualification for the finals. All competition areas will also be closed after the election deadline. They have received a reminder to leave and can no longer stay in the live viewing room. Wei Han hadn't finished talking to his parents yet, and he felt a sharp pain in his palm. He raised his hand and saw that it was the notification of the final date. The date shown on the final ticket was January 20th, 211, exactly 3 days later. Chapter 278. 3 days, not too long or too short, was enough for Wei Han to do some simple pre-match preparations. After coming to the native world, Wei Han talked to his parents on the phone and took Rongqi to meet her parents smoothly. After the two sides successfully met, they did not waste time and started to exchange information and discuss and analyze. Wei Shu and Wei Song learned about the final campaign from a relatively godlike perspective. They told Wei Han in great detail what they saw and heard from entering the live broadcast hall of the event to leaving. Based on their description of the live broadcast hall of the event, Wei Han and Rongqi quickly thought of the halftime rest plays experienced by some players in the fishing competition, and the address was also highly similar. According to their observations of the various competition areas of the final campaign has a very complete setting. This setting is roughly like this. First, a lucky person is randomly selected from a species civilization. For the convenience of explanation, the lucky person is called Player A. Then, Players A from different parallel universes will be put into the same space through the Black Vortex portal. These spaces are different competition areas. The competition areas are named after the prefix of Player A's number, because they all have the same prefix. After all, they are the same individual in different parallel universes. Then, through the icon system, tell Player A that it will become the only survivor in the space. In this way, Players A will naturally start a battle royale and kill each other. Before the election ends, if there is only one survivor in the entire space, then this survivor will enter the finals. If there is no only survivor, then everyone will be eliminated. Wei Shu and Wei Song did not know the names and identities of the people selected in other species and civilizations. They only knew that in the human civilization of Blue Star, the lucky one who was drawn was their daughter Wei Han. Combining the two different destinies of their daughter with skills, and without skills, Wei Shu and Wei Song were basically sure that Wei Han was short-lived because she was drawn. When the time came, whether she was willing or not, she would be sent to the election area for screening. Different skills put on Wei Han can affect her fate probably because of this. Some skills can make her last longer in the competition area, or let her be sent to the election area later, and her predicted lifespan will change slightly. This is also the reason why those two skills can make her change her fate, and it is also the reason why other people will not have the same prediction when the skills are put on them. Why is it her? Why don't others get the same skills and have no prediction that can eliminate the red door? All because she was chosen. This also explains why Rongqi did not receive the selection criteria after being summoned to the election area, because he was not in the screening range at all. Without those two skills, their daughter would be like the Wei Han in other parallel time and space, muddle-headed and became a monster, and then completely died in the chaos. Judging from the situation in the Wei Han competition area they saw, it is almost impossible for the Wei Hans to kill a result before the election deadline. Wei Han also agreed with her parents' speculation, because she and Rongqi found the source of the highly contagious genetic virus when they restored all the other Wei Hans to their original state. There was a Wei Han who had just come out of a copy full of various viruses, and was hit by the Black Vortex portal. She didn't know that she had been infected a long time ago, and she didn't know that various viruses were like raising goo in her body, raising the ultimate poison king, which would write and read genes very domineeringly. As soon as the incubation period was over, it began to erupt. She was the first to mutate, and quickly turned into a hideous monster. Other Wei Hans were not immune, because this gene virus was highly contagious, and was constantly evolving, polluting the air of the entire competition area at a very fast speed. The Wei Hans did not have skills related to devouring. Skills of the devouring system were difficult to find, so they basically had no way to deal with this virus. Even if they used some other skills, they could only hold on for a while, not for long. Some wanted Wei Han to use props to escape, but they were not faster than the speed of mutation, so Wei Han saw the copy transfer portal. At that time, she saw the dungeon transfer portal, but did not see the person who used the ticket. She thought that the person who created the portal had left. In fact, the other party had just used up the ticket and turned into a monster. There were also 1 or 2 ruthless Wei Hans, who carried lethal weapons in the skill space and died directly with a group of monsters. Therefore, when Wei Han entered the election area for the first time, he saw such a purgatory-like scene. After being infected with that kind of domineering gene virus and mutated into a monster, Wei Hans would lose their clear consciousness and fall into a state of confusion. They only acted on the instinct driven by the virus, and had no idea what they were doing. Even when Wei Han went to the competition area for the second time, his skill was not able to keep up with the speed of swallowing the virus, and his consciousness became chaotic. In this state, it was impossible for the monsters in the competition area, Wei Han, to create a sole survivor before the election deadline. After all, Wei Han had been in and out of the competition area 3 times and twice, and the time span in between was more than a year. The monsters in the competition area were only slightly reduced, and the situation did not change much. If there was no sole survivor before the election deadline, everyone would be eliminated. As for the consequences of all elimination, Wei Shu and Wei Song could see that the selected players were trapped in the competition area, and could not leave the competition area. As for what these players trapped in the competition area would face after the competition area was closed, Wei Shu and Wei Song did not know, but they felt that it would definitely not be a good thing. This was just the consequence of being eliminated that they could see, and they actually did not know whether there were other potential penalties. Now, because their daughter had these 2 skills, everything had changed. Let's not talk about other changes. At least the existence of the skills allowed them to successfully select the sole survivor during the election deadline and qualify for the finals. No matter what the final is, it is more reassuring to be qualified to participate than not to be qualified to participate. After a preliminary understanding of the final election, the next focus of discussion and analysis is the final. No one knows how the final will unfold, but they can make some speculations based on the information they have learned from the election stage. The most obvious information now is that the only survivor selected by each competition area will participate in the final, and may be Wei Han's opponent in the final. It is worth noting that because the selection criteria is the only survivor in the competition area, this only survivor is sometimes not the strongest one in the competition area, but the one with the best luck. For example, in a competition area similar to the orc race, Wei Shu and Wei Song saw that those orcs, who happened to be very strong, fought each other and died together. In the end, the only survivor was the orc who hid and watched the battle. Not only did he not look strong, but he was also very worried. For opponents like this, Wei Shu and Wei Song would not be very worried. But this situation is rare. In most cases, the strongest person becomes the only survivor in the competition area and directly beats the entire competition area without any opponents. In the elections that Wei Shu and Wei Song saw, only Wei Han did not get the qualification to be selected by slaughtering all other cells in the competition area. In addition to those lucky players, who accidentally picked up the qualification, the rest of the selected players killed all the parallel time and space cells in the competition area. You can imagine how cruel these selected players are. In addition to being extremely brutal, these selected candidates may also have gathered a lot of skills. Wei Shu and Wei Song saw that some selected candidates would make actions similar to checking the icons of the other party's planets before taking action against themselves in parallel time and space. Sometimes they would make actions such as inputting numbers into the air, as if they were performing without physical objects. It seemed that they were collecting available skills. Because they did not have the skills to see through certain truths like Wei Han, these were their speculations, mainly to make Wei Han pay more attention to the skills of certain players. Wei Shu and Wei Song also recorded the characteristics of some special selected players by watching the live broadcast of the election, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses, and inferring the skills and props they might have. There was a lot of information recorded in this regard. They spent some time recording it on their mobile phones, waiting to send this information to their daughter when they met up with Wei Han. Although the election, they could see, was not comprehensive, and before they watched the election, there must have been a sole survivor in other species and civilizations, which ended the election, But the more information they could get, the better it was than being pushed into the finals without any preparation. After discussing with her parents, Wei Han actually had some ideas about the format of the finals. She felt that the finals might be the same as the election, and it was also a battle royale. After all, the dungeon itself was a large-scale battle royale. However, she did not say this conjecture. After getting the information of other candidates from her parents, she started to check it very hard and wrote down the information she needed. Wei Shu and Wei Song took a lot of notes. Wei Han read it day and night, and it took more than 2 days to finally finish it. In a blink of an eye, it was the night of January 19th, and the finals could start directly the next day. Under the persuasion of everyone, Wei Han did not continue to work that night, but slept well. Others continued to distribute tickets for the finals. Wei Han received a total of 400,000 tickets for the finals. Wei Han asked them to distribute them to anyone. But Wei Shu and Wei Song felt that it was an honor to watch the live broadcast of the finals, and it should not be given to just anyone. So they first distributed them to friends who had a good relationship with them, and then asked their friends to distribute them to friends they trusted. Some of them would be handed over to the Alliance, and then the Alliance would distribute them. The tickets distributed were required not to be resold or given away at will, and they should be used by themselves as much as possible. They didn't explain what the finals ticket represented, because they didn't know what the finals were for. They didn't know what would happen if they lost the finals, or if they won. They just said that the ticket was precious, and those who got the ticket must go to watch the finals. If they missed it, they might regret it for the rest of their lives. It took 2 or 3 days to finally distribute hundreds of thousands of tickets. These tickets also caused a lot of discussion on the internet, attracting the curiosity of players. At night, Rongqi lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep, so he went online in this world and clicked on a platform. He could see someone asking about the finals watching ticket and where to buy it. What's going on? Have you all received the ticket? Can you tell me where to buy it? Although I don't know what the ticket is, I feel as uncomfortable as if I didn't eat the melon. Is there anyone offering tickets to watch the finals? I can accept any offer you make. I got it from the Alliance. After registering the information, it seems that it will be issued for free if it passes the review. Some people cannot receive it if it fails the review. I'm really curious. What finals are these tickets for? Who's participating in the finals? How did this thing suddenly appear? Is there some conspiracy? The Alliance is sending them. I don't think there's any conspiracy, right? But the Alliance didn't give a complete explanation, just told those who got the tickets to remember to use them to watch the finals. I can use this ticket to watch the game tomorrow. So excited, I can't sleep all night. What? It starts tomorrow? Then I'm destined not to get a ticket. Please, everyone who got the ticket, if you find that you can contact Blue Star with your phone, can you do some text broadcast or something? Rongqi didn't mean to click in to see it, just glanced at it, and turned off the virtual screen of the phone. After a while, he turned on his phone again, a virtual screen popped up, and he opened the player forum. The player forum was also discussing the finals tickets, but occasionally there were other topics. For example, some people were still thinking about the Masters, who had dealt with many disaster-level monsters some time ago. They had not taken any action during this period. Was it because they had left this parallel universe? Some people were also advocating that everyone should go find the dungeon of the relocation, and they could not delay it any longer. It can be seen that the style of the forum in Wei Han's original world is completely different from that in the initial world. There is no Teacher Wei in this world, no Dungeon Live Broadcast, no one will discuss Dungeon Live Broadcast, discuss live broadcast players, and no one will mention Teacher Wei. Rongqi looked at it for a while longer, and felt uncomfortable, so he turned off his phone and chose to close his eyes and rest. Even if he couldn't sleep, he would not turn on his phone again. For the people in Wei Han's original world, this night was indeed a little difficult to fall asleep. However, for the people in Wei Han's initial world, this was just a very ordinary night. There was nothing special except that Teacher Wei had been out of touch for nearly 2 months. In addition to discussing Teacher Wei's daily affairs, netizens are more likely to discuss the Mushroom Forest dungeon. Since the end of Teacher Wei's live broadcast, everyone has known the role of the Mushroom Forest dungeon, and learned a lot about giant mushrooms from the live broadcast. In addition, the danger in the Mushroom Forest has been eliminated, and players can finally enter this dungeon with confidence and acquire skills to their heart's content. This also led to the fact that it has been nearly 2 months since Teacher Wei's live broadcast, but the popularity is still there. After the symbiotic particles were wiped out, Beiti Xingyue, the Unknown Game Mutual Aid Center, the Wanjia Prop Company, and some other related small companies all went through a wave of cleansing and were thoroughly investigated by the alliance government. Now these groups have been taken over by the alliance government. The only question now is that after asking Shirley and others, everyone knows that Teacher Wei has returned to her native world. Is it possible for Teacher Wei to come back here in the future? What is Teacher Wei doing in her native world now? Is she busy saving the world like in this world? Every day, someone will care about how Teacher Wei is doing in her native world, whether she eats well, sleeps well, is happy or unhappy. The people in Wei Han's original world had no idea that Wei Han was going to use the finals ticket in the native world to participate in an unknown finals, and their icon system would pop up a virtual screen to broadcast the finals live. This night passed uneventfully. The next morning, before the sun rose, Wei Han had already opened her eyes. She didn't sleep well that night, not because she was nervous or something, but because she was not tired or too sleepy. After upgrading her physique many times, her physique could no longer be measured by the standards of a normal player. She would not have any problems if she did not eat, drink or sleep for a long time. She would listen to the advice and take a nap just because she wanted to be quiet. After waking up, Wei Han walked out quietly. The rooms inside this house on the cliff were like caves carved out one after another, giving a feeling of walking in a maze. The outermost side was used as a hall. As Wei Han walked out, her overly sensitive hearing had already heard her family preparing breakfast in the hall outside. When she passed Rongqi's room, Rongqi just opened the stone door and walked out. "Good morning." Rongqi took the initiative to greet. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Not very well." Wei Han replied truthfully, "You didn't sleep well either." Rongqi yawned immediately to show his respect. "Well, a little nervous." "Are you nervous too?" "It's okay, not very nervous." Wei Han took the lead and walked in front. "I just kept thinking about things and reviewing the monster information my parents gave me." Rongqi followed her, nodded after listening to her words, and asked again, "Will you summon me to the finals dungeon this time?" "Maybe it depends on the situation." Wei Han was not sure about this. The finals area will be much more dangerous than the election area. "I don't know if there are other regulations in the finals area." Rongqi was not surprised by this answer, and replied in agreement, "That's right." The two walked out to the hall while talking, just in time. It was time for breakfast. At the breakfast table, Wei Shu and Wei Song told Wei Han to be careful. Shirley, Bai Qingchuan and others encouraged Wei Han to cheer up, and Rongqi hoped that Wei Han would remember to call him if he needed him. Everyone was worried about this final, and they were very afraid that Wei Han would never come back. In the end, it was Wei Han, who was about to enter the final, who was the calmest. Everyone was chattering and expressing their worries. Time was delayed again and again. It was not until Wei Han said very firmly that she was really going to leave that everyone finally quieted down and looked at her eagerly and reluctantly. "No matter how worried you are, no matter how reluctant you are, I still have to go. I don't know what the result will be, so don't overdraw your anxiety in advance." Wei Han took out the finals ticket from the interface and spoke earnestly to the group of people beside her. How come she was the elder, and those people were the children? She checked the information on the finals ticket again, and then tore off the ticket stub. This time, the flames in the air were no longer black, but golden red. This flame was burning in the air, and a circular rainbow-shaped portal began to appear in the air, which looked like a mini rainbow. It was the first time for others to see such a portal. Shirley even whispered, "Can this be called a colorful portal?" Zhang Xian couldn't help but correct him. "It should be called a rainbow portal, right? I heard that the complete shape of a rainbow is a circle. We see an arched shape because the lower half of the rainbow is blocked by the horizon." Bai Qingchuan gave a thumbs up and was amazed. "What a special portal. It deserves to be the portal for the finals. Can I take a photo as a souvenir?" Wu Shan took out his camera. "Can our family take a family photo with this as the background?" After he said this, others were eager to try, and Wu Shan's wifely one even pulled Wu Shi to look at Wei Han eagerly. There is no limit to the existence of this portal. If you will be happy to do this, everyone can take some group photos. Wei Han couldn't find a reason to refuse this request. After obtaining Wei Han's consent, everyone took out their own equipment and took pictures of the portal of the finals copy. Wei Han, as a photographer, naturally joined in. She was also asked to take various group photos, including photos of Wu Shan's family, photos of her and her parents, photos of her and Rongqi, photos of Shirley, Bai Qingchuan and Zhang Xian, and photos of everyone standing together. After all this nonsense, everyone was satisfied, and Wei Han could finally walk into the circular rainbow portal with peace of mind and officially enter the finals dungeon. After Wei Han entered, the circular rainbow portal disappeared like a rainbow, First the color gradually faded, and then it could no longer be found. At the same time, Rong-Chi suddenly felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand. As soon as he raised his hand, a virtual screen popped up automatically, with a line of words on it. Player Wei Han has entered the venue. The live broadcast of the finals is about to begin. Click the Wei Han button below to view the player's personal introduction. Among the group of people present, only Rong-Chi received this notification, and the icons of others did not move. However, they all knew that this was because Rong-Chi and Wei Han were in the same initial world. The instructions for the finals ticket mentioned that players in the same initial dungeon as Wei Han could see the finals screen through the planet icon, and the icon system would also provide them with detailed information about the selected players. They were no longer in the same initial world as Wei Han, so if they wanted to see Wei Han's finals, they had to use their tickets to enter the live viewing room. Although Wei Han had just entered the venue, they were all in a hurry, so they tore their tickets very neatly, and a bunch of blue vortex-shaped portals appeared in the hall. Rong-Chi, did Wei Han give you a ticket? Are you going to the live viewing room with us? Seeing that Rong-Chi didn't take out the ticket, Shirley asked curiously. Rong-Chi was about to click the Wei Han button on the interface, but when he heard Shirley's words, he shook his head and said, "No, I'm fine here." Facing the puzzled expressions of several people, he thought for a moment and further explained, Wei Han should come back here after leaving the finals dungeon. I want to wait for her here. Everyone was hit by a heart attack, and Shirley screamed, "Are you sure you are just simple partners?" Then, she plunged into the viewing portal. Wei Shu and Wei Sansan looked at him with a very responsible expression, and then said nothing and walked into the blue vortex portal. Bai Qingchuan raised his eyebrows to Rong-Chi and gave a thumbs up. "Rong-Chi, come on." Zhang Xian also joined in the fun. "Rong-Chi, you can do it." Wu Shan and Li Wan just looked at Rong-Chi teasingly, and Wu Shi said loudly, "Brother Rong-Chi, be happy with Sister Wei Han." This sentence scared Wu Shan and Li Wan so much that they kicked her into the blue vortex portal immediately. Before the two of them entered the portal, they awkwardly explained to Rong-Chi, "Children's words are innocent, haha, children's words are innocent. Don't take it to heart." Rong-Chi, what are they doing? When Wei Han entered the portal for the finals, everyone in Wei Han's initial world suddenly received a preview of the finals live broadcast. The impact of this notice on the people in the initial world was no less than the previous discovery that Teacher Wei was Wei Han after Teacher Wei appeared on the screen. When everyone saw this notice, they had all kinds of questions. Is the contestant Wei Han referring to the Teacher Wei they know? What does the finals live broadcast mean? How could a finals live broadcast suddenly appear? And it seems that this live broadcast was presented to them by the icon system. The notification said that by clicking the Wei Han button at the bottom of the interface, they could see the player's introduction. Could they really click it? Some people went online to discuss this notification. Of course, some people didn't think about anything and just clicked the introduction button. As a result, their eyes widened after clicking it. This introduction of player Wei Han was the second shock received by the residents of the initial world. The first page of the introduction was the basic introduction, including the player's name, player number, player's nickname, player's ID photo, etc. They saw Wei Bushi, Teacher Wei, Wei Wei Wei, Teacher Xiao Wei, Teacher Ming, the hope of all mankind. In the player's nickname. Seeing these familiar names, everyone's brain almost crashed. What is this? The fact that Teacher Wei is Wei Han is unbelievable to them. But now this introduction, isn't it really saying? Wei Wei Wei, Teacher Xiao Wei, Teacher Ming and even the legendary hope of all mankind, are all Teacher Wei's vests. Everyone couldn't believe it, fearing that they had misunderstood. After seeing these nicknames, in order to find evidence to support their speculation, they couldn't wait to continue flipping down, wanting to see if the origin of these nicknames would be mentioned in the following instructions. After the first page introduced the basic information of the player Wei Han, the second page came to the personal experience of Wei Han. This personal experience is quite long, but everyone is very patient and reads it very carefully, fearing to miss a little information. This personal experience of Wei Han provided by the icon system covers all the copies after Wei Han became a player, arranged in chronological order, and all the major events that happened in the copies are included. From the initial dungeon to the Mushroom Forest, to the dungeons that have been live-streamed and the dungeons that have not been live-streamed, all are recorded here. The dungeon experience along the way also directly revealed the cause and effect of Wei Han's acquisition of the split skill and the creation of one vest after another. Everyone was more and more dumbfounded, and they could never have imagined that those popular players were actually Teacher Wei. They only knew that Teacher Wei used the disguise skill and was actually still active in front of the live camera, only they were kept in the dark and didn't know, and they were still arguing over which of these vests was more perfect. People are paying attention to Teacher Wei's vests, but these news are not surprising to Shirley and others. They are more concerned about Teacher Wei's experiences before entering the finals, because they want to know what happened to Teacher Wei after he parted with them and went to the native world. They went straight to the end of the introduction and carefully read Teacher Wei's schedule after returning to the native world. After seeing Teacher Wei help all Wei Han restore their original operations, Bai Qingchuan burst into tears and whispered thank you with gratitude. Shirley and others were at a similar pace to Bai Qingchuan. After seeing the efforts made by Teacher Wei, they patted Bai Qingchuan on the shoulder and understood his feelings. After understanding the things they were concerned about, they finally had the mood to be curious and check the netizens' reactions to Teacher Wei's exposure. When they turned on their phones, they found that the Star Network had exploded, and netizens' exaggerated and extremely shocked expressions were everywhere. Who can believe this? Am I really not dreaming? The icon system won't lie to us. It turns out that our favorite teachers Xiaowei and Ming are Teacher Wei's aliases. What kind of magical realism is this? I'm dumbfounded. Suddenly, I feel that we were so stupid to argue about these aliases before. So Teacher Wei has actually appeared in front of the camera a long time ago. Ah, we should have thought of it a long time ago. Teacher Wei has the ability to disguise herself. No, who would have thought that Teacher Wei can not only disguise herself, but also split herself? Is the ability to create a clone real? Teacher Wei is too amazing. I'm more excited than when I found out that Teacher Wei is Wei Han. Who knows? Teacher Wei is really good at hiding. Ah, she obviously deceived me so badly, but I'm not angry at all. In addition to these, some people were shocked and excited, and some people suddenly realized, I finally know why the simulation cabin did not collapse even though it seemed that the number of people exceeded the load. Do you know? I have been struggling with this problem. Now I finally found the answer. The case is solved. No wonder Teacher Wei was able to easily invite Teacher Xiaowei and Teacher Ming. Because that is her. I want to review all of Teacher Wei's live broadcasts. Damn it, Teacher Wei's acting is too good. When I watched the live broadcast, I didn't even think that these people were played by the same person. No wonder whether it is Wei, Teacher Xiaowei, or Teacher Ming, or even the hope of all mankind, each of them is so strong. Of course, not everyone is only concerned about the issue of Wei Han's vest. Some people have raised other questions. Are you all just concerned about Teacher Wei's aliases? Aren't you curious about what's going on in the finals? Do you understand what Teacher Wei meant by the finals campaign copy where he entered and exited 3 times? Pay attention to the timeline, there are surprises. I don't want to care about it. So this means we can still see Teacher Wei's live broadcast later, right? Is that right? Is this the important thing that Teacher Wei said? Didn't anyone notice that Rongqi also opened several aliases? Handsome Ding Lu, Teacher Xiao Ding, and Brother Hua are all Rongqi's aliases. Doesn't anyone think these two people are really a good match? When Teacher Wei was not live streaming, he actually entered so many high difficulty dungeons. How strong is Teacher Wei? I know everyone is very shocked and excited about Teacher Wei's vests. But everyone calm down. Have you noticed that there are still many issues worth discussing in Teacher Wei's experience? The trio was in a good mood and read the various comments of netizens. Occasionally, they would check the group messages. This group basically consisted of players who had participated in Teacher Wei's live streaming, and it seemed that there were also some staff members of Comet Live. When I opened the group interface, I saw that the group was also very lively, and they were also discussing various issues about Teacher Wei caused by this live broadcast notification. Except for the players, who had already known Teacher Wei's several vests, everyone else was as shocked as the netizens. Now most people are shocked by Teacher Wei's vests, and most of their attention has been diverted, and they have no intention of paying attention to other issues. People were in a carnival, whether online, offline, or in the dungeon. Those who were in a similar state to the people in Wei Han's original world, and were lucky enough to get tickets to the finals, and enter the live viewing room in Wei Han's original world were also in a similar state. On the viewing interface provided by the live viewing room, there was also a button introducing the player Wei Han. However, the audience in Wei Han's original world had completely different concerns from those in the original world. After all, the audience in Wei Han's original world only knew Wei Han, and did not know what Teacher Wei was, let alone Wei Han's nicknames. They did not have a real sense of Wei Han's vests. What they cared more about was that Wei Han's experience directly showed that she was the prophecy girl, who was predicted to make the red portal disappear more than 20 years ago. It turned out that after the prophecy girl disappeared, she drifted to a parallel world, grew up in the parallel world, became a player, and became stronger little by little, and finally returned to the world where she was born. It turned out that the people who solved those disaster-level monsters some time ago were her and her companions, and their tickets to the finals were also given by her. The Daughter of Prophecy not only survived, but also returned with mysterious strength. This news was enough to excite all the players of the Purge Party. In fact, most of the audience who got the tickets to watch the finals were from the Purge Party. The Purge Party's point of view is, no matter what, humans must find a way to make all portals disappear in order to end all tragedies. Of course, it would be best if only the red portal could disappear. Therefore, the Purge Party supports the legend of the Daughter of Prophecy and believes that the Daughter of Prophecy is real. All they have to do is try their best to find her. Except for the people of the Purge Party, everyone else was somewhat disdainful of the Daughter of Prophecy, thinking that it was just a lie. Wei Shu and Wei Song knew this very well, so when distributing tickets, they were more inclined to players of the Purge Party, and only a small number of tickets were issued to members of the non-Purge Party. After reading the personal introduction of contestant Wei Han, these non-Purge Party members directly doubted their lives, and could not believe their eyes. Soon, a spectator posted a post in the player forum with his mobile phone. Watch the finals text live broadcast. The first bullet, the Daughter of Prophecy is real. The words "watch the finals" quickly attracted the attention of netizens. The post appeared for only a few seconds, and before the poster had finished editing the main post, someone had already rushed in to leave a comment. Don't live in the online world? ? I can't think of it at first. How can watching the finals be related to the legendary Daughter of Prophecy? Peerless Mantis. Oh wow! Has the final started? Please tell me more. What did you find out? Song of Life, I guess. After you entered the viewing area, you found that the player who will participate in the finals is the Daughter of Prophecy? But I think you should prove yourself first. Who knows if you are a liar? Death Flying Kick. Don't be ridiculous. What Daughter of Prophecy? Absolutely impossible. I will see what kind of person you are right now. Don't spread rumors again. The poster has not finished typing yet, and there are already a lot of replies in the post. Because the poster has not spoken for a while, some netizens who can't wait have already scolded him, thinking that the poster deliberately posted to deceive replies and exploit everyone's expectations. Seeing more and more people scolding, some viewers, who were also in the live broadcast room, couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to post photos of the live broadcast room they took in the reply to help the host prove that what the host said was true. I just want to protect you. Picture. This is the live broadcast room where we are currently. Since the host knows about the prophecy girl, he must be here. He may want to explain it more clearly. He is still editing and typing, so he hasn't come out for so long. Reflect 10 times a day. I will prove that the host is not lying. Picture, the live broadcast room picture I just took. I am not a clearing faction, but an evolution faction. If you don't believe it, you can search my past speech records. To be honest, when I saw the finalists, I couldn't believe it. I felt like I was slapped hard, but after reacting, I felt a subtle joy. This is essentially a good thing. Look up and see the miracle. Picture, I will also post a picture to prove it myself. I will answer a question from a netizen before. Yes, the participant of the finals is indeed the legendary Daughter of Prophecy, Wei Han. Not only that, she is also a master from outer space, who solved many disaster-level monsters some time ago. Our tickets to the finals were also given by her. No more looking back frowny face. There are a lot of contents involved in these, and it is not easy to explain them in a few words. Please give the OP some more time. Picture, 10,000 reasons to escape from Blue Star frowny face. Picture, the live broadcast of the finals has not officially started yet, but the countdown has appeared. It will be about 20 minutes later. I am so excited and nervous. What I caught was not a yellow eel frowny face. Picture, by the way, you don't know yet? Wei Han also has a top-notch appearance, so beautiful that it can make people's minds go blank. I dare not look at her little avatar for too long. She is not only alive and well, but also grows so powerful. It's really great. These audiences will consciously bring photos taken on the spot to speak, directly blocking the doubts of netizens. Seeing so many people posting with pictures and speaking for the poster, netizens realized that they were just reckless. Netizens who had previously expressed doubts were also very brave and immediately apologized. The atmosphere in the post gradually returned to harmony, and the discussion heat related to watching the game in the forum was rising. At the same time, everyone's attention was drawn back to the main topic, and the discussion returned to the finals, Wei Han, the Daughter of Prophecy, and other topics. The information revealed by the people in the live viewing room caused a subversive shock to the people in Wei Han's native world. For a time, all major platforms on the Star Network were particularly lively. Everyone expressed disbelief that the prophecy girl Wei Han actually existed. They really wanted to know what Wei Han looked like. What had she experienced after being missing for many years? How could she suddenly come back here and participate in this strange final? Will the prophecy about Wei Han still come true? Or, could it be that this final is the key to the prophecy? After learning that the masters who secretly solved many disaster-level monsters some time ago were Wei Han and her partners, people initially refreshed their understanding of Wei Han, and suddenly realized that Wei Han was already invincible, so their expectations for the final doubled again. More and more netizens were heartbroken that they did not get tickets to watch the final, and they envied everyone who got tickets to the final equally. When the preview of the live broadcast of the final caused a sensation in Wei Han's initial world and native world, Wei Han was staying in a pure white room, leaning against the white wall, and looking down at a notification on the player interface, quietly waiting for the final to officially begin. The address of this pure white room is Finals Preparation Area. No, M142857E314159. After Wei Han passed through the circular rainbow portal of the finals ticket, she came here, and was notified by the icon system that she needed to wait here for the finals to officially begin. Since entering the preparatory area, Wei Han's electronic devices could no longer contact the outside world, so she did not look at her phone, but looked at her personal introduction given to the live audience of the finals by the icon system. Many things about her were pushed to the audience in the form of personal introduction. She did not feel angry or anything like that, because these personal introductions were mainly a summary of her personal experience, and did not reveal her real privacy. She had a clear conscience for all her actions along the way. She found it quite interesting to see her experiences along the way being summarized in the voice of God. It was as if she was reading the outline of a novel with herself as the protagonist. It turned out that she had experienced so much, and had walked such a long way without realizing it. Fortunately, she had always been accompanied by companions on the road, and she never felt lonely. It was a pity that her phone was disconnected from the internet now, otherwise she could send them a message to broadcast her progress. The countdown on the icon interface finally had only a few seconds left, and Wei Han also exited the icon interface in time. As soon as she put her hand down, she looked up and saw a circular rainbow portal reappear in the middle of the pure white room. This time, this portal really leads to the finals. Wei Han looked calmer than ever, and walked straight into the portal with a firm step. At the same time, the audience, who could watch the live broadcast of the finals, suddenly found that the interface was refreshed and the picture began to appear. Wei Han kept her eyes open when she passed through the portal. Unlike the pictures when she passed through other portals, she saw a white scene in front of her eyes this time. After blinking twice, her vision returned to normal. When she first saw the surrounding scene, Wei Han thought she was back to the election area. This is also an endless silver Gobi desert, surrounded by plains, without any ups and downs, and the sky is also gray and hazy, as if it is about to rain, giving people a very depressing feeling. Wei Han had just finished her initial observation, and the next moment, monsters began to appear in the distance within her field of vision. The monster players seemed to be observing their surroundings vigilantly as soon as they arrived here. At the same time, she suddenly felt a very strong burning sensation in her palm, which was obviously a notification for the finals. She first used the bubble skill to secretly create a bubble to protect herself, and then raised her hand to check the notification. After the interface popped up, there seemed to be a lot of content on it. Welcome to the finals arena. Winning criteria for the finals. Become the only survivor in the arena. Regulation of the arena. 1. Non-finalists are not allowed to enter the arena in any form or by any means. If non-finalists ignore the regulations and come to the arena, they will be killed immediately. 2. Before the end of the finals, all finalists are not allowed to leave the arena in any form or by any means, and they are not allowed to help other finalists escape from the arena in any way. Chapter 279. Outside the finals arena, the audience watching the live broadcast of the finals also looked at the notification on Wei Han's icon interface. After the finals officially started, whether it was the people in Wei Han's original world or the people in the original world in the viewing room, they all saw Wei Han appearing in the arena through the live virtual screen. Wei Han used Wei Wei's face for disguise, and the people in the original world were immediately excited when they saw this familiar face. There is no function to send bullet screens on the live broadcast interface of the icon system, so the audience either expressed their excitement through the Star Network or shouted to each other offline with relatives and friends. But whether offline or online, people's reactions can be summarized as it's Teacher Wei, it's really Teacher Wei. For Shirley's group, they were more relieved in their excitement. Because Bai Qingchuan and Wei Han were not in the same original world, the live broadcast screen would not pop up on his own icon system, but the screens on other people's icon system interfaces had no shielding effect on him, so he could get close to Wu Shan and watch with Wu Shan. Bai Qingchuan, like the trio, let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Wei Han appear on the screen. He was very glad that he had listened to the advice, and did not return to his original world in advance, otherwise he would have missed all these wonderful developments. Unlike the excitement of the audience in the original world, the audience in Wei Han's original world looked at Wei Han with more curiosity, and a little longing after seeing the disguised Wei Han. They did not immediately update the post on the Star Network, but discussed with their companions in the seats next to them. Is this the legendary daughter of prophecy? Her appearance is different from the avatar in the information. She must have used the disguise skill to disguise herself. Realizing that they could not see her beautiful face, the audience in the live broadcast room were a little disappointed for a moment. After this little disappointment passed, they continued to observe Wei Han carefully. If they had not read her personal introduction, they could not tell her strength just by looking at her appearance. They could only see that her temperament was very special, steady and calm, like a hermit far away from the world, untainted by the world. Just by such temperament, you can know that she must be extraordinary. The audience in the live broadcast room was impressed at a glance, and fell at the speed of light, showing similar excitement as the people in Wei Han's original world. For example, they made exclamations like Wei Han is so beautiful, handsome and cool, and completely became a loyal fanboy and fangirl. Less than a minute into the live broadcast of the finals, all the audience had already been attracted by Wei Han in the screen. When they saw Wei Han raising his hand to check the finals notification, the audience found that they could fine-tune their own camera angles and choose the angle they wanted, so everyone adjusted the angles and followed Wei Han to check the notification. Wei Han remained silent throughout the process of checking the notification, and the audience was shocked by the content of the notification, but they dared not breathe, even though no matter what they did, it would not have any impact on Wei Han in the picture. At this time, in the live broadcast of the finals, Wei Han still kept looking down to check the finals notice, but this was not because she had not finished reading the content of the notice, she was just secretly analyzing the notice. First of all, the format of the finals was indeed, as she guessed, the same as the format during the election. Still a battle royale, the difference was that the election stage was a fight with oneself, while the finals were a fight with others. The second difference from the election stage was that the finals had more rules. The first rule prohibited the players from looking for external aid. She could no longer summon Rong Qi to the arena like she did in the election. The second rule prohibited the players from using props to escape, and indirectly prohibited her from doing the same operation as in the election. In other words, the finals did not allow any opportunistic methods. If you want to win, you could only kill all other finalists and become the only survivor. However, even if there was no second rule, Wei Han did not intend to repeat the practice in the election stage. She just felt very sorry that she could not summon Rong Qi. I don't know when she started, she has become accustomed to acting with Rong Qi. She was still a little uncomfortable with suddenly having to act alone. Whenever she had an idea or wanted to analyze something, she would always subconsciously use the voice transmission skill to discuss it with him. Thinking of this, Wei Han closed the notification interface and sighed softly. Wei Han's every move in the live broadcast of the game has directly affected the hearts and minds of every audience. This sigh made all the audience panic. All the audience, whether they were from Wei Han's original world or the original world in the live broadcast room, they were now only entangled in one thing. Why did Wei Han suddenly sigh? Is it because it is too difficult to win in this final copy? Or maybe it was because after reading the notice, she found that in this dungeon, she could only win and not lose, and she felt a huge pressure? People in both worlds went to the forum and posted a lot of posts about this matter. The style of Wei Han's initial world is like this. What's going on? Is the difficulty really too high? Even Teacher Wei couldn't help but sigh? Ah, what's wrong with Teacher Wei? Don't be sad. It hurts to hear you sigh and see you unhappy. The difficulty of this dungeon is imaginable, right? I don't know how many monsters there will be here, and I don't know what abilities these monsters have. In addition to those rules, it is obvious that only the winner can leave this dungeon. I am very worried about Teacher Wei's situation. And the style of the original world is like this. It seems that the difficulty of this dungeon is very difficult for Wei Han, and she couldn't help but sigh. Is there any way we can help her? I really can't bear to see her in trouble. If I saw these notices, I would probably collapse to the ground and cry like a child. Her performance was actually quite good. After all, she was only 22 years old. If the dungeon hadn't come, she would have just graduated from college. I'm so worried. According to the content of the notification, this dungeon can only be exited by winning. Wei Han, can she do it? I don't even dare to watch. When everyone was worriedly speculating, Wei Han, who had just closed the notification interface, suddenly raised his head and asked curiously to the air, Rong-chi, are you watching? The audience didn't expect her to speak suddenly, and they were all stunned. Rong-chi, who was alone at Wei Han's parents' house, was also caught off guard by Wei Han calling his name on the live broadcast of the virtual screen. He was actually curious about why Wei Han sighed just now, and he didn't expect Wei Han to interact with him in this situation. Even though he knew that Wei Han wouldn't hear him even if he responded, he still said to the virtual screen very seriously, I'm here. In the screen, Wei Han paused for a moment, and then continued, I just assume you're watching. Did you see the notification just now? So that means I can't use the summoning skill to get you in this time. As she said that, she sighed again, I feel a little uncomfortable and a little bored without you. Rong-chi never thought that she would directly call his name in the live broadcast watched by so many people, and said such straightforward words to him, which caught him off guard. In an instant, his ears were burning, his heart was beating wildly, and his mind was full of thoughts. What exactly did she mean? Why did she say that? Does she know that what she said will be heard by everyone watching the live broadcast? Does she think that even if everyone hears it, she still wants to talk to him? Is she just sighing about this matter just now? Rong-chi felt that sometimes, he really couldn't understand Wei Han. But when his mind calmed down a little, he still said to her on the virtual screen very seriously, I also saw the notice, and there is no way to have such a rule in the arena. I can't go into the dungeon with you. Now I am a spectator, and I am a little uncomfortable and bored. I will watch you carefully, and wait for you here. He seemed to be really asking in a low voice, asking, does this count as a kind of companionship? As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Han's voice came out from the virtual screen again. She touched her chin and smiled thoughtfully, but I think you will definitely watch my live broadcast carefully this time, and you also gave me all the props you can give, so this can be considered as a kind of companionship, right? It seems that you are a player in every live broadcast of mine, and you have never been a spectator. This time you can feel what it is like to be a spectator. Rong-chi also smiled softly. Is this a kind of telepathy between them? You are right. I think so too. In the picture, Wei Han glanced around vigilantly, as if he could hear Rong-chi's response, and gave the next sentence very naturally. The other players have basically entered the field. I will go to observe the other players for a while. I won't talk to you for now. Rong-chi also replied immediately, as if he was really talking to her. Yeah. You go, pay attention to safety, stay vigilant, and don't underestimate the enemy. After Wei Han finished speaking just now, he used a variety of hiding skills. First the invisibility skill, and then the skills related to hiding the breath. With these hiding skills combined, Wei Han's figure soon disappeared from the screen, and only the camera that followed Wei Han's movement could let the audience know her movement trajectory. The audience came back to their senses from the long shot just now, when they found that Wei Han suddenly disappeared from the screen. In Rong-chi's opinion, he and Wei Han basically completed a barrier-free conversation, even if Wei Han might not know that he responded to every word she said in front of the virtual screen. But from the perspective of other viewers, only Wei Han in the live broadcast was talking to a person named Rong-chi outside the screen. The audience in Wei Han's initial world basically knew who Rong-chi was, but they were still shocked by what Teacher Wei said. The style of the major forum suddenly became like this. Teacher Wei and Rong-chi. Ah, is this a sweet? I'm so excited. Rong-chi, draw your sword. From today on, you are the love rival of all of us. Is it only me who suddenly realized that Teacher Wei's sigh just now was not because of the difficulty of the finals, but probably because he couldn't bring Rong-chi with him? Is there any definite gossip about what the relationship between the two of them is? In a suburban villa in Beidou District 9, a large group of friends gathered in the lobby of the villa where Shirley, Zhang Xian, and Wu Shan lived, watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast together and browsing the discussions of netizens online. Teacher Wei's previous performance also made them very puzzled. Yang Yuetong leaned next to Qian Yueqiang and stretched out her voice. So, why aren't they together? Shirley lay on the soft carpet on the floor and moved the virtual screens to the top of her eyes. One was the virtual screen of the mobile phone, used to browse the forum, and the other was the virtual screen of the icon system, used to watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast of the finals. Hearing Yang Yuetong's question, Shirley slowly replied, Good question, I want to know too. Zhang Xian was sitting alone on a single sofa. She stared at the camera movement in the live broadcast screen. Hearing their discussion, she coughed lightly. These are private matters between Teacher Wei and Rong-Chi. Why don't we discuss which direction Teacher Wei will move after she becomes invisible? Xian Yueqiang brought up a new topic. So Teacher Wei's sigh just now was not because of the difficulty of the finals, but because she found that she couldn't bring Rong-Chi with her? Tan Ning was also called over, and huddled together with Wu Shan and Bai Qingchuan. He also agreed with Zhang Xian's suggestion. I also think we should observe the direction of Teacher Wei's movements. Bai Qingchuan was also watching the movement of the camera. Without using skills, it was impossible to see Wei Han's figure in the picture. He began to try to use the Eye of Truth. This skill could only be used indirectly for him. It consumed too much mental energy. He couldn't hold it for a long time. I have a skill here. I can try to see Miss Wei who is hiding. Bai Qingchuan activated his Eye of Truth and stared at the virtual screen above Wu Shan's palm. When the others heard him say this, they all came over curiously. Soon, he pointed his finger to the middle and left side of the virtual screen and said with certainty, Miss Wei is here. TSK, it seems that other monsters have also made the same move as Miss Wei and hidden themselves. I wonder if Miss Wei is noticed. Should we find a way to remind her? There are other monsters in the picture that have also become invisible? After hearing this news, the others who came over were shocked and worried because they had been staring at the wrong place. But Shirley soon calmed down. Don't panic, have you forgotten? Teacher Wei has many skills that can see things that others can't see. Therefore, these other invisible monsters must also be under the control of Teacher Wei. After listening to this, the others thought carefully and were relieved. If Bai Qingchuan could see it, Teacher Wei could definitely see it, and it was possible that Teacher Wei could see it more comprehensively than Bai Qingchuan. In Wei Han's native world, the reaction of the audience in the live broadcast room was doubly intense. Some viewers in the native world were not careful enough when checking Wei Han's personal introduction, and were even shocked on the spot, almost shouting, "Who is Rong-Chi?" On the Star Network of the native world, the netizen style of painting was a bit off. Where is Rong-Chi? Who is Rong-Chi? Wei Han is calling you. Did you hear me? Hurry up and reply. I really can't bear to see Wei Han depressed. Who is Rong-Chi? Where is he now? I have to find a way to send him to Wei Han. Rong-Chi, although I don't know who you are, you'd better watch Wei Han's live broadcast. Good boy Rong-Chi, right? I remember you. It's you who made Wei Han sigh. Good news. Wei Han didn't sigh because the finals were too difficult. Bad news. Wei Han seems to have a lover? Of course, not all posts are discussing Rong-Chi. There are also people who are closely watching Wei Han's actions, even though Wei Han is now invisible. Can anyone estimate where Wei Han will be now? Although the camera is moving, it is still impossible to find Wei Han. But do you feel that there are more and more monsters in the picture? Is Wei Han now invisible and entering the monster pile? I can't see anything. Shirley and others in the original world, and Wei Han's parents are also watching Wei Han's live broadcast in the live broadcast room and discussing it in a complaining manner. Shirley also asked a question she couldn't figure out. Are they really just companions? Zhang Xian whispered, I don't know if it's my illusion. I think Wei Han may be a little slow. Bai Qingchuan said, in fact, Rong-Chi is not much better. Wei Shu and Wei Song had stern faces. The more they listened to these people's words, the less they liked to listen. Wei Shu said seriously, Wei Han is still young. Wei Song scolded sternly, what time is it? Is your mind full of love? The focus now is on this final. Watch the live broadcast carefully, don't talk about those things. Wu Shan and Li Wan covered their daughter's mouth together, and didn't let their daughter say anything more. The audience in the two worlds continued to watch the live broadcast of the final, while maintaining shock and excitement. In the initial world, although Bai Qingchuan had the ability to see Wei Han's skills, because he couldn't keep it up all the time, after repeated consideration, they still didn't share it on the forum. In Wei Han's native world, no one has a skill similar to the Eye of Truth, and basically no one can find Wei Han's current position in the picture. Therefore, for the audience, Teacher Wei/Wei Han's current actions are a complete mystery. No one knows where she is in the picture, what she is doing, and it is even more impossible to know that there are other invisible monsters besides Teacher Wei/Wei Han. All the audience can see is the moving empty camera, and occasionally there will be a picture where the camera seems to be close to some monsters. At this time, the audience will start to speculate whether this means that Teacher Wei/Wei Han is very close to the monster, and whether they can still infer Teacher Wei/Wei Han's position based on this. Another question is, what is Teacher Wei/Wei Han doing to the monsters when he is getting closer to them? in addition to caring about Teacher Wei Han's specific location and actions. The audience also pays special attention to the actions of the monsters in the picture. The format of this final is a battle royal. The one who survives to the end is the final winner, and only the final winner can leave the arena alive. The monsters must be well aware of this. Everyone wants to be the final winner, and in order to become the final winner, fighting each other is inevitable. The monsters that the audience can see on the live broadcast screen seem to have adopted a plan of cautious observation first. Each monster has distanced itself, and is wary of each other, not approaching easily. Some seem to want to run away to find a hiding place, and the war has not yet officially started. At this stage, it is indeed more advantageous to have the skill of hiding traces. After considering this, some viewers suddenly came to their senses, and suddenly realized that there may be other monsters that can hide traces. Teacher Wei Han is not the only finalist who can be invisible. In addition, there may be monsters that can see through hidden skills. The audience was a little worried. Did Teacher Wei Han consider these things? If they were not careful, they might be killed by some monsters. In fact, the audience was overthinking. The issues that Wei Han considered were far more thoughtful and comprehensive than the audience thought. Whether there were other monsters with hiding skills and monsters that could see through disguise skills was just one of the small issues. In this regard, before Wei Han used skills to hide himself, he made a simple classification of the monster players according to whether they had hiding skills and the skills to see through disguises. There were roughly 4 categories. The first type neither has the skill of hiding nor the skill of seeing through disguise. The second type has no hiding skill, but has the skill of seeing through disguise. The third type has the skill of hiding, but does not have the skill of seeing through disguise. The fourth type, like her, has both the skill of hiding and the skill of seeing through disguise. The monster contestants who can reach the finals are no less cunning than her, so in these categories, different monsters will have different practices. The monsters without hiding skills do not mean that they will not use other disguises. For example, they pretend to be able to see without the skill of seeing through disguise, while monsters with the skill of seeing through disguise will pretend that they see nothing. Monsters with hiding skills may also do the opposite, and it cannot be ruled out that there may be monsters with the same idea as her. Wei Han took all these possibilities into consideration before taking action. Taking advantage of the fact that no one among the monster contestants wants to be the first to take action, Wei Han's actions in the invisible state can be said to be unscrupulous. Taking out the camera to take photos and videos of the monsters was basic. When the camera suddenly moved closer to a monster, it meant that she was very close to the monster. But what she did after getting closer was different every time, and every time it looked like she was secretly provoking or crazy. When she got close to a monster that looked like a squid that had learned to walk upright, she took out a knife from the skill space, burned it red with a fire skill, and aimed the hot blade at one of the monster's tentacles, moving closer little by little, as if she would really cut it. Some monsters are like a group of walking magma, so she will use ice skills to create some small ice cubes next to them, and do juggling, creating a sense of crisis that small ice cubes will fall on the magma monsters at any time. When facing plant monsters, Wei Han will find the head shears that she bought at some unknown time from the skill space, and use the head shears to cut the movable branches and leaves of plant monsters, as if to help them trim their hair. When encountering a monster that has also been invisible and suspected of having the ability to see through disguise, Wei Han will not avoid it, but will make a move to hit it directly. Generally, in this case, if the opponent does not have enough concentration, he will immediately dodge at the last moment, which is almost equivalent to self-destruction, and fall into Wei Han's trap. It can be said that Wei Han is now like a child who is playing a prank and having a lot of fun. And when doing these things, Wei Han deliberately created a very stupid and arrogant cannon fodder image for herself, so that those monsters, who have the ability to see through camouflage skills, would think that she thought she was the only one with the invisibility skill. So she relied on this skill to commit suicide recklessly. The purpose is to confuse all the monsters who can see her, and let the monsters relax their vigilance and reveal their flaws. The main reason for taking this roundabout tactic is that there are always people who are better than you. During the dungeon adventure, she encountered so many species that were difficult for humans to understand. Who can guarantee that there will be more monsters with powerful abilities in the final arena? Wei Han has a very clear understanding of her own strength. Her combat power may be the ceiling among humans, but it is hard to say if it is placed in all universes and all races. With this operation alone, Wei Han successfully disguised herself as a clown and also successfully distinguished many monsters. Among the monsters that also used the invisibility skill Those that had neither the hiding skill nor the ability to see through the disguise did not react at all to her suicidal behavior. There were also those monsters that used the hiding skill, but did not see through the disguise skill. After using the hiding skill, this type of monster would not stay in place for a long time, but would quickly move to a place with fewer players. During the movement, this type of monster not only had no reaction to her actions, but also almost crashed many times. Among the monsters that had the ability to see through the disguise, there would also be different reactions. Some monsters seemed to not care about exposing their ability to see through the disguises of other players, and even seemed to think that their ability to see through the disguises was superior to those monsters with the hidden skills. One could vaguely feel a sense of superiority from this type of monster. Monsters that react in this way generally do not use the hiding skill, but it is impossible to judge whether monsters that react in this way really do not have the hiding skill. It can only be confirmed that they must have the skill to see through the disguise. Another reaction is to pretend that they do not have the skill to see through the disguise, trying to ignore those invisible opponents. Most of the monsters that perform this kind of disguise have both hiding skills and the skill to see through the disguise, that is, the players who have the same situation as Wei Han. However, the disguises performed by this kind of monsters can be divided into poor and good acting skills. Some of them have poor acting skills, and Wei Han did not specifically test them. They just exploded because they could not help but secretly watch Wei Han's suicidal operation. There are also some slightly better ones, who will make subtle body movements when Wei Han is about to play a prank, accidentally revealing the little fluctuations in their hearts. The best acting skills are that no matter what happens, they will never show any reaction, as if they really have no ability to see through disguises, but this monster, because it reveals some suspicion of Wei Han, pretends to look at the scenery many times, and occasionally turns to the direction of Wei Han, but is still seen through by Wei Han. Wei Han's observation is very cautious and meticulous, and she will immediately capture the slightest reaction of the monster. So for Wei Han, whether it is really blind or pretending to be blind, the difference is actually quite big. Before making a judgment on a monster, she will first observe and experiment many times, not just judge directly based on one observation. Although this cannot guarantee 100% correctness, it can reduce the possibility of misjudgment. After confirming which monsters in this area definitely had no ability to see through their disguises, Wei Han's next plan was ready. She continued to act crazy and stupid, but secretly used the skill, Absolute Zero, silently. A few seconds later, some of the invisible monsters in this area of the arena suddenly found that they could not move. Chapter 280. The invisible monster players that Wei Han had fixed with his skills became invisible roadblocks, and were soon hit by some monster players who did not see through the disguise skills. Once this incident occurred, the original delicate balance was directly broken. Wei Han quietly lifted Absolute Zero at this time, allowing the monster players who had just acted as invisible roadblocks to regain their freedom. The next moment, some monster players who could not see through the disguise hit invisible things, like frightened birds, without saying a word, and launched continuous attacks directly at the air. Some directly pulled out strange-shaped weapons from the void and fired at the front. Others used various fire and wind skills that human players were very familiar with, and just kept throwing them forward. After being attacked, the invisible monsters that had no time to dodge immediately revealed their figures. Some monsters, who had never thought that other players could be invisible, were shocked when they saw this scene. The monster players, who were forced to reveal their bodies just now, had different wounds on their bodies, but they did not care about treatment and immediately launched an indiscriminate attack. This indiscriminate attack also implicated other monster players around, angered all the monster players around. The war began to spread, and more monster players were forced to join the battle. Only a few monster players ran fast, and temporarily took advantage of the chaos to stay away from the melee scene. The scene where the monster players just kept to themselves turned into a big melee in just a few minutes. This made the human audience, who were watching the live broadcast of the finals, dumbfounded. They really didn't understand what had just happened. Whether it is the audience of Wei Han's initial world or the audience of Wei Han's original world, they are now frantically discussing the huge changes in just a few minutes. The discussion style of the initial world is probably like this. Wait, I remember I was watching all the time and never walked away. How come the fight suddenly started? The situation changed too quickly. I am thinking seriously. Which step did I miss? Isn't anyone curious? Where is Teacher Wei in this situation? I just remember that it seemed that some monsters hit something. Then those monsters suddenly started to go crazy, and then some monsters suddenly appeared. Can it be understood that there are indeed other monsters using the invisible skill? I am not only curious about where Teacher Wei is now, but also want to know what Teacher Wei is doing. So, is this a battle between strong people? We rookies can't understand it at all. Unlike the doubts of netizens, Shirley knows more about Wei Han, and with Bai Qingchuan's eye of truth, they are not completely ignorant of Wei Han's actions, so they are a little clearer about what happened. For example, right now, Bai Qingchuan was staring at the live broadcast on Wu Shan's virtual screen with a frown on his face, hesitating a little, as if guessing, I'm not too sure. Miss Wei seems to be busy taking advantage of the chaos to peek at some monster skill library panels. Bai Qingchuan's tone became more uncertain as he spoke. The monsters were busy fighting, and Miss Wei's movements were very fast, so those monsters didn't seem to notice Miss Wei. But why did Miss Wei want to look at the monster skill library panels? In the notification of the final live broadcast, in the personal introduction of contestant Wei Han, although there was no detailed introduction to Wei Han's special prop called Black Lotus, it was mentioned that Wei Han obtained a prop that can simulate skills in that live broadcast. As long as she has seen the corresponding skills, she can simulate the skills. Shirley and others did not look at the personal introduction of the players provided by the icon system in detail, but only focused on the last content, so they were not very clear about this point, and now they have doubts. Although Shirley did not understand it very well, she said with certainty, Teacher Wei must have her reasons for doing this. According to what you said, then I can reasonably speculate that the sudden outbreak of the war in this area must have been fueled by Teacher Wei behind the scenes. Perhaps we should go back and check Teacher Wei's personal introduction later. Although we do have a lot of contact with Teacher Wei, in fact, we don't know a lot about many things about Teacher Wei, Zhang Xian suggested. Wu Shan, it would be great if Mr. Rong Qi was here. He would definitely know what happened to Ms. Wei at a glance. Shirley began to shift her focus to the forum, wanting to see what netizens were discussing now. Before switching interfaces, Shirley deliberately switched to the chat account to see if there was any reply from Yu Mingchen. Before leaving, Teacher Wei told her that he hoped she could check for news from Yu Mingchen from time to time. Yu Mingchen entered the portal maze copy to find his partner. He had lost contact for a long time, and didn't know where he had gone, or whether he was still alive. Therefore, Shirley developed the habit of checking Yu Mingchen's messages every once in a while. There was still no reply from Yu Mingchen in the private chat dialog box, and Shirley was not surprised. She exited the interface, and went to the forum. Zhang Xian saw her little action and asked curiously, Are you checking whether there is any news about Yu Mingchen? Speaking of which, if Yu Mingchen and the others are fine, can they also watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast of the finals like us? Shirley actually thought about this question, so when facing Zhang Xian's question, she answered without hesitation, This is very likely. Although I don't know exactly what's going on, it seems that the condition for receiving the live broadcast notification may be to be in the same initial world as Teacher Wei. She began to speculate seriously. After all, Bai Qingchuan didn't receive the live broadcast entrance here. It is probably because he is not in the same initial world as us, let alone the same native world. Surely, in reverse, as long as you are in the same initial world as Teacher Wei, no matter where the player is actually, you can receive the live broadcast entrance through the icon system, right? After listening, the others thought carefully and felt that it seemed to be true, but because they couldn't really determine Yu Mingchen's situation now, they just discussed it a little, and didn't bother about it anymore. In fact, Yu Mingchen and his several companions had already drifted into a parallel time and space at this time. Coincidentally, this parallel universe is the one in the year 214 that Wei Han had chosen in the final stage of the fishing competition, that is, the one where the love-brained Wei Han and the love-brained Rong Qi were. After several twists and turns, Yu Mingchen successfully met Wei Han, Rong Qi, Shirley and others in the parallel universe, and in the process of mutual contact, they found that the Teacher Wei they knew was the same person. After that, Yu Mingchen was temporarily taken in by Shirley and others. Originally, his plan was to find a copy after recuperation for a period of time and return to the original world in the same way as Teacher Wei, but just before they finished recuperation, Yu Mingchen's team received the notice of the finals. A group of people watched the introduction of the finalist Wei Han. After exaggerated excitement and shock, they are now huddled together, and watching Wei Han's live broadcast of the finals happily. In fact, they don't understand where Wei Han is in the picture, and what happened to turn it into a big fight, but as long as they can see things related to Wei Han, for a group of people in the parallel universe of the 214th year of the star calendar, they are very satisfied. Especially Wei Han, who has really been to the original world of protagonist, Wei Han. She is not only very excited, but also very moved, and almost regards this as the biggest gift from God to her. She originally thought that she would never know anything about Teacher Wei again. In fact, After learning that Yumengchen came to their world through the portal maze, the love-minded Wei Han thought whether she should also use this method to find the world where Teacher Wei was. She really wanted to meet Teacher Wei once, no matter how far the journey was. After her friends learned about her wish, they also expressed their support for her, and wanted to go to see the idol with her. They had decided to set off immediately after Teacher Wei's live broadcast of the finals was over. They also firmly believed that with Teacher Wei's strength, Teacher Wei would definitely win. For this reason, even if they didn't know where Teacher Wei was in the picture after he became invisible, they were trying to cheer for Teacher Wei in their hearts. In Wei Han's native world, there was not so much confusion or sensationalism. Facing the rapidly changing situation on the field, the audience in the native world tried to analyze it. It didn't seem like a coincidence that it suddenly developed like this. It seemed that someone was behind the scenes. I just don't know if this person is Wei Han. No matter who did it, it's a good thing anyway. The more intense the fight, the better. It's best if everyone dies together. As long as Wei Han knows that now is not the time to get involved, he can just watch the show quietly. I thought how long these monsters could be vigilant against each other, or I underestimated the patience of the monsters. But this is also good. Let these brainless monsters consume each other in the early stage. The main point is that the snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman benefits. Based on the changes in the camera, we can infer that Wei Han did not run away in the chaos, and even seemed to continue to wander around some monsters, but we did not see any additional wounds on the monsters, which means that she was not taking advantage of the chaos to make up for it secretly. So, what is she doing? The battle is getting more and more intense. The monsters are fighting. Fight. Don't show mercy. I wonder if the monsters in other areas have started too. Hurry up and fight. Then again, it seems that we don't know how big the venue of this general competition is. We don't know how many monsters there will be. The audience in the original world can't help but be curious about what Wei Han is doing now. They will make inferences based on the amplitude of the camera changes, but no matter what they guess, they can't explain it, and it makes people even more scratching their heads. The audience in the original world have all seen Wei Han's personal information, and they also know that Wei Han has a prop that can simulate other people's skills after seeing them, but most people have inertial thinking and cannot react quickly and think of this in time. But Rongqi is different. Even if he can't see where Wei Han is in the live broadcast screen and what he is doing, it doesn't prevent him from accurately guessing most of Wei Han's ideas. Rongqi is 100% sure that the conflict between the monster players was suddenly triggered by Wei Han. The reason why those monsters collided with the invisible monsters is very likely that Wei Han used Absolute Zero to imprison some invisible monsters, making them invisible roadblocks. Wei Han must have secretly conducted some investigations on the monsters, knowing which monsters did not see through the disguise skills, and specially selected a group of invisible monsters in front of them to lock them. Otherwise, this collision could not be disguised as an accidental event, and it would be difficult for her to hide behind the scenes and get away unscathed. As for what Wei Han is doing now, based on the changes in the camera, Rongqi is very sure that she is taking advantage of the chaos to learn from others. While the monsters are busy fighting, she is checking the skill panels of those monsters that are not protected by the safe skill. And she will definitely pay special attention to those monsters that have not seen through the camouflage skill to avoid being discovered. As for those monsters that can see through the camouflage skill, they are busy fighting now. If they are distracted for a moment, they may be attacked by surprise. They will not have the leisure to look around. The probability of noticing her is very low, so she can act with confidence. If there really is a monster that happens to see Wei Han's actions, it will be easier for Wei Han to kill the other party. Unless he has to, Wei Han will most likely not expose himself in the early stage. He will only do some small actions secretly, urging the monsters to fight, while secretly peeking at the skills, while accumulating strength, and can also fight to a certain extent. This is also the fighting style that the two of them have always pursued. If you don't know the opponent's strength at all and can't be sure whether your strength can directly crush the opponent, then you must not act rashly, let alone expose yourself. Combat power is important, but you can't be brave without strategy. With a suitable battle plan, you can ensure that there is no risk to the greatest extent. Rongqi also speculated that Wei Han probably learned the skills of the monsters in this area, and would move to the next area. The total arena is very large, and the current camera is still just one area, not the whole picture of the entire arena. The monsters they can see now are only a part of them. How big are the other areas? How many monsters are there? And what is the current situation of the monsters in other areas? These are all waiting to be explored. Now it depends on when the camera fixed on Wei Han will start to move outward. Based on the skills in Wei Han's hands, Rongqi believes that Wei Han may have some other plans, but the time has not come to implement them yet. Before she starts to act, the problem she has considered must be far more than the ones in front of her. Wei Han's current approach is indeed not much different from Rongqi's inference. She remained invisible, and used skills such as, wall penetrating, that could make her body virtual. She swam among the monsters, like a fish in the water, just to check the monster skills. There were quite a few monsters with safe skills to protect their panels, which made her action smoother. When necessary, she would use the fishing rod skill to quietly fish out some skills. Most of the time, she really didn't make last hits on the monsters. After all, the risk of being discovered was too great, and she didn't want to be noticed by the monster players yet. In this plan, there were two main points that exceeded Wei Han's expectations. The first was that these monsters didn't have any eye-catching skills. She didn't find the skill she wanted to replenish her vitality, but she saw some very distinctive monster players. The second was that after the melee broke out, more monsters chose to leave immediately than expected, and most of them had the skill of seeing through camouflage. From this, it can be inferred that these monsters may be more difficult to deal with than expected. The skills of the remaining monsters in this area were almost all figured out. Wei Han slightly withdrew from the center of the brawl. Halfway through, she suddenly noticed a gaze sweeping over. She didn't even look at it, and directly used Absolute Zero to quietly kill it. After the skill was used, the gaze only existed for less than 2 seconds, and then disappeared in an instant. This is the situation where Wei Han was noticed by some monsters. In this case, she would kill the opponent instantly without leaving any hidden dangers. After eliminating the hidden dangers, Wei Han, who was in an invisible state, was still walking out. As she walked, she became two people. She used the skill to create a split, but both the original body and the clone were still invisible. Then the main body continued to move forward. As the main body walked, a completely invisible bubble wrapped her up, like a hot air balloon, and took her into the air. The clone turned around and continued to check the skill library of other monsters. The main body and the clone acted separately here. The audience could not directly see this change through the live broadcast screen. What the audience could see was that the screen suddenly became wider, as if the camera was pulled away. After a while, the widened screen suddenly split into two, directly becoming a left and right split screen, and the left and right sides began to show different styles. The left screen was still stuck on the monsters fighting scene, and the change of the camera was still the kind of jumping style that made people very confused. The right screen looked like the camera was gradually rising, and the scene gradually turned into an aerial picture. It can be speculated that this is because the subject being photographed is now taking off? Or maybe because the subject being photographed is flying? The common point of the left and right screens is that they are both empty shots, and the audience still can't see where Wei Han is. However, the audience quickly guessed the reason for this change. Teacher Wei/Wei Han probably used her splitting skill to create a clone. Now there are two Teacher Wei/Wei Han in action, so the live broadcast screen becomes split. This is mainly because Teacher Wei/Wei Han's splitting skill is more impressive. This skill is an explicit skill, and can be seen very intuitively when used. So, the audience has not figured out what Teacher Wei was doing in the picture just now, and now they are discussing new issues. This time, the questions of the audience in all worlds were highly unified. Everyone was very curious. On the left and right sides of the split screen, which side would be Teacher Wei/Wei Han's real body? Which side was the clone? Some viewers thought that the one who stayed in the original place was Teacher Wei/Wei Han's real body, and the one who looked like he was going to fly to other areas was the clone. The clone left to explore the way in advance, check the situation in other areas of the stadium, and determine the next area to go to. In this way, when the real body is done, according to the information from the clone, it can go directly to the next destination area, eliminating the time of collecting information. The rest of the audience thought that the one who flew to other areas was Teacher Wei/Wei Han's real body, and the one who stayed in the original place was the clone. Teacher Wei/Wei Han was probably because the things to be done in this area were almost completed, and the finishing work could be handed over to the clone, and the real body could go directly to the next area to start the next action. The audience with two different views tried to convince each other, and it turned into a national betting activity. The audience began to look forward to the moment when the answer was revealed. Netizens also discussed how to distinguish the main body from the clone. Whichever screen is closed first is the clone. The reason is that after the clone of Teacher Wei/Wei Han completes her task, the split skill will be released. Once the skill is released, the screen on the clone will naturally close. Obviously, even if the protagonist is not seen on the screen, the audience has spontaneously found a lot of fun in watching the live broadcast. In Wei Han's original world, some senior fans combined the developments before and after and speculated that Teacher Wei is very likely the black hand behind the big fight. Otherwise, why does Teacher Wei look like she has accomplished her mission and is now retiring, hiding her achievements and fame? They have every reason to believe that Teacher Wei's split this time is to create a clone to clean up the mess. When the monsters in this area are only the last one left, she will take action to eliminate the last monster, and then she can easily clear the monsters in this area. Although this approach is a bit despicable, it is undeniable that it is indeed very useful. This analysis quickly attracted many audiences' praise. Lettuce likes Luo. Well reasoned and clear, you must be the worm in Teacher Wei's stomach. You are so good at analysis, you are my StarNet brain substitute. This is not a homophonic pun, this is a bullhead pun. I doubt very much if you have any skills to see through disguises. Can you show us a clear way, and tell us where Teacher Wei is now? Martian code. How can you say it is a bit mean? Can you speak OB? This is called courage and strategy. I reasonably suspect that you are a little black fan. I believe that Teacher Wei is not taking action now, just because it is unnecessary. Once Teacher Wei takes action, the entire competition venue will tremble. Stand still. I have to say, this live broadcast is really interesting. Haha. The protagonist became invisible a few minutes after the opening. The whole process is like watching the Emperor's new clothes, and we are still watching with relish. Let's all find Teacher Wei. Ha. What is the black hand behind the scenes? How can you say this about our Teacher Wei? Where are you, Teacher Wei? It seems that Teacher Wei is much more comprehensive than we thought, and we don't need to worry too much. It's a pity that the screen is always empty, and Teacher Wei is nowhere to be seen. Will Teacher Wei remain invisible throughout the whole process? In this case, won't we have to guess the whole time? I admit that I don't have a brain. Wow, I feel that my IQ seems to be insufficient. I thought that the battle royale was pure fighting and killing, and no brains were needed. As long as there was combat power, it would be enough. Committed to being a water balancing master, if you are sure that you can completely crush all other players, then you can just rely on your combat power to crush them all the way, and you really don't need any brains. Committed to being a water balancing master. But the problem now is that no one knows what kind of monster opponents there will be, and no one knows how big this total competition field is. If you rashly expose your strength, you may be the first bird to stick out, and you may become cannon fodder if you are not careful. The Emperor's new live broadcast. The monsters fighting in this area are more impulsive and not good at thinking. It should be the easiest to deal with these monsters, which means that this type of monster is the first batch to be eliminated. Rapunzel sells her hair, but after this batch of monsters are eliminated, the remaining ones will be more cunning, and it may not be so easy to deal with them. I wonder what measures Teacher Wei will take to deal with this situation. Has Teacher Wei considered these issues? Because of the analysis of the original poster, many discussions among netizens have been triggered, making netizens more and more curious about what will happen next. Is Teacher Wei/Wei Han's actual approach the same as the original poster's speculation? If you want to understand, there is no other way except to continue watching the live broadcast of the finals. Even if the protagonist of this live broadcast is invisible, as an audience, they basically watch alone. Now there are two split screens on the virtual screen, one of which is a picture moving in the air, and the camera is always shooting down in the air. From this angle, you can clearly see that many places below are empty, with only a few sparse monsters, who seem to be on the road. It is unknown whether they want to escape to a hidden place, or go to the area with monsters to kill. The audience does not know that from Wei Han's perspective, there are actually many monsters migrating in her field of vision, but most of these migrating monsters use the hiding skill to hide their traces. Wei Han did not see any figures in the air, probably because there are no monsters that can have both the invisibility skill and the flying skill. However, Wei Han also expected that if she ran into a monster player who also wanted to move to other areas in the air, she would kill the opponent as quickly and neatly as she did with the monster just now. Now staying in this bubble floating in the air, Wei Han also has time to double confirm some things. The first thing to do is to check again how much vitality will be consumed if the skill, words come true, is used now to kill all the finalists except her with just one sentence. How much less will the results obtained this time be compared to the results of her first query, because of the existence of such a heaven-defying skill, words come true. Wei Han considered at the beginning of the finals that if there were other finalists with skills or props that could achieve the same effect, the situation would be very bad. After all, if it weren't for the fatal limitation of using this skill, Wei Han would have thought of directly saying all finalists except me in the current arena will die immediately and simply end the finals quickly. She could think of this, and those finalists with skills or props related to the word spirit would definitely have the same idea. They did not act immediately, most likely because of the restrictions on the use of skills or props. Therefore, she decisively used words follow the law from the beginning of the finals to confirm this key point through a question and answer format. The question and answer format command consumes little vitality, and it is more important to exchange for information than the little vitality consumed. Soon, she got the result and confirmed that there were indeed several finalists with skills and props with word spirit effects in the finals venue, but she had not met these finalists yet. After obtaining this information, Wei Han chose to take the initiative and use words follow the law to destroy the word spirit effect skills and props of those players at the cost of 75% of her vitality. Originally, she had thought about directly taking the word spirit effect skills and props of these finalists from a distance, but this command required too much vitality. Once implemented, she would be left with a low health, and the risk was too high. In addition to destroying other players' word spirit effect props and skills, Wei Han also thought about making herself immune to all skills and props that hit her, or being able to rebound all skills and props that hit her, but the cost of achieving these two things is so high that she can be left with so little health that she will die at the slightest touch. In the end, destroying other word spirit effect skills and props was the best choice. When making this decision, Wei Han was very glad that he upgraded words come true before coming to the finals, so that he can now see the budget of each command, so that every time he says a command, it doesn't feel like opening a blind box. Otherwise, she would not have rashly used the skills and props of those players. Only by dealing with the skills and props of those players in advance can she maximize the guarantee that words come true on her side can be used when necessary. More importantly, she no longer has to worry about being killed by the finalists using the word spirit effect skills and props without knowing it during the finals. In this way, she can take control of a certain degree of initiative and think about longer-term plans. After successfully destroying the skills and props of other word spirit effects in the finals, Wei Han first inquired about how much vitality would be consumed if she wanted to use words come true to achieve the immediate death of all finalists in the finals except me. The result was as Wei Han expected. Expensive, how expensive? The vitality consumed could kill her 10 times. At first glance, this price does seem to be very bluffing. If you want to kill other finalists with this skill, you are basically dying together. But Wei Han thought about it carefully and immediately found a blind spot. There were countless finalists in the total arena. She issued an order to kill all finalists except herself immediately, but she only had to die 10 times. It turned out that she had to die as many times as she killed monsters? Doesn't that mean that there is room for manipulation here? Is there a positive correlation between the vitality consumed and the number of finalists? If the number of remaining finalists in the arena is reduced to a certain level, can we kill the remaining finalists directly without consuming all the vitality? The further you go, the more difficult and hard to deal with the remaining monsters. If you can kill them all with one move, it will not only save a lot of trouble, but also ensure your chances of winning and shorten the race. By the way, Wei Han also checked how much vitality it would take to invalidate all monster skills and props, and found that it was more expensive than killing the monsters immediately. Even if she just wanted to disable all monster skills and props for a few minutes, she would still choose a cost-effective approach. After selecting the plan, Wei Han adjusted the limited range several times to perform a budget query in order to measure the number of finalists that words follow the law could directly kill. This kind of query will not consume vitality, and it most consumes a little mental energy. Finally, Wei Han found the critical value. When the number of remaining finalists in the total arena is reduced to 1,000, the vitality required to use skills to give a destroy all command is 99%, which is just stuck at her last bit of health. The venue is vast and boundless, and it is unknown how many finalists it has accommodated. When the last 1,000 contestants are selected from such a huge number of contestants, there is absolutely no one among these 1,000 contestants. 99% of the blood is exchanged for the lives of the last 1,000 monsters. Wei Han thinks this is a bargain. It is best to survive in the early and middle stages of the finals. The difficult part is in the late stage. In the late stage, it is easy to form a stalemate, and the battle line will be infinitely extended. If you can quickly solve the problem in the late stage with the skill, words come true, then the overall difficulty of the finals will be reduced. This skill can only be used once, and it must be successful. If you use too much greedily, it will backfire. So Wei Han made a rough plan based on these findings. The plan is very simple. What needs to be done in the early stage is to try every possible way to reduce the number of monster players. In this process, she also needs to find skills or props that can replenish vitality and strive to quickly recover vitality, because the skills that can play a key role in the finals basically need to consume vitality. Once the number of monster players falls below the 1000 mark, as long as her vitality allows, she will use words follow the law as soon as possible to win directly. If there are other gains in the middle that can make the plan smoother, then modify it according to the situation. There are also some details in this plan, such as she needs to confirm whether there are rebound skills or props in the total arena, skills or props that invalidate skills or props that weaken the effects of skills or props, and all other related skills or props. If the result is that there are indeed monster finalists with relevant skills and props, then as long as her vitality allows, she will still use the old operation and directly use words follow to eliminate these skills and props. In order to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan, she also confirmed that there are monsters with vitality recovery skills and props in the main competition field, so she is now moving directly in the direction of vitality recovery skills and props. She can also check the price changes of the all-kill command every once in a while, and infer the survival status of the finalists in the main competition field through the changes in vitality consumption, and indirectly grasp the overall development of the main competition field. For example, now that Wei Han's main body is in a transparent bubble and has some free time, she can query the price change of the command for the second time. The result of this query is that if she wants to use words come true to kill all the finalists in the current arena except her, she will need to consume enough vitality to die 9.8 times. Wei Han was speechless when she saw this result. No. Is this decimal point serious? However, through this change of 0.2 fewer deaths, it can be inferred that it is not only the area where her clone is currently located that is experiencing a big fight, but other areas have also started fighting. The number of monster players who died in the area where the clone is located does not seem to be able to support her 0.2 life loss. After confirming these things and reviewing the plan, Wei Han has already floated far away in the air. During this process, she did not forget to keep an eye on the situation in the area where the clone is located. The monsters in the area where the clone is now about to fight to the death. Judging from the situation on the scene, a monster similar to a bat has the greatest chance of winning. Its body is larger than a human, and the biggest difference from a bat is that its wings and forelimbs are of different structures, which is equivalent to having a pair of hands and a pair of wings. Wei Han has also noticed this monster for a long time. This monster seems to be a super poison king. It is suspected that there are various toxins in its body. These toxins of the monster itself are used with some skills, and the effect is outstanding. Whether it is attacked and injured by monsters, or it actively attacks other monsters and injures them, the monsters that have fought with it will have various poisoning reactions. Since Wei Han noticed this monster, the poisoning reactions that Wei Han has seen include but are not limited to immediate melting into a pool of blood, swelling and rotting on the surface, violent vomiting to spit out organs, spontaneous combustion, mutation and unlimited growth until the nutrients in the body are exhausted and turned into ashes. The most important thing is that, after being poisoned by this monster, the onset time is generally very short, and the treatment skills are not effective against the monster's poison. It may be that the monster's poison has a suppressive effect on the treatment skills. So the monsters that are hit usually can't last long, and will die due to the spread of the poison. When the monsters realized the evil of this bat poison king, the name Wei Han gave the bat monster without authorization, they also tried to stay away from it, but they didn't expect it to be crazy and kill. Seeing that the monsters wanted to stay away from it, because they were afraid of it, it became more excited. So from just now, the battle situation in this area has changed and reversed, from the original chaotic melee to a situation where a bat poison king chased the monsters. Wei Han anticipated this situation in advance, so he had quietly set up a protective shield in this area to trap the monsters. After these monsters run a distance, they will suddenly hit an invisible wall and cannot run out at all. They can only wait to be poisoned to death by the Bat Poison King. With Wei Han's secret assistance, the Bat Poison King's siege of the monsters can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. A few minutes later, the huge body of the last monster fell, and the monster players in the area were finally poisoned to death by the Bat Poison King. The Bat Poison King also seemed very satisfied with his results. He spread his wings and flipped and glided in the air, making a hissing sound. His excitement could be clearly seen in his blood-red eyes. The audience could not understand the Bat Poison King's voice, but only knew that he should be celebrating his victory over the finalists in this area. The joyful look made people very uncomfortable. At the same time, the audience was also very curious. Now there was only one monster left in this area. What would Teacher Wei Han do? After the irregular movement of the camera stopped, it stopped at some specific angles, indicating that Teacher Wei Han had just entered the spectator mode. Teacher Wei Han has been watching for so long, and must have been waiting for this moment. Being the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole is waiting behind, stabbing the bat poison king in the back when he is so proud, it is exciting to think about it. The audience's inference is correct. Wei Han did plan to do so originally, but when she saw that the bat poison king was more powerful than expected, she changed her mind temporarily. Chapter 281. Wei Han thought it was a pity to kill the bat poison king. For the average finalists, the bat poison king is a small boss. The bat poison king has fought with so many monster players in this area, and now it looks like it is in full health. It can be taken to other areas where monsters gather, so that it can continue to shine and kill more monster players. If it can stay alive, she can wait until it can no longer be killed, and then give it the final blow. In this way, not only can it save time and effort, but it can also make full use of the bat poison king without wasting anything. Wei Han wanted to give himself a thumbs up for being so smart. After quickly determining the new plan, Wei Han quietly used the bubble skill to circle the bat poison king, while letting the clone use the far-sighted skill to start looking for a suitable monster gathering area. First of all, the requirement for this new area is that there must not be monsters with vitality recovery skills. Otherwise, if the monsters with vitality recovery skills and props are killed, she will not be able to get the corresponding skills and props. Secondly, this new area needs to be closer to here so that she can get the bat poison king over there more quickly. Finally, this new area needs to be in a state of chaos, so that when she kicks the bat poison king over there, she will not attract too much attention after she follows. Even if there are some monsters with the skill of seeing through disguise that notice her, the opponent may be in a tangle and have no energy to deal with her. The direction the main body is currently heading to is to find skills and props to restore vitality. After excluding the area in that direction, other areas can be selected. After observing, the clone quickly selected an area where the bat poison king could be kicked, and quietly approached the bat poison king, who didn't know he was surrounded by bubbles. The audience watching the live broadcast immediately noticed that the camera on the left had changed, and it seemed to be approaching the bat monster. All the audience were excited. Is Teacher Wei Han finally going to take action? Teacher Wei Han didn't even remove the stealth skill when launching an attack? This is too cool. How will this monster be killed? How will Teacher Wei Han attack? The audience was full of expectations. If the live broadcast could send barrages, I'm afraid the screen would have completely turned into the shape of barrages. As a result, the next moment, the audience saw that the bat monster was like being kicked hard by something, and suddenly ejected and rushed straight in one direction, and soon became a small black dot on the screen. This is not over yet. The camera also began to show a fast-forward movement state, indicating that the object being photographed should be moving at high speed. Such a speed made it difficult to see the surrounding scenery clearly. The audience, who were watching the live broadcast in an immersive way, felt like they were on a supersonic suspension train. The scenery on the road was rapidly receding, becoming a bunch of unclear colors. Before the audience had time to marvel at Teacher Wei Han's speed, they found that the screen had returned to normal. In the picture, they just saw that the bat monster that was suddenly ejected and took off hit a bird monster, and then the bird monster that was hit attacked the bat monster without saying a word. The bat monster seemed to have no reaction to what had just happened, and because it was attacked immediately, it had no time to think about it, and was forced to join the battle immediately. Seeing the bat monster poison king perfectly integrated into the battle in this new area, Wei Han was also very pleased, and very considerately put up a protective shield in this area to siege the monster players. After putting up the protective shield, Wei Han did not intend to let the clone just stand there and watch. Although there were no skills and props that could restore vitality in this area, she still planned to see if there would be any fun skills and props. Anyway, I'm idle now, so I have to do something. Maybe there will be unexpected gains? So, the audience found that the camera began to show the change of moving around again, which means that Teacher Wei Han started to get busy again. And it was very obvious that the bat monster was brought over by Teacher Wei Han from the previous area. The problem is that the audience can't see Teacher Wei Han's specific movements, and they don't know how Teacher Wei Han did it. They can only speculate that Teacher Wei Han may have used some skills, and they also discussed it in depth. If this skill is combined with that skill, it may be possible to do it, but it may require a very precise and terrifying control of a certain skill. If you don't know, You might think they are holding an academic seminar. If Rongqi sees these people's discussion now, he will probably be speechless. Based on his understanding of Wei Han may have just kicked the bat monster directly, purely because of his great strength, and there is really no technical content. Of course, some viewers did not focus on how Teacher Wei/Wei Han got the bat monster to the new brawl area, but on Teacher Wei/Wei Han's operation. Teacher Wei/Wei Han did not play according to their predictions. They thought that when Teacher Wei/Wei Han approached the bat monster, she was going to attack it, but she actually moved the bat monster to the new brawl area. The audience in the initial world were all sighing. As expected of Teacher Wei, it's really hard to guess. Is Teacher Wei's intention to let the bat monster continue to work? Ha! Teacher Wei, really? I won't be surprised by anything she does. The metaphor of continuing to work is so interesting, isn't it? Ha ha! Teacher Wei saw that the bat monster is quite good at fighting, so he planned to train a substitute to drive the bat monster to the next game after this one is over. Tisk, Teacher Wei is still as cold and ruthless as ever. Ha ha! Until now I still say to Teacher Wei to the monster, cry more. I love watching it. It's very impressive. Do you think Teacher Wei's operation really has the feeling of a big boss behind the scenes? He is strategizing, thinking long term, and everything is under control. I thought the Battle Royale battle was boring, and I thought it would be boring if I couldn't see the host on the screen, but I didn't expect Teacher Wei to surprise us like this. Can I say that Teacher Wei could have crushed other monster players with her strength, but she chose to use her brain? In the original world, we still need to focus on analyzing whether we can speculate on Wei Han's next plan through this operation. I didn't expect that she actually chose not to kill the monster first, but to move it to a new brawl area and let it continue to fight with other monsters. I suspect that Wei Han will do this next time until she is discovered or encounters a strong enough monster that she can no longer move the opponent to another area. I am just curious about one question. Does Wei Han really intend to be invisible throughout the whole process? Very good. Now can we start betting on when she will cancel her invisibility skill? Haha, why did I laugh? I don't know how she managed to catapult the monster into the air, but I inexplicably imagined the scene of her kicking the monster over. Ha ha, look at the confused look of the monster when it was instantly transferred to the new area. So stupid, ha ha ha. It feels like it will take a long time to distinguish which side is the real body and which side is the clone. In the short term, Wei Han may not cancel the clone's skill. This move is really bad, but because it was Wei Han who executed it, I think she is really smart. After the bad monster came to the new area, it fought hard with other monsters. It has dealt with several monsters in such a short time, right? Vision is a picture of hard work, ha ha ha. The left screen is now a picture of a brawl. The audience is now keen to watch the bat monster fight seriously with other monsters. Some viewers are even cheering it on, asking it to work harder. It is really bad. Wei Han's clone in the invisible state in the picture is also busy checking the skills of the monsters everywhere. At this time, the audience found that the picture on the right screen has also changed, which immediately attracted the audience's attention. The camera began to lower and appeared to be in a state of landing, as if the protagonist being filmed was diving down. The ground below was also an area where monster players gathered, and the monster players were also fighting and attacking each other without distinction. Wei Han dodged a fireball attack while diving down. The monsters with skills and props that restore vitality are in this area. Before starting the action, Wei Han first made a preliminary observation if he could find the target directly through the opponent's tricks. It turned out that the opponent should not be using that skill or prop now, and it was really hard to tell by observation. Wei Han did not intend to look at it one by one like the clone, and decided to strike accurately and fight quickly. This required using words come true, again to lock the target, so she first calculated her current vitality. After consuming 75% of her vitality to destroy other skills and props with the effect of words in the arena, plus some other consumption, she originally only had 20% of her vitality, and now she has recovered slightly by 4 percentage points, with 24% vitality. When using the split skill, the clone will take away some of her vitality. She gave the remaining vitality to the clone, so now the main body has 20% vitality, and the clone has 4%. As a result, she calculated and found that it only took 0.4% of her vitality to make a green arrow appear in her vision pointing to the target she wanted to find, which was much less than she expected. After the vitality was successfully deducted, an arrow also appeared in her vision, pointing to a plant vine monster. Coincidentally, it was the only plant monster in this area. This monster is like a walking giant tree with vines growing out. Its wrist-thick vines seem to be able to roll into various shapes, and they are flexible and responsive. Some of the vines have spikes, and some have barbs. These spikes and barbs seem to secrete some liquids with different effects. This tree vine monster is also like the bat poison king. When using skills, it combines its own characteristics. When using ice skills, the vines of the tree vine monster will throw out a series of ice cones when the whip is thrown out, and rush towards the enemy quickly. When using fire skills, the vines thrown out by the tree vine monster will become a fire whip with fire, and the damage caused will be doubled directly. Wei Han can reasonably speculate that the tree vine can also control the effects of the liquid secreted by the thorns. Wei Han made these observations and conclusions quickly as she approached the tree vine monster. As she got closer to the tree vine monster, she used the Eye of Truth to look for the planet icon on the tree vine monster. The planet icon of the tree vine monster was right in the middle of its trunk. The icon was a circle with a diameter of about 10 centimeters. The icon looked like a solid background covered with small stars. Wei Han imagined it carefully in her mind. This might mean that on the planet where the monster was, all the land was a small island, just like the stars covering the night sky, covering the ocean on that planet. She had seen a lot of planet icons, and even stranger planet maps, so this was not so strange. The tree vines were quite alert. When Wei Han was only 3 meters away from them, a vine as thick as an arm suddenly seemed to notice something and rushed towards Wei Han. Wei Han was also well prepared. Regardless of whether the tree vine monster noticed her approach or not, she decided to use Absolute Zero to block all the opponent's actions and strengthen the bubble that protected her. The tree vine monster also seemed to have noticed the crisis from Wei Han's direction. Originally, other vines were still fighting with other monsters around. Suddenly, at this moment, most of the vines swung towards Wei Han without hesitation. But at this moment, the vines were frozen in the motion of waving. The monsters that were fighting with the tree vines pushed away at the speed of light, fearing that they would be affected. The surrounding monsters pushed away actively, which saved Wei Han's trouble. She directly used a bubble to separate the tree vine monster from other monsters to avoid being disturbed by other monsters. From the outside, when the bubble's skill enveloped the tree vine monster disappeared little by little. This is because Wei Han also added the invisible anti-peeping and soundproofing effects to the bubble he created. Although the invisible anti-peeping cannot prevent skills like Eye of Truth or Eye of Truth, there are only a few monsters with these skills after all, as long as it can prevent the majority. When Wei Han entered the bubble that besieged the tree vine monster, he could hear some of the monsters' voices because of the existence of the advanced translation skill. The monsters were not communicating with each other, they were all talking to themselves. The tree monster suddenly disappeared. Does this tree monster have this ability? There must be a player who is hiding very deeply. The players with the invisibility skill are the most difficult to deal with. What kind of monster is that? It can hide so well. Fortunately, I have the Eye of Gemstone, otherwise I would be like other monsters and know nothing. Why did she go after the tree monster? What is her purpose? It seems that this monster will be a strong enemy. If it weren't for my Eye of Miracle, I would have been fooled. Did she make all these hidden disguises? Wei Han landed in front of the tree vine monster very leisurely, and listened to the monsters talking to themselves without making any noise. Her action caused the monsters to speak one after another, and she gained a lot. She didn't need to do any tentative crazy and stupid things to identify most of the monsters with the skills and props of seeing through disguises. It turns out that the skills of these monsters that can see through disguises are also called Eye of XX, and the naming style of this kind of skills is quite consistent. She has quietly locked on to those monsters who can see her through the skills of seeing through disguises. Before she reached out to the planet icon of the tree vine, she first used Absolute Zero to pin these monsters down, making them unable to struggle or make any sound, and they could only let her do whatever she wanted. Then, in front of these monsters, she used the Black Fishing Rod skill to directly enter the second level fishing mode and fished all the XX eyes of these monsters. When she came to the finals, facing so many monster contestants from other planetary civilizations who came to the finals through the finals competition, Wei Han felt that she had to take some skills from these monsters and bring them back as special products of the finals copy to give to relatives and friends. Based on her current findings, she was basically certain that there were many skills that could not be unlocked in their world. As long as it was a skill she had never seen, she could take it away. Those monsters had never thought that they would be attacked like this. Before they could react, they had been hit. No matter what, they could not make any movements, even just turning their eyes. Then, they watched their skills being hooked away. No matter how angry or unhappy they were powerless. Their bodies could not move. After the skill they could see through the disguise was hooked away, those monsters could no longer see the figures of Wei Han and the tree vine monster, nor could they see what Wei Han would do to the tree vine monster after hiding. Wei Han's movements were very fast. In just a dozen seconds, all the eyes of XX in this area were fished out. In these short 10 seconds, those monsters that could still move freely did not continue the previous fight. They all subtly noticed some changes in the situation in this area, and were alert to each other, and wanted to retreat. Wei Han didn't care about these little moves of these monsters. She had already set up a protective shield to prevent them from escaping. After taking away all the eye of XX in this area, she had to do her business. She looked up at the vines of the tree vine monster that were fixed, grabbed one and poked it on the planet icon in the middle of the trunk. A virtual screen popped up, probably because the tree vine monster was large in size, and the planet icon was large, so the default size of the virtual screen that popped up was also much larger. Wei Han had never unlocked the advanced translation skill, so as soon as the virtual screen popped up, she could see the content clearly. In fact, the overall layout is similar. After the welcome interface, the player's main panel is divided into many functional sections. Wei Han had a very clear goal, and clicked on the monster skill library first, and then read it attentively. She could actually understand the content on the interface, which seemed to shock the tree vine monster. There was no structure like eyes on the trunk of the tree vine monster. Through the Eye of Truth, Wei Han discovered that the eyes of this tree vine monster grew on the leaves. There were many eyes, and they could be transferred between leaves. After the tree vine monster's movements were locked by Wei Han, the eyes on the leaves kept staring at Wei Han. Now Wei Han vaguely felt that the eyes of the leaves had changed from surprise to fear. But Wei Han didn't care. No matter how the tree vine monster struggled, it could not break free from the control of Absolute Zero. The monsters in this area were no match for her. Not only did she have enough time to check the opponent's skills, she could also fish them out in front of them. Fishing them out was more convenient and quicker than transferring them. Wei Han grabbed a vine of the tree vine monster and swiped down a little bit on the skill library interface on the virtual screen. When she saw a skill she was interested in, she would directly use the fishing rod skill that had not been put away to fish it out. When the tree vine saw her operation, its eyes seemed to pop out from the leaves. This change in its eyes was so obvious that Wei Han could notice it without even looking up. Wei Han felt that this monster was really a bit too rare. Isn't it just stealing skills? What's so surprising about this? Players of the same race will fight for skills. She is not of the same race as it, but an enemy. Isn't it normal for her to take its skills? If you are shocked that she can understand the text of other races and civilizations, then there is no need to do so. Just think about it with its vines. There are thousands of skills. Any kind of skills may exist. Translation skills are not a novel skill, right? Wei Han kept flipping down while complaining in his heart. This tree vine monster has many strange skills. It is worthy of being a monster player who can win in its campaign copy. After a while, Wei Han flipped to a skill called Swallow Transfer. The effect of this skill is that as long as the tree vine monster touches a plant or a plant-type monster, it can devour the opponent's vitality, transfer the opponent's vitality to itself, and fill its own vitality. In other words, this is the skill that Wei Han is looking for to restore vitality. Seeing the effect of this skill, Wei Han roughly understood why it was the only plant monster here. The other plant monsters in this area were probably devoured by it, and became nutrients to replenish its vitality. Wei Han looked at the description of this skill, and was a little unsure whether this skill could meet her needs, but she still switched the skill over first. After switching, the description of the skill remained the same. Only touching plants or plant monsters could trigger the effect of absorbing and transferring life. If the object touched was a non-plant or non-plant monster, this skill effect would not be triggered. The objects that could absorb and transfer life were limited to plants or plant monsters. Wei Han looked around. There was no grass growing in the main arena. The organizers had guaranteed that there would be no other living creatures in the arena except for the finalists. Not only were there no plants, but there were also very few plant monsters. Moreover, plant monsters were relatively fragile and usually died the fastest. This made Wei Han a little depressed, but it was also her fault for not setting the conditions well. This skill can indeed restore vitality, but the conditions were a little harsh. She quickly regained her composure, and then scrolled down to look at the remaining skills of the tree vine monster. After reading the skills of the tree vine monster, she did not miss its prop library. The prop style of this monster is also very compatible with its monster type. The props are all fertilizers, kettles, etc., and the effects of the props do not meet the needs of human players. Wei Han confirmed that she had read everything she should read, and then exited the monster icon system interface. At this time, the tree vine monster completely lost its will to live, exuding a desperate and depressed atmosphere. It already knew that it could not escape death. Wei Han did intend to try this monster to see how effective the skill Swallow Transfer was. The vine she used as a stylus was directly used as a contact point, and Swallow Transfer was activated, and the skill was triggered instantly. After successfully triggering the skill, you can withdraw your hand without having to keep in contact. Once the skill is triggered, it is irreversible, and will continue until the opponent's vitality is sucked dry. This skill does not support one-to-many triggering. It can only transfer and absorb the vitality of one target at a time. When the transfer is in progress, the skill cannot be triggered on the next target. Another point to note is that if the user is at full health, the skill cannot be triggered. After Wei Han retracted her hand, she looked down at her hand. She could now feel the life energy like an invisible warm current, transferring from the tree vine monster little by little. At the same time, her vitality was increasing at a very small rate. The tree vine monster shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the leaves on the vines began to dry and fall off. Soon, the bark on the trunk fell off in large chunks like old wall skin. After falling to the ground, it instantly became debris and mixed with the silver gravel on the ground. After the skill stopped, there was no tree vine monster in front of Wei Han. Only a pile of dust remained. After mixing with the silver gravel, it was even more impossible to see that there was a monster here. Wei Han was not very satisfied with the effect of this skill, because after sucking the vitality of the tree vine monster dry, her vitality only returned to 0.5%. I don't know whether the vitality of the tree vine monster is too little, or her vitality limit is relatively high. This won't work. The charging time is too long, and it must be a plant or plant-type monster, which is also troublesome. If you can directly absorb the vitality from other monsters, that would be the best. You can replenish the vitality and destroy the monsters at the same time. Wei Han thought about it while pulling out the skill, Synthesis Upgrade. She knew a lot of devouring skills, and she didn't know if there was any devouring skill that could be combined with Devouring Transfer to create a skill that just met her needs. The skills recommended for Synthesis Upgrade all seemed to be not very useful. She had never synthesized them once, so she didn't have much hope. As expected, the Swallow Transfer she just saw was indeed in the recommended synthesis list, and she read it patiently. If Swallow Transfer is synthesized with Swallow Heart and Swallow Absorption, it will synthesize a skill called Swallow Living Beings. After Wei Han obtained Eye of Truth, she saw the description of the swallowing skills hidden on the interface. Just now, she checked the effect of Swallow Transfer by using the Eye of Truth skill. So now she knows that the skill effect of Swallow Heart is to directly destroy the living beings within the skill range. The effect of this skill is very strong, but it is very difficult to control the skill range. If you accidentally count yourself into the skill range, you will be finished. The effect of the skill, Swallow Absorption, is actually similar to Swallow Transfer, except that Swallow Absorption absorbs other people's mental power and can replenish mental power. The restrictions on the use of Swallow Absorption are not as strict as those of Swallow Transfer. As long as there is a creature with spiritual power, it can be absorbed, but there is a conversion ratio. If the spiritual power of the absorbed creature is 10, then the spiritual power that the skill user can receive is about 7. If the user has sufficient spiritual power, Swallow Absorption will no longer be triggered, which is the same as Swallow Transfer. After the three skills are combined, the effect of Swallow Living Beings is to absorb the vitality of other living beings and use it for oneself. As long as it is a living being, it can be used, and there is no longer any restriction on the target of plants or plant-type monsters. If she still activates the skill while touching the target, the skill will be successfully triggered, and then the target's vitality will be irreversible and unstoppable, and will flow directly to the skill user. Swallowing Life optimizes a very important point. It supports one-to-many vitality absorption. In other words, with this skill, she can absorb the vitality of N monsters at the same time, not one after another, so even if there is an exchange ratio for vitality, the charging speed will be greatly improved. After the skill user is full of blood, the skill will no longer be triggered, and this has not changed. After carefully reading the skill description of Swallowing Life, Wei Han no longer hesitated and directly synthesized these skills. This is the vitality recovery skill she needs. Without a way to recharge vitality, her plan cannot be officially launched, and she is restricted in everything she does. At the moment of skill synthesis, Wei Han removed the bubble used to hide the tree vine skill. Of course, even if Wei Han removed this bubble, for monsters or viewers watching the live broadcast, she is still invisible and cannot be seen directly by the naked eye. The monsters have now retreated, leaving a large circular space around the bubble. Only the monsters that were frozen by Wei Han's absolute zero are still standing there. They don't know yet that they can't escape at all. In Wei Han's eyes, all monsters have become small power banks. In order to charge as quickly as possible, Wei Han's movements are also very fast. She is like a gust of wind, hiding her figure and shuttling between monsters. Her touch on the monsters is like a dragonfly touching the water, but it triggers the skills accurately. The slightly slower monsters would not even realize that they had been hit. And those cleverer monsters, even if they sensed a slight itch, could not find the source and could not see anything. Her quick movements caused the camera to shift quickly, once again allowing the audience to experience the speed of the high-speed hovercraft, and once again confuse the audience. No one in the audience could understand what was going on now. At the beginning, the monsters did not realize that their vitality was constantly being lost. It was not until some monsters began to show symptoms such as dry and wrinkled skin and muscle atrophy that the monsters began to feel something was wrong and wanted to try to save themselves, and all kinds of skills that might be useful were taken out. After a commotion, they found that they were powerless to the current changes, and the commotion quickly turned into panic. The scene was once again in chaos, even more chaotic than the previous brawl. At this time, Wei Han had already risen into the air on a flying transparent bubble, lowering his eyes, and watching the monsters struggle quietly. She had already withdrawn the protective shield and used swallowing living beings. The presence or absence of a protective shield would not affect the absorption of vitality. In just a dozen seconds, all the monsters in this area would be turned into dust because their vitality was sucked dry. Because it took a short time, Wei Han would stay for a while to see the whole process of this skill taking effect, otherwise she would leave directly and go to the next area where monsters gathered. Perhaps it was because her vitality limit was too high. The vitality of all monsters in this area was completely absorbed, and her vitality only returned to 35%, which was still far from full health. This speed was still not enough. She wanted to try whether the clone could also absorb life force, and feed it back to the main body if she used swallow living beings. As soon as she said it, the clone took action after receiving the command from the main body, touching the remaining monsters in the area where she was at a very fast speed and triggering the skill. The Bat Poison King was really powerful. In a short while, more than half of the monsters in this area fell. But now Wei Han needed to recharge, and the clones had already checked the skills of the monsters in this area, so the clone did not even let go of the Bat Poison King and used swallow living beings on it. Before the audience watching the live broadcast could figure out what was going on in the picture on the right screen, they found that a familiar camera flashed quickly on the left screen. After the camera flashed quickly, it suddenly fixed in the air, just at a height and angle that could take in all the monsters. After a while, the monsters in the picture seemed to have their essence sucked away, shrinking and becoming shrunken with the naked eye, and these symptoms continued to worsen. Now the images on the left and right screens are very similar. Even the height and angle of the camera are almost the same. But all the audience are almost in a state of confusion, and they can no longer understand it. Bai Qingchuan, who possesses the Eye of Truth, can only see some images intermittently because he cannot use the skill continuously. And because the situation changes so quickly, these fragmented images cannot piece together a cause and effect. Even Rong Qi, who knows Wei Han best, can no longer speculate on Wei Han's actions. For a while, Wei Han's live broadcast of the finals became very mysterious. The audience of Wei Han's initial world sighed on all the major platforms of the Star Network. Damn, this is really completely incomprehensible. I suspect that even if Teacher Wei is not invisible, and we watch the whole process, I probably won't understand it. I kneel down. I now suspect that our previous speculations are completely wrong. What is this all of a sudden? What is that move? Too fierce, right? How can it be like that? And then all the monsters are suddenly destroyed. What a terrifying skill. I only have one thought now. I hope the owner of this skill is Teacher Wei, otherwise things will be very troublesome, right? Teacher Wei really doesn't follow the routine at all. I'm really curious why Teacher Wei rushed to the plant monster at the beginning. Did Teacher Wei have any new gains from that monster? The skill must be Teacher Wei's. I don't think there is any need to worry about this. Is Teacher Wei planning to use her ultimate skill now? In Wei Han's original world, the audience's style is to analyze even if they don't understand. Maybe they can get some ideas by analyzing it, or they can guess the correct answer by accident? Wei Han has not used this skill until now, maybe because something happened that made her change her plan. Did you notice that the bat monster was not spared and was also hit? Does this mean that she does not plan to enslave other monsters anymore? Wei Han suddenly did this. There must be a major turning point. Is she going to use this skill to deal with all other monsters directly? With such a powerful skill, the chances of winning should be higher, right? When the picture on the right screen changed just now, you can see that the camera was rushing directly to the vine monster at the beginning. Why did Wei Han focus on that monster? After Wei Han released the skill of hiding the vine monster seemed to have disappeared and turned directly into dust. Anyway, there was no body left and nothing could be found. What was special about this monster? Did she need to deal with it alone? Obviously, when dealing with other monsters, she directly attacked in groups. I said, is there a possibility that Wei Han didn't really want to stay invisible all the time, but she just forgot that she was still invisible? It's really amazing. So many monsters, just in such a short time. This is Wei Han's strength. It's really hard to imagine. Since the fight has already begun, the next step is to start a killing spree, right? While the audience was speculating that Wei Han's move meant that she was going to start a war, Wei Han was checking the charging results. It turned out that the clone could also gain vitality by swallowing living beings, and it would be transferred to the main body at the same time without any side effects. Because there were fewer monsters on the clone side, and the monsters were all relatively weak, the harvest this time was average. Only 3% of her vitality was restored, and now her total vitality has returned to 38%. This is good news, indicating that as long as Wei Han splits more clones to act separately, the charging speed can be doubled. The appearance of the skill, swallowing living beings, did make Wei Han adjust her next plan. She will split 2 more clones next, and let these 2 clones move to the other farther places to start the action. After checking the monster skills, each clone will use, swallowing living beings, to absorb the monster's vitality to replenish her own vitality. She didn't create too many clones, because she didn't have much vitality at the moment. Creating too many clones would weaken their combat effectiveness, and reduce their efficiency. With 3 clones and the main body, there are 4 individuals in action, which can also increase the speed of replenishing vitality. After Wei Han made a decision, he used the splitting skill again, using the Matryoshka split mode to create 2 clones. These 2 clones were also created in an invisible state, and once they were created, they immediately moved quickly and headed in different directions. So the live broadcast screen that the audience watched was split again. This time, it was split from 2 left and right split screens to 4 small split screens, which made the audience dumbfounded. It's not that they didn't know that this meant that Teacher Wei Han had split into 2 more clones, but they didn't expect that they hadn't figured out which side of the left and right screen was the main body, and which was the clone, and now the difficulty suddenly increased to 4 choices. For split screens, 4 pictures were running simultaneously, and they didn't know where to look. Teacher Wei played 4 roles, and each of them could act in an orderly manner. What a terrifying skill control proficiency. More importantly, the audience found that no matter how they speculated, they couldn't guess Teacher Wei Han's next move. She always made actions beyond their speculations, and grasped their curiosity tightly. The more they couldn't understand, the more curious they were. What was the logic behind her series of actions, and why did she do this? In order to understand, even if the live broadcast protagonist could not be seen on the screen, all the audience still stared at the live broadcast screen. Now that it was divided into 4 small screens, the audience dared not be distracted. Their eyes were dizzy. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were busier than the live broadcast protagonist. Wei Han had long been accustomed to controlling the clones to carry out orderly actions. Now there were only 4 clones, which was a piece of cake. Because they wanted to see the game situation in a farther area, the 2 newly separated clones would use flying bubbles to quickly move to a slightly farther place. During the movement, they would pay close attention to the situation on the ground. Perhaps because they moved far enough this time, Wei Han's clone number 2 and clone number 3 saw 3 players, who could be called familiar in different directions. After the number 1 clone finished his work, he moved forward for more than 10 minutes, and suddenly saw an area filled with purple mist. Most of the monsters in this area have fallen down and fallen asleep, and only a few are struggling to escape from the range of the purple mist. Clone number 1 thought for a few seconds, and suddenly stopped. Clone number 2 saw a small pool of Yumian in an area where monsters had not yet fought. It looked inconspicuous, and the monsters who were vigilant and alert to each other did not notice it. Clone number 2 narrowed his eyes, chose to ignore it, and continued on his way. Clone number 3 ran into a flying dragon-shaped monster. Every time the dragon-shaped monster vibrated its wings, it would scatter a large number of symbiotic particles below like the wind blowing over dandelions. These symbiotic particles were like a drizzle, falling densely and evenly on the ground below, floating around the monsters in this area. The dragon-shaped monster probably didn't have the ability to see through the disguise. The number 3 clone stayed in the bubble and floated past it. It didn't notice anything and flew forward as usual. The number 3 clone slowed down a little, and the main body adjusted some skills to let her observe the path of these symbiotic particles entering the monster's body. The symbiotic particles scattered by the dragon-shaped monster seemed to have been optimized and improved. The third clone observed that these symbiotic particles seemed to form symbiosis directly, without the consent of the target. The evidence is that after the symbiotic particles entered the monster's brain, a hidden planet icon appeared on the monster's body, which was the planet icon of the symbiotic particles. Moreover, this symbiotic particle also directly entered the monster's body through breathing, and entered the blood circulation, reaching the brain at the fastest speed. In other words, the symbiotic particle that came to the finals had a very fast symbiotic speed. Perhaps after the symbiotic success, the speed of replacing the original consciousness of the symbiotic body was also very fast. After the third clone made these conclusions and analyses based on observations, he did not reject the symbiotic particles that floated in front of him, but directly absorbed them into his body. After actively taking the symbiotic particles into his body, the third clone stopped and blinked, a little unbelievable. This time, the speed at which she unlocked the memory information carried by the symbiotic particles was so fast that she received a large amount of memory information almost instantly. According to the memory information, this seems to be the sacrifice made by the final symbiotic particles in order to achieve rapid symbiosis. This symbiotic particle believes that it is meaningless whether the enemy intercepts memory information quickly or slowly. If there is an opponent who cannot be symbiotic with the symbiotic particle, but devour the symbiotic particle in turn, then the opponent will unlock the memory information. So why should we care about whether it is fast or slow? Of course, none of this is important. What is important is the winning plan of this symbiotic particle in the finals. The plan of the symbiotic particle is also very simple. All it has to do is to spread the symbiotic particle throughout the competition and make all opponents become symbiotes. It only takes half an hour for this batch of symbiotic particles to achieve deep symbiosis. Once deep symbiosis is achieved, the symbionts will be taken over by the symbiotic particles. The symbiotic particles will control all symbionts to kill themselves until only the secondary mother body is left in the final arena. If they encounter a difficult opponent that cannot be symbiotic, the symbiotic particles will control the symbionts to fight against the non-symbionts and besiege them. After Wei Han learned about this plan, she felt that this was really the style of the symbiotic particles. She did not intend to obstruct the symbiotic particles, so the third clone would continue on his way. For her, whether it was the symbiotic particles or Yumian, they were all little experts who helped her clear monsters. If she wanted to use monsters to replenish her vitality, she could move to another place and did not have to compete with them. Anyway, it was very easy for her to deal with these things. What she needed to be wary of was the opponent she had never seen and had not understood at all. While on the way, the main body checked the cost of the all-annihilation command for the third time. The query result this time is much lower than the last time. Now if you want to use the skill, words come true, to kill all monsters except her in the current arena immediately, you need to consume 8 of her lives. It seems that from the second query to the third query, the number of finalists in the total arena has decreased a lot. But there are still 7.01 lives to consume her 0.99 lives. If you want to achieve the goal, you need to keep working hard. At present, except for the number 1 clone, the main body and the other 2 clones are still looking for new monster gathering areas. The number 1 clone slowly landed in the area filled with purple fog. There are many sleeping monsters here, so this area has been constructed with many strange scenes, and the shapes of many buildings are indescribable. The clone number 1 was not coming for the purple mist, but mainly because she thought that the purple mist had put the monsters to sleep, and it would be unreasonable for her not to take advantage of the monsters. Therefore, the clone number 1 began to look at the monster skills and props one by one, and then used swallowing living beings to drain the monster's vitality. The monsters were all asleep, and the process became very easy. Moreover, the clone number 1 also found that if she kept the skill, swallowing living beings, and passed through the purple mist, there would be a clear path between the purple mists, probably because the triggered skill directly took away a piece. The clone number 1 did not expect that the skill, swallowing living beings, could also absorb the vitality of things like purple mist. The purple mist did not expect that they would encounter a tough opponent, and they could not afford to provoke them, so they chose to avoid it. So, a very magical scene appeared. Wherever the clone number 1 went, the purple mist would take the initiative to make way for her. The prey that originally belonged to them was intercepted by the clone number 1, and they did not dare to fart. However, after the number 1 clone had dealt with all the monsters, he still did not let go of the purple mist. He directly trapped the purple mist with a protective shield and packed it up to take it with him to the next area to continue to play a role. So everything went smoothly for the number 1 clone. The monster's skills and props were all seen and obtained, and the monster's vitality was also drained. The success of the number 1 clone increased Wei Han's vitality by another 5 percentage points. Now Wei Han's vitality has returned to 43%. After that, the number 1 clone continued to look for the next target area. It happened that the number 2 clone had already found a new area and immediately took action. Because the skills have to be used at different times, Wei Han basically arranges the action time of each clone at different times. The audience watching the live broadcast found that in the 4 split screens, the familiar camera movement process seemed to rotate in a clockwise direction. The process just completed in the previous split screen. The next split screen starts the process in the previous screen, almost achieving a closed loop. Since the screen was divided into 4, the audience has given up speculation. They can't see through Teacher Wei Han's action ideas in 2 split screens, let alone 4 split screens. They often look at one and ignore the other. They just watch it with peace of mind. When Teacher Wei Han removes the invisible state later, are they still afraid that they can't understand it? Teacher Wei Han can't really stay invisible until he wins, right? After the joint efforts of the 3 clones and the main body, Wei Han's vitality finally returned to 100% after a few hours. However, the number of players left in the arena has not fallen below 1,000, but it is also less than expected. Wei Han checked for the 4th time, and the result was that the command would consume 3 more of her lives. To be honest, the speed reduction was faster than Wei Han expected. This was good but also bad. If it was just the killing between ordinary monster players that caused the number to decrease so quickly, then it would be good for her plan. But if it was because there were powerful monster players who were killing other monster players quickly and on a large scale, then the situation was hard to say. In order to further confirm the situation, Wei Han continued to send 3 clones to conduct reconnaissance. Each clone is responsible for a direction, trying to have a general understanding of the battle situation in all areas of the entire arena, to see where the monsters are being killed in large numbers, and what kind of powerful opponents exist. As for Wei Han himself, he stayed in the bubble and floated in the air, preparing to use the vitality that had just been fully restored to make some advanced preparations. In order to prevent the skill, words follow, from being rebounded or invalidated, or forcibly weakened after being used, Wei Han must use, words follow, to make all these related skills and props disappear. After inquiry, there are more than 20 finalists in the final arena who have related skills and props. The words follow command that makes these skills and props disappear requires 50% of vitality. This price is within Wei Han's acceptable range. She gave 10% of vitality to each of the 3 clones, and the main body still has 70%. After deducting 50%, the main body still has 20%. Now is not the time for her to use the last command, and she still has time to restore her vitality. After making the decision, Wei Han decisively used the skill command. The skill command was successfully implemented, and her vitality was immediately deducted by 50%. Next, the 3 clones collected information, and the main body went to restore vitality. Wei Han estimated that it would be just right for her to go to Yumian now. Yumian, who assimilated a large number of monsters, is a supercapacity power bank. Chapter 282. Before Wei Han returned to the area where Yumian was, the 3 clones had already flown high enough in the air. While the field of vision was extremely wide, it would also be relatively safe, reducing the possibility of being discovered by a strong opponent. Putting the 3 fields of vision together, Wei Han constructed a plan of the entire stadium in his mind. The plan of the stadium is a very regular hexagon. The 6 vertices are connected to the center, and 6 equilateral triangles appear, which divides the stadium into 6 areas of the same size. The regular hexagon depicted in Wei Han's mind is placed upright, that is, the upper and lower sides are 2 sides, and the upper and lower sides are 2 vertices. So Wei Han also divided the 6 triangles in the 6 areas into the upper 3 and the lower 3, and then used left, middle, and right to distinguish them. For example, the triangle area on the upper left is the upper left triangle, and the triangle area in the middle of the lower is the lower middle triangle, and so on. So far, her range of activities has only been in the upper left triangle and the upper middle triangle. Now the monsters in these two large areas are either dead or running away. At a glance, except for Yumian who is expanding outward, it is difficult to find any living creatures. As for the situation in the other four large areas, the three clones are now observing. The monsters symbiotically coexisting with symbiotic particles are all moving towards the upper right triangle, and the monsters on the far right of the upper right triangle seem to be moving towards the center of gravity of the regular hexagon, looking like they are being driven forward by something. The battle situation in the three triangular areas below also looks quite intense. If you zoom in on any small area with monsters, you can see the monsters fighting. There were many monsters that remained invisible like her. The strategies adopted by these monsters were very similar to hers. They almost always hid themselves and acted in secret, never exposing themselves in the open. Moreover, these monsters were more sensitive than she thought. When she looked down from such a high altitude, they seemed to be able to sense her gaze, and suddenly looked up in the direction of the clone. At the critical moment, she released the clone's skill. This sensitivity and vigilance were comparable to hers. If she was not careful, she might be exposed and targeted. Those monsters that adopted similar strategies, as her must be difficult to deal with. Wei Han had no doubt that if she had not taken the initiative to destroy the skills and props of other words and spirit effects, then she would be the one whose skills and props were destroyed. After releasing the clones created by the splitting skill, Wei Han did not split out other clones for the time being, but stayed in the bubble flying towards Yumian, carefully analyzing the observations of several clones. In addition to these monsters that could sense her sight, Wei Han also saw other strong opponents. Some monsters are not invisible, maybe because they don't have the invisible skill, or maybe because they deliberately don't use the invisible skill. Although these players are not invisible, their strength should not be underestimated. For example, Wei Han noticed a jellyfish-shaped translucent monster that can float in the air. I don't know what skill it uses, but it glows like a light bulb. It is a light pink light that looks harmless, which reminds Wei Han of the light in the Mushroom Forest dungeon. It has a very gentle feeling, but in fact the light pink light emitted by this monster is the light of death. If you enter the range of the light, you will die immediately. Wherever the glowing jellyfish monster floats, the monsters that passively enter the range of light will fall without warning. The current number of finalists in the overall arena has dropped so much, and this glowing jellyfish monster has contributed a little. If it hadn't been counter-detected by those powerful opponents in the invisible state, Wei Han would have wanted to observe it for a while longer to see what the weakness of this monster's skills is. There are always restrictions on the use of skills. The jellyfish monster can't always glow. When it can't use the skill that emits the light of death, what other tricks does the jellyfish monster have? In addition to the jellyfish monster, there are also monsters that are suspected to have the skill of cutting space. This monster can use the skill of cutting space to kill monsters invisibly, and can also use it to hide itself. Although this hiding method can still be seen by the Eye of Truth, this hiding method can definitely avoid attacks from other monsters. Wei Han noticed that this monster often hides in the gaps in the cut space to recover blood, and it will also hide when encountering monsters that it may not be able to beat. Wei Han also saw Bailongs, who didn't seem to think of this place as a competition field. He was only busy collecting genes. Because he had the ability to disable other opponents' skills and props for a certain period of time, his progress was quite smooth. And Bailongs also had the ability to see through disguises and see the truth. Wei Han saw that he was clearly aiming to transfer the skills and props of his opponents. There were also monsters with skills, like being able to create pseudo-black holes, which had similar effects to black holes, but these pseudo-black holes would disappear naturally after a certain period of time, along with everything sucked into the pseudo-black holes. There are even more monsters that can achieve absolute control over other creatures. They either control some monsters to supply them with skills or props, and then end their lives, or control the monsters to fight each other, and they watch the show from the side. There are many dangerous opponents with various powerful skills, all over the other four major areas of the main competition venue, and Wei Han cannot list them one by one. No wonder the number of existing finalists has dropped so quickly, because there are too many powerful opponents with equal strength. This is the third situation she least wants to encounter, and it is also the worst situation. More importantly, they not only have powerful skills, but are also very cunning. Just by seeing their methods and actions, Wei Han can imagine how troublesome it would be if he faced them head-on. Now they are still expanding outward in different areas, and have not yet met each other, but Wei Han thinks that with the caution and cunningness of these monsters, they will take the initiative to avoid this situation. As long as the finalists have a little bit of brains, it is unlikely to be the first batch to go first. As time goes on, their actions will become more cautious, and their strength may also increase significantly. From now on, she will start to pay closer attention to the changes in the number of existing players. When the time comes, she must decisively use words follow the law, without delaying for a second. When the analysis is completed, Wei Han has arrived above the area where Yumian is. She did not land immediately because she saw that Yumian was still assimilating a group of monsters. In Wei Han's eyes, it was like a big power bank was charging, and she wanted to wait until the big power bank was fully charged before unplugging it. Anyway, she has the skills to resist assimilation, so she doesn't have to worry about being assimilated by Yumian if she stays still. Having just seen so many strange and powerful opponents, Wei Han inexplicably feels particularly close to Yumian, who is quietly charging. Wei Han stayed in the flying bubble and stopped in the air, with Yumian below him, which confused the audience watching the live broadcast again. Just now, after Wei Han released the 3 clones, the live broadcast screen on the virtual screen merged from 4 small split screens into one large screen, and the other 3 split screens disappeared. The audience could immediately guess that this was because Teacher Wei Han released the skills of the clones, but they couldn't figure it out. Wasn't it fine before? Why did the skills suddenly release? Now the mystery of which screen is Teacher Wei Han's real body has been revealed, but the audience no longer cares about the bet. They just want to know what happened to cause Teacher Wei Han to suddenly release the skills. Facing the current scene, the audience has a lot of questions. Teacher Wei Han is now hovering over Yumian. Isn't he worried about being assimilated? Looking at Teacher Wei Han's route, it is basically certain that Teacher Wei Han is heading straight for Yumian. Is it because Teacher Wei Han wants to deal with Yumian specifically? Will Teacher Wei Han continue to split into other clones? So is Teacher Wei Han really going to be invisible throughout the whole process? Is it possible for them to see Teacher Wei Han's face again? Even if it is her appearance in disguise. Wei Han cannot interact with the audience watching the live broadcast, so no one can answer these questions. She is now closely observing the assimilation speed of the finalist Yumian, and found that Yumian, who can come to the finals, is indeed extraordinary. The assimilation speed is very fast. In just a short while, the group of monsters have all turned into slime. No wonder Yumian's expansion range is much larger than she expected. Wei Han secretly prays that this power bank still supports super fast charging. It is worthy of being a power bank that can squeeze into the finals. The performance is good. Since the charging has been completed this time, she will not be polite. The next moment, Wei Han fell almost straight down, and the camera also showed a very thrilling change, just like an immersive roller coaster that goes through 90 degrees. Some viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't help but scream. In this process, it looks like Wei Han fell straight down, as if he would land on his head. In fact, when he really landed, Wei Han's movements were very gentle, and he felt like picking up something heavily and putting it down gently. If Wei Han had not used the invisibility skill, the audience would have been able to see Wei Han landing on Yumian very gracefully. Then she slowly squatted down, took off the black glove she often wore, and reached out to touch Yumian. The skill, swallowing living beings, was triggered instantly. Starting from Wei Han's position, the gray color spread at a very fast speed, and the originally fresh and sweet candy-colored picture turned into a dead gray black and white. This change in the picture stunned the audience, and they realized that this was because Teacher Wei Han used that powerful and mysterious skill on Yumian. This kind of monster, which is almost completely impossible for ordinary players to deal with, seems to be dealt with by Teacher Wei Han in a snap of a finger. They were still worried that Teacher Wei Han would be assimilated by Yumian. This was simply an insult to Teacher Wei Han. After successfully triggering the skill, Wei Han stood up and took out a handkerchief from the skill space, gently wiped her hands, and then took out a new glove and put it on. The whole process was slow and methodical. The Yumian brand power bank has a fast charging speed and a good discharge speed. In just a short while, Wei Han found that her vitality increased by 10%. While waiting for the vitality to be replenished, Wei Han had to check the change of the command price every 20 seconds. Those equally powerful opponents were very powerful, and the price was still falling so fast. Now, if you want to kill all the other finalists, you only need to consume 1.5 of her lives. Wei Han secretly clenched his fists, and rarely felt a little nervous. The time is coming soon. This is a critical moment, and nothing can go wrong. In order to use the skill smoothly and say the command, Wei Han had created several layers of defensive bubbles for herself in advance, and several layers of protective shields outside the bubbles. After she had made all these defensive preparations, a large area of Yumian was completely turned into dust, which was spread all over, mixed with silver gravel, making the silver gravel appear a kind of earthy yellow. Wei Han's vitality had just recovered to 100%. She once again checked the price of the command, and now it has finally dropped to a price she can afford. Now, as long as she consumes 99% of her vitality, she can directly say the skill command that will kill all other finalists in the arena except her. Wei Han was secretly excited, but suddenly she felt a chill on her back. She turned around and saw a huge pseudo-black hole slowly rising in the distance. As the pseudo-black hole rose, it slowly lit up a light pink light, just like a black sun. The range covered by the light was expanding as the pseudo-black hole rose. Those powerful opponents have already started to act. Although I don't know how the pseudo-black hole skill is combined with the skill of the glowing jellyfish monster, the effect of the light pink light must still be preserved. As long as you are exposed to it, you will die. Wei Han immediately simulated, words come out and laws follow, and said the words that had been calculated for the entire game in a sonorous and powerful voice. At present, all finalists except me in the general arena are immediately and permanently dead. After this sentence fell, whether it was in the arena or in front of the live broadcast screen, it was as if the pause button was pressed, and there was deathly silence everywhere. In other areas of the competition venue, monsters fell silently one after another, without even the last cry of struggle. Only the unwilling and puzzled eyes interpreted their last emotions before death. The pseudo-black hole that rose, like a black sun, also dispersed suddenly, as if it had never existed. In this endless competition venue, it was terribly empty in an instant, as if it was a dead place where life could not exist. 99% of the vitality was deducted in an instant. Wei Han frowned, lowered his head, and covered his mouth with his right hand, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The remaining 1% of vitality could not support her to continue to maintain multiple skills at the same time, and those skills were lifted one by one. First the shield skill, then the bubble skill, then the invisibility skill. In the end, even the disguise skill was not left. In the live broadcast screen, a figure gradually became clear. She stood straight, lowered her head slightly, and put one hand on her mouth. The hair hanging from the side of her ear blocked a small part of her face, entangled between her white fingers, like a painting. Some careful viewers have discovered that the hair color of Teacher Wei Han is different from when the character live broadcast started. At that time, her hair was obviously brown, but now it has turned into black like ink. Seeing this familiar hair color, the audience in the initial world has begun to get excited and quickly adjusted the camera to try to adjust it to an angle that can see Teacher Wei from the front or side. The audience in the original world is not stupid either. After only a moment of confusion, they immediately thought that this is probably Wei Han removing all disguises, and now she has revealed her true appearance. For a while, the audience was busy adjusting the camera, because the authority to adjust the camera angle is limited. It is difficult to adjust to an angle that can see the face with such a bowing action. Fearing that they would miss Teacher Wei Han's beauty, the audience jumped up and down like monkeys, secretly begging Teacher Wei Han to move his head. But Wei Han didn't move, not because she was too fragile to move, but because she needed to adapt to this feeling of low health. She hadn't felt so fragile for a long time. After a while, she hadn't completely recovered yet, and suddenly felt a burning sensation in her palm, and a brisk AI female voice sounded in her head. Congratulations on becoming the only survivor in the overall arena, representing Blue Star Civilization to win the final victory in the second category finals. Plain Battle Royale detailed instructions, and your exclusive rewards have been issued. Please check in time. Congratulations to Blue Star Civilization for becoming the final winner of this Plain Battle Royale. Chapter 283. Not only did Wei Han receive this notification, but all the players of Blue Star Civilization also suddenly felt a burning sensation in their palms, and a lively AI female voice sounded in their heads. However, the content of the notification they received was as follows: Player Wei Han, number M1428573141559WH0.618, as the general representative of Blue Star Civilization, has won the final victory in the second category finals of this Plain Battle Royale. Plain Battle Royale detailed instructions have been issued. Please check in time. Congratulations to Blue Star Civilization for becoming the final winner of this Plain Battle Royale. This notification did have a huge impact on the players of Blue Star Civilization, but for the audience watching the live broadcast of the finals, they didn't care about whether to notify or not. Now they just want to stare at the virtual screen. Their eyes are almost glued to the screen. Just because Wei Han took his hand away to check the notification on his palm, he slowly raised his head. That flawless face was clearly displayed in front of the camera, which made people's heartbeats stop for a beat. In order to see the virtual screen popping up in her palm, she lowered her eyes at this time. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, with the slight movement of her eyeballs, casting a vague shadow on her fair face. A trace of blood at the corner of her mouth added a bit of fragility to her, weakening her original sense of alienation from the world. All the audience, who were watching the live broadcast, were bewitched by this beautiful face. They didn't think about anything in their minds. They just stared in front of the screen, not willing to blink. Wei Han looked like she was checking the notification carefully, but in fact, she was looking for the button to leave the dungeon. She didn't plan to check the instructions or rewards by herself in the dungeon. She wanted to leave the dungeon first, and then watch and discuss with her family and friends, which would be more interesting. The button to leave the dungeon was still on the last interface. After Wei Han pressed this button, the system popped up two option buttons just like when leaving the campaign dungeon. One was the initial world, and the other was the native world. Rong Qi's face flashed through her mind, and Wei Han didn't hesitate for a second, and still chose the native world. After making the choice, Wei Han temporarily retracted the interface of the icon system. A circular rainbow-shaped portal was quietly emerging. She took out a wet towel from the skill space, and wiped the corners of her mouth to wipe off the blood. The solidified blood spread on the wet towel. Wei Han looked down at the ground, and finally stuffed the garbage back into the small trash can in the skill space. Remember, even in the dungeon, you can't do such uncivilized things as littering. After the blood on the corner of her mouth was wiped off, the slight sense of fragility disappeared immediately. The original aloof and otherworldly temperament reappeared, making people feel a sense of alienation, and at the same time, people felt that she was like an immortal who was thrown into the mortal world to experience tribulations, transcending the mundane world. The audience of the live broadcast was once again hit by the beauty, covering their pounding hearts. This is the true beauty of the world. The audience, who were obsessed with the beautiful face, did not notice the circular rainbow portal that appeared in front of Teacher Wei Han. When Wei Han was sure that the portal was passable and walked towards it, the audience realized that she seemed to be leaving the dungeon. That is, leaving the live camera, and they would not be able to see such stunning beauty. After realizing this, many viewers howled directly at the live screen, expressing their reluctance, and begging Teacher Wei Han to stay a little longer and pity their eyes. The live broadcast of the finals was presented by the icon system, and there was not even a barrage function. These pleas would naturally not be transmitted to Wei Han. However, even if Wei Han knew about the audience's plea, she would not agree. Wei Han just took a step, walked towards the portal, and left the final arena. The live screen suddenly turned black at the moment Wei Han passed through the portal, and there seemed to be 1 or 2 words on it. The audience looked at it carefully with full of regret. The text above was as follows: "The second category of the Plain Battle Royale final has ended. The winning contestant Wei Han has appeared. The live broadcast of the final has officially ended. Thank you for watching." At this time, the audience saw the words Plain Battle Royale, and finally came back to their senses. They remembered belatedly that when Teacher Wei Han raised his head just now, a voice in their minds said something. At that time, they were amazed by Teacher Wei Han's appearance, and did not pay attention to what the voice said. Now they can't remember the specific content when they think about it. But the icons in their palms were all jumping, indicating that there were new notifications. So, the audience's attention was gradually diverted, and they all clicked on the jumping icons with confusion. This notice was not only received by the audience watching the live broadcast, but also by all players participating in the Plain Battle Royale, whether they were human or any other races and civilizations. It was a general notice that all members would receive in the true sense. And since this notice was issued, all worlds, whether it was the Blue Star world or other copy worlds, have set off huge waves. The people in Wei Han's native world and the initial world were relatively slow to react, because they were still reminiscing about Teacher Wei Han's final live broadcast and making various discussions. When Wei Han passed through the portal, a similar circular rainbow portal immediately appeared on Rong Qi's side. The next moment, Wei Han slowly walked out of the door and returned to the stone cave hall carved out of the cliff. Rong Qi was the only one in the stone cave hall at this time. Her parents and Shirley, Bai Qingchuan and others should not have come out of the live broadcast room yet. Rong Qi was waiting for her, and he immediately greeted her as soon as he saw her coming out of the portal. From Rong Qi's perspective, Wei Han just walked into the portal on the screen, and then came to him. It was as if Wei Han had walked out of the screen. He had expected that Wei Han might come back here when he exited the dungeon, so he immediately put away the icon interface after he found that the live broadcast screen turned black, just waiting to find Wei Han as soon as possible. As for the notifications he received, He had no intention of checking them until he saw Wei Han return safely. When Rongqi went up to meet him, he looked up and saw Wei Han's beautiful face again. For a moment, he was a little dazed. But he quickly pinched his thigh and shook his head vigorously. After waking up, he turned his head slightly and asked anxiously, "How do you feel? Why are you bleeding? Do I need to replenish your mental strength or vitality?" When he saw the bloodstains on Wei Han's mouth, his chest felt like being pressed by a huge rock, and he felt indescribably depressed. Combined with what she said at the end of the finals, he could probably guess that it was because she consumed too much vitality or mental strength when using skills. Then the only thing he could do was to replenish her vitality and mental strength in time after she came out. Anyway, no matter what she needed, he would give it to her without complaint. Wei Han wanted to greet him, but after hearing him being so sensible, she held out her hand and said honestly, "The last sentence I said on the field, if it is realized through words come true, it will cost me 99% of my vitality. So I only have 1% of my vitality now." She asked politely, "If it is convenient for you, I may need you to transfer some vitality to me first." Facing the hand with distinct joints, slender knuckles, and a strong sense of strength in front of him, Rongqi shook it openly. His skill of transferring vitality requires him to maintain physical contact with the recipient. Wei Han's initiative to ask for vitality made him feel relieved, and his mood suddenly improved. "Don't say it's convenient or not, this is what I should do." He pointed to the place where he had just sat, where there was a complete set of sofas. "Sit down here. Maybe we can talk about your experience in the finals while replenishing vitality, or check the notifications we just received." Wei Han nodded. She looked a little tired now. She really needed to lie down for a while. So, the two moved to the sofa in the cave hall. Rongqi sat on the 3 seats of the L-shaped sofa, while Wei Han leaned against the bed and half-lying. Their hands just fit together. Rongqi's vitality slowly flowed into Wei Han's body through the contact points, just like an infusion. After her vitality was slightly restored, Wei Han used her disguise skill first, otherwise Rongqi would never dare to look at her. This made her feel very strange. As soon as the infusion started, several portals appeared in the hall one after another. Then Wei Han's parents, Shirley, Bai Qingchuan, Zhang Xian, came out of the portals one after another. It seemed that they also came out of the live broadcast room where they watched the game. As soon as the group came out of the portal, they turned around and saw Wei Han half-lying on the sofa. Except for looking a little tired, everything was fine, and there was no missing limbs. But they were all concerned about the symptoms Wei Han had after saying that. He vomited blood. Would that be serious? Therefore, as soon as the group of people came out, they immediately gathered around Wei Han and asked one question after another. "Hanan, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Wei Shu looked at his daughter carefully, wanting to help but worried about being too offensive. Wei Song also looked through his skills and props and asked, "Can you see if Dad has any skills and props that can help you?" "Surely. Wei Han, are you okay? We didn't see what you did in the finals the whole time. Was it hard?" Bai Qingchuan, "Wei Han, you really worked hard. I don't know how to say it. Your victory this time seems to be of great significance." Zhang Xian, "How long have you been back here? What's wrong with you? Can we help you?" Their questions were all quite normal up to this point, but when it came to Wu Shi, the teenage girl seemed very innocent. She pointed at Wei Han and Rongqi's folded hands, and said with a face full of longing, "Brother Rongqi and sister Wei Han are holding hands. Brother and sister are." Wu Shi's voice stopped abruptly, and her parents standing on both sides of her covered her mouth directly. The embarrassment on Wu Shan and Li Wan's faces almost froze the air. The two laughed and said the same words. "Haha, children's words are innocent. Children's words are innocent. Don't take it seriously." Others, Wei Han pinched his temple with his other hand in silence. "I'm not in big trouble. I just used a skill that can make words come true, which consumed 99% of my vitality." She then explained, "Rongqi is now helping me replenish my vitality. He has a skill that can transfer vitality. I just need to replenish my vitality, and I'd be fine. Instead of surrounding me here, why don't you take a serious look at the notification just now? You should have received the notification as well, right? Well, we are very curious about how you won in the dungeon. Can we know this?" Shirley asked weakly. To be honest, no one could have guessed that Wei Han would actually be invisible throughout the finals, and only appeared briefly at the beginning and the end. This also made all the audience crazy and curious about Wei Han's operation throughout the finals. They thought it must be unimaginably wonderful, so wonderful that they felt that if they missed it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Wei Han would naturally not be stingy about sharing the whole process of her finals with her relatives and friends, but the key now is to check the notice after the finals. As Bai Qingchuan said, the finals she participated in seemed to be of great significance. Representing the victory of Blue Star Civilization in the finals, Blue Star Civilization became the final winner in the Plane Battle Royale. Every word here made her particularly concerned. According to her understanding of the truth of the advent of the copy, this is likely to be all the answers to the Plane Battle Royale they experienced this time. Wei Han said so, and the others nodded obediently, clicked on the icons jumping in their palms, and began to check the detailed description of the Plane Battle Royale. At first, they had a more casual and indifferent mentality, but as soon as they started to read it, their expressions changed from relaxed and comfortable to serious. This detailed description of the Plane Battle Royale unexpectedly revealed all the truth about the advent of the copy to everyone. The real reason for the appearance of the copy portal is that some high-dimensional civilization creatures that humans cannot understand, for some unknown reason, held a huge battle royale. In this battle royale, the actual contestants are the planets that have formed civilizations. The planets themselves are the real players. The individuals in the planetary civilizations are actually equivalent to soldiers, and are called small players. If it is understood as a war between countries, then they are soldiers in the army. The icons on their palms are the planetary civilizations they represent, which are equivalent to an identity mark to distinguish them from the small players on other planetary civilizations. At the same time, this planet icon is also the bridge between the Battle Royale system and them, responsible for issuing tasks, providing skill props, giving them power that does not exist, and so on. In this Battle Royale, everything the little players do can be summarized as attack and defense. Attack means actively entering the dungeon for exploration, and defense means dealing with monsters coming out of the red portal. According to these two operations, the real classification of portals is offensive portals and defensive portals, and these two portals are relative. For humans, the offensive portal is the white portal to enter the dungeon, and the defensive portal is the red portal from which monsters will run out. But from the perspective of monsters, the white portal that humans pass through is actually the defensive portal, and the red portal that they actively pass through is the offensive portal. These are the same as what Wei Han saw in the inherited memory information of the symbiotic particles. Because the others did not know anything in advance, they are now reading carefully, while Wei Han and Rong Qi are mainly looking for the differences between the two battle royales. This session of the Plane Battle Royale has made some optimizations to the rules of the last time, and the most critical point is to add a way to decide the victory. Perhaps because there was only one way to decide the winner in the last session, which led to the battle line being stretched too long. In order to shorten the time to end the Battle Royale to a certain extent, a second-class final was added. The result of the second-class final has the same effect as the first-class final. Regardless of the first-class final or the second-class final, as long as one of the two finals comes out first, the Battle Royale can end. The winning criteria for the first type of finals are similar to those of the previous session. The number of planets occupied by each civilization will be used as the standard to calculate which civilization has better results. The second type of finals randomly selects a small player from each different civilization, and then lets this small player from different parallel time and space to compete in a battle royale, which is equivalent to a wave of screening in parallel time and space. This is the competition campaign that Wei Han and other finalists have experienced. The small players selected through the final campaign will become the general representatives of their planetary civilizations, and then enter the second type of finals as the general representatives of their planetary civilizations, which is the final that Wei Han just finished. The competition format of the second type of finals is still a battle royale, which can be said to be closely related to the theme of the battle royale. As the general representatives of their planetary civilizations, their wins and losses in the second type of finals also directly represent the final results of the planetary civilization in the Plane Battle Royale. So Wei Han's victory in the finals is equivalent to the victory of the Blue Star Civilization. But now that the finals are over and the results have come out, they finally know this information and intelligence. All the players who entered the finals did not expect this. Who could have expected this? It was just a copy that one person participated in, but it was directly related to the planetary civilization they represented. It was like the future of many worlds was placed on one person, and the person was unaware of it before getting the result. When the dust settled and they finally knew it, everything was too late to save the situation. Wei Han and Rong Qi read the instructions for the second category finals more carefully, and found that every step was very thrilling. The final election has a time limit, which they have learned from Wei's parents. But now they clearly see here that before the deadline of the final election, If there is no sole survivor, the planetary civilization that cannot select the finalist will be eliminated directly. In this scenario, the elimination method is to directly destroy the planetary civilization and make it cease to exist. In other words, the planetary civilization that does not select the finalist to participate in the final is not even qualified to be liquidated after the battle royale ends. If Wei Han's final election, she did not stand out and obtain the qualification for the final before the election deadline, then the Blue Star civilization would no longer exist. And if Wei Han did not have 2 skills, the monster Wei Hans did select the sole survivor in time, but the monster Wei Han was in a chaotic and confused state, and it would be impossible to win in the final, then Blue Star would become the loser. So every step here is actually very critical, and a slight deviation would not be the current result. They actually came here well without knowing anything about these things. In the description of the second category finals, it is also mentioned that if the players of the winning planet civilization miss the live broadcast of the second category finals, they can check the finals live broadcast replay in the newly unlocked, event-related section of the icon system, and there are also special commentary version and pure original version to choose from. In addition to this second category finals, there are other differences. This time, the two-way portal has indeed been cancelled, some portals have been subdivided, some skill props and special rewards have been added or modified, and some dungeon modes have been deleted or added, etc. But these are not very important. You can take your time to read them when you have free time. The key point is to see the rewards for the winners and the punishments for the losers. The Blue Star civilization becomes the final winner this time, and the rewards it gets are as follows. First, all the defensive portals, red portals, on the Blue Star in all time and space will disappear, and other small players, monsters, who go to the Blue Star through the defensive portals will be sent back to their original world. Only the Blue Star civilization can retain all offensive portals, white portals, and these offensive portals will also be refreshed, and some portals that have disappeared will reappear. If the small players on the Blue Star civilization still want to continue to enter the dungeon to do tasks to get rewards, it is also fully supported. The tasks in the dungeon will be rearranged and become a dungeon, winter version, or something like that. In addition, this time, the rewards of parallel time and space portals have been added, allowing the small players on the Blue Star civilization to travel through different parallel time and space more freely and communicate and learn with different parallel time and space. The young players of Blue Star civilization can also obtain ownership of the props and skills they have, and if they obtain new skills and props in the future, they will also be directly owned by the young players themselves. The icon system will also open more permissions to the young players of Blue Star civilization, supporting young players to provide suggestions for dungeons through the opinion book of the icon system. There may be special dungeons that young players want to experience, and it also supports young players to use the icon system to make some relatively simple props. As the final winner, Blue Star civilization does not have to participate in the next plane battle royale. When the next battle royale begins, the little players of the Blue Star civilization can even watch from a bird's eye view, but they are not allowed to interfere with or intervene in the new plane battle royale. Although it is not clear when the next battle royale will begin, and whether the Blue Star civilization will still exist at that time. Through this point, Wei Han and Rongqi finally understood why they did not meet the winner of the previous session this time. It turns out that the winning planetary civilization does not need to be involved in the plane battle royale again, and can also be a spectator watching. The above are the rewards obtained by the Blue Star civilization after winning. Wei Han also has her own personal rewards. Experience points and skill upgrade points are very basic, but the number is directly double compared to usual. Then, there are rewards related to props and skills. In addition to some special props such as tickets and souvenirs, Wei Han has obtained the authority to DIY skills and props to a certain extent, and probably to cooperate with the opening of this permission. Under this reward, there are also skill encyclopedias and props encyclopedias, which record all the skills and props of this plane battle royale. The skills seen through the skill encyclopedia can be judged by Black Lotus as having seen the skill and can be simulated. This reward can be said to be full of sincerity, and Wei Han happened to be very interested in many skills seen in the finals. In terms of breaking through the dungeon, the system gave Wei Han the permission to enter and exit the dungeon at will, which means that no matter which dungeon she goes to, she can come out of the dungeon at any time without having to do any dungeon tasks. Because her initial world and native world are not the same, she also obtained the right to choose between the two exits. In the future, no matter which copy she goes to, when she wants to leave the copy, she can freely choose whether to return to the initial world or the native world. This right also gives a quota, and she can choose a partner to let the partner have the right to choose between the two exits with her. When Wei Han saw this, he thought of Rong Qi at the first time. Wei Han's parents and other partners also looked at Rong Qi at the first time. They all knew who was the most suitable and worthy of this quota. So Wei Han silently entered Rong Qi's player number in the input box for filling in the quota. Rong Qi realized that Wei Han had filled in his number, and was stunned for a moment and couldn't speak. After filling in and submitting, Wei Han didn't look at Rong Qi, but continued to read on. I don't know if it has something to do with her profession as a live broadcast photographer. She was also rewarded with some shooting equipment, which was used for live broadcasts, and all parallel time and space on Blue Star were connected to her live broadcast. If she wants to issue a live broadcast notice, her upgraded icon system interface now has some new sections, and she can post announcements in the Dungeon Live Broadcast section. The announcements issued here will be transmitted to all players of the Blue Star civilization in all time and space, just like task notifications, which can be regarded as a multi-universe level notification for all. The final effect is that as long as she uses the equipment rewarded by the system to broadcast the Dungeon Live, all the small players in the parallel time and space of Blue Star can receive notifications through the icon system. Viewers can watch the live broadcast directly through the icon system, or they can project the live broadcast to their electronic devices. It seems that this reward is specially arranged to expand Wei Han's audience. In view of those advanced technology shooting equipment, Wei Han reluctantly thinks that this reward is quite considerate, and she really likes shooting and live broadcasting. Her personal rewards end here. After reading the reward part, the next part is the punishment of the failed planetary civilization. Planetary civilizations that have qualified for the second category finals, but lost in the second category finals will have all offensive portals closed, and all defensive portals will be converted into dedicated channels for the winning planetary civilization. In the words of human civilization, the white portal disappears, leaving only the red portal, and from now on, only some specific monsters will run out of the red portal. What they will encounter depends on whether these specific monsters are good or evil. The icon system of the small players of these planetary civilizations will be recycled, and their skills and props will also be recycled, but the physical qualities and other things that these small players have improved during the Battle Royale can continue to be retained. Before the next Battle Royale, the organizers will randomly destroy a planetary civilization from time to time, just like a knife hanging over the heads of a bunch of prisoners. No prisoner knows when the knife will fall on him, and he will live in panic all the time. When the next Battle Royale starts, if the failed planetary civilization still exists and has not gone extinct, it will be involved in the Battle Royale again. This cycle repeats itself. Either the first planet civilization perishes in suffering and catastrophe after catastrophe, or becomes the winner and ascends directly. Seeing the punishment of the loser, even the little players of the Blue Star civilization feel inexplicably heavy. If the Blue Star civilization does not become the final winner, then they will also bear such a punishment. Except for Wei Han's initial world and native world, the little players on the Blue Star in other time and space are almost unfamiliar with the name Wei Han. But after watching the rewards and punishments, they have already understood the importance of winning, so they all pay special attention to this player who won the second-class finals as the general representative of Blue Star. After watching the rewards and punishments, they immediately went to check her live broadcast replay of the finals, watching the two versions in turn, and watching them repeatedly, vaguely even like extending a second-class final science or something like that. Anyway, this time, the name of Wei Han, numbered M1428578314159WH0.618, was completely known in all parallel universes, and was known by all players in the Blue Star civilization. When they saw that if this person used a specific device to broadcast live, they could also receive the screen and become viewers, they began to look forward to receiving Wei Han's live broadcast notifications. Players in parallel universes, who had met Wei Han once, were even more excited. They felt very proud and boasted to everyone that they had met Teacher Wei. From then on, greetings became how do you know I really met Teacher Wei? Similarly, the Wei Hans in other parallel universes were also extremely excited. Since being saved by Teacher Wei in the campaign copy, they have all been smitten by Teacher Wei's charm, and have taken Teacher Wei as their goal, wanting to work hard to become like her. These Wei Hans did not know that the protagonist Wei Han was called Teacher Wei in the initial world. They admired the protagonist Wei Han from the bottom of their hearts, so they spontaneously used the honorific Teacher Wei to the protagonist Wei Han. Of course, the most excited were the players in Wei Han's initial world and the original world. They completely regarded themselves as Teacher Wei's family, and had reached a crazy love for Teacher Wei. They were all extremely proud to be in the same world with Teacher Wei, and their catchphrase became "Be tougher and more confident. We are people in the same world as Teacher Wei." Apart from anything else, their two worlds will definitely be famous in all time and space. I don't know how many partners in parallel time and space will envy and hate them, and I don't know how many partners in parallel time and space will come here in the future. Being in the same world with Teacher Wei, they have already stood at the peak of their lives. It is no exaggeration to say that now every blue star civilization in every time and space is in a carnival. Even if some blue star civilizations are not human races, different races do not affect their excitement at all. After all, it is blue star civilization that wins, not specifically human civilization, as long as it is blue star civilization. From the time the notice was issued, the punishment and reward measures have been implemented. The portals that should disappear disappeared. The portals that should be modified were also modified, and the various monsters that would have posed a huge threat to some blue star civilizations were also repatriated. Not only has the crisis on the blue star civilization been completely resolved, but the future is also infinitely bright. When rebuilding their homes, the players were particularly excited. They were like chicken blood, waiting for the reconstruction of their homes to be completed and start a new dungeon experience. Of course, the most important thing is to wait for Teacher Wei's next live broadcast, because they know that even if Teacher Wei does not return to the original world can still see Teacher Wei's live broadcast, so the players in the original world are not so worried that Teacher Wei will abandon the original world. It's better than Teacher Wei abandoning the original world, and they will never see anything related to Teacher Wei again, right? Teacher Wei once lived in this world, and her live broadcast career started from their world, which is the greatest luck of their world. Wei Han and Rong Qi did not return to the original world immediately after the finals. They mainly helped to rebuild the original world and renovate the house. Now there will be no more monsters coming to the original world to destroy everything in the original world, so her parents can also return to the place where normal humans live and happily build a new house. After the new house was built, they took out a lot of things that Wei Han used when he was a child from the skill space and placed them in Wei Han's room one by one. Although the old house was destroyed, they kept all the things that Wei Han used before, just to welcome Wei Han back one day. After Wei Han and Rong Qi settled everything in the native world, they set off to return to the initial world. When they returned to the initial world, in addition to reuniting with their partners here, there was another very important thing, that is, to buy a house here and determine the place to settle down. Now there are no worries about the uncertainty of the future, and they don't have to wander around anymore. They can settle down without worries. A month later, because he heard that the icon system had collected suggestions from many Blue Star players and made a very interesting copy, Wei Han, who had rested for a month, finally became interested in live streaming. So, a few days later, a live broadcast that could be watched simultaneously in multiple universes started. This is also a live broadcast with special significance. So after the live broadcast started, Wei Han appeared in front of the camera openly. "Hello, viewers from different parallel time and space, I am Wei Han, a copy of the live broadcast photographer." Chapter 284 Extra 1. After Blue Star won the Battle Royale, the organizer of the Battle Royale launched some interesting special dungeons, because the Blue Star Civilization players were allowed to make suggestions on the dungeon. One of them is the fun version of Truth or Dare in the dungeon. This dungeon is a huge space that can simulate any scene and items. Players who enter this dungeon will face different restrictions and challenges. If you complete the challenge, you don't have to ask Truth or Dare. If you don't complete the challenge, you will be randomly selected to accept the Truth or Dare challenge. Some unlucky players will be drawn to the third option, Truth or Dare. Moreover, Truth or Dare will be broadcast live through the Blue Star icon system, directly to all the players in the Blue Star Civilization. After the Blue Star Civilization won, the organizer also opened barrage, translation and other functions for the live broadcast of the icon system, supporting the players of the Blue Star Civilization to interact in various ways through live broadcast. The most important thing is that the audience will be able to participate in the voting of various options of Truth or Dare, thereby deciding what specific Truth or Dare questions and specific dares the players who fail the challenge will face. The translation function exists because the Blue Star Civilization is not only human civilization. The dinosaurs that Wei Han encountered in the simulation cabin before are also Blue Star Civilization. Since the random portal of parallel time and space was opened, humans have seen more possibilities, such as the Blue Star rule by robots, and the Blue Star rule by fishmen, etc. Because of the different races, the written languages are naturally not interoperable. Without the translation function, it is impossible to understand what the different races are saying, which will cause very serious communication barriers. Wei Han and Rongqi did not send any live broadcast notifications when they entered this dungeon, nor did they tell their relatives and friends. They just came to see it for fun, and wanted to know what kind of challenges the system would assign to them. I heard that although this dungeon is a fun dungeon, the challenges given are quite difficult. The pass rate of the challenge can be said to be tragic. Many players have suffered a Waterloo in their careers here, and were forced to reveal all kinds of black history. Wei Han likes to challenge dungeons that sound very challenging. Since she passed the final dungeon and won those rewards, she has stood at the top of all players in the Blue Star civilization. Many dungeons are no longer challenging for her. Her standard for challenging dungeons has also changed from difficulty to fun. She will go to interesting dungeons. The little players have big imaginations. The organizers cooperate with many suggestions put forward by the little players. It is like a gusher of inspiration, and they continuously create strange dungeons. I have to mention here that after she passed the finals, the reward details also answered some questions that had been weighing on her mind for a long time. For example, the special care she received in the beach kite friendly competition was a deliberate suppression against her, because she was beginning to show her talent. Some judges and the organizer wanted to suppress her, because they supported other planetary civilizations to win. In the fishing competition, her black label, and the different finals format were deliberately created by the organizer to see if she would realize the key, and what choice she would make after realizing the key. One of the settings is that after she made her choice, she would swap space and time with Wei Han in the corresponding space and time. If there is no special setting, nothing would happen if the same person in different parallel space and time gathered together. The general meaning is that she performed outstandingly, and even many people in the organizer team noticed her existence and created some challenges for her. In reverse, it can also be understood that the creatures of the high-dimensional civilization that hosted the plane battle royale were also watching the entire battle royale live in some form. Let's go back to the topic of Wei Han and Rongqi entering the Truth and Dare copy. The two of them entered the copy in disguise, but one of the restrictions of this copy on them is that they are not allowed to use the disguise skill. So the two people restored their original faces as soon as they entered the copy. This caused them to be seen by other players, who watched the live broadcast through the icon system at the first time, and then players from various Blue Star civilizations came after hearing the news. Many players in the copy directly put the copy task aside, clicked on the live broadcast section of the icon system, and began to wait for this live broadcast. Since watching Teacher Wei's first cross-universe live broadcast last time, many people are still unsatisfied and only regret that Teacher Wei can't live broadcast every day. Now that I heard that Teacher Wei entered the Truth or Dare dungeon, the curiosity of all Blue Star civilization players was aroused at once. Will Teacher Wei fail in this challenge? If Teacher Wei fails in the challenge, what truth or dare will Teacher Wei be asked in the end? Or what dare will he encounter? Of course, there are also many players who think that there is no challenge that can be difficult for Teacher Wei, and no matter what kind of challenge it is, Teacher Wei will definitely be able to pass it perfectly. As a result, the challenge Wei Han received was the Steady Heartbeat Challenge. This challenge will present various illusions to the players, requiring the players to maintain a regular heartbeat no matter what kind of illusion they see, and not to have an accelerated heartbeat or irregular heartbeat. In the case of not being able to use skills and props, it can be said that it is very demanding to achieve this level, and it can even be said that it violates human physiological functions. Many players lost in this challenge, and many of them were scared by the horror scenes. The live broadcast virtual screen will split a small screen to show the screen seen by the challenged players to the audience, so that the audience can know what the challenged players are seeing in real time. Because of this setting, many viewers will be scared and cry when watching the live broadcast, and crawl all over the floor. Thinking of the horror scenes, many viewers have begun to be a little scared after seeing that Teacher Wei received this challenge, and they dare not look at the virtual screen. However, the audience's thoughts are more about whether this challenge is looking down on Teacher Wei. This challenge is very difficult for normal players, but it is definitely a piece of cake for Teacher Wei. Teacher Wei can definitely pass it easily. Isn't this really giving Teacher Wei a break? Or did the icon system find that there is no challenge that Teacher Wei cannot complete, so it just gave Teacher Wei a random challenge? However, what shocked the audience was that Teacher Wei failed the challenge. But Teacher Wei was not frightened by those horrible, bloody, and disgusting pictures, nor was she frightened by the ghost face that suddenly jumped out. When her steady heartbeat fluctuated, it was the illusion of Rongqi being cut by the monster's neck. Her heartbeat jumped twice, and then quickly returned to its original stability. The audience was shocked for a moment, And then many viewers looked at Rong-chi with strange eyes. From the live broadcast of the finals, they knew that Rong-chi was a very special person for Teacher Wei. This was the man that Teacher Wei had a direct conversation with in front of so many viewers in the finals copy. Teacher Wei's heartbeat fluctuated when she saw the illusion of this person being killed, which was enough to show the status of this person in Teacher Wei's heart. Rong-chi herself didn't think it was strange. Wei Han seemed very calm and didn't care much about many things, but she actually valued her partners very much. Even if the hallucination was not that he was killed, but that it was Shirley, Zhang Xian, her parents, or any of her relatives and friends whom she valued, it would still cause her to fluctuate. So when Rong-chi saw that Wei Han received this challenge, he was not as optimistic as others. This kind of emotional challenge is very difficult for intelligent creatures. Facing the result of this challenge, Wei Han had no objection and accepted the punishment. For someone who has rarely failed in the dungeon, it is more fun to fail once or twice. Wei Han received the punishment of truth be told, and the system began to generate some options for the live broadcast audience to vote. After the audience calmed down from their shock, they rubbed their hands in excitement. This was a rare opportunity to get to know Teacher Wei more deeply. They were all looking forward to what options the system would give them to vote. What disappointed the audience a little was that the system gave several options that everyone had already known, and there was only one question: how did you and Rong-chi know each other? Which the audience had not known. So, this option got the highest number of votes, and Wei Han was required to tell the story of how she and Rong-chi met. When the player entered the truth-telling penalty, the copy would quickly transform into a variety show layout. The player who tells the truth sits in the middle chair, and the other players, like the host or other guests, temporarily sit on both sides. There will also be a table in front of each player, and the table can be adjusted in height, so the player can sit in any relaxed posture. In order to prevent players from lying, a lie detector device is also set up in the copy. If the player knows that the device still lies, the punishment will be increased. How did she and Rong-chi know each other? This question is quite easy for Wei Han to answer, and it will not involve any black history that cannot be seen by others. Although it had been a long time since they met, both of them had a deep impression of what happened that day. Wei Han still remembered that she walked around in the initial dungeon in a daze for a long time. When she saw the transfer portal, she was confused at first, but after some thinking, she finally made a desperate attempt. She almost walked through the portal with her eyes closed, thinking that even if she would die after entering the portal, it would be better than dying in this hellish place of the initial dungeon. Of course, she still held a glimmer of hope. Maybe after passing through this portal, she would return directly to Blue Star? After all, it seemed that she came to this ghost place through a strange portal. As soon as she stepped into the portal, she immediately felt a strong sense of weightlessness. When she came to her senses again, she found that she was falling. In the few seconds of falling, she glanced around. The first thought was why there were mushrooms all around, and they were all so big. Was it because she became smaller? When she fell to the ground, although she didn't feel any pain in her body, she was very confused. After sitting up with difficulty, she just looked around blankly, struggling between whether she had become smaller or the mushrooms had become bigger. But before she could figure out a result, she was not careful and her abdomen was suddenly hit hard. It felt like a huge hammer hit her stomach hard, as if it was going to smash her internal organs. When she opened her mouth in pain, she saw a cluster of giant wild enoki mushrooms moving quickly. She was even more surprised, but at this moment, the colorful giant wild enoki mushroom suddenly shrank, rushed into her mouth, and quickly slid into her esophagus. Wei Han was stunned for a second, and then frantically scratched her throat, trying to get out this strange mushroom that was sent to her stomach. She had finally gotten out of that hell-like copy, and she couldn't die here. But she only tried for a while, and after meeting the astonished eyes of a savage, she didn't even make a sound, and fainted directly after her eyes twitched. When Wei Han said this, Rong-chi naturally took over the conversation and talked about the development of his perspective after Wei Han fainted. When Rong-chi saw that the rare mushroom he had been chasing for several months automatically jumped into the mouth of an unknown player, his mood was indescribably complicated. He began to think about various questions. Why did the mushroom choose that player? Why would there be a player with a savage state similar to him here? Yes, when Wei Han went to the Mushroom Forest dungeon through the transit portal, he looked like a savage exactly like Rong-chi. Both of them looked like they had survived in the wilderness for several months, and it was almost difficult to distinguish their gender. Of course, to be realistic, their lives in those few months were even more cruel than surviving in the wilderness. They were just in such a good state. If someone else came here, they might not even have bones left now. At that time, Rongqi had heard that some giant mushrooms had the ability to parasitize and control humans. Maybe the seven-colored mushroom also had this ability, so it attacked the human player in order to control the human player to fight against him. He had been chasing the seven-colored mushroom for a while, but the seven-colored mushroom did not fight back except running away. It can also be seen that the seven-colored mushroom should be good at running away, but not good at fighting, and its combat effectiveness is not high. If it wants to exert its combat effectiveness, it may soon need to rely on other creatures to release its true power. Rongqi made many possible speculations without knowing enough about that kind of mushroom. He has been vigilant, and did not dare to approach Wei Han, who was also like a savage, at the first time. He also had to be on guard against her sudden attack. He also carefully observed whether the other party was still breathing, alive, or dead. At first, he saw that the other party was motionless, but he didn't think she was dead at all. The colorful mushroom couldn't have jumped into the stomach of the unknown wild player in order to die together. The colorful mushroom must have been trying to confuse him and make him relax his vigilance, so that it controlled the unknown wild player to pretend to be dead. He would not be fooled so easily, and he would never act rashly. With this idea in mind, Rongqi just hid in the distance and quietly observed the fainted Wei Han for a day and a night in the state of I don't move if the enemy doesn't move. After such a long time, Rongqi squatted almost stiffly, and found that the unknown wild man was still motionless, and the colorful mushroom had no intention of coming out of her stomach. He realized that he should move a little, so he began to approach very slowly. It was only a dozen meters away. Rongqi took this way of taking one step and looking around for a few seconds. It took more than half an hour before he finally moved to Wei Han's side. He observed very carefully, and found that the chest of the unknown wild man had almost no rise and fall. He carefully checked the pulse of the other party, and it seemed that there was almost no beating. While he was doing these things, the other party did not react at all. Nothing happened as he expected. The corpse-like unknown wild man did not suddenly attack him, and no colorful mushroom sprang up from an unknown place. He even turned the unknown wild man over to check the back, and confirmed that the colorful mushrooms did not knock a hole in the man's body and escape. It looked like the giant colorful mushroom was really eaten by this person, and he didn't run away. But this person seemed to have no vital signs. Rongqi also thought about whether he could give this person some first aid or something, and he happened to have a lot of healing skills. After all, this person was the first person he met here in a few months, and he didn't know how this person fell from a strange portal. He seemed to have never seen such a portal on Blue Star. If he could save this person, maybe he could ask her what she knew. After making this decision, Rongqi really used his healing skills. His attack skills could not be used, but he could use healing skills because he often needed to treat himself, and he became more and more proficient. But even if he was so proficient, the healing mental power added to this unknown savage was directly lost, and there was no response at all. After trying for a long time, Rongqi finally determined that he was powerless to the condition of this unknown savage. This person was dead, and there was no hope. Although this person's sudden appearance ruined his business, no one expected that the colorful giant mushroom would suddenly attack like this, and it was not this person's fault. Rongqi didn't hesitate for long, and decided to fulfill his responsibility as a fellow tribesman, thinking that at least he couldn't let this person's body be thrown into the copy. He still had things to do, and there was no way to carry this person out, so he could only bury him here. So Rongqi took out the digging tool from the skill space, found an open place, and started digging. Rongqi's physical strength was very strong, and digging a pit was not difficult at all, and the speed of digging the pit was very fast, so after a while, he dug out the pit, and almost dug out a 3-bedroom and 1 living room directly underground on a whim. After digging the pit, Rongqi simply rinsed the tools, and put them back into the skill space, then went to move the corpse. When he lifted up the other person's limp body, he was in a trance. If this person is gone, shouldn't her body still be soft? And her icon seems to be still jumping. If the player is dead, will the icon continue to exist? Rongqi didn't understand this very well at the time. He squatted for a day, and he was almost stiff. It's just that this corpse is not stiff, but the body temperature is indeed very cold, that kind of feeling. When Rongqi was entangled in this point, he extended his entanglement to other issues. This person is so dirty now. Should he do some basic cleaning for her? This person should be a young woman who smells bad and is better than him. As a woman, she should not want to go on the road in this state, right? Not to mention changing clothes, at least wipe the other person's face clean. However, even if he asked him to change clothes for this woman, he couldn't do it from any angle. There were no clothes in his skill space. If he had clothes to change, he would have changed them long ago, and he wouldn't be wearing ragged clothes. After a little hesitation, Rongqi still chose to move her to the pit and bury her properly. At least he had tried his best. Just as Rongqi was still struggling with how to move the corpse suddenly opened its eyes, and a very strong sight suddenly appeared, which made Rongqi's scalp numb. As soon as Rongqi loosened his hand, he suddenly stepped back several steps, staring at her vigilantly. At this moment, Rongqi didn't even dare to think about it. This savage's eyes were too beautiful. He could only think about the reason why this person resurrected. So the colorful mushroom was plotting against him, right? What kind of attack would she launch next? Can he deal with it? Or is it better to run away immediately? Rongqi was thinking about it here. Wei Han had just woken up and had many questions. She kept her eyes on Rongqi not because she had any doubts about this person, but she was sorting out her thoughts and curious about what was going on with this person. This is really a person in modern society, right? The messy hair covered his eyes and blocked his upper face, and the lower half of his face was tightly blocked by the overly long beard. It was impossible to see what this person looked like. He looked like a complete savage. She had seen this man before she fainted. Why is he still here? How long had she been unconscious? Has he been guarding here all this time? What on earth was that thing she encountered before she fainted? Has she eaten that strange thing now? Is she still alive? Why is this savage staring at her now? He was just beside her. What did he want to do to her? After thinking for a while, Wei Han finally moved his eyes away from Rongqi and began to scan the surroundings to check the surrounding situation. Then he saw the big pit a few steps away very intuitively. Wei Han, if I'm not mistaken, this pit should be made by that savage, right? What did he want to do by making this? Realizing that the other party seemed to only want to observe her silently at the moment, Wei Han didn't want to perform a pantomime with him, so she took the initiative to speak and greet him. It seems that this person did not take advantage of her when she was unconscious, nor did he do anything to her. This person's character should be okay. Hello? Can you understand? Wei Han was a little worried that this was really a wild man. Maybe he was also a poor person who was trapped in a certain space for a long time like her? Trapped in that strange space for so long, if it weren't for the icon on the palm of her hand with time and date, she would have almost completely lost her sense of time. When Rongqi heard this person's question, she felt a throbbing pain in her head. What did he mean by asking this question? He just looks like a wild man, not a real wild man, okay? Of course, I can understand. Why did you take the initiative to call me? Rongqi has not yet dispelled his suspicion of this person. Wei Han answered honestly. We can't just stand there like this, right? I don't think you're a bad guy, so you shouldn't be unable to communicate, right? Rongqi thought to himself at that time. He also thought he wasn't a bad guy, but who knew what kind of person she was, or whether she was still a human. He hadn't completely let down his guard yet, and wanted to get more out of this person. If he let down his guard, the other party would suddenly attack him, and he would be finished. So what? What do you want to say? Rongqi was still putting on airs. I just want to know why I fainted, and what was that thing that I ate on my own initiative. Seeing your horrified look at that time, you should know what that thing was, right? Wei Han looked up blankly. Where is this place? Why are you here? For a moment, Rongqi suspected that the mushroom was playing a trick on him. How could someone not know where this place is? Isn't it obvious that this is a copy? How could this person ask these questions in such a naive tone? So this person has been controlled by the giant mushroom, right? Rongqi became more suspicious of this person. This also made Rongqi more alert. He thought for a while and replied, I can answer your questions, but before answering your questions, I am more curious. Why do you ask these questions? Why don't you know these things? What? Wei Han didn't quite understand what he meant. Should she know this? She seemed to have not received the vigilance in Rongqi's tone at all, and replied sincerely, I don't know either. I don't know how long it has been. I was trapped in a very scary place. Maybe half a year has passed? She raised her hand, spread her palm, and pointed to the blue star icon on her palm. This thing appeared in my palm. This thing can be clicked, and a virtual screen will appear, which is similar to the mobile phone we use, and then there will be time and so on. I completely rely on the time and date on this thing to know how long it has been. There are some things in this thing that I can't understand, and there seem to be some strange changes in my body which I can't understand at all. My mobile phone is completely unusable. I remember that at the beginning, the mobile phone could not contact the outside world. I don't know if my graduation certificate is still there. Wei Han was still worried that he would not be able to graduate from college smoothly at that time, and he didn't know that in the real world, students had long been unable to go to school normally. Rong-chi listened carefully to her answer while observing her micro-expressions, trying to judge whether she was telling the truth or acting. Perhaps this person's acting skills were too good, and he couldn't see any flaws. And what this person said seemed to be possible. Although people who didn't come out of the initial copy of the white vortex within a few months basically couldn't come back, this was not absolute. If this person didn't lie, it meant that this person was involved in the copy at the beginning, trapped for more than half a year, and couldn't contact the outside world during this half year, and was completely out of touch with the current society. But the question is, why didn't this person leave the copy directly, but came to the Mushroom Forest copy? What about the portal she passed through? Rong-chi found that not only she had a lot of problems, but he also had a lot of problems. After thinking about it, Rong-chi finally found a way to make him trust this person. If this person is willing to let him check the contents of the icon system at will, then it means that what this person said is true. So he said in a slightly annoying tone, "I don't know whether what you said is true or not, unless you let me see the contents of your blue star icon." Wei Han didn't know the importance of this blue star icon at that time, and she couldn't let others check it casually. When she heard Rong-chi say this, she generously put out her palm and said, "Okay, then you can see it." Rong-chi was prepared to hear her quibbling, but he didn't expect her to agree so straightforwardly, so straightforward that he suspected it was a trick. He approached very cautiously, and that vigilant look made Wei Han a little speechless. Could this person have some kind of persecution delusion? Does she look very aggressive? When Rong-chi finally approached, he signaled Wei Han to open the icon interface by himself, and let Wei Han follow his order of viewing to open some sections one by one. Only the content on the icon interface will not be fake or deceptive. At least, he has not seen a skill that can disguise the icon interface so far. Although Wei Han complained about this person's excessive vigilance in his heart, he still cooperated very well, and showed him every section on his icon interface. When Rong-chi saw the two skills, Absolute Zero, and Devouring Fusion, he was stunned. The descriptions of these two skills are unclear, but just looking at the names, you can tell that these two skills must be very strong. Where did she get these two skills? In the dungeon that had trapped her for half a year. After reading the contents on the icon interface, Rong-chi finally let down his guard. After a long breath, he was relieved about Wei Han. Through the player panel he just checked, he also knew that the woman with beautiful light purple eyes was named Wei Han. After letting go of his guard, Rong-chi immediately apologized very sincerely. "I'm sorry, Ms. Wei Han, I was very offensive to you just now, because the giant mushrooms in this dungeon are very cunning, and I have to be on guard at all times. I will now explain to you about the colorful mushroom." Wei Han caught the key words in his words. Instance? Giant mushroom? Colorful giant mushroom? Does this mean that it's not that I've become smaller, but that the mushrooms here are just this big? Rong-chi nodded. Yes, I haven't seen an instance that can make a person's body bigger or smaller yet. Don't you know about the instance? It seems that you have really been out of touch with society for a long time. There is no way. You are trapped in the instance and have no way to contact the outside world. This is what will happen. Wei Han now has a lot of questions. He only listened halfway and asked a new question. I also want to ask what happened to the pit. Did you dig a grave for a mushroom? Rong-chi blinked awkwardly. Ahem, no, I thought you were hopeless, so I wanted to dig a pit to bury you properly. Wei Han also blinked, straightened his back, and looked into the pit. He found that the pit was dug quite well, deep and spacious enough. He thought it was laying the foundation for the underground palace. This person is so careful to set up a trap for a stranger. And he is a good person? Wei Han realized what he was thinking. Rong-chi also deeply reflected on his offense from the other party's deafening silence, and quickly put his hands together, and apologized sincerely. Sorry. I really didn't mean it. I just thought you were hopeless. I carefully checked your pulse and breathing, and found that it was indeed difficult to find your pulse and your breathing. But I also wondered why your body was not stiff, but your body was indeed very cold. So, how do you feel now? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? After the giant mushroom jumped into your stomach, did you have any dreams when you were asleep? Are there any strange noises in your head now? Rong-chi has now confirmed that this is a person he can trust, so he naturally starts to worry about his physical condition. The giant mushrooms here can be eaten in different ways to gain skills, but Rong-chi is not sure whether there are some poisonous mushrooms that will parasitize the human body in some special way. The giant mushroom was eaten actively, which is very strange. This person did not suffer any effects from passively eating the giant mushroom. He seemed to be fine. Was it the giant mushroom that was not good, or did the two skills of this person have some effect? At this time, Rongqi did not bother about Wei Han not gaining skills after eating the giant mushroom. In this case, it was a blessing to be able to wake up intact, so how could he dare to covet skills? Wei Han shook his head blankly. I didn't feel anything, just like I had a good sleep, and woke up feeling refreshed. So is there anything strange about the thing I took the initiative to eat? Will it harm me? Rongqi thought for a while. You don't seem to have a comprehensive understanding of dungeons and skills. If you want to let you know the meaning of these giant mushrooms, I need to explain it to you from the beginning. Then I trouble you. Wei Han also made a gesture of listening carefully. Next, Rongqi told Wei Han everything he knew, and popularized the various changes that happened in the world after the dungeon came, as well as the concepts of dungeons, skill props, and the role of the blue star icon. When Wei Han had questions and asked questions during the explanation, they would be answered immediately. Rongqi's explanation was very accurate. After listening to it, Wei Han had a rough understanding of what the world had become now, and also knew what the dungeon was. She also knew that the dungeon she had just escaped from was now called the initial world. However, after they explained all this clearly, they still didn't quite understand what the portal that allowed Wei Han to leave the initial dungeon was. They didn't dwell on it for long. Rongqi felt that they would know it in the future. After carefully confirming that Wei Han had not suffered any negative effects from the giant mushroom, he felt much more relieved. As soon as they finished talking about the matter, Wei Han received a reminder in the palm of her hand. After Rongqi's explanation, Wei Han also knew that this meant there was a new notification. There were 2 notifications that she hadn't checked. One was the task of the Mushroom Forest dungeon, and the other was a notification congratulating her on obtaining a skill. The name of the skill was Split, and the effect was that it could allow her to split into a clone. Seeing this skill notification, Rongqi immediately realized that this was the skill Wei Han had obtained after eating the 7-colored giant mushroom. This was a very unexpected gain. Rongqi congratulated Wei Han from the bottom of his heart. Since the mushroom chose her, no matter what the giant mushroom originally thought, the skill was now Wei Han's, which meant that the skill belonged to her. He had been trying for so long, but he failed to catch the giant mushroom, which meant that he had no chance to get the relevant skills. Rongqi quickly convinced himself and explained himself. On the contrary, after Wei Han saw the skill and knew Rongqi's purpose in this dungeon, he felt a little embarrassed and thought about transferring the skill back to him. But Rongqi refused to provide the player number, so she had the idea but could not implement it. Seeing that she seemed to really care, Rongqi suggested to her that she should go with him during the mission so that she could have someone to look after her. He could help her learn how to control skills and improve her proficiency in skills. He was also a little curious about the effect of the split skill. Also, he had been alone in this dungeon for so long, and it was really boring and uninteresting. Wei Han had a good impression of him, and when she wanted to call him, she realized that he had told her so much, but had not mentioned his name. Wei Han followed him, and asked curiously how to call him. Rongqi didn't want to reveal his real name to Wei Han, so he made up a random name, and asked her to call him Savage. Wei Han, eh? It was also because of this that Wei Han didn't realize that the Rongqi mentioned by others was the Savage she met in this dungeon after she went out. It was not until the first time she did a live broadcast in this dungeon and heard Shirley mention Rongqi, combined with what she had experienced, that she realized that the Savage she met was Rongqi. After the two reached a consensus, they started to act together. Rongqi took her to eat some giant mushrooms that could open some basic skills. Wei Han was dirty and smelly, so Rongqi found the giant mushroom that could make it rain, got her some water, and then used the bathtub and screen in his skill space to let her wash. When it came time to wash, Wei Han was actually a little hesitant, but looking at the clear water, she really couldn't stand the dirt and smell on her body, and then thinking that this Savage was a good person, she just took a bath. While she was taking a shower, Rongqi helped her scrub her outer clothes, and used a giant mushroom that could generate heat as a dryer. As for the underwear, Wei Han washed and dried it herself. After all this trouble, Wei Han took off all her ugly disguises, and appeared in front of Rongqi with a young and beautiful face. She was still wearing the same ragged old clothes, but they were just washed clean. However, just because of her face that was brighter than the sun and more holy than the moonlight, the ragged clothes instantly became some kind of high-end custom-made brand. Rongqi didn't know how to describe the feeling at that time. His mind was blank, and the surroundings quietly quieted down. Only his heartbeat was like thunder. For the first time, he knew that there was such beauty in the world, better than any other beautiful scenery, and everything was eclipsed in front of her. He thought that he had an extraordinary appearance, and would never be amazed by anyone's appearance. Now he knows that he is too shallow. Wei Han didn't realize at first that the other party was stunned by her face, and thought he was thinking about something serious. Later, she called a few times, but got no response. She walked a few steps closer and stretched out her hand to wave in front of his eyes. He turned his face away in embarrassment, covered his eyes, and helplessly asked her not to get closer. He couldn't stand it. She vaguely realized that his behavior was because of her appearance. Rongqi felt indescribably complicated. He suddenly regretted asking her to clean up. Now that she was like this, he couldn't communicate with her normally, and couldn't even look at her directly. He didn't know how many times he would be embarrassed in a day. When Rongqi talked about this part, none of the human players watching the live broadcast had any strange reaction to his words. Teacher Wei couldn't change his appearance in the truth or dare copy. They relied on their tenacious willpower to avoid distraction. In fact, many viewers had a blank mind from the beginning, and didn't listen to anything. However, getting along here was much easier. Basically, it was about finding skills and mastering them. Another challenge for Rongqi was to get used to Wei Han's appearance. But he never really got used to it. For this reason, he even complained that it was said that you get tired of beautiful people in 3 days, and you get used to ugly people in 3 days. He didn't get tired of it after 30 days. And it can be expected that he would not get used to it even if he saw it for 300 days. It was also because of this kind of beauty that Rongqi's reaction speed was often a little slow, so when Wei Han practiced absolute zero, he was always implicated. In addition to the fact that Wei Han was not proficient, his own reaction speed was also a problem. This situation probably lasted until Wei Han found the first disguise skill in the dungeon, and it was really alleviated. So after Wei Han completed the Mushroom Forest dungeon and went out, he returned to the real world and used the disguise face to get a new ID card. Rongqi did not go out with her, but continued to stay in the Mushroom Forest dungeon. Before leaving, Wei Han promised him that she would come back and try to help him find good skills again. Then came Wei Han's first live broadcast, which had nothing to do with the truth or truth question. In fact, Wei Han and Rongqi talked about their practice and getting along in the Mushroom Forest dungeon, which was not the scope of truth or truth. At this point, Wei Han's truth or truth session ended, and the audience was still not satisfied. Next, Rongqi accepted the challenge. Rongqi's challenge was the same, and he needed to keep a steady heartbeat. At the beginning of this challenge, Rongqi failed because he accidentally glanced at Wei Han, and was hit by her beautiful face. Rongqi failed in this challenge, and all the audience expressed their understanding, very understanding. If Rongqi could still remain calm after seeing Teacher Wei's face, it would be puzzling, and it could be suspected that Rongqi was not a human being. And Rongqi received a big adventure as punishment. After the audience voted, his big adventure was to tell Wei Han what he had always wanted to say, but had not said. This big adventure made Wei Han a little stunned. She really didn't expect Rongqi to have something to say to her, but couldn't say it. She felt that Rongqi had always been like her, quite honest. This big adventure also has a detection device, and players can't fool around, they must be their true thoughts. Rongqi was also very clear about this. When he saw this big adventure, he was very hesitant, but after making some mental preparations, he stood up from his seat, slowly walked to Wei Han, and knelt on one knee. The audience was immediately excited when they saw this action. Is this a proposal? Wait, but I've never heard that these two people are together. Teacher Wei is now a big celebrity in all major worlds. Any little move of Teacher Wei can make players in all worlds eat melons for days and nights. For explosive news, like Teacher Wei having a lover, it must be directly on the top of the hot search in every world. Wei Han also felt very strange about Rongqi's action. It was a bit unlike his usual self, including a serious expression at this time. He raised his head, gently held her hand, and asked with a voice as gentle as jade, a little nervously, "Can I be with you forever?" Wei Han blinked, shook his hand back, and asked, "Aren't we already considered to be together forever?" She thought about it, and said seriously, "Unless you want to leave me, I think we should never be separated." Rongqi smiled softly, "But I don't mean to be together as partners forever." Wei Han was speechless and emphasized seriously, "I won't be with someone who is just a partner forever." The two of them talked a few words, and the audience watching the live broadcast was so excited that they slapped their thighs wildly. This scene is really not something you can see casually. Some viewers have asked wildly in the barrage, "Is this a confession? Is this a confirmation of the relationship?" After realizing what Wei Han meant, Rongqi breathed a sigh of relief and said devoutly, "Thank you for letting me stay by your side." Wei Han recalled his company all the way, leaned over, touched his forehead, and refuted his words. "No, I should say, thank you for being willing to stay by my side all the time." Before Rongqi could say anything else, Wei Han suddenly jumped to the topic. Rongqi, let's take our wedding photos in some dungeons with good scenery. Rongqi was choked by her. He didn't dare to think about such a far thing. Isn't this jump a bit too big? Didn't they just confirm their relationship? However, this is indeed a good idea, which makes people full of expectations. So he couldn't wait. After getting up, he looked at the notification that the dungeon task had been completed, and enthusiastically suggested, "Then let's start preparing after we get out of this dungeon." Wei Han smiled in his eyes, and sent him a familiar emoticon using the voice transmission skill. Wei Han, 2 thumbs up. Chapter 285 Extra 2. After Wei Han and Rongqi confirmed their relationship, they immediately decided to go to those beautiful dungeons to take wedding photos, and the two of them set off alone. No matter the partners in the initial world or the original world, even Wei Han's parents did not go with them. The partners would not be so blind. It is impossible that they knew that the two had been to the two-person world and had to squeeze in to be a light bulb. And they also have their own things to do. Almost everyone is busier than before. Since the Blue Star civilization won the plane battle royale, the red portal disappeared, and the winning rewards were distributed. Every Blue Star civilization in different time and space has undergone new changes, and it is this new change that makes them busy. Teacher Wei is popular in multiple parallel time and space, and Shirley and others, as Teacher Wei's partners, have also become more famous. Many programs want to invite them, but they have rejected these invitations. They will never use Teacher Wei's fame to make profits for themselves. In addition to some invitations to appear on TV shows, there are more invitations to enter dungeons together. They will accept some of these invitations as appropriate, some are to bring newcomers, and some are to protect some scientific researchers, because scientific researchers will take samples or conduct some experiments in some dungeons, and because scientific researchers are busy with research and have little time to improve their strength, they need the protection of bodyguards. Sometimes because the dungeon is interesting, they want to relax and accept invitations. In the initial world, most of the time, Shirley and Zhang Xian go to the dungeon alone, and Wu Shan rarely participates. Wu Shan's usual activities are to sort out some dungeon-related materials left by Wei Han with 2 monsters, and compile them into dungeon teaching materials for use as elective courses in the classroom. He has decided to devote himself to the education industry. After the crisis of the Red Portal is resolved, the school can reopen, and the curriculum has been reformed, adding courses related to dungeons. The school will uniformly cultivate children's familiarity with dungeons from an early age, and will also organize students to regularly enter some interesting dungeons for experience, and conduct unified and standardized training for new dungeon players. Because of the existence of parallel time and space portals, players from different parallel time and space can also get to know each other, and even meeting with their parallel time and space selves for dinner, and then going to dungeons together is no longer a wishful thinking, and it can be realized. Wei Han's partners in the initial world found an opportunity to meet with his partners in the native world several times, and they also entered some fun dungeons together. Facing the other self in the parallel time and space, they are like knowing their twin brothers and sisters, and they get along very happily with their parallel time and space selves. Wu Shan also saw himself in the parallel universe, as well as his wife and daughter in the parallel universe. He was just full of emotion now, without the initial sadness, and had calmly accepted the fact that his wife and daughter would never come back. The parallel universe portal was opened, allowing him to see his family from different universes, which was enough for him. Wei Han's initial world and native world did become a very popular tourist destination after the parallel universe portal was opened. Players from other parallel universes came to play every day. Every player who came to this world would first check Teacher Wei's live broadcast, then visit Teacher Wei's partners, and then check in at the dungeons that Teacher Wei had been to. Even the dungeons that Teacher Wei had been to became popular. Among these players who came to Blue Star, there were naturally other races besides humans, such as dinosaurs, pandas, lizardmen, etc. When players from Blue Star civilization other than human races came to Wei Han's initial world and native world, they would first be enthusiastically watched and photographed by human players in this world, among which pandas were the most popular. The Blue Star world ruled by the panda race has also become the second most popular tourist destination. As long as they are human players, they all want to see what a world full of pandas will be like. It can be said that the opening of the parallel time and space portal directly connected the parallel time and space into one piece, and also gave different races in the Blue Star civilization the opportunity to communicate with each other. At the same time, the opening of the parallel time and space portal also allowed some players, who drifted to other parallel time and space to return to their original world in a more relaxed way. For example, Zhao Ying's younger brother, Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao also encountered a transparent portal to a parallel universe at the beginning of the dungeon, and drifted to a strange parallel universe. After that, he entered the first dungeon in that parallel universe, and that parallel universe became his initial world. He had never been able to find a way to return to his original world until he suddenly saw Teacher Wei's live broadcast of the finals, and then Teacher Wei won the finals, and knew all the truth about the dungeon's arrival. Only then did he realize that his original world was Teacher Wei's initial world. Zhao Zhao then wanted to return to the original world through the portal of parallel time and space. He wanted to return to the world where he grew up, meet his relatives and friends, and send blessings to his old friend Rongqi. Another example is Yu Mengchen and others, who were originally stranded in the parallel time and space of the 214th year of the star calendar. They originally planned to watch Teacher Wei's live broadcast in the parallel time and space, and then find a copy with less difficulty, and return to the original world by completing the copy task. But unexpectedly, after Teacher Wei's live broadcast ended, so many truths were revealed, and at the same time, they directly had a huge impact on all parallel time and space, causing great changes in all worlds. The appearance of the parallel time and space portal directly allowed them to return to the original world in a more convenient way. At the same time, after learning this, other people in this parallel time and space also decided to follow them to Teacher Wei's original world. So Yu Mengchen not only took his teammates, but also brought Wei Han, Rongqi and others in the 214th year of the star calendar, and embarked on a journey to find a parallel time and space portal to the original world. Before they found the portal to return to the original world, they saw Teacher Wei's live broadcast notification, and then saw the great progress of Teacher Wei and Rongqi's relationship in the Truth or Dare copy. Love-minded Wei Han and love-minded Rongqi were so excited that they almost wanted to go to various copies to try to see if they could meet Teacher Wei and Rongqi. However, this idea was finally suppressed by reason. Yu Mengchen persuaded them seriously not to disturb the world of two people. If they deliberately met, even if Teacher Wei and Rongqi would not be angry, it would be a very bad behavior, which seemed too selfish and did not consider Teacher Wei and Rongqi. After making sure not to deliberately disturb Teacher Wei and Rongqi, they continued to move forward, thinking that when they went to Teacher Wei's initial world, they might just see Teacher Wei and Rongqi coming back. For many people, it was expected that Teacher Wei and Rongqi would confirm their relationship and stay together forever. Everyone looked at this matter with a blessing mentality, and also looked forward to whether these two people would release wedding photos and hold a wedding. They did not deliberately meet, but someone happened to meet Teacher Wei and Rongqi taking wedding photos in the dungeon, but they didn't know how to describe the atmosphere and state of the two people taking pictures. It might be mainly because Teacher Wei and Rongqi both used the clone skill, and they couldn't tell whether the person holding the camera as a photographer was the real body, or the couple in the photo was the real body. They could only see the photographer and the assistant, who was responsible for the auxiliary photography. The movements and postures of these two people were always unexpected, which seemed to be more interesting than the wedding photos. Some people even saw the magical movements of Teacher Wei carrying the camera, and Rongqi carrying Teacher Wei, and then Rongqi standing on the hoverboard. Sometimes they seemed to randomly capture some indigenous residents in the copy to serve as the background, or refer to the clothing and makeup styles of the indigenous people in the copy, redesign them, make some very exotic dresses, and then take photos of different styles. Whenever players encounter them, they will feel that they get along very warmly and happily. They are completely traveling while taking wedding photos or various photo shoots, going to each different dungeon world together, seeing things they have never seen before, and writing more memories belonging to the two of them together. This also makes many players feel that although Teacher Wei and Rongqi are not the kind of passionate love, many people are very yearning for it. On the issue of how to deal with a failed planetary civilization, Wei Han has already put forward her own views and given her own suggestions in the live broadcast facing all parallel time and space. She does not force all players to listen to her suggestions, but hopes that if possible, players can consider her ideas. Because the plain battle royale has ended, the mode of all dungeons has been changed to the winter version, and the tasks have been reformed, so that players will no longer have direct conflicts with the races of failed planetary civilizations. Therefore, her suggestion is that if it is a planetary civilization that is willing to get along with the Blue Star civilization race in a friendly manner, they should not rely on their various skills and props to deal with them. Otherwise, they may make enemies out of thin air and increase unnecessary risks in the dungeon. But if it is an unfriendly planetary civilization race, then you must not be soft-hearted and fight back when you should. Although Wei Han said that he would not force the players to comply with this suggestion. All players directly regarded this suggestion as a ban that must be followed, and no player would take Teacher Wei's suggestion lightly. In addition, Wei Han also suggested that they could carry out some trade activities and tourism cooperation projects with those races that sincerely live in peace with the Blue Star Civilization race. There is no hostile relationship between them, and they can work together to create a better life. The alliance governments of the major Blue Star civilizations immediately adopted Teacher Wei's proposal and found professionals from various majors to open meetings, carry out various discussions, formulate corresponding plans, and various projects began to advance in an orderly manner. In other words, after the Blue Star civilization won the Battle Royale, the reward for victory also made the Blue Star civilizations in various parallel time and space begin to enter a new era at different paces. It can be predicted that if it continues to develop, it will enter a new stage of civilization, which can be called the comprehensive evolution of the Blue Star civilization race. Chapter 286 Extra 3. Some partners in various parallel universes are also looking for portals to Teacher Wei's initial world or native world. These partners include the Wei Hans, who were saved by Wei Han in the parallel universe, Bai Qingchuan, who was met by Wei Han in the Minesweeper copy, and players who participated in Wei Han's live broadcast in the simulation cabin copy. Because they all saw the development of Teacher Wei and Rong Qi in the Truth or Dare copy, they felt that the two people were suspected of getting married, and they all wanted to rush over to send their blessings and meet Teacher Wei again. There will be a corresponding world number on the portal leading to the parallel universe. If you want to go to certain specific parallel universes, you need to use this method to confirm the portal you want to pass through. However, the world number is a new concept, and the players in various parallel worlds are not very familiar with the world number. They are only familiar with the initial world and native world where Teacher Wei is. Because the icon system mentioned the world number related to Teacher Wei, after notifying the final results, all players of all races in the Blue Star civilization wrote down these two world numbers, just to be able to find the portal to Teacher Wei's initial world and native world. The first person to find the portal was Bai Qingchuan, who came with Wei Han from his world. When they arrived, it had been half a month since the protagonists Wei Han and Rong Qi set out to the dungeon to take wedding photos. After the two passed through the portal and came to Teacher Wei's initial world, they didn't expect that the location of the portal was in a busy shopping mall. They looked at the people coming and going, and saw some other races, and they were very nervous at the first time. In addition, this Wei Han is the 999th person rescued by the protagonist Wei Han, so she marked herself as Wei Han number 999, and she also used the disguise skill to disguise herself. Considering that there will be other Bai Qingchuan, Wei Han number 999 also added the number 999 to the Bai Qingchuan she knew, and it became Bai Qingchuan number 999. After walking for a while, they found that there were other players from parallel universes. They could hear them whispering, "Is this Teacher Wei's initial world? Check if your mobile network is connected to this world's network. If you can see Teacher Wei's live broadcast on the Comet live broadcast platform, it must be right." Some people have already started watching the live broadcast and expressed their excitement in a low voice. "Ah, it really is. Is this Teacher Wei's live broadcast? The seniors are honest with me." You can see Teacher Wei's previous live broadcasts when you come to Teacher Wei's initial world. In addition to human players, they also saw some players of other races, but this is not surprising. They also know that in some parallel universes, it is not human civilization that rules Blue Star, and there are many other unexpected possibilities. Moreover, the time when Blue Star civilization is pulled into the Battle Royale in different parallel universes is also different. In fact, the copies of some worlds have just arrived, and suddenly received the news that Blue Star civilization has won. This is also learned from some players in parallel universes. Some players in parallel universes were watching Teacher Wei's live broadcast while planning their next route. According to the recommended route, Teacher Wei's native world is the first stop, and Teacher Wei's initial world is the second stop. After arriving at Teacher Wei's initial world, you can enter the dungeons that Teacher Wei has entered, and pay attention to the dungeons that are not in our world. This made the two people feel very novel. In some parallel time and space, the travel guide routes of Teacher Wei's initial world and the original world have already appeared. It's really fast. The two people were so happy that they almost forgot to contact Shirley and others in Teacher Wei's initial world. After being restored to his original state by the protagonist Wei Han, number 999, Bai Qingchuan spent some time with Shirley and others in the protagonist Wei Han's initial world, and they had already become very familiar with each other. The two finally came out of the mall, and then number 999 Bai Qingchuan called Shirley first. Shirley was not surprised to receive Bai Qingchuan's call. She had guessed that after the portal to the parallel time and space was opened, Bai Qingchuan would find a way to come here. It was just a matter of time. She was surprised at most that Bai Qingchuan came so quickly. I came here with Wei Han, whom I know here. It seems that there are no Shirley, Zhang Xian and Wu Shan in our world, otherwise I would have brought them here as well. Bai Qingchuan's tone sounded quite regretful. Shirley's voice sounded like she was in a very empty place, and it sounded like there was an echo. She said indifferently, "It's nothing. We welcome you to come with another Wei Han. But Zhang Xian and I are still in the dungeon now, and there is no way to go out to entertain you immediately. Why don't you call Uncle Wu? He is usually at home. He seems to be going to be a teacher. He has been helping Teacher Wei to edit the data of those copies. If you go over, he might ask you to help, but he will definitely make all kinds of delicious food to treat you. You can let your friend Wei Han taste Uncle Wu's cooking." Speaking of Wu Shan, Shirley's tone sounded like she was complaining. Shirley also clearly distinguished Teacher Wei from other Wei Hans in parallel time and space. For the three of them, there may be countless Wei Hans, but there is only one Teacher Wei, a unique existence across so many parallel time and space. So she called the Wei Hans in other parallel time and space by their names. Number 999. Bai Qingchuan listened quietly, heard Shirley's complaints about Wu Shan, and smiled. "Okay, then you guys go ahead and get busy. Wei Han and I will go find Wu Shan first, and we have a good get-together after you come back. By the way, have Teacher Wei and Mr. Rongqi contacted you? Did they say when they'd be back?" Bai Qingchuan suddenly remembered and asked another question. Speaking of Teacher Wei and Rongqi, Shirley obviously talked more. Shirley replied honestly, "They occasionally have some news, probably to let us know that they're safe and that they're fine, and they won't say much else. They didn't say when they'd be back either. If you want to contact them, you can try, but I don't plan to. If I call and disturb Teacher Wei and Rongqi, that's not good." She tactfully expressed that she couldn't disturb Teacher Wei and Rongqi. Bai Qingchuan wasn't a person with low emotional intelligence, and when he heard Shirley say that, he already knew what to do. "Okay, I know. Anyway, if we wait here for a while, we should be able to wait for Teacher Wei and Rongqi to come back." "Are they really going to get married?" Bai Qingchuan asked curiously again. Shirley also wanted to know this question. She waved her hands on the other end of the phone, even though Bai Qingchuan couldn't see it at all. "Shirley, I don't know about this, but they are indeed going to take various wedding photos and so on. We don't really understand what Teacher Wei and Rongqi think. To be honest, I think it doesn't matter to them whether they get married or not. Their way of getting along is already like that of soulmates. Shirley, compared to getting married or something, I think they took this wedding photo just to satisfy Teacher Wei's impulse to take photos, and Rongqi accompanied her to make trouble. So if you are here to attend Teacher Wei and Rongqi's wedding, I think there is a 95% chance that your expectations will be dashed." Bai Qingchuan listened to Shirley's analysis and felt that her analysis made sense. This is really something that Teacher Wei and Rongqi can do. But Bai Qingchuan figured it out quickly, and he replied easily, "It's okay, let's just celebrate their significant breakthrough in their relationship. Besides, I also want to come back and play mahjong with you guys. You have to teach my friend Wei Han. I don't know how to teach. I also want to come here to find some mahjong tutorials." Shirley really didn't expect that Bai Qingchuan actually wanted to bring mahjong back to his world. She was a little speechless. What can I say about this? Anyway, you should contact Uncle Wu first. I have something to do here, so I won't talk to you for now. Zhang Xian asked me to say hello to you too. Okay, you all be careful. Wait until you come back." This time, he finally hung up the phone successfully, and Bai Qingchuan let out a long sigh. Number 999 Wei Han was watching him next to him, and occasionally tried to judge what he talked about on the phone from what he said. Whenever she heard about Teacher Wei, she would pay special attention. "I have to call someone else. The friend I just contacted is not available at the moment." Bai Qingchuan explained it to her. Afterwards, Bai Qingchuan contacted Wu Shan, and Wu Shan's call was not answered until a long time later. His voice sounded like he hadn't spoken for a long time, a little hoarse, not very smooth, and he coughed hard several times at the beginning. "Hello? Bai Qingchuan? Have you come to our side?" When Wu Shan saw that it was Bai Qingchuan's call reminder, he realized that Bai Qingchuan had come to this world. "Well, Wu Shan, are you at home now? Shirley and Zhang Xian are in the dungeon now, and they asked me to find you." "Yes. Just come over directly. How many people are there on your side? When will you arrive? I prepare some afternoon tea for you," Wu Shan said, temporarily putting down the work in his hands, and walked towards the kitchen while talking on the phone. I just came here with Wei Han, whom I know. We came after dinner, so there's no need to bother you with afternoon tea. As long as you're at home, we can probably arrive in about an hour. Now at Meteor Mall. In order to tell where he was, Bai Qingchuan turned around and looked at the name of the mall. It's not a problem. Come on over. Be careful on the road. You can see the scenery here on the way. I remember there is a route for floating cars. Now it just passes by a sea of flowers. It is a very good route for sightseeing. There may be a lot of people, but I recommend it. I just walked by a few days ago, and I felt very good after seeing it. Wu Shan was still in the mood to recommend a route to them. Okay, I write it down. Thank you. Bai Qingchuan exchanged a few more pleasantries with him before hanging up the phone. He put the phone into the skill space, turned around and said to Wei Han number 999, we can set off. Wu Shan also recommended a route to see the scenery. Do you want to go and see it? If not, we can change to another route, which should be a little faster. Wei Han number 999 didn't mind spending more time on the road. She wanted to see the world where Teacher Wei had lived since she was a child. She shook her head and said, it's okay. I actually want to take a good look at this world. Since we are here, and we can't see Teacher Wei and Rong Qi for the time being, we might as well just stroll around. Okay, let's go now. Bai Qingchuan actually has no interest, but if number 999 Wei Han wants to go, he is very happy to take her to experience the customs of Teacher Wei's original world. When sitting in the sightseeing suspension car and admiring the beautiful scenery of parallel time and space, Bai Qingchuan and number 999 Wei Han both sighed. Everything they encountered at the beginning was like being in hell. When they were completely pulled into darkness, they never thought that they would have this day to return to the light. It was Teacher Wei who gave them a new life, and their gratitude to Teacher Wei could not be described in words. They wanted to know everything about Teacher Wei and get to know him well. 3 days after Bai Qingchuan and number 999 Wei Han came to the protagonist Wei Han's initial world, Yu Mingchen and his teammates also came with the Love Brain Wei Han team of the 214th year of the star calendar. The portal they came from was open on the sea, causing Yu Mingchen, who came first, to become the first unlucky person and fell into the sea. He quickly took out the floating minibus from the skill space to be rescued. The teammates and others behind him did not copy Yu Mingchen's miserable situation because of Yu Mingchen's floating minibus. As soon as Love Brain Wei Han returned to this world and sat on Yu Mingchen's floating minibus, it was like returning to his second hometown. He immediately and skillfully searched for Teacher Wei's account on his mobile phone to make up for the live broadcasts that he had not seen since he left. The other partners, who came here with Love Brain Wei Han, also curiously imitated her and operated their phones. For them, this was their first time to experience the network of parallel time and space. Seeing the network on their mobile phones being connected to various unfamiliar pages, they all felt a little novel, and almost everyone in the network world here would discuss things related to Teacher Wei. Moreover, on the network of this world, there were messages from other parallel time and space players. They all seemed to regard this world as a center, communicating and getting to know each other in this intersection center. When they also clicked on Teacher Wei's live broadcast screen recording, they found that the number of real-time viewers was more than expected. The live broadcast screen recording also has the function of barrage communication, and there are comment areas for different dates, so they can also communicate with netizens who are watching the recording with them at this moment. Their understanding of Teacher Wei's live broadcast is still a step behind that of Love Brain Wei Han, so they decide the viewing order based on the viewing guide provided by others. They first watched the interrupted live broadcast of the Mushroom Forest, and then watched the live broadcast of the Minesweeper Dungeon. Yu Mingchen's viewing progress of Teacher Wei's live broadcast is more than that of Love Brain Wei Han. They probably started from the live broadcast of the Simulation Cabin Dungeon and entered a long period of disconnection with this side, so Yu Mingchen started watching from the Simulation Cabin. For a while, their team was looking down at the live broadcast recording, and no one chatted. As for chatting, they had already finished chatting before returning here. The only conversation took place when Yu Mingchen set the automatic route to ask Love Brain Wei Han and others to decide where to go. Love Brain Wei Han still has the contact information of Shirley, Zhang Xian, and Wu Shan in Teacher Wei's original world. She called Shirley first, but Shirley and Zhang Xian still did not come out of the dungeon, so she finally contacted Wu Shan again. After Wu Shan received number 999 by Qingchuan and number 999 Wei Han, he followed them to read the dungeon strategies left by Teacher Wei these days. He received another call. He didn't expect it to be from Love Brain Wei Han. He was quite surprised. It's not that he didn't think that this Wei Han would come back here after the portal to the parallel time and space was opened, but he didn't expect them to be so fast, and they were with Yu Mingchen and others. Wu Shan, like everyone else, was very concerned about Yu Mingchen. He thought something had happened to them. He never expected that they had actually gone to the world where Wei Han, the love brain, was. It was quite a coincidence that they just happened to come back together. Fortunately, their house was big enough to accommodate more people. Wu Shan welcomed them to come together and play with number 999 by Qingchuan and number 999 Wei Han. Knowing that Wei Han from a parallel time and space had arrived, Wei Han, the love brain, was so excited that she almost screamed. She couldn't wait to get to Wu Shan's side. There was no need to finish the call from Wei Han, the love brain. Yu Mingchen knew how to set the destination after listening to what she said. He sent this group of people to Wu Shan first, and then took his teammates home. So just like that, Wei Han, the love brain, also gathered in the house of Shirley and others in the initial world. After meeting with number 999 Wei Han and number 999 by Qingchuan, they soon got to know each other and played together. They naturally had a common topic, which was what happened between them and Teacher Wei. As long as they talked about Teacher Wei, they had endless things to say. In the following period of time, almost every few days, a new wave of people came. The players who participated in Wei Han's live broadcast in the simulation cabin copy were Wei Hans from parallel time and space. They did not come alone, but basically brought their families with them. So gradually, more and more people came, and the villa area in the initial world was almost crowded. The villa of Shirley and others could not accommodate them at all. This villa area suddenly became very lively, and attracted many people to watch. The last team to come here was Wei Han's parents, who came here when they estimated that the time was almost up. Wei Han also gave them the key to her house in advance, so that if they came here first, they could contact her and she would come back immediately. Before she came back, they could live in her house first. When Wei Shu, Wei Song and others came here, to be honest, they were shocked by the liveliness of this villa area. After asking, they found out that everyone thought that Teacher Wei and Rongqi might have a wedding and wanted to come to bless Teacher Wei. After learning that they were Teacher Wei's biological parents, everyone became more enthusiastic and wanted to know if their coming here meant that Teacher Wei and Rongqi would soon return. Now everyone who should come has arrived, except for the protagonist. In response to everyone's inquiries, Wei Shu and Wei Song chose to call Wei Han to ask directly. When Wei Han and Rongqi received the call from their parents, they were discussing a new business, and they had already finished the wedding photo shoot and various photo shoots, and were on their way home. They were now walking on a path covered with exotic flowers. The sky in this place was a dreamy rainbow of colors, and the atmosphere was very beautiful, so the two planned to walk slowly along the path, and then open the portal back to the original world. Rongqi and I will be back soon. Are you all here? Wei Han could faintly hear some other voices through the phone. Are there a lot of people over there? How should I put it? A lot of people have rushed over from parallel time and space. Wei Shu said hesitantly, it seems that because I saw that you and Rongqi confirmed your relationship and went to the dungeon to take wedding photos, I thought you were going to hold a wedding, so I came here to attend your wedding and send my blessings. Wei Han admired these people's imagination. She and Rongqi were just taking photos. Wedding photos and the like, for her, have no special meaning. She sighed lightly and replied with some regret, sorry, I don't have this plan for the time being. But since everyone is here, we can simply hold a large party to celebrate the gathering of everyone from different parallel time and space. At that time, I will take some commemorative photos for everyone. Mom, you can tell my meaning to the partners from the parallel time and space. Wei Shu really honestly told her daughter's meaning to others. When the players from the parallel time and space heard that Teacher Wei proposed to hold a large party and take commemorative photos for everyone, they were already looking forward to it directly, and there was no loss at all. They didn't come here just to attend Teacher Wei's wedding. The main point was to see Teacher Wei. As long as they could see Teacher Wei, it didn't matter if it was a wedding or any other event. After receiving this news, everyone was looking forward to it, and sending relevant news on the internet. Any news about Teacher Wei spread quickly, and soon the news that Teacher Wei might hold a large party had spread throughout the entire internet. Through the internet, and then offline, almost all the players on Blue Star knew this news, so all of a sudden, everyone on Blue Star was looking forward to the party, and looking forward to Teacher Wei's return. Wei Han and Rongqi were in disguise in the dungeon, but they had to change their appearance after returning to Blue Star. After all, you don't often meet fanatical fans in the dungeon, but it's easy to cause a sensation on Blue Star. Causing a sensation is one thing, But if her appearance causes some accidents, that's too much. They disguised themselves as very ordinary people and took a hovercraft home. On the way, they took out their mobile phones to surf the internet and saw the topics discussed on the internet. They were immediately embarrassed. Well, everyone has spread the news out. No wonder they always felt that everyone's emotions seemed a little abnormal on the way back. It turned out that they were all looking forward to the start of the party. It was supposed to be a party carnival in a certain area, but suddenly it became a carnival for the entire Blue Star. The whole Blue Star was singing and dancing, and everyone used their skills to perform various wonderful programs and cook delicious food. No matter where they went, there was laughter. Wei Han created many clones to help her with her filming work. She mainly photographed the partners, who came to her from the parallel universe, and took some group photos for them. After Rongqi and Zhao Zhao had a small gathering, they immediately came back to help her, and offered their help whenever she needed it. Although they were busy, they also left many happy memories. It was rare to see everyone get together, talk about various dungeon experiences, chat, and drink happily. Wei Han put many of the photos she took into an album named Partners, and copied this album to the partners in need. Because the scope of this carnival was so large, it lasted for 7 days. Later, these 7 days became a special festival, and became the day for the parallel universe players to come to Wei Han's initial world or native world to gather, which was called the Parallel Universe Gathering Day. Chapter 287 Extra 4. Since the icon system began to collect suggestions from the little players of the Blue Star civilization, many strange little dungeons have emerged. And Wei Han, who was already invincible, especially liked to enter these strange little dungeons. One of the little dungeons was set in the simulation cabin. The winner's version of the simulation cabin dungeon was an improved version of the icon system, and the player had certain control rights in the simulation cabin. Wei Han was quite impressed by this little dungeon, not only because many partners participated in this dungeon, but also because this dungeon was a bit interesting. The setting of this little dungeon is like this. A certain mood of the player will cause small flowers of certain colors to grow on the player's head, and the task received by the players is to collect 3 flowers of specified colors while protecting their own flowers. The difficulty of this little dungeon is that the players only know what kind of flowers will bloom on their heads when they have a certain emotion, but they cannot know what kind of emotions other players need to go through to see what color of flowers will appear. For example, when Wei Han received the task after entering the dungeon, she knew that if she felt jealous, a yellow-green flower would grow on her head. The flower would look like a sunflower, and in the center would be a small symbol of arrogance and displeasure. Coincidentally, the flower she needed to collect was yellow-green, and her own flower would not be counted among them, so she needed to find another yellow-green flower, representing the jealous flower. But Wei Han didn't know what the answer to Rongqi and other partners was. The rules of this small dungeon restricted them from asking each other. If you ask each other about it, you will be eliminated directly, and the penalty for being eliminated is some negative state experience cards. For example, your feet cannot move for a day, or longer, or your arms ache for a short time, or you have nightmares for 7 days, and you get an 8-time slow motion experience card for 12 hours, etc. It can be said that it is very rich, and some punishments even seem quite interesting. These negative states are not permanent, but will only last for a short time. This is the preferential treatment of the copy, winner version. There will not be too cruel punishment, and for many players, it is a piece of cake. So in this case, the player is almost opening a blind box, and no one knows who will have the flowers they want to collect, nor who wants to collect their flowers. The simulation cabin will provide some permissions to create scenes, and players can use these permissions to create some scenes, and then combine some of their own actions to arouse the emotions of other players, and then collect other people's emotional flowers. The worst is Shirley, because she was directly exposed at the beginning. After she finished reading the task notification, she didn't know what made her laugh. She covered her mouth and laughed twice, and then a small yellow flower appeared on her head. After she realized that she was exposed, she was about to cover the small yellow flower on her head, but Zhang Xian, who was standing next to her, grabbed it with an invisible hand. After Zhang Xian grabbed the small yellow flower on Shirley's head, she directly pressed into the virtual screen interface of the icon system, and soon received a notification of the task progress. Shirley was shocked by her quick action, and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. "Sister Xian, do you have to be so fast?" Zhang Xian turned to look at her, looking very innocent, and blinked. "Thank you, Lily, your flower is exactly what I need. Don't worry, if the punishment you receive is to lose control of your legs, I will help you push the wheelchair." "Surely, Soon, She pointed at Zhang Xian and shouted to Teacher Wei, "Teacher Wei! Look at Sister Xian. She has learned bad things. Teacher Wei, please help me get revenge." Others couldn't help laughing when they saw the interaction between the two of them, so a small yellow flower appeared on Qian Yueqiang's head. Moreover, the little yellow flower was quickly plucked by Yang Yuetong beside her. Yang Yuetong also imitated Zhang Xian. She gathered the little yellow flower between her two hands and sincerely thanked Qian Yueqiang. "Thank you for the gift of Qiangwei." Qian Yueqiang, Qian Yueqiang chose to learn from Shirley and turned to look at Teacher Wei. "Teacher Wei! Look at her!" Teacher Wei was also busy making a super scary ghost face, so Qian Yueqiang was scared to death when she looked over and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. This scream also attracted the attention of other partners. Others hurriedly looked over. This time, except for Rongqi, all the partners were scared to death. Rongqi was not afraid at all, and smiled slightly helplessly. Wei Han's unexpected move made Tan Ming, Yu Mingchen and Bai Qingchuan in the original world all have dark blue flowers on their heads, and the shape of the flowers is similar to Morning Glory. Unfortunately, these frightening little flowers were not what she needed. What she needed were red, light blue and yellow-green flowers. When the others saw that Teacher Wei had scared the three people out of their dark blue flowers, but did not take any action, and there was a hint of disappointment in their eyes, they immediately realized that these were not the flowers that Wei needed to collect. So, the players who needed to collect dark blue flowers all set their eyes on those dark blue flowers. Tan Ming, Yu Mingchen, and Bai Qingchuan from Wei Han's original world immediately became alert and slowly tried to distance themselves from the others. But unfortunately, Rongqi needed to take away the dark blue flowers, so he moved quickly and randomly took away the dark blue flowers of a person. Unfortunately, Tan Ming became the lucky player. Rongqi was like a gust of wind blowing by. Tan Ming had no time to react at all. The dark blue flowers that originally appeared on his head were already in Rongqi's hands. Rongqi smiled and bowed to him. "Tan Ming, I will accept your flowers." Tan Ming, okay, he can immediately give up. Players who lost their flowers were eliminated and became spectators. They would retreat to a position similar to the audience seats and wait until the final result of the dungeon was announced before their temporary punishment was drawn. Wei Han's move was almost like sounding the horn of battle. The other surviving players stopped being careless and began to seriously think about strategies. So, the scene became very chaotic from here on. Everyone was trying to arouse the emotions of others, such as making funny movements, or reading jokes, finding those infuriating novels, and reading them out loud, and madly provoking someone. The players used their imaginations just to arouse the various emotions of each player. Soon, more players were eliminated, and some players began to collect the required flowers, and could temporarily leave the game. At this time, only Wei Han and Rongqi's flowers had not been activated, and they had no flowers on their heads. Of course, even if they had flowers on their heads, other players would not dare to covet their flowers. But Teacher Wei and Rongqi, even if they were given 100 courage, would not dare to provoke them. And Wei Han was missing a yellow-green flower, and Rongqi was also missing a yellow-green flower. The flowers on the two of them were the same as the flowers needed in the end. Both of them already knew who had the flower they were missing. Wei Han looked at Rongqi, and Rongqi also looked at Wei Han. The scene of the two people looking at each other looked very story-like, but in fact, both of them were just thinking about how to activate the other's flower, and then take the flower away. Both of them found that the last flower they needed was on the other person, and they felt it was challenging, but they became more serious and were determined to get the other's flower. Both of them were analyzing how to make the other jealous. The battle on their side seemed to be getting more intense. The other partners all started gossiping and watching them curiously, and started all kinds of discussions and speculations in the group. Teacher Wei and Rongqi suddenly looked at each other, probably because they found that the last flower they needed was on each other. This also shows that one of Teacher Wei and Rongqi must fail and be eliminated in this copy. They also made a bet in the group, asking everyone to guess whether Teacher Wei would win or Rongqi would win. Teacher Wei's popularity is not to be underestimated. Almost everyone bets on Teacher Wei to win. At the same time, everyone is very curious about what color the flowers of Teacher Wei and Rongqi will be. How can these two people be so stable? They have performed all kinds of joys, sorrows, anger and happiness. At this moment, Wei Han snorted and started to attack. She took the camera out of the skill space and lied to Rongqi very seriously, saying, "Rongqi, between you and the camera, I actually like the camera more." Rongqi widened his eyes and watched her gently wipe the camera with a soft silk. He looked unconvinced. You just want me to be jealous of your camera, so you lied to me. I know this very well, I won't be fooled. As he said this, a yellow-green flower appeared on his head honestly. Wei Han immediately took advantage of his distraction, and took off the yellow-green flower unexpectedly. After successfully collecting the yellow-green flowers, Wei Han said to Rongqi calmly, "Yes, you are right, I lied to you. However, I didn't expect you to be jealous. But it's good, I don't want to make you feel that way by getting close to other opposite sex, you don't want to do that either." Rongqi felt relieved when she admitted that she lied to him. After listening to Wei Han's explanation, he nodded in agreement, and he also promised seriously, "Then I will not deliberately approach other opposite sex to make you jealous. Although I don't think you will be jealous." Rongqi couldn't imagine Wei Han being jealous, of course. He didn't need to make Wei Han jealous to prove her feelings for him. Wei Han thought about it seriously and said calmly, "You can try it, maybe I will be jealous." This made Rongqi put his hands together and mutter, "Amitabha, please don't say that, I feel that I am really sinful. How can I like you, who is like a fairy, say such words, and have such emotions that only mortals have? Guanyin Buddha, please forgive me." Wei Han, Others almost laughed to death. The result of this small copy is that most people have received temporary punishment. Zhang Xian's punishment experience is that she mentioned that her legs cannot walk, and the time limit is 1 day, while Shirley's punishment experience is toothache, and the time limit is also 1 day, so in the end it becomes Shirley pushing Zhang Xian's wheelchair. Wu Shan is a minority winner, and does not need to experience temporary punishment. And Rongqi's temporary punishment is a personality reversal, so his personality has changed from gentle as jade to overbearing and tyrannical. For Wei Han, it was probably just a 1-day experience of being a domineering boyfriend. She thought it was quite fun to become Rongqi, who was domineering and overbearing. So she recorded some embarrassing things that the domineering Rongqi did with a super high-definition camera, and then played it for Rongqi after Rongqi's punishment experience was over. The next day, after Rongqi recovered, he sat on the sofa and looked at the high-definition black history recorded by Wei Han for him expressionlessly. He said with despair, "I'd better live in another universe in the future." Wei Han didn't think it was a black history. She laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. She comforted Rongqi, "Don't be like this, I think it's quite cute, isn't it quite fun? What kind of black history is this? It's obviously a special experience. I want to experience it once after seeing it." Rongqi saw that her smile was indeed rare and brilliant. Well, considering that she was having so much fun, she did make sense. Compared with other people's real black history, his was nothing. Okay, then, there is no need to live in another universe.